Chapter 1. Harry trembled as he lay in the dusty old cupboard. His fingers worried into the sheet curled around the rotten mattress. Tiny fingers pulled at moth-bitten holes in the fabric, smaller fingers than he remembered. He shook his head sharply and tried to swallow the panicked gasps that had threatened to overtake him since he woke up that morning. I am fine. Absolutely fine, he thought. Elphias Doge had said the evening before that both Harry and Dudley were fine. Whatever potion had exploded over them on their way home, it hadn't been deadly. Doge hadn't known what it was, but he swore that it hadn't been deadly, just that he didn't know what might happen. Harry wished Doge hadn't left him alone or that he'd taken Harry with him. I am fine though, he thought again. Absolutely fine. Just a scrawny, grubby kid, rather than a 15-year-old. I went to bed yesterday as a 15-year-old, I just hadn't woken up this morning as one. I am fine though. Absolutely fine. Was he fine? Yes, Harry whispered to himself. I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be? I've slept in the cupboard before and I've been a kid before. He said this aloud, thinking it might feel more true. He was fine. He was sure. He had tried telling Aunt Petunia that morning that he would be absolutely fine, even if he didn't look it. However, she had been far less concerned with how fine he was and far more alarmed over his abnormal freakishness. She had shrieked loud enough to wake Uncle Vernon when she saw him stumbling into the loo and attempting to balance on far smaller legs than he was used to. Uncle Vernon had appeared in the hallway seconds after Aunt Petunia's scream, his large face quickly turning from worried to furious. Harry felt flushed and horrified. The day had taken a turn for the worse when Dudley appeared shortly after, awakened by the noise, with a silly look on his face and also looking younger. Harry had half thought they were going to kill him. They hadn't killed him, but they had threatened to. Uncle Vernon had thrown Harry headfirst back into his bedroom, ordering him to write to someone who could fix the situation immediately. Then they had closed every curtain, locked the doors, and hidden inside, where they could safely throw Harry poisonous looks from the comfort of their living room. Dudley seemed to be around 11 or 12, but it was hard to tell given his general intelligence. Harry had been smacked upside the head twice for asking how Aunt Petunia could know for certain. He felt as small as a 6-year-old. None of the Dursleys had made any attempt to guess or help him figure it out. He knew they didn't care. He couldn't say for sure why Dudley was a few years older than him, only that Dudley had been more of a bystander in whatever had exploded over them, while Harry had been covered. They were both fine, just aged down a bit physically. Mentally, they were still themselves. No amount of screaming about their safety despite their appearances had gotten through to either Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon. It was as if he truly was 6 again and had committed some horribly freakish act. Aunt Petunia was livid, constantly staring at him with her thin mouth pinched, as if waiting for him to snap his fingers and declare it all a prank. Several hours later, there was a knock at the door, and Elphias Doge appeared for the second time, looking bedraggled and pale. He was likely worried about the state of Harry's note. Harry's handwriting at 6 wasn't nearly as clear as it was at 15. Doge took one look at Harry and Dudley's small faces, and told them he would send someone along shortly before he turned and fled. That had not gone well for Harry. They had no issues shoving him into the cupboard under the stairs the moment Doge left. It was as if they had forgotten he was not actually 6 years old but just looked small. He was not meant to stay in there anymore. They would realize that soon. His heart clenched painfully, throbbing in his chest. They would not. They had never realized it when Harry was actually 6, and they certainly would not now, not after what had happened to their son. What they thought he had done to their son. Why had he thought they would change? He had known, even when he had been 6, that they would never let him out. Why had he even considered it? Harry breathed out slowly, trying to take his mind off the effects of the potion and focusing instead on remembering what had happened to get them here. Aunt Petunia had given him a list of chores the previous morning, a relatively short one considering its usual length, as Uncle Vernon was supposed to be entertaining a client that evening. She wanted Harry out of the way until after they had been and gone. He had completed the list with minimal remarks from Aunt Petunia about his vile character and abnormalities. He had escaped sometime after she let him have a bit of toast for lunch. He had spent a good hour in the park, sitting on a cracked and sun-faded swing, baking in the heat as he bitterly composed letters to Ron and Hermione. He thought of different ways to ask for any new information, though he doubted they would reply. Neither of them had been forthcoming all summer, despite him knowing that both of them had been around Dumbledore and the others. They had sent plain, short letters telling him to push through the summer with the Dursleys, along with a few care packages, but had mostly been silent otherwise. It was almost enough to make him snap, and he had been slowly marching toward an outburst for the last few days. All he thought and dreamed about was the graveyard. Harry had been targeted in a spectacular way, yet no one had told him anything about Voldemort's current movements or plans. He wanted to know and to help plan. How could they expect him to just sit back when he had been thrown so clearly into the forefront of Voldemort's war? Last year, he had tried to sit on the sidelines, begging them to let him out of that stupid tournament, but they hadn't let him. Now, they didn't want him? What was he supposed to do? All he could think about was where Voldemort was, what he was doing, and who he was hurting. He couldn't escape his memories. Little things took on a life of their own, insidiously reminding Harry of that night. The washing machine in the kitchen whirred at the same pitch as the portkeys whistled, and he found himself back in the graveyard. The lights on Dudley's game controllers were the same color as the killing curse. If he so much as blinked at them, he was back in the graveyard. He picked up a knife to prepare dinner, but barely made a cut before he was pinned to Tom Riddle's headstone, watching blood run down his throbbing arm. Everything reminded him of the graveyard. He closed his eyes at night, only to reopen them surrounded by tall tombstones sinking into the sodden, muddy grass, crowding the already tight space. The nauseous feeling of being watched by something in a silent cemetery, unseen and unknown, crawled up his back. He could hear Voldemort's high-pitched voice bursting from the darkness. He remembered Cedric's eyes, wide with fear, darting towards the source of the sound. The bright green light exploded next to him. The refrigerator in the kitchen began humming loudly, jolting Harry from his memories with a painful flinch. He had forgotten the noises the house made at night and how much louder they were from his cupboard. "I'm fine," he told himself. Harry inhaled shakily as he pushed himself up from the damp mattress and twisted around. "Fine, just small, but fine," he repeated, trying to ignore the waver in his voice. His heart pounded, and fear surged within him, despite his mantra. It ached painfully in his chest, creeping down into his stomach and pushing him closer to the brink of vomiting. At least there was a bucket in the cupboard now, he could use that if he needed to. "Oh my dear, Didikins, that awful boy can't hurt you now," Aunt Petunia's voice echoed from upstairs. "Don't worry, sweetums, Mummy's got you." Harry tilted his head into the mattress, feeling a lump in his throat. He shivered, trying to hold back the tears. He hadn't cried over anything Aunt Petunia had said in years, and he wasn't about to start now, no matter how small his 6-year-old body felt. He hadn't caused this, no matter what Aunt Petunia said. He hadn't. Her harsh words from earlier rang in his ears, angry and cruel. "You disgusting boy. Look what you've done to him." "I didn't do it," Harry shouted back, dodging Uncle Vernon's massive hands. "Someone threw something at us. We were just coming back, Anne." Uncle Vernon grabbed him tightly by the upper arm, yanking him up and tossing him into the cupboard. "Don't lie, you little freak," Uncle Vernon snapped. "I bet you had such a laugh making this up for our dudders, but you're feeling pretty stupid now that you messed yourself up as well, eh? I hope it was worth it. Dudley's going to need more medical care than you know." Spittle flew from Uncle Vernon's purple face as he slammed the cupboard door shut and quickly threw the lock. "You'd better pray your freaky little friends can fix this," he warned. Uncle Vernon's voice dropped into a harsh whisper as he pressed tightly against the slats in the door. "Because otherwise, you won't have to worry about some crackpot lunatic hunting you." "I didn't do it," Harry screamed, kicking the door in a fit of rage. "Let me out." Screaming hadn't helped his case. It only left him with a sore foot and a locked door. They hadn't opened it since then. Harry had gone without food plenty of times before, but his rations were all upstairs in his room, hidden beneath the loose floorboard. He hadn't thought a 6-year-old's body could get as hungry as his regular one, but he was learning that might not be true. He didn't even have a watch, and his trunk was upstairs as well, along with Hedwig, who he knew hadn't been let out. He didn't even have his wand. As much as he wished for it, he couldn't think of where he would have stowed it. The only things he wore were Dudley's old shirt, which hung like a smock, and an old, ragged pair of underpants that he bunched together at the elastic and twisted a rubber band around. Dudley had made fun of him several times that day, but Harry thought it was a fairly clever idea. His small body curled tighter, and shivers racked through him beneath the massive shirt. He wished for something to use as a blanket, something more substantial than cast-offs. When he'd slept in there before, he used to burrow into his clothes if he needed an extra layer, but he'd at least had a blanket to begin with. This was rotten luck, the most rotten. Horrendous. Why did these things always happen? Suddenly, someone knocked sharply on the front door, startling him from his misery. He climbed to his feet and peeked through the slats in the door, his bare toes curling inwards on the cold, dirty floor. There wasn't enough light to see. Way to escape. No matter how much he wished to know who was at the door, he was stuck in the dark cupboard. The light bulb that used to be in here had burnt out years ago, and no one had bothered to replace it. Dust fell from above, tickling Harry's nose as Aunt Petunia's careful footsteps crept down the stairs. It was as if whoever was at the door could sense how abnormal and wrong her day had been. Harry flinched when her hand smacked against the cupboard door, and her sneering face peeked through the wooden slats. "You better hope this is one of your friends here to fix this," she whispered, her thin face fierce in the dim light. "I won't tolerate any more misbehavior towards Dudley." She quickly stepped over to the door and looked through the peephole, flinching back just like Harry had moments before. Aunt Petunia turned and stalked back to Harry's door. She flicked open the latch and threw the door open sharply. "Tell him to go away." "Anyone but him, I won't have it." Aunt Petunia reached in, grabbing Harry tightly around his arm and yanking him out. She tossed him towards the door, her expression furious. "Tell him to go away." "Why?" Harry asked, glaring as he picked himself up. "You just said you wanted Dudley fixed." "I want Dudley fixed, but that awful boy won't fix him. I refuse to allow him in here. Now go." She snapped her fingers towards the front door. "It'd be in your best interest if you fancy eating sometime soon." Harry stared back at her, struggling to keep his temper in check. Her face flushed darker with every second he hesitated, until he finally pivoted and stepped toward the door. He felt increasingly concerned about whom his aunt could possibly hate more than she hated him. Someone she despised so much that she was willing to wait for Dudley to be fixed. He stared at the door, and the bland painted wood seemed to stare back, almost tempting him to find a way out. Harry stood on his tiptoes, trying to see through the peephole. He considered using the step ladder or climbing the walls, but he knew Aunt Petunia would disapprove of either option. He didn't want to open the door without knowing who was there. He could peek through the mail slot, but it only offered a view of a pair of legs on the dark front step, which was hardly useful. He traced a finger along the shiny brass slot, wishing for a spell that would let him see through doors. "Get on with it." Aunt Petunia whispered loudly. "I don't have all day. Dudley needs to go to sleep soon." Now that her voice caught, and she massaged her long neck. "Younger," she finished, sounding dumbfounded. "But what if it's—" Harry hesitated, unsure how to complete his thought. He didn't know who he was worried might be on the other side. It could be Sirius for all he knew. Aunt Petunia would despise seeing Sirius, so at least that reaction would make sense, even if Harry wasn't sure how much help Sirius could be. He could take Harry away, though. "It's not your ridiculous Dark Lord, so just get a move on," Aunt Petunia urged, shoving him toward the door before stepping back to a safer distance. She pulled out a pink handkerchief from her pocket, sniffing it daintily while her other hand clutched her neck. Harry reached up to unlock the tumbler, his small sweaty palms struggling to turn the polished doorknob. Suddenly, the door flew open, and he was thrown to the floor as if whoever was on the other side had grown impatient. Severus Snape's pale face appeared in the doorway, glaring down the hallway at Aunt Petunia. A strangled sound escaped her at the sight of him, and she tightened her grip on the handkerchief, her disgust transforming into anger. Aunt Petunia's anger was evident at the sight of Snape. Snape pushed the door open wider, stopping only when it hit Harry again. He lowered his gaze, directing his sneer at Harry, but then suddenly halted. Harry froze, feeling every part of his small frame filled with fear, humiliation, and worry. The old shirt he wore and the makeshift rubber band solution for his pants felt like ashes in his mouth, and a blush spread across his cheeks. He had never felt so defenseless in his life. Chapter 2. Silence beat down on them in the dark hallway. Snape's eyes narrowed at Harry, and his lips twitched as though he wished nothing more than to tear into him. Harry twisted his hands into his shirt, unable to fully hide the faint tremor running through them. "Get out," Aunt Petunia said, holding her handkerchief to her nose again and wrinkling it as her hand clenched. "Send someone else," she added. "No one else will be able to fix this," Snape replied, his dark eyes trailing over Harry's face. Harry made a move to scratch his nose, desperately wanting to hide his face from Snape somehow, no matter how childish that was. He quickly remembered that he didn't have his glasses on when he accidentally jerked his hand too high because he didn't feel their weight. His glasses were upstairs and too large now anyway, but he would have liked to use them as a shield. That was one good thing about being 6, his vision was a lot better than it had been at 15. Snape's lips twitched again before a sour look washed across his face. He stepped farther inside and shut the door. "Dumbledore will be able to." "I want him instead," Aunt Petunia said, clicking her tongue. Harry wished a hole would open up in the floor and swallow him. Anything to escape this conversation. "I'll ring the police if you don't leave. I will not have you ruining my son like you ruined." "Now, Junie," Snape began silkily, his eyes finally turning away from Harry. "That's not very polite, is it?" "No rebuttal for it, though, Aunt Petunia's eyes flashed in the dark. "What?" Harry asked, his heart stuttering in his chest as he caught up with the conversation. He whipped around to stare at his aunt. "Don't ask questions." "Go in the kitchen," Aunt Petunia said, grabbing Harry's arm and tossing him out of the hallway. "And don't touch anything. I'll not have your fingerprints all over my counters." Harry landed in A. Harry sprawled on the hard linoleum floor, nearly colliding with the side cupboards. His thoughts spun wildly as he struggled to understand. Junie. Snape had called his Aunt Petunia Junie. Harry had tried to call her that once. He had wanted her to like him back when he still believed she might change her mind. He had been 4 or 5, picking through Dudley's easy readers out of boredom. The books all had topics about friendship and family, explaining how nicknames were important for bonding. Aunt Petunia had never hesitated to call Dudley by a nickname, so Harry thought it might help. He just wanted them to call him Harry instead of Boy, and he hoped that if he started using a nickname, they might be encouraged to join in. Aunt Junie, a vague memory flickered in his mind. He recalled yellow rubber dish gloves shoving a bar of Dettol soap into his mouth. "Never call me that," she had said, watching him with hard eyes as he sniffled and tried to swallow around the soap. "You'll get far worse than soap if I ever hear that name from you again." She knew Snape, and Snape knew her. Harry climbed to his feet as quickly as he could, ignoring the sting in his palms and knees, and dove back into the hallway. "Why did Snape call you Junie?" He shouted at his aunt, feeling his temper burning painfully in his chest. His fists were clenched at his sides, shaking as he stood there. How could Snape know her? Aunt Petunia stiffened. Harry watched her from the end of the staircase. The urge to scream Junie as loudly as he could surged through him. He crushed the feeling down, trembling and unable to stop clenching and unclenching his fists. Why did Snape call? "Out!" Aunt Petunia shouted, whirling around. Harry suddenly remembered how small he felt as she towered over him. "Just listen for once, you horrible monster!" Aunt Petunia shouted. She reached for him, but he was quicker. He darted around her knees, his feet tripping on the runner as his heart pounded in his chest. The rough cupboard door slid under his palms, and before he knew it, he had thrown himself back inside. He slammed the door shut again, the unhooked latch knocking loudly in his ear. Air caught in his throat as he gasped, trying to breathe. What did he think she was going to do? He was 15, and beyond a smack or two, she had never really hurt him. Why was he so scared? He understood why she was angry, he really did. But she hadn't been rough with him like today for years, not since he had been much younger. Difficult day, Junie. Snape's snide tone rang loudly in Harry's ears. Shut up. Aunt Petunia replied angrily. I didn't ask for you. Her shoes rapped on the floor as she stepped closer to the cupboard. Oh, but you did, Snape said. Harry swore he could hear a smile creeping along Snape's lips. You asked for help. It looks like you need it, seeing as your solution is to put him in a cupboard. Well, I'm not letting him anywhere near my son again. He shouldn't be allowed around normal people at all. Look at what he did. Harry trembled in the small space, feeling that large lump crawl up his throat again. He wasn't naive enough to believe Aunt Petunia would ever be nice to him in front of others, but he had never wanted someone like Snape to see them together. His eyes stung, but he dismissed it as fear still racing through him. And he put himself in here, his aunt said, her fingers curling slowly around the wooden slats in the door. Harry felt the sudden urge to throw the door open and scream the opposite at her. You saw him do it. He went in willingly. Harry closed his eyes, feeling his heart sink with each word. Snape and the cupboard. Wonderful. He could still hear Malfoy's taunting voice echoing in his mind, 6 years old and hiding in a cupboard. Aunt Petunia swung the door open, startling him as she grabbed his shirt and pulled him out of the cupboard. Take him and leave, she said, holding the fabric at Harry's shoulder toward Snape. Use him as a test subject, or whatever you need, but fix my Dudley. He was an innocent victim. Harry stumbled on his tiptoes, struggling to keep himself at the height Aunt Petunia held him. His eyes still stung, but the thought of Snape catching him crying made him feel nauseous. Are you asking me to perform magic, Junie? Snape asked softly, not moving closer or grabbing Harry's shirt. His dark eyes scanned Harry's face and then traveled down to his toes, slowly moving up to where Aunt Petunia's hand gripped his shirt. Just fix him. You miserable, Aunt Petunia began, but Snape lunged forward before she could finish. He yanked Harry from her grip and dropped him onto his feet beside himself. How old is your whale of a son? Snape asked. Aunt Petunia's face darkened, and Harry felt a strong urge to slip behind Snape, though he knew it wouldn't help. 11, she spat. Excellent, Snape said. Get your trunk, Potter. Be quick. Harry glanced up at Aunt Petunia before stepping cautiously around her, a tight feeling of worry in his chest. Staying with Aunt Petunia wasn't a great option, but Snape might be even worse. He climbed the stairs, stumbling once as his small legs caught on the steps. It was either the cupboard with the Dursleys or wherever Snape was going to take him. It could be Hogwarts, or it could be some terrible place. But being with Snape might also be useful. Harry desperately wanted to know how Snape knew his aunt, but he doubted Snape would answer any of his questions. He moved quickly down the hallway, throwing everything he needed into his trunk. He paused when he spotted his wand. His eyes scanned the sparse room, debating whether a book bag or knapsack would work to stow it in. Better to just hold it, he decided. A bag would hang down to his knees. With a final nod, he jumped over to his desk, climbed onto the chair, and unlatched Hedwig's cage. She tilted her head curiously at him and nipped at his hair as he held out his hand. It's not permanent, don't worry, he whispered to her. I'm not sure where Snape's taking me though, so go to Ron's, all right? He'll take care of you, and if I get a chance, I'll. He paused, debating whether he should let her follow them. She'd known where to find him back when he ran away from the Dursleys after Aunt Marge, so maybe she would find him again. Well, either Ron's or wherever I am, all right? Harry said, a small smile growing on his face at her responding chirp. She flew quickly out the window, and Harry watched her for a moment before twisting to grab his trunk. Leaving already, are you? Uncle Vernon asked from the doorway. Yes, but I promise, Dudley. Not another word, Uncle Vernon cut him off. Not a single word. His mustache twitched as he spoke. If I could throw you out, I would. We should never have taken you in. Well, I wish you hadn't either, Harry snapped, glaring up at the man. But here we are. Uncle Vernon jerked, his massive hand swinging down at Harry, stopping just short of his jaw. Harry flinched hard, unable to control the nervous tremor running through him as Uncle Vernon roughly patted his cheek. A nasty smile slid across Uncle Vernon's face. Uncle Vernon laughed when Harry leaned uncomfortably away. You're on thin ice, he whispered, pushing as close to Harry as he could. An anxious urge to step back surged through Harry, but he ignored it, determined not to let his uncle get the better of him again. The next time you come back, it better be to fix Dudley. If not, you can find a new house. Potter! Snape's voice echoed from the hallway. Harry glanced at his uncle before grabbing the handle of his trunk and tearing past him. Aunt Petunia was nowhere to be found when he returned to the front hall. Only Snape waited impatiently by the door. What part about Quicker confused you? Snape asked snidely. My uncle wanted to talk, Harry replied, tugging his trunk closer. He paused in front of Snape, craning his neck to look up at him. Where are we going? He asked. Where are we going, sir? Snape said. I am your professor, Potter, whether we are at Hogwarts or not. Harry sniffed, a snide remark on the tip of his tongue, but before he could speak, Snape spun on his heel and opened the door. His black robes billowed around him as he stepped quickly into the dark and quiet night. Harry followed cautiously. If he hadn't already known Snape was there, he wasn't sure he would have even seen him. The street lamps around Magnolia Crescent flickered as he passed by, as if dousing themselves just for him. The warm summer air whispered past Harry, and he felt a sudden urge to run up to Snape, as if something else lingered on the wind with them. Slate-grey rocks shaped like tombstones lay scattered in the street. Harry felt his chest tighten as hazy shapes formed in the pockets of light, creeping closer and closer to him. He dropped his trunk, the sound dull in his ears as he whipped his wand around. Potter! Snape's cloak floated into Harry's view. Someone else is here, Harry whispered, scanning the surroundings. His heart pounded. He questioned why he had trusted Snape enough to leave with him. He had never trusted Snape before. He should have stayed with the Dursleys. He should have waited for Dumbledore's reply. He should have wondered why Elphia's Doge had been sent in the first place. Snape had a dark mark, and Harry had seen it last spring. For all he knew, Snape was taking him back to Voldemort. Potter! We are not safe enough, nor do we have the time for this display, Snape whispered harshly. His sallow face loomed in front of Harry as he leaned down. Drink. He thrust a small purple vial into Harry's hands. The faint scent of lavender filled the air, soothing his tense back quickly. A calming draught. Harry would have argued that he was perfectly calm, given that there were other people nearby and he didn't know their intentions. But being calmer might help him think more clearly. Snape wouldn't want him calm to meet Voldemort, would he? That felt illogical. He would have taken Harry's wand if he wanted him defenseless. Harry reached out with a clammy hand, half debating whether to throw the bottle. He wouldn't put it past Snape to poison him, especially after threatening to put Veritaserum in his pumpkin juice last year. However, a calming draught was fairly straightforward, and despite their horrible relationship, Snape hadn't attempted to kill him yet. The same couldn't be said for several defense professors. He tried to grab the small bottle, but Snape pulled it back. Not all of it. I need you to be conscious enough to walk. Harry nodded and reached for the bottle again. He swallowed a little less than half before glancing at Snape, silently asking if that was enough. Snape nodded once and took the bottle back. Follow quickly, he instructed, waving his wand at Harry's trunk and shrinking it. He tucked it into his pocket and turned sharply, striding toward Wisteria Walk. Harry hurried to keep pace, jogging to match Snape's long strides. They passed Piers Polkiss's house and rounded Mrs. Figg's when Snape abruptly turned into an alley. Harry gasped as Snape grabbed his arm tightly, pulling him close. The siding of Mrs. Figg's house blurred around them as they were shoved through a narrow passage. A loud crack echoed, and Snape released Harry's arm, causing him to land hard on damp cobblestones. The little food he had eaten that afternoon threatened to come up violently, and his stomach cramped painfully as he knelt, but it settled soon enough. Looking up, Harry noticed a light drizzle and a line of black and grey row houses. Snape approached the nearest door, flicked his wand sharply, and pushed it open. He paused inside and turned his head over his shoulder. "Get in." Harry scrambled to his feet, nearly tripping over Dudley's old shirt as he moved. "Where are we, sir?" "Spinner's End." "Why not Hogwarts?" Snape sniffed, a sneer creeping across his face as Harry moved around him. He flicked his wand at the door, slamming it shut with a heavy click. Ignoring Harry's question, he brushed past him, striding down the dark hallway. With another flick of his wand, small brass wall sconces lit up overhead, casting a dim glow. "So, follow, Potter," Snape's voice echoed. Harry moved slowly down the long hallway, brushing his small hand over the faded, dusty floral wallpaper. His bare feet slid over the dark wooden floor, worn soft with time. When he rounded the corner, he found himself in a cramped kitchen. He stared as Snape moved efficiently around the small space, shifting stacks of old books and parchment. "Sir." "Shut up, Potter," Snape snapped, keeping his eyes on his work. Harry froze, an uncomfortable tingle of hurt trickling down his throat. He felt the urge to snap back at Snape or shout, bubbling in his chest. A part of his mind hissed the horrifying thought of hiding in the nearest cupboard. He would die of shame if Snape ever saw him in another cupboard again. Snape paused, breathing slowly through his nose and tilting his head upwards. Harry blinked up as well but couldn't tell what Snape might have been looking at. He started to worry when Snape's shoulders slumped in an oddly human gesture. "All right," Snape began, looking down at Harry. "How old are you?" "6, I think," Harry answered. Snape looked unconvinced but nodded. "Do you have any blank spots in your memory?" "No, I don't think so." "Describe what happened to cause this, in detail, from the beginning," Snape said, gritting his teeth and briefly scrunching his eyes shut before opening them again slowly. Harry nodded and stepped farther into the small kitchen. His toes curled slightly over the cold floor. "Dudley and I were on our way home, and we took a shortcut through the tunnel under the bridge by Magnolia Road." He'd," Harry stammered. Dudley's taunts echoed in his memories. Shame crept coldly through his stomach at how delighted Dudley had been, throwing Harry's nightmares in his face. "Sometime today, I don't care about your arguments," Snape said. "Right, then we came out the other side." When something fell from the top of the bridge, Harry continued, grateful to skip over the fight. "We both jumped to get out of the way. It's not that weird to have things thrown at people walking, but before we could really move, it shattered in midair and sprayed all over us." He sniffed, recalling the oddly sour smell of the potion. It smelled like it had gone off, really off. He reached up to fix his glasses, only to remember he didn't have them. "We never saw anyone running away. When we got home, Dudley showered first, and then I went after him. After that, I wrote to Professor Dumbledore, just in case it was something deadly. Elphia's Doge said it wasn't, though." He finished finally. "What color was it?" Snape asked. "Blue, bright blue, and thick." "Did you ingest any?" "No, just got it all over," Harry replied, running a hand through his hair and feeling the phantom stickiness of the potion in his fringe. "It was sticky too." Snape grunted and sank into one of the shabby wooden chairs. "Sir," Harry inched closer, unsure how to proceed. The thought of staying with Snape seemed horrible. Though the man hadn't been awful, he hadn't been kind either. Harry considered writing to Sirius and asking to be collected. Sirius had mentioned having a more stable home lately. He wasn't even sure if Snape had permission to take him from Aunt Petunia's. "Tuny." Harry exploded as the name ran into his mind. Snape's head flew up, and he colored angrily at Harry's outburst. "How can you know my Aunt Pet?" "Potter," Snape growled. "You will keep a civil tone in this house, and you will be respectful." Harry glared, feeling his own face flush. "Do you have the impulses and thoughts of a 6-year-old as well?" Snape asked suddenly, ignoring Harry's question. "How do you know my aunt?" Harry asked again, folding his arms. "That," Snape began silkily. "That is not a topic for discussion." He twirled his wand slowly as he stood, leaning over Harry. "Don't make me repeat myself, Potter." Fury burned through Harry. An old wound stirred painfully in his soul. All he had wanted when he was younger was information about his parents. He had fought battle after battle with Aunt Petunia for years, trying everything to pry any shred of information from her. He had clung tightly to what little she had said, their names, what they looked like, what sort of people they were. Drunken and lazy degenerate, Aunt Petunia's cruel voice whispered in his mind. He would pry it out of Snape too if he had to. "I'll take that as a yes," Snape said, pulling Harry out of his thoughts. "Though your behavior is typically childish, Potter, so it's rather difficult to tell, isn't it?" "No," Harry replied, feeling his earlier shame cut even deeper into his stomach. It was enough to make him feel nauseous again. He had made that same quip at Dudley's expense earlier, though he had felt at the time that Dudley had deserved it. "It isn't, and no, I haven't." He didn't want to discuss his emotions with Snape. "How can you be so sure?" Snape asked cruelly, lifting his eyebrows and blinking slowly, as if deep in thought. He flicked his hand at Harry and continued, "This tantrum you're throwing right now is a classic, Potter. The minute you don't get your way. Obviously Aunt Petunia hates you for a good reason." Harry snarled, unable to hold back. The anger burning in his chest was doused by icy shame. It was a blatant lie. Aunt Petunia hated Harry for any number of reasons, ranging from the understandable to the ridiculous. If Snape knew her well enough to know about that nickname, he'd understand that too. Snape froze, and the color drained from his face. Harry felt a sharp sting of fear mixed with shame. It clawed up his spine, and he stepped back unconsciously, hugging himself tightly to hide the faint tremors in his arms. His eyes darted around the kitchen. It felt too small. A grimy counter held 2 cupboards, both of which required him to dodge Snape to reach. There was only one exit. Thankfully, Harry was closer to it, but Snape clearly knew this house better and would be considerably faster. He bumped into the wall, realizing he had retreated as far as he could. Where else was he supposed to go? Snape drew himself up to his full height. Harry couldn't shake the nervous urge to keep an eye on Snape's large hands. He reminded himself that Snape had never shied away from grabbing him by the collar or hitting him with a book now and then, but he had never tried to hit Harry. Snape wasn't radiating the fury he was capable of, but Harry wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. If Snape felt like it, Harry was sure he could do far worse damage than either Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon with magic alone. He could leave Harry at this size, for one. Voldemort would kill him in an instant. "Sir, Harry began, tightening his hands around his stomach. "I'm sorry," he choked out, feeling his face pale like Snape's had. "I shouldn't have said that." He looked into Snape's dark eyes, trying to appear as apologetic as possible. That had never worked with Aunt Petunia, no matter how sorry he was. He worried if apologizing was even a good idea. The last time he genuinely apologized to Snape, he must have been a first year, still believing the man was capable of human emotion. He didn't remember it going well. He wondered what had come over him and why he had even bothered. Harry felt a wave of anxiety as he apologized, knowing Snape would likely belittle him for it. He imagined Snape snarling a cruel comment about his stupidity, similar to what he had said to Dudley earlier. To Harry's surprise, Snape brushed past him, ignoring him completely as he left the room. Harry turned to watch Snape's back for a moment before following at a safe distance. They passed a small toilet that looked just as shabby as the kitchen, eventually arriving at a sitting room. It was cluttered, filled to the brim with books. A wingback chair dominated the space, accompanied by a side table and a dusty lamp perched on top. "You will sleep here for the night. Don't touch anything other than the chair," Snape said, levitating several books from the floor and side table, along with a notebook and a dirty mug that seemed to contain stale tea. "Don't leave the house. Don't answer the door if someone knocks. Don't move when you wake up. I will collect you when I need you. If you find yourself truly bored, entertain yourself with your schoolwork. I'm sure you have plenty of that left." He never turned to look at Harry as he spoke. Snape pulled Harry's shrunken trunk from his pocket, resized it, and dropped it next to the chair. "Can you fix this by tomorrow?" Harry asked, tiptoeing to the chair and climbing onto it. A soft knit cover was draped over the back, which would serve as a far better blanket than Dudley's old shirt had. He dropped his wand onto the side table. "That remains to be seen," Snape replied, quickly stalking away. Harry sat in the dim room, his small fingers worrying the fabric of the worn chair. The thought of sleeping in Snape's sitting room wasn't particularly pleasant, but it was certainly better than the cupboard, if only by a little. He squinted at his trunk, debating how angry Snape would be if he pulled out his invisibility cloak and used it as a second blanket. Deciding it didn't matter what Snape wanted, Harry crawled off the chair and threw open his trunk. He pushed aside a few robes and books until he pulled out his cloak. He darted back onto the chair, pulling the knit throw down off the back and bundling himself as tightly as he could. Beneath his blankets, the muffled sounds of the house were almost calming. He felt himself drifting off, surprised by how tired he truly was. Sleep hadn't come easily to him all summer. He had spent hours lying in bed, trying to calm himself enough to fall asleep, but usually ended up in an exhausted stupor. A day or two without sleep would lead him to pass out seconds after lying down, only to wake up screaming less than an hour later. If he was as hungry as a 6-year-old, maybe he slept like one as well. His stomach ached at that thought, and he remembered the small piece of cheese he had eaten earlier. Did 6-year-olds usually fall asleep this easily? His heavy eyes slid shut, and he was asleep before he could think about it any longer. A loud shriek jolted him awake what felt like seconds later. He fell off the chair, smacking his head on the floor as he struggled to escape from his tangled blankets. A sliver of dim grey daylight pushed through the dusty windows, illuminating a few more shapes than he had seen the night before. A small chest was hidden behind the side table, with more heavy books stacked on top, and a small, oddly clean photo frame to the left of them. Harry climbed to his feet, tugging his cloak up around his shoulders as he grabbed his wand. "Potter!" Snape hissed from the doorway. Harry whirled around at the sound, fear shooting through him. He hadn't done anything wrong, he hadn't left the chair. Technically, he had fallen off of it, but he hadn't moved from it. Snape eyed the cloak around his shoulders and paused in the doorway for a moment, before looking back at Harry. His eyes tightened for a moment, and it looked frighteningly like he was worried or pained, but Harry couldn't be sure. He didn't think he had ever seen Snape worried before. "Keep your cloak on, and don't make a sound," Snape said, flicking his wand at Harry's trunk and shrinking it again. He nodded once he saw Harry toss the cloak over his head and dropped the shrunken trunk into his pocket. Snape then disappeared down the hallway, leaving Harry feeling both very worried and angry. He suppressed the immediate urge to run after Snape and ask what he was doing and what that shriek had been. His curiosity burned in the back of his mind, reminding him unhelpfully of the millions of questions he had never had answered at the Dursleys. He heard the front door opening and someone speaking. It sounded like a man's voice, but Harry couldn't place it. He crept forward silently, struggling to listen, but belatedly realized there was something intentionally muffling the sound. He turned back around, hoping the window might offer a better view of who it was. The glass was smoke-stained and grimy, but not completely opaque. It reminded him of the windows in their potions classroom. They were charmed against collecting dust, but the fumes had stained them so much that they looked almost like an ugly and blurry stained glass window. Reaching the window, he stood as tall as he could, half climbing on the drawers in the small chest as he tried to peek out. The voices were still muffled, but he could see the shape of a tall man dressed in black. He was much bigger than Snape and leaned on the doorframe, sometimes attempting to step inside before dodging back outside. Harry watched for as long as he dared before turning away. He paused in front of the photo frame, suddenly remembering how out of place it felt. It was empty, just the backing showing behind very polished glass. He sighed. Harry felt a whirlwind of questions in his mind. Why was there a frame with no photo? He reached out, turned it around, and poked at the backing, hoping to will a photo into existence. Suddenly, the door slammed, startling him. He rushed to the chair, pulling himself up as quickly as he could, trying to look inconspicuous. 2 sets of feet thundered down the hallway, one clearly faster than the other. Harry felt his breath catch in his throat and dove off the chair, desperately searching for a hiding spot. His cloak helped, but if someone entered the room, they would certainly find him. He darted around the side table and squeezed behind the chair, trying to quiet his panicked breaths. A small gift, Severus, from the Dark Lord, an oily voice slithered into the room. Harry recognized the voice immediately, and his head spun as memories of the graveyard flooded his mind. A gift to thank you for your loyalties. Bile rose in his throat, and his hands went numb. He tried to think of a plan to escape. Maybe he could light the chair on fire, break the window, and climb out. Charming Avery, I'll keep it in a box, Snape replied. It was great fun removing it, though. I thought it'd look nice in here, where you could see it, Avery said. Something small landed on the side table to Harry's right with a muffled thud. He heard a whispered spell and then retreating footsteps. Perfect. Do thank our Lord the next time you see him. He'll be pleased to know you enjoy it. Their footsteps faded as they left the room. Harry couldn't feel his legs and wasn't sure he could move to discover what had been left, or why. The scent of damp tombstones lingered in the air, and he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. A cacophony of voices washed over him, laughing and jeering, taunting him in his fear. Accio Harry Potter. Snape's voice pulled Harry from the memory. He jerked, flipping over the chair and flying across the room before colliding with Snape. He felt his cloak ripped from his head as Snape crouched down, his dark eyes wild as he looked at Harry. Drink this, Snape said quickly, shoving the calming draught he had earlier at him. Harry's throat gurgled, and he shuddered, feeling his knees weaken as his heart thundered in his chest. Panic and fear raced through him. Voldemort's high laugh echoed in his ears, and Cedric's lifeless body appeared on the ground. Snape's hand darted out, catching the shoulder of Harry's shirt. He pulled Harry a little closer and tipped the vial into his mouth. Harry choked slightly, unable to swallow smoothly. He shuddered at the uncomfortable cooling sensation that coated his throat and slowed his heart. His knees went numb, and he was thankful that Snape hadn't let go yet. Snape dropped the empty bottle onto the ground. What did he give you? Harry asked once the room stopped spinning. His voice sounded like he'd swallowed glass, and his head wobbled on his shoulders. Pettigrew's middle finger. Hold on. Harry felt Snape's arms come around him. One wrapped around his back, and another supported him beneath his legs. It wasn't the most comfortable hold, but Harry couldn't focus on that at the moment. He promised himself he would be mortified later. As the world went dark, his head tilted, and he fell against Snape's shoulder. The soft wool there was a far better pillow than the chair had been. Chapter 3. Something rough rubbed against Harry's face, and the odd dream he'd been having lingered in his ears. It sounded like his mother's voice, though he was sure he had no memory of her aside from her screaming. Yet here she was, humming a song. He twisted, brushing against the uncomfortable fabric, before shooting upwards in fear. Avery had given Pettigrew's finger to Snape as a thank you. Avery worked for Voldemort. Snape was a Death Eater. How did Harry keep forgetting? He shouldn't have left Privet Drive with him. He shouldn't have let Snape give him any calming drafts. He should have. Don't leave the chair. There are volatile ingredients here, and I don't need you killing yourself accidentally, Snape said distractedly. Harry whipped around, staring at Snape as terror crept up his throat and options flashed through his mind. Snape hadn't looked up at him yet. In fact, he seemed focused on his work. A few black cauldrons sat lined up close to him, each steaming with varying ingredients. Harry considered tipping Snape's workbench over. That could distract him long enough to escape. But Snape might kill him for that. Maybe he'd poison him, like he'd threatened before, or wrap him so tightly in his blanket that he'd be smothered. What if he wrapped Harry up so much that he couldn't move and just dropped him off by Voldemort? The blanket slid down as Harry's nervous shivers grew. He reached down and grabbed it quickly. The little comfort it brought by covering him up far outweighed the worry of Snape using it to kill him. The phantom pain of rope chafed over his wrists, burning in his mind, and the sudden memory of Tom Riddle SR's headstone flashed into his thoughts. He wouldn't put it past Snape to tie him up to keep him out of trouble. At least he'd be warm. He didn't remember being warm in there. In the graveyard, Harry tugged the blanket around his shoulders, realizing a moment later that it was his invisibility cloak. His wand poked out from the crease of the chair. He picked at Dudley's old shirt. Snape was vile, but he wouldn't take Harry to Voldemort while armed. If he wanted to kill Harry, he could have just handed him over to Avery. Why would Snape have bothered with calming drafts and letting him stay in the shabby house if it was all for Voldemort? Snape didn't want him dead. Well, maybe he did, but he wasn't going to kill Harry today. Sitting up, Harry ran a finger over the faded fabric of the chair. It was rough corduroy and felt oddly out of place in the dreary potions lab. "Where are we, sir?" Harry asked, remembering to add sir at the last moment. "Don't ask questions, I'm working," Snape replied, not looking up. Harry bristled, feeling every inch of his 6-year-old body thrumming. Aunt Petunia's voice echoed in his ear. "Don't ask questions." "But I just want." "I don't care what you want." Aunt Petunia had screamed, towering above him with her red face pinched in fury. "I never wanted you. Does it look like I got what I wanted?" A crack that Harry hadn't realized was in his heart ached and widened. He wasn't sure why that memory hurt him now. He didn't care about what the Dursleys wanted. He always knew they were cruel people. "Potter," Snape's fingers snapped in front of Harry's eyes. "Smell this." He held out a sprig of leaves. "What is it?" Harry asked, giving the plant a distrustful look. "Witch hazel," Snape replied, giving Harry a disappointed look. "You've brewed with it for 4 years. Do you truly pay such little attention?" "I pay attention," Harry said, blushing as he noticed the resemblance now. "I'd just like to be sure." Snape gave him a sour look but didn't comment again when Harry leaned over to smell the plant. The scent burned his nose and throat, and he couldn't contain the cough that racked him until Snape pulled it away. Snape stalked over to his cauldrons quickly, twisting the sprig between his fingers as he moved. "Why did I have to smell that?" Harry asked, rubbing his throat. "Don't ask." "Please?" Harry pleaded, feeling his voice catch at the end. A humiliated, teary feeling burned behind his eyes. He hadn't intended to ever say a please to Snape. He wanted to crawl into a hole. "You didn't ask for me, I get it." "I didn't ask for this either," Harry shouted, feeling the tears start to fall. He rubbed his eyes violently, dreading whatever had taken over his emotions. Maybe Snape had been right earlier, he did have the emotions and impulses of a 6-year-old. He didn't remember crying when he was 6, though. He'd been tougher then than he was now. He didn't want to see Snape sneer. He didn't even want to think about Snape's reaction to his crying. Snape had seen him at his very worst. He'd seen him cry. He'd seen him hide in the cupboard, panic in the street, and again in the sitting room. Harry swallowed painfully. Snape had seen him wearing Dudley's shirt and a pair of rubber-banded pants. What hit you and your cousin was an incorrectly made aging potion. If it had been made correctly, you'd have the mentality of the age you're presently at. There is a chance the potion was altered to leave you mentally at 15, however it is unlikely, given some of your behavior. Snape's voice was soft in the dark room. Witch hazel has many uses in aging potions, it is often a common ingredient. There are some aging potions that bypass it, however, in favor of more precise ingredients. The issue arises when witch hazel is used alongside one of these ingredients. By coughing, you indicated that witch hazel was present in the original potion. Harry paused, blinking through damp eyelashes at his professor. Snape looked, for lack of a better word, awkward. He seemed to be watching Harry carefully, though Harry couldn't determine why. Snape appeared tense, but not in the bitterly angry way he had been before. At least, he looked as uncomfortable as Harry felt. Maybe Harry should say thank you. He had never thanked Aunt Petunia when she finally provided him with an ounce of information, usually putting him in his cupboard or sending him outside before he could. Thank you, Harry said, feeling the moment deserved it. Perhaps they had come to some kind of equally humiliated truce. Maybe the shabby house had been Snape's, and he felt equally horrified at Harry having seen it. Snape hummed and turned back to his work. Harry leaned back in his chair, wondering where they both stood now. He still wanted to know where they were, if they were still at Spinner's End, or somewhere else. The lab looked more well-kept than any of the rooms he had been in before. The small windows at the top of the room let in very thin light, hardly enough to see by. Snape had set a few torches around to combat that, though Harry wasn't sure if they truly helped. He would have to bide his time and wait between questions. That had sometimes worked with Aunt Petunia, maybe it would work with Snape. What would his next question be? He had to be smart about it, because no matter how much his curiosity burned, asking Snape outright about Aunt Petunia was likely not going to work. Snape knew she hated magic, that was true enough. The way he had spoken to her confirmed that. He knew her more than just an average person did. Harry was sure of it. Come along, Potter. I'm hungry, and I'd rather not leave you alone. Here, Snape said as he stood up. He dropped his quill onto a page to mark his place before turning on his heel. Harry got to his feet and grabbed his wand before climbing off the chair. His cloak pulled around him. The urge to ask where they were going surged through him, but he pushed it down. He would find out by following. The cold floor felt uncomfortable beneath his feet, and he wished he had thought to make smaller socks out of one of Dudley's old pairs. If they were still at Spinner's End, Snape wouldn't complain about Harry tracking dirt through the house, especially with the way it looked now. They climbed a crooked wooden staircase and emerged into the dirty hallway Harry had seen the night before. "Do you live here, sir?" Harry asked, the question escaping before he could stop it. Snape paused as he stepped into the kitchen. "Does this house look lived in, Potter?" Snape replied with a sneer, glancing back at him. "No," Harry started, feeling like he had just returned to square one with Snape. More questions bubbled up in his mind. "Is this your house? Why is it so dirty? Why do you have an empty photo frame? How do you know Aunt Petunia? Why did Avery give you that gift? Are you a Death Eater, or aren't you?" "Don't ask stupid questions," Snape said, turning to open a cupboard and pulling out a bowl. "So I'm only allowed to ask smart ones?" Harry replied. Snape sniffed. "Potter, if you're able to use your brain and come up with even one single intelligent. If you know my Aunt Petunia so well, then you knew my mum. When did you meet my mum?" Harry interrupted. The bowl in Snape's hands dropped, shattering into 1,000 pieces that scattered across the floor. Harry didn't give Snape the chance to react. He dove out of the kitchen. Harry rushed down the hallway, desperately searching for a cupboard. His heart pounded in his chest as fear coursed through him. He couldn't remember if he had seen one the day before, but the urge to hide inside one was overwhelming. Snape was going to kill him. The last time he had broken a dish, Aunt Petunia had swung a frying pan at him. She had nearly hit him but missed. Dodging out of the way had only made her angrier, and he couldn't recall how long he had been trapped in his cupboard afterward. He slid on the wooden floor and jumped to reach the doorknob of the front door, but long arms wrapped around his middle and pulled him away. Harry screamed and kicked out, nausea swirling in his stomach as he was lifted. "Potter!" Snape's voice rang loudly in his ear. Harry tried to kick again, but felt his cloak quickly wrapping around his legs. "Stop moving, now!" Snape ordered. Harry froze, his breath coming in large gasps. His chest felt too tight, and his stomach rebelled, causing him to spit out bile down his front. "You are hysterical, Potter. You need to breathe," Snape said, flicking his wand at the mess. "Despite what you may believe, I am not in the habit of hitting small children." Snape lifted him fully, holding him awkwardly as he carried him back into the kitchen. Reckless and rude as they may be, Harry struggled to breathe. Painful coughs racked his lungs. Snape sat him on top of a grimy counter and tightened the cloak further. He brushed a long finger firmly down Harry's nose and back up, repeating the motion several times. Harry blinked at the sensation, feeling his breathing begin to slow. "You stepped on glass," Snape said, exhaling slowly himself. He waved his wand over the kitchen floor, and the broken pieces vanished. "I would have thought you'd at least have the sense to hold still." "There's broken glass everywhere," Snape said, carefully tugging Harry's feet from the cloak. He waved his wand over the sole of Harry's foot. A large piece of glass was stuck at an odd angle. It didn't look too bad, but it was bleeding quite a bit. Harry realized, a bit too late, that his feet had hurt while he was running. Snape pulled down another bowl and, with a whispered "Aguamenti," filled it with water. Harry felt as if he had run a marathon in 5 minutes. He wondered why Snape hadn't given him another calming draught, as it seemed to be his first reaction to Harry's previous panics. "Do you have a pair of socks?" Snape asked, methodically pulling out smaller pieces of glass. Harry shook his head, not trusting his voice. He had already humiliated himself more than once that day. His throat still burned painfully, and more tears pooled in his eyes. "I will shrink some of your clothes. Providing you with an antidote may take some time," Snape said, pulling out another piece of glass and healing the cut with a flick of his wand. His long fingers brushed over the cuts. Harry nodded, dreading the thought of staying small and terrified. He had never thought being 6 would be so difficult. "I am not a babysitter, Potter," Snape said, leaning back. Harry stared at him, confused by the comment. Snape seemed more awkward now than he had in the basement. "I don't really need one, sir," Harry started, struggling to pull his hands from the tight cloak. "I can manage myself just fine." "Clearly," Snape replied, gesturing to Harry's current state. "I meant, I cannot send for someone to collect you. Having you present to answer questions while I research an antidote is the quickest route to finding one. Therefore, you will need to stay. While dragging you into a catatonic stupor with calming drafts is helpful, it isn't a feasible long-term solution." Snape paused and reached towards Harry's cloak, untying it. "Your behavior needs to be addressed." Harry wrapped his freed arms around his stomach. He hadn't planned for Snape to break the bowl, it had just happened. "I really can manage just fine, sir. It was just an accident," Harry said. Old hopes and fears whispered harshly in his mind. He recalled the time Dudley had broken one of Aunt Petunia's teacups. "Go away, Dudley," Harry had hissed as he dusted. "I'm bored," Dudley replied, tapping a finger against the china tea set. "And it's raining. Where am I supposed to go?" "I don't care where you go, Diddydumpkins," Harry had said, grabbing another teacup and wiping it with a rag. "But away would be a great start." Dudley sneered at him, and a cruel look glimmered in his eyes. He whipped his hand out and grabbed one of the cups, tossing it onto the floor and smiling as it shattered into sharp, dainty pieces. Fear coursed through Harry. "Dudley!" he half-whispered, his panic-stricken voice strangled in his throat. Before either of them could move, the scattered pieces rattled on the floor, flew together, and reassembled as though it had never broken. Both Dudley and Harry stared at the cup. "Mummy!" Dudley screamed, his face paling the longer he stared. "You're such a freak!" Dudley growled as Aunt Petunia appeared. No amount of pleading had helped him escape his cupboard then, and he wondered why he thought it would help now. Snape sighed. "Potter, I'm aware that you didn't break the bowl." He pinched the bridge of his nose. "I'm referring to your behavior afterwards." Harry squinted at his professor. "Running through glass, Potter," Snape said flatly. "Are you truly so dense you can't figure that out?" I'm not dense, Harry snapped, resisting the urge to shout. And you said? I could ask an intelligent question if I could think of one, and I did. That's not dense, and you didn't even answer me. Snape paused, his eyes narrowing as they moved over Harry before he spoke again. Why did you run into the cupboard when your aunt yelled at you last night? Harry flinched, pulling back in anger. She seemed quick to foist you onto someone else, didn't she? Snape sneered, leaning forward closer. Anytime somebody asks you something that you don't like to talk about, you attack them. Harry shouted, pushing back as his anger surged again. The Dursleys had perfected that style of punishment with him. They would always find a way to remind him of his supposed nastiness or freakishness to distract from their own behavior. You're a bully, he yelled at Snape. Just like you always say about my dad. Your father was a nasty bullying toe rag, Potter. Snape shouted back, his face flushed with anger. He was a vile, cruel little boy. And you hated him because my mum was friends with him. Harry's voice cut through Snape's words. But you were friends with her first, and couldn't stand him, is that it? Harry felt a rush of certainty as he noticed the color drain from Snape's pale face. The only way Snape could know about Aunt Petunia's hatred of the nickname was if he had known her. If he had known her, he had known Harry's mum. Harry knew that Snape had been in the same year as his parents because Sirius and Professor Lupin had told him so. They all knew each other. Sirius never called Aunt Petunia Tuny, though. He barely even remembered her name. Snape had known his mum before they had even been to school. He must have, and Harry was sure of it. Your mother wasn't friends with James Potter, Snape said quietly, having pulled away from Harry at some point. Not at first. Harry's previous anger drained away, leaving him feeling exhausted. Will you tell me about her at least? Aunt Petunia never has. Potter, Snape said in a long-suffering tone. Harry corrected. He realized Snape had never said a single unkind word about his mother. He had never mentioned her at all, which was odd considering the last 4 years Snape had spent openly berating Harry's dad. She named me Harry. Don't you think you should call me that? Sirius had told him that. James had wanted to name him after his grandfather to keep alive a pureblood tradition. Snape rubbed his fingers into his eyes, looking more human with each passing moment. Your mother? Lily, Harry supplied, feeling a small thrill of excitement. Snape was human. He wasn't an evil git, he had a weakness. A weakness Harry felt similarly about. Harry, Snape said forcefully. Lily is a difficult subject. What about little things then? They don't have to be difficult. Harry blinked hopefully at Snape. Snape stepped closer, moving slowly so Harry could anticipate his actions. He picked Harry up under his armpits and gently set him down on the floor, his cloak following quickly after. Snape began cooking again as Harry climbed into one of the chairs. Please? Harry asked, remembering how it had helped when they were in the lab. Snape sighed again, almost curling in on himself. You look more like her at this age than you look like Potter. Harry jumped to his feet and ran to the bathroom. He threw himself onto the toilet lid and leaned over the sink to look in the mirror. It was hard to see what Snape meant, given the years of dirt and dust on the mirror. He wasn't sure which features to focus on, but he stared nonetheless. His eyes looked very much the same, almond-shaped and green. In his younger body, his chin was a bit less defined and softer. Harry didn't think his nose had changed much as he grew. He noticed his scar while studying himself, seeing the inflamed red grooves. It looked deeper and more jagged than usual. He jumped off the counter and walked quickly into the kitchen, looking up at Snape, who seemed to have ignored Harry's small adventure. Be more careful with your feet. They're recently healed, Snape said. Your trunk is in the sitting room again. Go collect a few things to wear. Harry stared at the man's back, wondering if he could get away with asking a few more questions. He decided to remain quiet as a show of good faith. The less Snape had to argue or berate him, the more time they could spend discussing his mum. He found his trunk quickly and pulled out the first sweater misses. Weasley had knit for him, along with a few less ragged t-shirts, trousers, and socks. A wave of embarrassment washed over him at the thought of Snape seeing his underpants, but he grabbed them anyway, imagining how much happier he would be wearing pants that didn't need to be rubber-banded together. "Here," Harry said as he entered the kitchen. He half wondered if he should set the clothes down but didn't want to risk dirtying them. "Put them on the spare chair. We're going to discuss what will be expected of you while you are here," Snape said, handing a bowl of salad to Harry once his clothes were dropped onto the chair. Chapter 4. Harry sat back on the threadbare rug and began flipping through the beginnings of his chance homework. Complicated diagrams and wand work aside, he was confident he could finish it without Hermione's help. However, he bitterly reminded himself that he wasn't interested in asking for her help in the first place, given her brief letters. "Stay calm and don't pick a fight, Harry," he mimicked her voice, pitching it insultingly high. "Don't give the Dursleys a reason to punish you." He sneered, as if they'd ever needed a reason. He imagined them all at Ron's house, him explaining how hopeless their letters made him feel. He'd shout about how utterly destroyed he felt not knowing anything about Voldemort now that he had returned, and how he had been the unbelievably stupid person manipulated into helping him. He had been cut open and tortured, then sent to the Dursleys for 3 months, only to be ignored. He wanted them to apologize and tell him everything they knew, or better yet, to promise never to treat him like that again. A small, nearly silent voice hummed in his mind, reminding him that they might not know any more than they were telling, and maybe felt equally miserable sending pointless letters. They'd probably try to apologize at the first chance they had. Harry also tried to remind himself of the danger they'd all face if an owl with important information was attacked by a Death Eater. That small bit of insight had been driven into his head by the meeting with Avery. He crossed his arms tightly, bitter and angry with the situation, but feeling moderately better. Worry still rippled through him after how close he and Snape had come to being found out early that morning. Twisting, he stared at the small bed he would be sleeping in and the other worn but clean things in the room. Snape had been remarkably decent. His list of rules wasn't designed for failure like the Dursleys usually was. More in line with average school rules than anything else. Aside from a few threats to disembowel him and hide his body parts in potions if he ever discovered Harry discussing this house or his personal life with his nosy little friends. That wasn't unexpected. Maybe Ron and Hermione would yell at him for not writing to them about everything he'd seen. Nausea rolled through Harry at the thought of Pettigrew's finger. It was still in the sitting room, or it had been the last time he saw it. Harry gagged and tried to refocus on his homework. At least he was comfortable. Being 6 was significantly easier with clothes that fit. He knew how vulnerable it felt to be small and forced to wear ill-fitting clothes, and Snape had done a nice job shrinking his things. Snape was all right as far as company went, especially when he wasn't in a vile mood. He hadn't thrown Harry in a cupboard, yelled at him, hit him, or even pretended like he would hit him. They hadn't had a chance to talk more about Lily yet, but Harry had plans for that. Harry had also been spending an embarrassing amount of time in front of the mirror, looking at his face and trying to find a resemblance to his mum. Years of hearing about how similar he and his dad were hadn't made it easy. Snape almost banned him from the bathroom, but when Harry awkwardly explained, Snape had ended up transfiguring a small plate into a hand mirror for him. Harry couldn't explain it, but he would rather die than have Ron find out about that. There was always the chance that all of the Slytherins in their year would learn a few unpleasant details about his life as well, but Harry was willing to suffer that for facts about his mum. Snape didn't seem like the type to let truly important information slip into their slimy hands. A small thump came from downstairs, and the soft flutter of wings made Harry jump to his feet. Hedwig hadn't found him yet, but Harry had been hopeful she would be. Harry wanted his friend back desperately. Hermione insisted that Hedwig didn't understand English, but Harry knew she grasped what he said. He hurried down the hallway and the stairs, jumping the last 2 steps in excitement. Suddenly, he flinched as his godfather's voice boomed through the house. "You miserable sniveling!" Harry dashed into the kitchen, fear coursing through him. Snape was glaring angrily at a howler. "Rotten bastard! How dare you think you can hide my godson from me?" How do you think you can take him from his home? Incendio! Snape hissed, thrusting his wand forward. And keep him with you? You think because Dumbledore trusts you that you get a free pass to him? Did you think I wouldn't find out? Who in their right mind would entrust Harry into your filthy Death Eater hands? Lacanum inflammari. If I don't see him in my house safe and sound in the next 2 hours, you'll have a lot more than Voldemort to worry about. The howler snapped its parchment teeth at Snape's wand and tore itself to shreds. The kitchen fell silent as they both stared at the remnants of the letter. The thought of Sirius seeing Harry looking so small would ruin everything and be painfully humiliating. Sirius wouldn't take him seriously. He wouldn't listen to Harry. He certainly wouldn't keep his mouth shut around Snape, and Harry needed him to stay quiet. This was his chance to learn more about his mum. We can't go, Harry shouted, tugging at his hair. Sirius can't see me like this. He'd never let it go. Believe me, Potter, I'd rather let your precious mutt stew in his own vitriol, Snape replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. Harry imagined Sirius screaming and trying to attack Snape. Please, Professor, can't I just write him back? Harry asked, his mind racing with worse and worse scenarios. He pictured Sirius shouting at Snape, then turning on Harry for not telling him about this. What if Sirius said Harry couldn't be around Snape anymore, despite how much his mum had liked him? Harry worried that Sirius might look at him and call him an awful, ugly little monster, saying he never wanted anything to do with Harry again. He shook his head, that last thought sounding disturbingly like Aunt Petunia. Yet, it lingered. I can write him and calm him down, or I could write Professor Lupin. He could help calm Sirius down, Harry said, turning and racing back through the hallway. Potter! Snape called after him. Harry, he corrected as he scrambled up the stairs into the spare bedroom. He reached for the parchment in his trunk and grabbed his quill just before Snape appeared in the doorway. Harry, writing to him or the wolf isn't going to solve this, especially since your handwriting is already atrocious. They'll assume I've forced you to write a note, Snape said, snatching the parchment from him. I have no desire to receive another howler from your miserable godfather, nor do I want to be in his presence ever again. However, he paused, inhaling slowly. Dread pulled in Harry's stomach. Snape was going to make them go. It will be easier to show up and prove you are neither dead nor dying. Sirius won't. Harry hesitated, unsure how to explain what Sirius would and wouldn't accept. Staying with Snape was clearly an issue, as Harry had been terrified at first. But Sirius would never be okay with it, no matter how many interesting facts about Lily Snape could provide. He probably thought Harry felt the same way, and that was why he had sent the howler. He would never accept Harry wanting to stay with his professor, not for a second. He won't, While it will take a minute to explain your physical state, the dog will get over it, Snape said. Loath as I am to give Black anything he wants in a timely manner, it would be easier if this was over and done with quickly. 2 potential antidotes need a few ingredients that I can collect from him as well. Harry sat down hard on the rug, feeling more horrified and miserable by the second. What if Sirius thought this was his fault? What if he thought Harry was attention-seeking, or if he thought it was a prank like Uncle Vernon? What if he thought it was so irresponsible of Harry that he decided he wanted nothing to do with him? "Po Harry," Snape began, his voice dropping awkwardly around Harry's name. "You do like your godfather, unless I'm mistaken?" "Well, yeah," Harry said, curling in on himself. "He's always tried to be here for me, but," he paused, unsure how to describe how important Sirius's letters and advice made him feel. He wasn't sure he could express it to someone like Snape, he didn't even know a name for it. He just didn't want to ruin anything between himself and Sirius. "Well, there's no accounting for taste. I find him deplorable, an opinion your mother agreed with for several years. She did, however, describe a few of his less despicable qualities upon occasion," Snape said, crossing his arms as he grimaced. "He doesn't discard those he views as family easily. Will that pacify you enough to stop pouting and get off the floor?" Harry jumped as indignation jolted through him. "I'm not pouting," he snapped. I'm worried. There's a difference, and it's not exactly like I have a bunch of people who care. Your thousands of fans are only an owl away, Potter. Merely whinge to the press. None of these thousands of people knew my mum or dad, though. Do they? Harry said, his throat tightening with anger. They just want to use me, or tell me what they think I want to hear. They think I'm just some special ornament to be brought to parties and shown off. And you? He suddenly stood up, feeling frustrated that Snape was so much taller than him. You always tell me how my fame goes to my head and that I think I'm so special, but I don't think I had anything to do with Voldemort's death because I was just 1 year old. If anyone deserves fame, it's my mum, and I'd throw myself off the astronomy tower if I thought it would bring her back. At some point, his hands had formed fists, and tears streamed down his face. This felt so unfair. He coughed hard, struggling to breathe. He wasn't a crier, he had never been, and somehow, he had cried more in the last 2 days than in his entire life. Maybe anger translated differently in a small body, but he didn't understand why. He was used to being scolded, ignored, and treated unfairly. Aunt Petunia had never allowed him to have this kind of breakdown in his life. Snape looked shocked, as if Harry had just threatened to blow up his potions cupboard and destroy everything valuable inside. His pale skin became even paler the longer Harry yelled. He rubbed furiously at his nose and eyes, trying to stop the tears. This was not fair at all. All right, Snape said, sinking to his knees and looking as uncomfortable as Harry felt. All right, Harry. He slowly held out his arms. Harry eyed him nervously and stepped forward, still unable to control the emotion swirling inside him. I don't have a lot of people, Harry finally said, letting his misery wash over him as he stepped into Snape's arms, allowing them to wrap around him completely. Snape held Harry in a painfully gentle hug as he caught his breath and tried to regain his composure. Without realizing it, Harry pushed his head into the crook of Snape's neck. He was unsure why this felt more comforting than his usual method of running off alone. The small room was warm, and Snape was warm too, which seemed to help. You certainly inherited Lily's temper, Snape said after a while. One of his hands came up, cupping Harry's head close. Harry sank into him, feeling overjoyed at the thought of sharing something in common. She was once so mad at me that she walked over here and yelled at me every day for a week. Snape's voice was soft in Harry's ear. She was never shy about her anger. She refused to give anyone the silent treatment and wouldn't let anything go until the issue was resolved. He breathed out slowly. Her temper grew more refined as she matured, but it never became less ferocious. My mum's been here? Harry asked, tilting to lean into Snape's chest. He tried to imagine her in the dirty house. A few times, Snape replied. He then let Harry go and climbed back to his feet. Go wash your face, and then we'll go prove your continued health to your godfather. He waved his wand and cleaned away the signs of Harry's distress from his shirt. I assure you, as someone who has had the displeasure of knowing the muck for too many years, he will not change his mind about you. It's far more likely he blames me rather than you or anyone else. If he truly does change his mind, I'll hex him. Snape turned and left, his footsteps fading as he went down the stairs. Harry paused at the thought of Snape hexing Sirius for him. Maybe he had more people in his corner than he thought. Snape might also jump at any chance to hex Sirius, though. It took him a few minutes to clean up and find some clothes without holes. Harry put on the first Weasley sweater Mrs. Weasley had made for him, thinking that Sirius would appreciate seeing him in something crafted by people he trusted. He found Snape in the sitting room, flipping through a stained book and making small notes in the margins. We will apparate there. Read this note first. You won't be able to see the house without knowing the address, Snape said, pulling a piece of parchment from his pocket. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London, Harry read, committing the information to memory. The Order of the Phoenix, sir, he asked. An ostentatious title for a group of people with differing opinions from those of the Dark Lord. Never discuss it openly around me, here or at Hogwarts, Snape replied as they walked down the front hall. Harry nodded, feeling as if he had somehow already joined the group. Snape draped Harry's invisibility cloak around his shoulders. Once Harry was well hidden, Snape took hold of his arm and opened the front door. They walked a few steps down the sunny street before Snape spun on his heel, and Spinner's end blurred into a dizzying spin. As quickly as they had left, they arrived, landing hard in front of grey and brown row houses. By the time Harry collected himself enough to stand, a house had emerged between numbers 11 and 13. They stepped through the front door, and seconds after it shut, Sirius had thrown Snape against it. "Sirius!" Professor Lupin's worried voice rang down the hallway. "I don't see him, Snivelus." Sirius snarled, his teeth beginning to grow longer, quickly nearing the size they would be on Snuffles. "Potter!" Snape shouted, pressing his wand into Sirius's throat. "Present yourself." Harry tugged the cloak off before Sirius could react. His heart pounded in his chest as both Sirius and Lupin froze. "Merlin's balls, Harry," Sirius breathed as he turned. Sirius snatched Harry into his arms, settling him against his hip. "When I heard about what happened, I just about lost it," he said as they left Snape in the front hall and walked into a large kitchen. Sirius hugged him closer as a slight tremble ran through Harry's small frame. A nervous fear whispered in the back of his mind, worrying him that Sirius might drop him or throw him. He gripped Sirius's shirt tightly in his fists. It felt ridiculous, as Sirius had never made Harry feel that way. Yet, Harry had a vague memory of Aunt Petunia dropping him into his cot more than once and throwing him a bit before he had fully learned to walk. He wasn't well versed in being carried. "Bloody hell, Harry!" Ron's voice cut through Harry's thoughts. The immediate urge to jump away from Sirius and run to Snape surged in his mind. He hoped Snape hadn't known Ron and Hermione would be there. That would have been cruel. "Ronald! Don't swear in front of him." Hermione's sharp voice interrupted the haze of terror. "He's a child." "Oh, bollocks," Sirius said, his large hand coming up to pat Harry's back as Harry hid his face, embarrassed, in Sirius's neck. "Well, I already said a few, so it can't really hurt to add another." "He's only physically a child, he's mentally 15, Snape said, appearing behind Sirius. His dark eyes drilled into Sirius's back, offering an odd comfort to Harry. "Oh, well, great," Ron said, sounding like he had begun walking closer but had stopped short. "Harry?" Sirius asked, rubbing Harry's back again. Harry tensed, holding Sirius's shirt tighter still, feeling his fingers beginning to go numb. "Harry, you all right?" "Perhaps the feeling of being thrown about without one's consent is disorienting," Snape said smoothly. "And uncomfortable. Do you think I'd hurt my godson?" Sirius spat, spinning around. Harry shut his eyes tight at the feeling. "Sirius," Hermione began, her voice filled with worry, but she seemed to grasp Snape's point. "I don't think it was about that." Sirius turned again, and the nervous feeling in Harry's stomach crept higher. "Harry's never struck me as someone who, Hermione paused, choosing her words carefully. "Well, he's quite independent. He likes his feet on the ground," she finally said. "Oh," Sirius replied, looking a bit dumbfounded. "I'm sorry, Promslet." He gently untangled Harry's numb fingers from his shirt. "Just got a bit overexcited." Harry was set gently on his feet. He sighed in relief and looked up, remembering just how tall Sirius was. He turned to find Hermione and Ron, realizing they were closer than he had thought. "I'm glad you're all in one piece, Harry," Lupin's voice came from behind Sirius. Dumbledore was vague in his letter. "Is your cousin dealing with this as well?" Lupin asked as he stepped around Sirius. A long wooden table ran down the center of the room, separating Hermione and Ron from Sirius and Lupin. "Yeah," Harry replied, jumping as Hermione squeaked. He blinked in confusion at her and caught an apologetic look on her face before turning back to Lupin. "But he's older, 11 or 12 maybe," Harry added. "And you don't know anything about who did it?" Sirius asked, pulling out a chair. "No," Harry shook his head. We never saw anyone. Well, Sirius said, pinching his lips in thought, I don't see why you've got to stay with Snape. His eyes narrowed as they slid towards Snape. All right, Dumbledore. I'm sure Snape doesn't want you. Contrary to what you believe, Black, having Potter present will expedite the recovery process, Snape interjected. Potter, visit with your friends while I find a few ingredients. I'll collect you soon, he said, his black cloak billowing as he passed Sirius and Lupin. Excuse me? Sirius snarled, rising to his feet. Best be off, you three, Lupin said, ushering them out of the room. We'll sort it out. But who? Harry started. Come on, Harry, Hermione said kindly. Ron's room is closest. She jerked as if to take his hand but thought better of it. They climbed the stairs quickly and turned down the hallway. Faded geometric blue rugs covered the floors, each dustier than the last, while a massive collection of photographs cluttered the walls. It was nearly as full as the walls at Hogwarts. A few broken or burned frames remained, as if someone wanted an angry reminder to look at. Blimey, Harry, were you really that small when Mum knitted that sweater? Ron asked as they stepped into a cramped bedroom. Don't be ridiculous, Ron. It's obvious it's been shrunk, Hermione said. Oh, right, Ron replied, throwing himself onto a bed. Harry looked around the room, noticing little pieces from the burrow tucked into the small space. He spotted Ron's Chudley Cannon's pin, a tattered orange pillowcase, and the quilt that usually covered Ron's bed. Harry? Hermione asked, her voice wavering nervously. Had you two been here all summer? Harry asked, catching Ron's clothes in the cracked door of the wardrobe. Nearly, Ron said, tossing a small ball into the air. Mum's been on one, mate. He caught the ball. We've been cleaning for 2 months straight. It's awful. Ron. Hermione snapped, giving him a fierce look. Oh yeah, 2 whole months with Sirius and the rest of the Order of the Phoenix, Harry said, crossing his arms. He felt the familiar tingle of anger blooming again and debated whether he'd break down. Harry felt like he could become a crying wreck if he yelled at them like he wanted to, but his anger seeped out before he could control it. I can see how awful that must be, really, Harry growled. Surrounded by people who like you and want you. God, Ron, I see your point. Just terrible. Ron's ears turned red, and the ball he had been tossing fell dully to the ground. I didn't mean. But thank God you always found time to write. You really put your heart into those letters. Harry shouted. Oh Harry, we're so sorry. Hermione began, dropping to her knees to look him in the eye. We're so sorry. We hated not having you here. She twitched twice, as if struggling to decide whether to hug him or not. We hated writing those letters too, but Dumbledore made us swear not to give anything away. We asked for you every day though, didn't we, Ron? Right. Ron nodded sharply. Every day, mate. It was awful, yes, but that's because you weren't here with us, not because of the cleaning or lack of information. Hermione said, finally throwing her arms around him apologetically. Harry fell backwards with her but quickly wrapped his arms around her. His eyes burned slightly, and he felt a bubble of happiness warming in his chest. He was wanted, they hadn't ignored him intentionally. She pulled back slowly and dabbed her fingers at her eyes. Ron looked on awkwardly but gave them both an apologetic smile while Hermione sat back and gestured for them both to join her on the floor. What have you guys found out then? He asked, wondering how much snooping they could get away with while they were here. Not much. We know it's called the Order of the Phoenix, of course. Hermione began, detailing the first night she had been brought there. Her parents had been incredibly worried, and so had Dumbledore, it turned out. Ron's parents had felt similarly enough to begin warding the burrow more thoroughly. Mostly they've been organizing and running missions out from the kitchen. The Real, Mad-Eye Moody and a few other Aurors are keeping tabs on some Death Eaters, Ron began. But we don't know which ones, Hermione interrupted, frowning at the lack of information. It's maddening. We're not even sure who is in the order, Ron continued, let alone what they're getting up to. Mum's gone spare over Bill's joining. She's really losing it. You'll have a hell of a time with her now, especially looking the way you do. I'd watch out. Harry shot him a confused look. You're quite cute, Harry, and your voice is so small. Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening. She mothers you enough when you're at your regular age. I'm just warning you. She nearly went over to your relatives when we got Dumbledore's letter. Ron leaned back on his hands. Though we didn't know then what had happened. Right, Hermione nodded. So what did happen? Harry started to tell them, describing Dudley, their walk to the house, and the potion and its color. He recounted the oddness of waking up considerably smaller than he had been when he went to sleep, and Dudley's similar state, which had felt strange even at the time. He wasn't very experienced in potions, but he was fairly sure they didn't have delayed reactions, at least not typically, unless they were poisons. Snape hadn't thought he had been poisoned, though. Hermione jumped up, dashing to Ron's trunk to pull out parchment and a quill. She brushed them both off with a comment about taking notes just in case and began to scribble Harry's observations. While Ron argued about Hermione stealing from his limited supply of parchment, Harry debated whether he should tell them about Snape and his mum. Snape had never brought her up before, not in their 4 years of knowing one another. He had gone out of his way to hide it. It was a difficult topic for him, Harry reminded himself. He thought it might be safer to keep it quiet, at least until he knew more. Harry wondered how Snape would feel about others knowing his secrets. He believed they at least deserved to hear about Avery's appearance, so he quickly shared the news. He left Pettigrew's finger. Ron gagged. So he's lost another one now? Hermione exclaimed in disgust. That's revolting. Harry felt a wave of sympathy and nausea at their reactions. He pondered why Pettigrew seemed to lose so many fingers when 2 loud cracks echoed through the room. Harry, you troublemaker. Goodness me, you're a tiny thing. Fred and George's voices chimed in unison as they sank to their knees. Harry realized he had instinctively darted between Ron and Hermione at the sound of their arrival. We hear you're all the rage downstairs, Fred began. A popular topic, George added. I've never seen Snape argue like he is right now. What? Harry shouted. He tried to run past them but got caught in a tangle of arms. Harry, George said, freeing himself from Fred. You can't run down there now. We'll never find out how it ends if you break it up. Fred lifted him and held him against his hip, throwing his arm under Harry's thighs. Well, they'll probably still need some help breaking it up, but we should listen first. Lupin looked so red in the face, you could probably fry an egg on him. Harry kicked out, trying to hit Fred's ribs but missed. An overwhelming urge to scream for Snape surged through him, but he pinched his mouth shut. The fear that Snape would harm them, or that Sirius would be angry with him for not calling for help, weighed heavily on Harry. His heart sank, and he wished desperately for his cloak, but he couldn't remember where he had left it. He shoved at Fred and kicked out again, feeling a humiliating whine rise in his throat. Harry, sweet Harry, that is a Ginny original kick, and it was patented in her early years, George teased. It'll never work. You can't just grab people. Hermione shouted, standing up. He's not your toy. Fred and George paused mid-step and stared at her. Ron shot them both a disapproving look, his eyebrows furrowed. Put him down, she yelled. Now. The door slammed open, revealing Snape's furious pale face, quickly followed by Sirius's. Fred carefully set Harry on his feet, holding onto his shoulder as he stumbled from the sudden drop. We are leaving. Say goodbye, Snape said in an icy tone. Harry blinked, wanting to ask what had happened during the argument. He wondered if Sirius still liked him, or if Snape hated him now. He wanted to know if he would be going back to Grimmauld Place and if he would see Ron and Hermione again soon. Instead, he twisted and waved, dazed by the flood of emotions. Harry, Sirius said, stopping him as he walked through the doorway. I want you to know, you can write to me about anything, anything at all. I'll come get you if you need me to." He nodded firmly as he spoke and pulled Harry into a tight hug. Sirius kept a close eye on him as they walked down the stairs. Snape handed Harry his cloak, and they were out the door seconds later. Harry managed to get all the way back inside Snape's house before realizing that Snape had held his hand the entire way, from down the hallway and stairs in Grimmauld Place to Spinner's End. Chapter 5. Harry poked at his takeaway curry. The Dursleys had never taken him out to eat, and on the rare occasions they bought takeaway, Dudley devoured it all before Harry even got a chance to see it. They loved to have him smell it, which Harry found especially cruel. "Have you never had curry?" Snape asked, making a note in the margin of one of his books. Harry shook his head and hummed a "No, sir," as he stabbed at what looked like chicken. He had never had the luxury of being picky, and he wasn't about to start now, especially since Snape seemed to be coming around to him. He decided to treat it like a game, ranking each flavor by how much Aunt Petunia would sneer and Uncle Vernon would complain. In Harry's opinion, the first few bites were very good. Dudley might have really enjoyed it. Harry had seen him sneaking off with Piers to get similar foods before, despite the diet Aunt Petunia had him on. However, the amount of vegetables might have put him off. "If you'd like more, you're welcome to it," Snape said, pointing at the box with his fork. "However, be mindful of how much you ate when you were 6. If you eat like you're used to, you'll get sick, and I have no interest in playing nursemaid to you." Harry nodded as he ranked a string bean. It was a little too spicy for his uncle and certainly too spicy for his aunt. "Potter!" Harry jerked and looked up. "Respond when spoken to," Snape said, a hint of his usual demeanor shimmering in his eyes. "Sorry, sir, I'll be careful," Harry replied, feeling as if a stone had dropped into his stomach. He wondered if Snape would revert to his previous self the moment Harry was fixed. He hoped they had both changed enough. The brief thought of a pleasant potions class vanished from his mind in an instant. He pushed away his plate, fully aware of how little he had been given when he had been with the Dursleys. Actually 6. It made sense, in a cruel way, that even when he wasn't with the Dursleys, he was still subjected to their punishments. "You can still eat." "I didn't say you had to stop," Snape snapped. "Listen, Potter. Practice that skill. If you take nothing away from this experience." "I did listen," Harry argued. "And I already ate more than I usually got." Snape paused and blinked at Harry's plate. "You were given less than 2 or 3 mouthfuls." Harry stared at his plate, trying to remember how much Dudley used to steal off of it when they were younger. "Maybe a few more, like 2 more bites," he said, holding up 2 fingers. "And then I'd sneak more later, once they'd gone to bed." He added this proudly before grabbing his fork again, searching for something he was sure Aunt Petunia would have despised. "How did Petunia portion your and your cousin's meals?" Snape asked. Harry cut through the sauce, or curry, as he reminded himself. It was hard to tell what some vegetables were, and though he was sure they'd all be good, he didn't want to lose at his own game. He had only 2 bites to use and didn't want to waste them. "Harry," Snape tapped twice on his plate, drawing his attention back. "Dudley and Uncle Vernon got most everything, and then Aunt Petunia would give me whatever was left," Harry said. "What did she eat then?" Snape asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Oh, well, I guess she went third and gave me what was left of that. Or I'd make myself a sandwich or have some cheese." Harry speared what looked like sausage, though it couldn't possibly have been. Something that didn't make a mess. He didn't think curry had sausage in it, but he really couldn't say. Snape hummed and returned to writing notes. 3 more bites then. Harry looked up again. "But you said to eat the same amount. To begin with, until you are. To consume a reasonable portion. You won't reach your cousin's size anytime soon, nor should that be your goal, but a healthy weight is not unattainable." "Oh," Harry said, feeling confused. 3 more big bites?" Snape stopped and stared, raising both eyebrows. A trickle of worry ran down Harry's neck. He hadn't meant to annoy Snape, he was genuinely curious. But he needed to remember that Snape didn't like to be bothered. Much like the Dursleys, he was better company when left alone. Yes, Snape replied finally, as if he had come to a decision. As large as your cousins would be, I should think. It was the conversation that made Harry realize the truth. Shame curled through him, turning the curry to ash in his mouth and killing what little appetite he had. He had had similar conversations with Hermione before. She would poke and prod until he snapped that Aunt Petunia wasn't obliged to treat him like her own son. She didn't want him, and she had made that painfully clear. As Dumbledore had put it, she had still taken him in. That was just how their relationship worked, and it wasn't ever going to change, no matter how Hermione felt about it. He didn't like Snape knowing all of this about him, but he would have to get over it. While he admitted it was hard to always be self-aware of every action he made, he felt that keeping tabs on his more childlike behaviors should have been easier. It should have been obvious. He stared at his plate, debating whether he could eat one more bite, let alone 3. His stomach already hurt. "One will do," Snape added softly, "if 3 feels like too many." Harry dragged his fork through his plate, spearing anything it touched, and ate as quickly as he could. He'd just have to pretend nothing had happened. Despite how he looked and felt, he wasn't actually a child. He wasn't 6. He reminded himself that he didn't need Snape having more ammunition against him. Embarrassing information about him. He dumped the rest into the box, hoping it would be there tomorrow for breakfast or lunch, and climbed off his chair. The sink was nearly at eye level, but that had never stopped him from washing up before. The vivid memory of the day Aunt Petunia bought brand new cutlery burned down his arms. He had been at the sink for hours, arms above his head. She had made him wash everything at least once. "Thank you for dinner, Harry said as he finished drying everything. He wondered if he should ask Snape if he wanted him to wash his plate too, as that would be expected with Aunt Petunia. But a sharp voice in the back of his mind reminded him that he didn't care if Snape wanted him to wash it. He wasn't there to clean up after Snape. A small voice whispered in his ear that Snape had been kind. "He gave you more to eat than Aunt Petunia, and he held your hand." "Thank you," Harry said again, his voice strangling itself at the end. He shook his head fiercely to push that thought away as he bolted from the room. He cleared the stairs and hallway and launched himself into bed before that awful voice could say anything else. He threw the blanket over his head and buried his face in the pillow. The lumpy mattress was worlds better than the rotten one in his cupboard, but it felt too exposed. The urge to find his cupboard, despite the nice bedroom, ached in him. He groaned into his pillow, feeling more ridiculous by the second. He never wanted his cupboard when he was at school. He had a 4-poster bed there, and he could draw the curtains to hide away when he needed to. He had essentially taken his cupboard with him, even then. It was just a bad day, a bad couple of days in a row. It had been doomed from the start, with Avery and then the bowl breaking, with Sirius and Harry's multiple breakdowns. He closed his eyes and tried to picture his 4-poster bed. Harry thought about how much more appropriate it was to want something other than the cupboard. He wasn't sure when he drifted off to sleep, but the bed had warmed up, and he felt comfortably safe when Hagrid brushed a hand over his shoulder. Harry worried that the half-giant had somehow found another dragon's egg, but instead, he discovered they were preparing for the second task again. He wandered around Durmstrang's large ship, recalling the uncomfortable looks and whispers the students had given him all last year. He tried to ignore it and searched for the fishbowl Ron had told him about. At least he was back to his regular size. He felt far less vulnerable. Neville had warned him not to use gillyweed in the task anymore, as Professor Moody had been quite rude, and Neville advised Harry not to trust him. Harry hadn't had a problem with that. The grisly old man had been one of the more obvious ones who stared. He wasn't even Professor Moody, he was secretly Barty Crouch Jr., but Harry wasn't supposed to know that yet. He had to find a fishbowl to swim in. He turned around and spotted Professor Crouch, or was it Professor Moody? Harry was about to ask him which person he was and where he kept his fishbowl when the old man started to hiss. The sibilant sound brushed softly by Harry's ears before wrapping itself comfortably around his head. The floor was suddenly icy beneath his bare belly, and Harry wondered for a moment why he didn't just walk on his feet, but the thought quickly faded. The scents around him and the warmth radiating from the fireplace were far more interesting. "Tell us, Wormtail," his master's high voice cut through the room. "What did you find in the ministry?" Master," Wormtail began. Harry found himself sliding away. The nervous, rat-like man annoyed him, always groveling and fearful. He slipped beneath the dark table and curled over his master's pale feet briefly before wriggling out of the room. He pushed through the side door and found a dark hallway with two men. "Muggles die every day," a low voice whispered. Harry tilted his head and focused on the sound. "The Ministry won't notice if a few more are missing or dead." It was Lucius Malfoy. His shiny boots glistened with leather polish, and the scent filled the air. "The Ministry always notices," a second voice replied. Harry recognized it as Severus Snape. He always identified him by his cloak, which carried various intriguing scents. As will Dumbledore. Harry struggled to listen to the two men. Every word sounded strange to him, and as soon as a recognizable phrase formed in his mind, it quickly faded into confusion. "It doesn't matter what Dumbledore thinks now, not with the Ministry against him." "We should really thank Potter for that," the first voice said. "Without him, we wouldn't be nearly as far along." That surprised Harry. He hadn't read the Daily Prophet in a while. Did they think he had been lying about Voldemort's return? The second voice hummed in agreement. Harry flicked his tongue out again, curiously exploring the narrow hallway. It was very clean, nearly scentless except for the two men. "Do you think Potter's still at his relatives?" the first voice asked. Harry sensed a hint of fear in Lucius's tone. He wondered why Lucius was so nervous. "I know he is," the second voice replied, sounding much more confident. Harry could sense the truth in him, and if he could smile, he would have. His master generally approved of this second man, Severus Snape. "I've been tasked with watching him." I would have said immediately if he had been moved. "Avery says he hasn't seen him in 2 days," Lucius said. "He thinks he's already been moved," Lucius said. "He should tell the Dark Lord then," Severus responded. Harry couldn't help but agree. He understood how his master felt about important information that failed to reach him. "Imagine if he was wrong," Lucius said, his tone oddly joyful. "He couldn't tell our Lord something like that and be wrong. He told me this afternoon that he'd seen the boy, though." "Avery also thinks he's seen auras battling openly in Muggle markets," Severus replied. "He suffers the same maladaptive visions as Bellatrix." Harry crept closer to the second voice. "All the same, he thinks he's going to find the boy and present him to the Dark Lord. Avery should spend more time doing as our Lord asks." An ear-piercing shriek jolted Harry from his sleep. He sat up, shuddering and breathing hard. His sweater was soaked through, as was the t-shirt beneath. He grimaced and tugged at it, regretting that he hadn't changed since visiting Sirius. His throat ached, and he tried to cough, but found he could hardly make a sound. Climbing out of bed, he stumbled in the dark room. Something caught on his foot, and he tumbled over, landing hard on the rug. He wound his arms over his head, feeling sudden pain radiate from his scar. "Snape!" He gasped as what felt like knives carved down his throat. Pain shot through him, radiating bolts from his forehead and down his neck. He twisted around, keeping one hand pressed heavily on his scar as he looked for what he had tripped over. The room was eerily dark. The small window let in a sliver of dull, grey light that was barely enough to see. His eyes blurred over wetly, but he spotted his trunk. He was small again and had forgotten how tall his trunk was at this height. The room was still too dark to see in, but he stumbled into the hallway and tried to peer through the haze of pain. It felt impossible. Harry could hardly see the railing, let alone the steps. He sniffed and tried to suppress the urge to sit down and cry out for Snape. That wouldn't help, he told himself. Snape already knew too much. The awful dinner conversation lingered shamefully in his mind. He wanted Snape. He wanted Snape to hug him like he had the day before and to tell him more about his mum, to help ease the pain in his scar. "Snape!" Harry called out again, though his throat was too sore to produce more than a weak gurgle. Tears filled his eyes as he felt frustrated with himself. Maybe he was still dreaming? He struggled to recall what had happened in the dream. He was certain he had been a snake at one point. "Harry Potter!" A sing-song voice called from downstairs. Harry froze at the top of the stairs, his heart pounding as fear surged through him. The sound that had woken him was Snape's alarm. "Harry Potter, are you here?" It was Avery, Harry realized. Avery was there, but Snape wasn't, and Harry had no idea where he was. If Snape were here, he would have attacked Avery by now. Harry dashed back into the bedroom, grabbing his wand as a cramp twisted in his stomach and his head throbbed painfully. He wanted to hide. His bed was still damp and would be for some time, and if Avery saw it, he would know someone had been there. Quickly, he threw the covers over the mattress and pushed his pillow beneath, making it look as if he were still asleep. The trunk was too large to hide and too noisy to move. His heart raced in his chest, and he nearly felt sick before managing to calm himself. He spun his wand in his hand, ignoring every fearful instinct and urge. Avery was just one person. Harry had the element of surprise. He had his cloak, and he would use his wand if necessary. A plan formed quickly in his mind. Harry grabbed his cloak and laid it over the trunk, watching it disappear instantly. He closed the door gently, hoping Avery was as foolish as Snape seemed to think he was. Did Snape really believe Avery was stupid? Harry paused, wondering how he knew that. He shook his head as he crept quietly beside the door and hid to the left of it, hoping the door would conceal him when it opened. "Harry Potter? Are you up here?" Avery called, his muffled voice sounding much closer. "I'm a friend of Severus's. He sent me to check on you." Avery's footsteps slid carefully over the old floorboards, and his nervous breath echoed loudly through the walls. Avery truly was foolish if he thought Harry would fall for that. He wasn't a child anymore. Harry's scar flared, and a white-hot pain shot through his eyes. The bedroom furniture blurred together, mixing into a nauseating swirl. Muffled conversations hummed in his ears, distracting him from his fear. Voldemort's high voice screamed furiously. The nearly silent clicking of the doorknob turning caught up to him, and he pressed his fist against his forehead, desperately trying to stop the pain. "Hello?" Avery sang, pushing the door open. It creaked slightly but concealed Harry well enough. "Harry, are you hiding in your bed?" Avery asked as he stepped farther into the bedroom. Stupefied, Harry breathed, falling backward from the force of the spell as it erupted from his wand. Avery flew into the wall, knocking loudly against it before landing heavily on the bed. Harry darted forward and grabbed Avery's wand. He wasn't sure what he would do with it, but he knew he didn't want it near the Death Eater. Wrenching his cloak from atop the trunk, he ran from the room and cleared the stairs in seconds. He knew Snape had a flu. Must have been in the wrong place. It wasn't in the sitting room or the kitchen. The cellar door caught his eye, so he pulled it open. He stumbled and slid down several stairs, landing hard on his bottom as panic threatened to overwhelm him. The urge to scream for help surged within him as his headache throbbed fiercely. He pushed himself up and carefully climbed down the rest of the stairs, resolutely ignoring the pounding in his head. Dangerous things always happened around him, so he should have been grateful that no one had died this time. He needed to stay calm and move on. No one had ever come to his rescue before. Not when he was younger and desperate for someone to want him, nor when he was sick, hurt, or bullied. He had faced Quirrell, the Basilisk, the Dementors, and even the graveyard all alone. Self-reliance, he reminded himself with a long, shaky breath. If Aunt Petunia had taught him any skill, it was self-reliance. He would be fine. No one was coming, and he was used to that. In the back corner of the room, he spotted a dark fireplace, tucked away as if it were an afterthought. Nervously, he stepped closer, apprehensive about being spun through the nauseating fire when he already felt sick. Still, he searched for a tin of flu powder and found some in a small, smoke-damaged jar. He tossed it into the pit and croaked a near silent, "The burrow," before jumping in. Spinner's End rushed past him, and he was spat out onto Mrs. Weasley's worn and singed carpet. "Oh, Mr. Weasley exclaimed as he jumped to his feet, tipping over several old books just as Harry finally got sick. Horrified tears and shame flooded through him as he curled in on himself for a moment. "I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley," Harry choked, coughing through the ash and smoke. "I'm so sorry." He made a mental note to never travel without a stomach soother again. Harry felt like he had thrown up more in the last few days than seemed reasonable. "Goodness, Mr. Weasley leaned forward and waved his wand at Harry. "Did you come out the wrong flue?" He helped Harry up and guided him to the couch. "Arthur?" Harry heard Mrs. Weasley call from the kitchen. "Something wrong?" He could hear the soft sound of knitting needles clicking together. "It's Harry." Harry sniffled and shook his head gently at Arthur's question. He felt like he had been hit by the night bus. Everything ached, especially his head, and he desperately wanted to sleep and forget everything. A shudder ran through him at the thought of Snape finding Avery's unconscious body in the bed. He hoped the Weasleys could get a note to him soon. "Pleased to meet you, Harry," Mr. Weasley said, then turned over his shoulder and called out, "A little boy fell through our flue." He turned back and gave Harry a quick once-over, searching for anything seriously wrong. "What?" Mrs. Weasley hurried into the sitting room. "That's not possible. Bill warded the flue. No one can get in unless they've—" "Oh, Harry!" she exclaimed. Mr. Weasley blinked down at him, confusion giving way to realization. "Ah, Harry, this is the, little trouble then." "Trouble enough, as if you haven't got enough to worry about, you poor dear." Mrs. Weasley pushed past her husband, concern washing over her face at the sight of him. "Ron's told me a little about this now." She cupped his face and tilted it left and right, brushing a soft finger over his cheek. "He was very tight-lipped though. I had half a mind to storm Dumbledore's office, you know, that daft man leaving you alone with Severus." Harry wondered how much Ron had said but didn't want to ask. He couldn't hear anyone else in the house, maybe they were at work. "Grim place." Mrs. Weasley clicked her tongue at the sight of him. She sat down on the couch and asked kindly, "What's happened then?" Harry stammered a confusing explanation. The sharp fear that Avery would break out of the spell in the next few minutes shot through him. He handed Avery's wand off and tried to explain that they needed to act quickly, but neither of the Weasleys could get to Spinner's End through the flue, as it had been warded against them. Instead, they sent a patronus to Dumbledore, warning him of the situation. Harry felt that wasn't the most helpful. He would have preferred they sent a patronus to Snape, but they didn't know where he was. If Snape was near Voldemort, it could have deadly consequences. In Harry's opinion, the consequences were already deadly. He wanted Snape to be safe this instant, though he wasn't sure why it bothered him so much. Snape knew what he was doing, Harry tried to tell himself. He'd always been the cleverest person Harry had known, aside from Hermione, maybe. "Take us through from the beginning, please," Mrs. Weasley said. Harry shivered and began to describe his dream, Avery, and Snape. Bits and pieces of his worries about Sirius, Snape, and his own odd fears kept creeping in. His throat was still sore, and he found himself doubling back to re-explain things, feeling that Mrs. Weasley needed to know why he had made his decisions. As he spoke, Mrs. Weasley hummed and arranged his cloak around him. A cup of tea appeared in his hands halfway through his explanation, though he wasn't sure where it had come from. Every few minutes, she would card a hand through his hair and gesture at his teacup. Exhaustion from the adrenaline and fear was quickly overtaking him. It was silent for a few minutes as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley passed through Harry's story, making small notes and comments to one another. "Does the Ministry know I did magic?" Harry asked suddenly, forcing his eyelids open. He hadn't realized they had been shut. Somehow, he had ended up in Mrs. Weasley's lap, his head resting against her chest. For a moment, jealousy shot through him at how calm she was and how easily she had helped him. He wished Ron knew how lucky he was. Harry would trade everything he owned to have his parents back. If the house is registered with a wizard, they might not have, Mr. Weasley said. It depends on the wizard, though. Here, it would because of the kids. Harry nodded, hoping that Snape's lack of children meant he could get away with the spell. His eyes drifted shut again as the Weasleys continued to talk softly. He wondered if he should mention again that Snape didn't know where he was, just in case he got into trouble for leaving the house. Is Hedwig here? His eyes shot open again. He could write to Snape and let him know that he hadn't meant for Avery to be in the house and that he wouldn't have left otherwise. Yes, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, her hand gently stroking Harry's hair. She's been with Errol for a few days now. We'll write later. Everything has been handled, so you can sleep easy. Oh, okay, he murmured, feeling heavier by the second. I don't want Snape mad at me. He won't be. After that, he fell asleep. Though his head still throbbed and he felt both too hot and cold, it was comfortable. It didn't seem like long before Sirius's voice jolted him awake. He blinked his dry, sore eyes open, regretting the lack of sleep he had now endured. He half considered giving in to being sick for a few minutes, just to scream about needing some rest. Mrs. Weasley had left him on the couch, still wrapped comfortably in his cloak. He quickly noticed Hermione glaring fiercely at the doorway, her hands around Harry's ears as if to keep him from hearing. Ron whispered from nearby. Bollocks, Snape's here. Chapter 6. Professor Dumbledore's voice echoed from the kitchen, but it was too muffled to understand. Harry bolted upright, startling Hermione, who quickly pulled her hands back. He kicked off the cloak in seconds and nearly fell off the couch, only staying upright thanks to Ron's quick hands. He then realized they were back at Grimmauld Place, and he had somehow slept through being moved. It was an uncomfortable realization. Someone had carried him while he slept. He didn't think anyone had done that since his parents were alive. Neither Aunt Petunia nor Uncle Vernon would have bothered to carry him when he was asleep. Not that he would have wanted them to, they might have left him somewhere if he hadn't been watching. He felt much safer being aware and prepared for being left behind or dropped unexpectedly. He wasn't sure he liked that feeling. He hadn't known what had happened, when they'd come over, or what time it was. Harry? Hermione's eyebrows furrowed in worry. What happened? Harry asked as he knelt on the floor. Well, Ron began in a hushed tone. Mum turned up with you a couple of hours ago, said you'd. No, with Snape. Harry said, climbing to his feet and pushing them both toward the kitchen. He slid slightly, the cool floor seeping through his socks. Someone must have pulled his shoes off at some point. They had hardly taken a step closer when Mrs. Weasley appeared in the doorway. Her concerned face twisted into disappointment in seconds. Ronald Weasley. She snapped. Do you know what time it is? I sent you to bed hours ago. Mum. Ron paled as he backed up into Hermione. And you, Hermione? Mrs. Weasley continued. I trust you to have more sense than this. Didn't I see you and Ginny settled into bed? Hermione stammered an apology and turned to gesture toward the couch, but Harry had thrown his cloak over his head, and her eyes widened in surprise. Widened, scanning the empty space. Harry tiptoed around Hermione, carefully avoiding Mrs. Weasley as he crept through the room. We were checking on Harry. We couldn't sleep after we heard what happened. Hermione said quickly. I understand, dear, Mrs. Weasley began tiredly. But that's not an excuse to be sneaking about. He's had a very difficult day, and I won't have him being woken up. Her eyes softened as she glanced at the couch, but then froze when she realized Harry wasn't there. Ron raised his hands in a calming gesture to preempt his mother's anger. We didn't wake him up. No, we didn't, and he's fine. He just went to the bathroom. Hermione added as Mrs. Weasley's eyes widened. Sirius woke him up. That man. Mrs. Weasley huffed. Out. The both of you, off to bed. She waved her hands at them, pushing them from the room. If I hear so much as a peep from either of you. You won't, Mrs. Weasley!" Hermione called loudly as she was ushered into the hallway. "We'll be in our rooms all night." Harry took a moment to silently thank his friend as he dashed to the kitchen. Hermione's voice covered his footsteps enough for him to escape Mrs. Weasley. He slipped through the small opening in the door and ducked beneath the table. It was incredibly loud, a cacophony of angry voices shouting over one another, demanding to be heard. Mrs. Weasley must have cast a silencing spell on the door. "How could you be so careless?" Sirius finally shouted, his voice straining from use and silencing the others. Harry flinched at the sound, unable to shake the nervous tremble in his shoulders. "How? I thought you knew them. Haven't you said all along?" Sirius's voice then turned into a biting mimicry of Snape's. "I know them better than you, Black. I'll be able to predict what they will do, Black," Snape said, his voice icy. It came from farther down the table. Harry stepped a bit closer, feeling reassured by Snape's presence. "And here I thought you knew Pettigrew." The table shook, and several people jumped to their feet, though Snape remained seated. A brief scuffle broke out, with a few members trying to restrain Sirius. Harry felt a strong shiver run through him as an old fear of loud voices and arguments surfaced in his mind. He tried to dismiss it, telling himself it was just the worry of being caught sneaking around. Unconsciously, Harry moved closer to Snape's feet. He noticed the man's tattered cloak and caught a nauseating scent of blood lingering on it. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos, commanding attention and calming both parties as Harry peeked out from beneath the table. Snape looked terrible. His greasy hair hung limply, smelling singed. "There is no need for this behavior," Dumbledore said sharply, and Harry could almost see the sparkle fading from his blue eyes. Harry reached out with a shaky hand, unable to resist checking that Snape was really all right. He had sensed something was wrong after his dream, but he didn't know why Voldemort had reacted so badly. Snape flinched slightly as Harry's hand tightened around the leg of his trousers, and no one seemed to notice when one of Snape's hands slipped over Harry's. Harry quietly climbed up onto the chair, wanting to be as close as possible. Snape's hand moved along Harry's arm before carefully helping him into his lap. Harry realized Snape was shaking too, though he wasn't sure if it was from having been tortured or from worrying about him. Snape's arm wrapped around Harry, holding him gently. The nervous tremble subsided as Harry pressed closer into Snape's embrace. Harry felt immensely pleased to see that Snape seemed to be all right. "Regardless of who is at fault," Dumbledore continued, "we need to proceed with the original plans. We will assume that Voldemort now knows about Harry's current state, but Severus's role remains intact." Harry leaned against Snape and twisted to watch as Dumbledore eyed Snape carefully. He suddenly remembered Dumbledore's concerning ability to see beneath his cloak, and worry washed over him again. Dumbledore hadn't reacted to him, though, and Harry wondered if Dumbledore's ability might be more explainable than he had originally thought. Perhaps Dumbledore only knew where he was when he was at Hogwarts, or maybe he had seen Harry before he disappeared beneath the cloak. Sirius spat something under his breath, and Harry felt as if knives were tearing through him. What if Sirius found out that Harry wanted to check on Snape? What if he thought Harry was cracked or manipulated into wanting to be around the man? Harry could admit that Snape wasn't fantastic company all the time, but since he had been stuck at 6, Snape had been a remarkably comforting presence. Harry didn't want to think about why that was. He decided to put it down to his desire to know more about Lily and Snape's friendship. "I can't find Harry." Mrs. Weasley rushed into the kitchen. "He was asleep on the couch, and now he's gone." She looked frantically at Mr. Weasley. "No need to worry," Moody said as his magical eye rolled in his head. "I've got an eye on him." Snape tensed, and his arm tightened for a moment. Harry had forgotten about Moody's eye. "His 6, mad eye," Mrs. Weasley gave him a fierce look. "He can't run around this house on his own. It's dangerous enough for adults." "I won't have." "Correct me if I'm wrong, Molly." Moody's eye fixed on her with an unsettling glare. "But he fought off a Death Eater a few hours ago. I don't think being 6. Where is he?" Sirius interrupted, rubbing his eyes. Moody blinked at Sirius, his gnarled fingers tapping slowly on the tabletop. Please, Mad-Eye. I agree with you, he's probably fine, but he's had a rough day and it's nearly 2 in the morning. I just want to make sure he's safe, Sirius said. Actually safe, he added, casting a glare at Snape. Sirius, be reasonable, Mrs. Weasley said, her voice turning firm. You have no experience with children, and you didn't see him earlier. He's my godson, Molly, Sirius shouted, tipping his chair and spinning around. Snape rubbed a hand over Harry's back, soothing the tremors Harry hadn't realized had returned. This isn't up for discussion, Sirius, Mrs. Weasley insisted. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Snape nudged Harry off his lap and stood. If this is done, I'm leaving, he said, subtly gesturing for Harry to follow. He stalked down the long side of the table. Inform me of where Potter will be in the morning. I need to test a few ingredients on him. Harry followed closely behind Snape, nervous about both Mrs. Weasley and Sirius. He didn't want either of them to yell at him for being in the room or to treat him like he was actually 6. It seemed Sirius didn't intend to do that, but he had shouted enough to make Harry anxious. He didn't think Sirius would lose his temper with him. Sirius hadn't really been mad at Harry during their time together. However, Sirius hated Snape, and Harry wondered how that would affect their relationship. He knew Snape was okay with him being around. Sirius knew that despite his tough exterior, Snape wouldn't change his opinion about Harry. But could Snape say the same about Sirius? They returned to the living room where Harry had woken up when a voice came from behind them. I'm not telling you where Harry is ever again, Sirius said darkly. You do want your godson returned to his proper age, don't you, Black? Snape asked, spinning around and waving his hand dismissively. There are other potions masters. Others who are both qualified and understand the need for secrecy? Sirius's lips curled menacingly. Secrecy? You left him there, alone, and you knew Avery suspected something. You left him there, child-sized and alone. His voice dropped awkwardly around those words. Harry felt an immediate urge to defend himself. He had been fine. He had been worried, sure, and he wanted Snape to come find him immediately. He would never admit it out loud, but he would have sat there and cried for Snape if it would make him come find Harry. He had felt sick and wanted another hug. Avery was much larger than him and had been incredibly scary at the time. That hadn't stopped Harry from handling it, though. He was tougher than he looked and felt he should get some credit for that. He was always fighting alone. Sirius's fingers slid over his wand. He was easy prey for your dear old friend, wasn't he? Harry stumbled away from them both as Snape's wand appeared a second later. Had I known Avery was going to come? That should have been obvious, Sirius hissed. You said it yourself, Avery was suspicious, and now I'm suspicious, Snape. I would never have let him come to any harm. Snape's eyes were hard on his pale face. Sirius's eyes took on a wild look. He snarled a spell, and his wand cracked through the air. A bright yellow light shot toward Snape, but he dodged backwards and threw up a shield before it hit him. Your godson is in the room. Find what little self-restraint you possess, Snape growled. Sirius's face drained of color as he turned around, searching for Harry. Harry hesitated, unsure if he was ready to take off his cloak and reveal himself. He didn't know what Sirius would do to Snape or what Sirius might do to him. Harry? Sirius asked, his hands lowered as he reached out. Harry's back hit the wall, and he realized he had been backing away from them since they started arguing. Sirius's eyes darted toward the sound, and he crept forward, sinking to his knees in front of Harry. I'm sorry, Harry, he whispered, his fingers finding the edge of Harry's cloak. I'm so sorry these things keep happening around you, and I'm sorry to have been the cause of this. Sirius pulled the cloak off and tugged Harry into a tight hug, trying to convey every worry and fear he felt for him. You've seen enough fighting for a few lifetimes, I'd say, he murmured into the crook of Harry's neck before sliding his arms around Harry's waist. I know you're independent, but will you let me take you upstairs? Just so I can be sure you're actually safe for once, please? he asked, sitting up straight and looking Harry in the eye. Harry nodded, warmth blooming within him. Sirius wasn't mad at him, and he wasn't going to stop liking him, at least not yet. "I will return in the morning," Snape said again, seemingly more for Harry than for Sirius, as his dark eyes watched them both carefully. Sirius ignored Snape, choosing instead to stand and lift Harry onto his hip. Harry flinched at the sudden movement and went rigid as Sirius grabbed his cloak. He tried to relax and breathe a little easier, reminding himself firmly that Sirius wouldn't throw him. It didn't erase his fear of being dropped, though. Sirius stuffed Harry's cloak into his arm, his pocket, and stepped into a small hallway. He was more careful holding on to Harry than he had been earlier in the day. Harry found himself leaning more into Sirius as they walked. It felt strange to have someone who cared for him so much and touched him so easily. He wondered what life would have been like if Sirius had raised him instead of the Dursleys. Growing up, he had believed he had some skin disease, since the Dursleys always avoided touching him. They would grab him by his shirt or collar, or hit him with things like newspapers or spatulas to get him to move. Sirius quickly navigated 2 stairwells and slipped down a crooked, narrow hallway before arriving at a small bedroom. It was very dark inside, and he chose not to turn on the lights. Instead, he set Harry carefully onto a large bed. He smoothed out the cover as Harry crawled to the head of the bed. "I'm not staying with Ron?" Harry asked, feeling his previous nervousness fade into exhaustion at the sight of the pillow. Being 6 was not as easy as it seemed. "No, this is my room," Sirius whispered as he sat down near him. "Harry, I'm really sorry. I've been incredibly neglectful and poorly behaved lately, and you've suffered because of it." Harry shook his head, confused about why Sirius felt the need to apologize. "No, Harry," Sirius said as he tucked the blankets around him. "I shouldn't have let you leave with Snape, and I should have paid closer attention to your safety. I shouldn't have argued with Snape tonight, especially not in front of you. I shouldn't have run off to find Pettigrew that night. I should have just taken you with me after James and Lily." Sirius fell against the pillow next to Harry and held him close, pressing a soft kiss into his hair. He continued. Harry tried to argue, "You didn't know all that stuff would happen though." As much as he wished Sirius hadn't chased after Pettigrew that night, it was something they couldn't change. "You're here now. You're more like Lily than you know," Sirius said into Harry's hair. "But I wish you'd be like James for just a second or two." Harry curled into himself, feeling uncomfortable and unsure of how to respond. "James would have set me straight in a heartbeat. He never took liberties with your safety, you know." Sirius continued as Harry buried his face in the pillow. "If he didn't feel it was safe, he wouldn't have left you and Lily alone. He would never have left you with Snape." Tears began to well up in Harry's eyes, and he rubbed his face against the pillow, hoping Sirius wouldn't see. He missed them. He had never known them well enough to long for them until he turned 11, but he felt their absence deeply and desperately wished for them back. The photographs and stories only widened the painful ache in his chest. He wished they were here now to tell Sirius that he was fine, that he'd done the best he could, given that he was a wanted criminal with no proof of his innocence. Sirius remained quiet after that, and Harry didn't feel like breaking the silence. Sleep didn't come as easily as he had hoped, but at least it was blissfully dreamless. "Sirius Black." Mrs. Weasley's voice jolted Harry awake. He blinked his tired eyes open, wishing someone would let him sleep longer than what felt like just a few minutes. Bright sunlight blinded him before he could remember where he was. "Have you any idea how worried I was last night?" Mrs. Weasley shouted. "You could have told me you'd found him at least." "I've been out of my mind." "Molly, please," Sirius croaked before a jaw-splitting yawn interrupted him. A yawn overcame him as he checked his watch. "It's barely 8, he said. He pulled himself up and flipped the covers over Harry's head, dropping him back into warm darkness. "Don't try and start that with me. You'd be up searching this early if you hadn't found him last night," Mrs. Weasley snapped back. "I would have had the decency to wait until 9 at least," Sirius replied, stretching and climbing to his feet. Harry half considered hiding beneath the blanket and falling asleep, but it seemed that wouldn't happen. "Come on, Harry dear, let's get ready for the day." The blanket was tugged from his head again, and Mrs. Weasley patted his cheek softly. "Sirius, you didn't even give him pajamas? You just let him sleep in his jeans?" Harry sat up drowsily and blinked at the remarkably red and gold room around him. Photos and newspaper clippings littered the walls. He spotted his dad in most of them, and several with his mum as well. A scarlet Gryffindor pin hung proudly above the bed. Molly, he's 15. If he'd wanted to change, he would have, Sirius said as he grabbed his own change of clothes from the wardrobe. Harry had been mildly uncomfortable, but given his lack of sleep, he hadn't really paid much attention to it. He didn't know where his trunk was either, so he couldn't have asked to change even if he had thought of it. Mrs. Weasley pulled Harry to his feet and led him to the bathroom, muttering all the while about Sirius and his incompetence. "Now, Harry, the bathroom is just through here." She ushered him into the small room. "We'll get some towels down for you. I had Fred go through a few old boxes back at the Burrow," she added as she searched the cupboards. Harry paused, unused to this much attention and unsure how to react. He hoped she hadn't thought he'd need help showering. She knew he was actually 15. She seemed to be on a roll though, pulling. Harry sorted through the bottles and soaps as Mrs. Weasley twisted the faucet on the bath. "Mrs. Weasley, he began, feeling awkward. "I can just shower." She blinked, her eyes widening in surprise. Oh yes, dear," she replied quickly. "Easy thing to forget." She blushed and stepped out of the room. "I'll leave a change of clothes outside the door for you then." The door clicked shut, and he heard her footsteps fading down the hallway. He wished Ron were there. Ron could have distracted his mum or given Harry tips on how to be less awkward. Mrs. Weasley was a constant source of kindness in his life, and he wanted her to remain that way. However, he often felt unsure of what to say or how to act around her, especially with her about to help him bathe. The thought made him shudder, and Aunt Petunia's voice echoed in his mind. "You dirty child!" Aunt Petunia had hissed, her grip tight on his upper arm as she yanked his shirt off. "I have people coming over this afternoon. Normal, civilized people." She had dropped him into the icy bath. "Let me go," he had choked out as cold water rushed over him, pushing him forward. "Have you any idea how long I've spent cleaning this house?" She had scrubbed roughly up and down his back. He had tried to shove her off, but she held him firmly. Shivering in the cold water, he realized he would have to wait for her to let him go. Her yellow rubber gloves left pink burns on his skin the harder she scrubbed, but he could deal with that later. "If you so much as think of tracking mud into my house again, you'll be cleaning it for weeks." "Harry dear?" Mrs. Weasley knocked on the door. "Everything all right?" "Yes, Mrs. Weasley," he called, jolted from the memory. He pulled his sweater over his head and kicked off his trousers. "I'll just leave these outside the door. Come downstairs when you're done, and we'll sort out some breakfast," Mrs. Weasley said. Harry heard her setting a few things down outside the door. "Yes, Mrs. Weasley," he replied. He showered quickly out of habit and grabbed the clothes, noticing the plain jumpers and jeans. He silently thanked Fred for not finding something childish as he put them on and made his way to the kitchen. "It's your own fault if you're feeling tired, Ronald," Mrs. Weasley said when he entered. "You shouldn't have been up at all hours if you were so tired." She stirred what looked like oatmeal in a large pot, adding a handful of brown sugar and humming at the consistency. Harry pulled a chair out next to Ron, feeling sorry that Ron seemed to have gotten even less sleep than he had. Ron nodded once at Harry and closed his eyes, drifting off with his head propped up on his arm. Hermione waved sleepily at him and flipped over a page in her book. "Oh good, here you are, Harry dear," Mrs. Weasley said, handing him a bowl of oatmeal and a spoon. Harry couldn't help but smile as he ate, glad that he didn't have to wait to eat. "Now, some chores to finish today for you too," she continued, spooning a bit more into Ron's bowl. Ron snorted himself awake and nearly fell into his bowl. Ginny's already started on cleaning out the storage cupboard. There's a nest of doxies in a cabinet in the living room that Creature seems unable to fully get rid of. Fred and George are trying to tackle the one in the second hallway, Mrs. Weasley said, turning to continue stirring the pot. I think it's highly unlikely Creature even attempted, Sirius said as he stepped into the kitchen. Can't we just not? Ron whispered, blinking slowly. His spoon dangled in his fingertips, threatening to drop at any second. Quick word, Molly? Sirius asked, ushering her aside. The door shut, and the room fell silent for a moment. Then Hermione leaned forward and whispered excitedly, So what did you find out last night? Snape, Harry began, but a loud crack echoed through the room as Fred and George appeared. Ron's elbow gave way, causing his hand to plunge into his oatmeal, while Hermione's spoon flew up, spraying both Harry and Ron. She shot them an apologetic look as they tried to clean themselves off. We heard tales of doxies and have come to offer our assistance, Fred announced loudly, rapping his knuckles on the old wooden table. That's bloody likely, Ron mumbled darkly under his breath. Why do you two want to help? Hermione asked suspiciously as she wiped her book clean. Don't you have your own doxy infestation to deal with upstairs? She narrowed her eyes at them. The twins smiled innocently, and George stepped around the table, answering happily, We happen to have found that doxies are quite useful in certain amounts. Maintaining those amounts has become something of a struggle, though. They don't like to be messed with, Fred added. You can't keep doxies. Hermione snapped. They're venomous. Precisely, George said, tapping Hermione as he slid around her. They're very useful when you've got the antidote on hand. Mrs. Weasley returned to the room, silencing Fred and George. Come along then, you two, she said to Ron and Hermione. She eyed Fred and George for a moment before continuing, There's some breakfast left if either of you are hungry, but share with Harry, please. I can come clean too, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said, dropping his spoon into the bowl. At least until Snape gets back. Snape's coming back? Hermione asked quickly. Sodding git, Ron snapped. He probably just wants to have someone to yell at while he works. Ronald. Mrs. Weasley pointed her spoon at him. Professor Snape will be back. Yes, but Harry, she paused, eyeing him carefully. I think it's best to be cautious around him. Harry's been cautious around Snape for years, Mum, Ron said as he stood up. I don't think it's helped much. Mrs. Weasley hummed, her mouth twisting with worry. Instead of responding, she dug through a cabinet and collected a few dusty-looking bottles. She pulled some rags from a drawer before turning back to them. Well, come on then. She handed a rag to Ron and set off. We'd like to offer our services as well. George chimed in as they left the room. Me too, Harry said, trailing after them. Mrs. Weasley paused as they stepped into the living room. Oh, no, Harry, I think you're a bit small to be dealing with doxies. She smiled apologetically. I know you're 15, but they have a nasty bite, and I'm not sure you're big enough to fight it off. But we are. Ron asked worriedly. He looked nervously around the room, trying to spot the nest. We can just do homework upstairs, Hermione offered. Her eyes glittered as she eyed Harry and Ron conspiratorially. Right, yeah, Ron agreed. I still have some charms work. Harry nodded vigorously, trying to make his face as innocent as Fred and George had earlier. Although that might be a bad idea, because everyone knew they were guilty, whether or not they tried to appear innocent. No, the doxies have to go. Harry, why don't you and I go dust off the stairs instead? She smiled. Harry's shoulders slumped. The urge to complain crept up on him so suddenly that he nearly let out a moan before he caught himself. He desperately wanted to tell Ron and Hermione about what he'd heard, but he knew it wasn't much. He didn't like the idea of being alone again with Mrs. Weasley either. I'd rather find Sirius, Harry said. No, Mrs. Weasley replied. Sirius is looking into some order business right now, but he'll be back later." "What order business?" Harry asked, curiosity getting the better of him as she led them from the room. Ron and Hermione leaned back, creeping after them. Harry darted in front of Mrs. Weasley, trying to keep her attention away from his friends. "I'm not going to discuss it, Harry," she said, shaking her head. "It's not appropriate. I don't tell Ron or Ginny either, you know." Ron grimaced behind her. "Not appropriate? How can you say it's not appropriate?" Harry asked, indignation rising within him. He knew he should keep his temper in check, but Avery hadn't cared much about what was appropriate when he broke into Spinner's End. "Harry!" "No!" Harry shouted. "It's not appropriate to break into other people's homes, to try and kidnap people, or to actually kidnap people, or to tie people to headstones, or to kill." Suddenly, Mrs. Weasley dropped to her knees and wrapped her arms around him. Harry coughed, struggling to breathe as the world blurred at the edges. Tombstones poked through the hazy darkness, and the smell of damp grass made him feel nauseous. A shudder ran through him as Mrs. Weasley tried to soothe him. He tried to pull away, he wanted to hide. He didn't want her, or Ron and Hermione, to see him panic. He wished for his cupboard. The thought made him whine, and Mrs. Weasley tightened her grip, pressing him warmly against her. He desperately didn't want anyone to see him fall apart like this. He wanted Snape. Snape already thought little of him, and his panicking hadn't changed that. He sniffled and pressed his face into Mrs. Weasley's shoulder. Chapter 7. Harry pressed his fists into his eyes and tried to choke back the shame threatening to overtake him. He knew he shouldn't have run away, but he couldn't just sit there and cry, no matter how kind and warm Mrs. Weasley's hugs felt. He didn't understand how the panic had come on so fast or why it hit at that moment. Hermione would probably know why, but he wasn't very interested in searching for her. He curled tighter around himself, despising the small comfort the dark closet brought. Mrs. Weasley had said last night that the house was dangerous, but Harry couldn't help feeling as though that wasn't entirely true. It was just a house. Cupboards and closets full of dust and forgotten memories were no more deadly than the crooked stairs or creepy house elves' heads. "Harry?" Ron's voice whispered nearby. Harry's head dropped against his knees. "I'm sorry about Mum, mate," Ron continued. "I don't know where your wand is, and Hermione sort of went off about that, saying it was important that you feel." He paused, seeming to struggle to find the right words. "Well, safe. She's keeping Mum with her right now." Ron's soft footsteps crept nearer, and Harry couldn't help but press closer into the corner of the closet. "I did find your dad's cloak, though," Ron said excitedly before going silent again for a few minutes. Harry almost thought Ron might have left to search for him down a different hallway before he heard his voice again, though this time it was muffled by the closet door. "I feel really weird, mate. I think this is the fourth hallway I've tried talking to," Ron said. Ginny says hi, by the way. She's sad she hasn't gotten to see you yet. I guess you could try and say hi too if you wanted. Maybe you can wear the cloak and sneak up on her?" Harry climbed to his feet and cracked the closet door open. He felt awkward about speaking to Ron, but he liked the idea of having his cloak back. "Harry!" Ron exclaimed, jolting and turning toward him. "Hey," Harry started, regretting that he had opened the door. Mum's really sorry. She doesn't mean to be, so." Ron paused and grimaced. "Much? She's just worried, you know?" Harry nodded and opened the door a little wider. "She's upset with herself for causing it. You know, she was so angry when Dumbledore made you go back to the Dursleys last spring." Ron shuffled his feet. "Said you were trauma." "It's fine, Ron," Harry interrupted quickly. Ron began, seeming to want to say something else, but he nodded instead and asked, "Right, well, do you want company?" Harry paused, feeling the earlier shame creeping back in. "I think Sirius is back also. I could go find him if you'd rather that," Ron added. "Did he say where he went?" Harry asked. He didn't understand how Sirius had managed to leave the house in the first place. Sirius had mentioned that Dumbledore had been very specific about how much he could be seen in public. He'd written to Harry in one of his earlier letters, saying, as little as possible, regardless of if he was Padfoot or not. He hoped Sirius had been careful. No, I only know he's back because of Creature. Speaking of him, did you know Creature likes Snape? Ron asked, smiling as Harry moved to let him through the closet door. Harry felt he'd rather have Ron than Sirius right now, but he didn't want to think too deeply about why that was. Ron flicked on the small lamp and sniffed at the dim light. No. Who is Creature, exactly? Harry asked, having heard the name a few times now. Sirius's nasty house elf, but don't let Hermione hear you say that. He's a complete tosser, and I'm pretty sure he ripped up both mine and Hermione's defense essays. I thought for sure she'd kill him, but she's mental, Harry, Ron said. Settled against the back wall like Harry had earlier. She said he probably had no other way to make his opinions known. She'd just read it the essay. Well, Harry paused, remembering her SPEW campaign from last year. That's not totally surprising, is it? No, but I thought she'd crack when she couldn't find her homework. Ron patted the spot next to him, and Harry sank into the corner again. So Creature likes Snape? Harry asked, smiling slightly as Ron pulled out his invisibility cloak. Harry bundled himself into it in seconds. Yeah. That dodgy little weirdo calls Hermione a mudblood for trying to get Sirius to be nicer to him, but calls Snape's master Severus. Ron said, his voice dropping into a croaky imitation. He runs around after Snape like he hung the moon. I heard him, not 20 minutes ago, asking when Snape was going to get in. Probably wants to shine his boots or make him tea. Fred and George think Snape drugged him, and I think I agree. Can you drug house elves? Harry asked, wondering what Snape must have done. Sure, I suppose, Ron replied. The two of them have been trying to drug him since they had the idea, but I doubt they've managed it. Harry snickered at the thought. Hermione really hates that idea too, so best not say that around her either. Ron reached forward and dusted off an old box. He sifted idly through it as he spoke. She said Creature was likely kind to those who were kind to him, which Sirius said was nonsense. Creature really hates Sirius that much? Apparently, they've just never gotten along. Hermione said she'd win Creature over though, and she's been at it for weeks, Harry, weeks. I'm so happy you're finally here. We might be able to get her to talk about something else. Ron pulled an old-looking top hat from the box and snorted as he dropped it onto Harry's head. You think Sirius ever wore any of this stuff? He asked, holding up a grey winter cloak. I hope so, Harry said as he stood up and threw the old cloak around Ron. They looked like the stuff Dudley used to wear to play knights. Did knights wear top hats? Ron's eyes lit up as he placed a regal-looking hat on his own head. Harry laughed, glad he had let Ron into the closet. A short knock startled them both, and before they could pull the clothes off, Sirius opened the door. I thought that was you too, he smiled. Found some old clothes, have you? He stepped closer and pulled the cloak from Ron. I think this was Reg's, he said. And this, I think might have been my Uncle Alfred's. He twisted the hat in his hands. It might have belonged to my father as well. Well, either your uncle or dad had all right taste in hats, Ron said as he flipped the cover back onto the box and stood up. Sirius shrugged and nudged them both from the closet, dropping a hand onto Harry's shoulder. Ron, your mum's looking for you. I need to have a word with Harry. Ron nodded and gave Harry a comforting wave before making his way down the hallway. Sirius spun on his heel and led Harry along the opposite end. They climbed a set of stairs and came out in front of a dusty-looking study. Several bookshelves faced them. The books looked largely untouched and very old. All right, well, Sirius began. He took down a thick black book and tapped his wand twice on the wall behind it. I've been thinking of how to keep you safe, and I think I've finally got it. Harry blinked nervously as the bookshelf shivered and slid to the left. A thin grey panelled door appeared behind it, and Sirius quickly opened it. "There's a safe house that James and Lily stayed at before you were born," he said as they walked into a small room. Odd knickknacks, toys, and clothes cluttered the crooked shelves. "It's hidden from everyone, even Dumbledore." "All right?" Harry asked. "Follow me," Sirius said, glancing back at Harry. "If we leave now, there's enough time before anyone realizes you're missing. I'll say you went to take a nap for a few hours." "What?" Harry explained, his voice rising. "I can't just leave." Panic surged through him. If Sirius truly wanted to take him away, Harry wouldn't be able to resist. He didn't even have his wand. He tried to remember the last time he had it but could only recall using it to stun Avery. He realized he didn't know where Avery's wand had ended up either. "That's the thing, though," Sirius said, searching the shelf to his left. "You can. You absolutely can. This is where James felt safest, at least until you and Lily were at Godric's Hollow. I've been thinking about it since last night. This would work." Harry shook his head vigorously. "No, Sirius, that's not a good idea. It's a terrible idea." He looked at his godfather in disbelief. "I'm physically 6. Snape has to fix that first. I can't leave. I don't even have my wand. What if something happens?" "Harry, something already happened. If you hadn't been quick thinking, you'd be dead," Sirius said, finally finding what he was looking for. He picked up a dull silver spoon and rubbed his finger over the handle. "Snape can't be trusted, and by extension, neither can Dumbledore." "That's crazy, Sirius. Think about what you just said." Harry tried to keep the panic out of his voice but could hear it slipping through. "This is Dumbledore's order. You're letting him use your house, but you don't trust him." He stumbled backward and collided with the wall. Sirius dropped to his knees in front of Harry and pulled him upright, keeping a firm grip on him. "No, Harry, you're—" "I really think I'm not," Harry said nervously, trying to pull away. "I don't mean Dumbledore is untrustworthy, nor do I think he's suddenly gone mad and is making bad decisions," Sirius said quietly. "I am saying, however, that Snape left you alone in his house. He left you alone, knowing that Avery had suspected him of having you." Sirius sneered at the word suspected. "Snape said so last night. Avery was there when he took you from your relatives. He saw it happen." Harry felt a rock drop into his stomach. "Avery and Snape are old friends, Harry. That dark mark on Snape's arm isn't just for show." Dread washed through Harry, making him feel sick. He had actually seen someone in the street lights in Magnolia Crescent. It hadn't been a fear-induced vision. Snape had given him a calming draft and said he hadn't had time for Harry to panic, but he'd never said Harry was wrong. "I trust Dumbledore to anticipate Voldemort's moves and to run a resistance to defeat him, but he hasn't kept you safe. In fact, Dumbledore has failed to keep you safe for 4 years in a row now. He doesn't know how easy it really is to get to you," Sirius said, cupping Harry's jaw. "I do know. I got close to you more than once in your 3rd year." Harry shook his head fiercely, still struggling with Sirius's comment about Snape. He reminded himself of Snape, his mum, and Aunt Petunia. Snape wouldn't have wanted Lily to come to harm, just like he hadn't wanted Harry to come to harm. "Snape's on our side. Harry, Dumbledore has been wrong about people before. He isn't infallible. I've made the same sort of mistake with Pettigrew," Sirius spat the name. "But Snape isn't actually on Voldemort's side. If he was, he'd have just handed me over." Sirius shook his head. "No, there's no way he could have handed you over to Voldemort outright. If he had, he couldn't have continued to spy for his bloody Dark Lord," Sirius said darkly. "The only option left was to leave you like a sitting duck and make it look like an accident." Harry's throat closed up, making it hard to breathe. "Snape isn't trustworthy. He never has been," Sirius continued, placing a spoon in Harry's hand. "Hold on tight, Pronkslet." "Sirius, wait!" Harry gasped as something hooked onto his navel, and Grimmauld Place spun madly away. He landed hard on a dark wooden floor. Harry tried to pick himself up but stumbled and fell twice. The room still seemed to spin, making him feel dizzy. He struggled to understand how Snape and his mum could have been friends if Snape was really as foul as Sirius thought. Harry knew Snape was difficult, but he hadn't sold him out to Voldemort. He felt like he might throw up again. "Here we are," Sirius said as he lifted Harry into his arms. "A black safe house. Nearly as good as a Potter one, but beggars can't be choosers, can they?" Sirius carried Harry through the hallway. The house looked as if it had been searched or abandoned in a hurry. Overturned furniture and scattered parchment were tossed throughout the sitting room. Harry couldn't imagine his parents leaving a house in such disarray. Neither his mum nor dad seemed destructive to this degree. Maybe Snape had been right when he said Harry's dad had been entitled. "Don't worry. We'll get it cleaned up quickly. Then I'll tell you the plan," Sirius said, flicking his wand towards a large armchair. It flipped over and clattered loudly as it landed on its feet. Sirius settled Harry, who still hadn't blinked past the thick, fuzzy feeling. Clouding his thoughts, Harry sat on the chair and watched as Sirius moved about the room. Sirius waved his wand through the air, putting the room back together. "So," Sirius began once the room looked more normal, "I think staying here is the safest option until you start school again." Harry's mind was still on Snape's actions. He couldn't understand how he would get back to 15 without Snape. Why had Snape left Harry with his wand if he had meant for Avery to kidnap him? Why had he taken Harry from Privet Drive if he knew Avery was there? Why had he held Harry's hand? "Moony and I, while we're not potions masters, might be able to come up with a cure for you," Sirius continued. "That is if Moony will help me. I haven't asked him yet." Harry's thoughts caught up with his ears. "Does no one else know where I am?" he asked, feeling a surge of uncomfortable fear. "Not even Professor Lupin?" "It's more that I didn't have time to tell him about the plan yet," Sirius replied quickly. "I trust Moony though." "But why?" "I couldn't wait, not with Snape already on his way to Grimmauld Place. I couldn't have Molly hearing about it, not when she's made it very clear that she doesn't trust me with you." "She's going to distract Snape for me instead," Sirius said with a wink. "She doesn't want him to have anything to do with you either, so a little lie worked in our favor." Harry shook his head, feeling more worried by the second. "Sirius, I want to go back to Grimmauld Place," he said. "I really think this isn't a good idea." "You don't need to worry. I've altered the wards to only allow the head of house, myself, and those whom I deem worthy, entrance," Sirius said with a firm nod. "When your parents hid here, my mother was the head of the house. She had forgotten about the place though, and your parents managed to hide in the upper floors. For months." Harry jumped off the chair and dashed toward the hallway, looking for the spoon Sirius had used. He wanted to return to Grimmauld Place and find Ron or Hermione. He didn't trust anyone else right now. "I'll show you where they stayed in a minute, Harry," Sirius called after him. Sirius quickly caught up and grabbed Harry by the arm. Harry panicked and tried to pull away. He didn't know where Sirius had dropped the portkey, he didn't have his wand, and he was just 6 years old in this terrifying house. Sirius felt terrifying too. He wanted to go back to Grimmauld Place, he would take Privet Drive over this creepy, quiet house any day. "Harry, you're all right." "It's completely fine," Sirius said as he dropped to his knees, tightening his grip gently while Harry struggled to get away. "No. This is mental," Harry shouted, jumping and trying to free his arm. "Harry!" Sirius shouted back, sending chills down Harry's spine. Fear crept into Harry's throat, and he froze in place. "It's not permanent. Moony will be along soon." Sirius tugged Harry close and held his shoulders. "This is just a precaution. Do you realize how close you came to dying last night?" Sirius asked, his voice raspy. "Do you know what it was like watching Molly come through the flue with you? Avery is notorious for how he tortured people, Harry. He and Snape used to create spells that would hurt people in very specific and permanent ways." Sirius shook Harry once, hard. and think of what would have happened if he had left you at Voldemort's feet." Harry shuddered, desperate to run, but his feet felt glued to the floor. "It's all right," Sirius continued, wrapping his arms around Harry. "You're a clever kid. You escaped and found help, but now you've got to let me do my part, all right?" Sirius swept his arms under Harry's and cradled him to his chest. "I really do promise that it'll be all right." They climbed 2 old staircases and moved down several decrepit hallways before stopping in front of a heavy-looking door. As they walked, Harry curled completely into himself. New terrors mixed with old ones. The worry of Sirius yelling at him, which he had always feared, combined horribly with his fear of Uncle Vernon. He couldn't seem to separate the two. He tried to force himself to stop shuddering, remembering how Uncle Vernon despised Harry's shaking. But he couldn't stop. Sirius yelled and made too many erratic movements for Harry to keep track of. It felt like he was 6 again, with no choice or chance to escape. He knew Sirius and Uncle Vernon weren't the same, but his body couldn't tell the difference. Sirius wouldn't hurt him. He hadn't hurt him at all, Harry tried to argue with himself. He had just taken Harry to an old house to hide. "I really don't know when this house was built, and the stasis charms have worn off, but it'll still serve its purpose," Sirius whispered into Harry's ear. "Moony had been planning on coming to Grimmauld Place in half an hour, so I'll get you settled in, help clean the place up a bit, and then go grab him. I won't be gone for more than an hour, all right?" Sirius sat Harry onto a large bed. "Will you bring Ron or Hermione, or someone back?" Harry asked, trying to cover the terrified tremor in his voice. "I need my trunk, and clothes, and wand, and—" Right, Sirius said, holding up a hand. "I'll try and get your things when I'm there. I might have to send Creature for some stuff. Once the dust settles," Sirius said, "I'll try to get Ron or Hermione here, but they'll have to keep it secret. That might take a few days." "They will, Sirius. They can keep a secret," Harry replied, attempting to rise to his feet but struggling to maintain his balance. "All right, this might actually work," Sirius smiled, running a hand through Harry's hair. "I feel terrible leaving you here with nothing to do, but it'll only be for a little while. I promise, Moony and I will be back." "Wait, Sirius," Harry said, grabbing hold of his sleeve. "Where do I go if something happens? Does this house have a flue?" He spoke quickly, stumbling over his words. "Why don't you take me back with you? Then we can talk about it with Moony." Harry hoped Sirius would understand. He desperately didn't want to stay in the house alone. At least at Grimmauld Place, he could use the flue to get anywhere else. "No, there isn't a flue," Sirius shook his head. "If anything happens, He paused, looking around the room. "I'd hope that nothing could happen in an hour, but I really don't want to chance it." "I think I should just come back with you," Harry suggested, nodding. "I know, but I don't want to risk it if Snape is there," Sirius replied. "I think it might be safest if I adjust the wards and the door. That way, if something does happen, no one who intends to harm you will be able to see or find you in here." "Sirius, I don't like this plan," Harry said, shuddering as he looked Sirius in the eye. He paused, feeling nervous and unsure of his godfather. "I'm nervous," he admitted quietly. He wanted to say he was scared, but the words stuck in his throat. He had tried to tell Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon when he felt scared in the past, but they usually made fun of him and then watched him as he tried to cope. Fear lingered. "It'll be all right, Harry," Sirius smiled. "James trusted me, and I promise you, I won't let you down." He brushed a hand over Harry's fringe once more before waving his wand in a complicated series of movements. The furniture shook and dusted itself off while the carpet seemed to stitch itself back together. Sirius cast a few more spells in quick succession before finally twisting on his heel and poking at the door. "Don't leave the room once the door is closed, all right?" "The disillusionment might not hold otherwise," Sirius said. With a quick goodbye, he was gone. Harry twisted his hands around the cover on the bed and curled into the smallest ball he could. He felt more alone now than he had even at Privet Drive. No one but Sirius knew where he was. No one but Sirius could get to him. Sirius, who shouldn't have been outside of Grimmauld Place, had been poking around old family houses. The Blacks weren't a good family, not from what Sirius had said in his letters. Harry didn't want to be alone in one of their houses. Lupin had to talk Sirius out of this. Harry knew that together they were incredibly smart, but he wasn't sure they could undo whatever potion had been dropped over him. Snape hadn't even known what it was and had been using guesswork to get as far along as he had. Harry couldn't decide if he did or didn't trust Snape either. Snape had been strangely kind and had helped him, even if he sometimes acted in a cruel way. Snape hadn't been rude to Harry since they began talking about his mother. Harry stood up and looked around the room. Hiding in a ball wasn't going to make him feel better, nor was throwing the covers over his head, no matter how much he wanted to do that. He'd have to have faith in Lupin. Sirius loved Harry. He knew that, but he clearly had a tendency to go overboard. The memory of his fear lingered. Memories of third year flooded back to Harry. He remembered when Sirius had stood over Ron's bed with a knife in his hand. The time Sirius had gotten close to him, despite the Dementors and the Professor's careful watch, were troubling. Sirius was right, Dumbledore wasn't infallible. Voldemort had captured Harry too, and if it hadn't been for his parents and Cedric's ghosts, he doubted he would have survived that encounter. As he picked through the furniture, he tried to distract himself from his fear by imagining that he had already been here. He hadn't been born yet, but he pictured his mum humming to him while lying in bed, or his dad wondering what Harry might be like. Sirius had said they had stayed here, but the room looked like no one had been in it for over 50 years. To the right was an ornate wardrobe, but it held nothing of interest. A large roll-top desk was tucked into the far corner, covered in rotting old books. He tried opening a few drawers, but found them either jammed shut or locked. The room was dark and dull. Unless someone enjoyed old, crumbling memoirs, there wasn't much to do. He half wondered if his parents had left the books behind, but ultimately hoped they hadn't. The book seemed too boring to be of interest to anyone. He shuddered uncomfortably. The room eerily reminded him of his cupboard, a place where he had been forced to stay put, unable to leave for any reason, despite having done nothing wrong. As he dragged himself back to the bed, he prepared for either boredom or panic in the next hour. Suddenly, he tripped over a loose floorboard. He blinked into the small dark space below, wondering if anyone had used it like he had at Privet Drive. If they had, he hoped they hadn't stored food, as it would have long since spoiled. Luckily, there was a small envelope instead, and inside, he found a short note wrapped around a thin gold chain. The handwriting was too erratic to be familiar and looked as if it had been written while on the move. The note read, "Lily, should you ever need it." Harry frowned at the unsigned note, finding it less informative but enjoying seeing his mum's name. She must have read it at some point. He wondered why she had hidden it beneath the floorboards. He twisted the chain around his wrist and realized a moment later that it was actually a necklace. It wasn't very dirty, considering how long it had been in the crooked house, and it had a small pendant shaped like a lily that hung from the middle. Harry put it on and decided he liked it immediately. Chapter 8. The bed in Sirius's safe house wasn't the most comfortable, but compared to the rotten mattress in Harry's cupboard, it felt heavenly. It could be quite noisy when he rolled over on its springs. Sirius had said he wouldn't be away for more than an hour, but without a watch, Harry had no way to gauge how much time had passed or when he would be back. The books were dead boring, and with little else to do, he resigned himself to sitting on the bed and fiddling with his mum's necklace. It was a nice piece of jewelry. He imagined it would have looked lovely with her hair. Tracing her name over and over on the note and the flower pendant only occupied so much time. The thought of her hiding it beneath the floorboards was curious. He wondered if she had hidden it from Harry's dad, and if so, why. He wanted to know why she had hidden it at all, because it seemed somewhat important. It felt like the sort of thing someone would have worn all the time, but maybe it was exactly as plain as it looked. Still, that didn't explain why it had been hidden. After a while, even the bright allure of its mystery had dimmed. He dropped against the only pillow on the bed and tried to count the seconds until Sirius returned. He couldn't remember having fallen asleep or how many minutes he had counted, but he was fairly certain Ron and Dudley hadn't been in a safe house with him, nor had they ever really spoken with one another, so they could never have played nights together. Nonetheless, they played together now. It must be a dream. Ron wore Gryffindor colors, while Dudley sported his Smeltings uniform. Two hastily thrown together forts stood opposed to one another, seeming unlikely to survive any real attempt at being attacked. Ron's fort had been built with an odd collection of old items. Giant chess pieces, cauldrons, and the blackened mess that was once Tom Riddle's old diary stood stacked over each other. Dudley's fort. The area was much more friendly to the Dursleys, with rusty metal trash cans and grey-topped storage bins that Harry recognized from the attic at Privet Drive. He briefly wondered how Dudley had managed to transport everything from the house to Hogwarts, but reminded himself that someone had probably helped him with magic. The battle needed to end soon. It was a pleasant day, but storm clouds loomed over the lake. Ron had tried to get Harry and Hermione to join him, but he hadn't had any luck. Harry was excited to see Ron defeat his cousin, but he was well aware of the trouble he would face if Aunt Petunia caught him supporting Ron. However, Aunt Petunia wouldn't hear him cheering for Ron if he kept quiet. Hermione didn't seem to care who won. She was engrossed in an old charms book but was glad to have Harry's company. She chimed in occasionally, mostly to remind them about upcoming exams or to share ideas from her book. It wasn't until she pointed out the nearby Dementors that Harry truly focused on what she was saying. He craned his neck, shocked that he had missed the dreadful creatures. He stared at the whisper-thin black fabric floating above the lake. Fear wrapped around his neck. The Dementors seemed to circle their game, creeping closer as the storm approached. "Harry, I don't think pixie wings will work," Hermione said, marking a note in her book. "Their wings are too thin. They could never support you if you tried to fly." "What?" Harry asked, reluctant to take his eyes off the advancing Dementors. "Just that, I'm afraid," she said, tapping her quill against her mouth. "Maybe if we could shrink you down to the size of a doxy and attach the wings then?" "Hermione, I'm not a doxy. I'm a boy." "Of course you're not," Aunt Petunia said. Harry spun around, worried his aunt had heard him cheering for Ron and had come to confront him. He found himself back in his cupboard. He couldn't even remember seeing her join them. "You're a nasty little monster," Aunt Petunia said, grabbing Harry's arm and dragging him away from Ron and Dudley's game. "Wait!" Harry shouted as she pulled him closer to the Dementors. "Aunt Petunia, stop!" The air turned frigid, and ice formed over the grass. What had felt like summer moments before plunged into the dead of winter, and the lake became glass beneath their eyes. Harry kicked out, twisting and pulling, desperately trying to free himself. He couldn't wait for her to let go, not with the Dementors around. She didn't seem to realize the danger they were in, and he doubted she would understand if he tried to explain. She never understood. As they stepped onto the lake, the soft sounds of the Dementors' cloaks wrapped around Harry and Aunt Petunia. He shuddered and dropped, hoping his dead weight would force his aunt to let go, but it didn't work. He could hear echoes of his parents' last moments, the fleeting happiness he and his mum had shared before Voldemort's arrival. "You wretched thing," Aunt Petunia hissed. "How dare you hurt my Dudley?" Harry shivered and shook his head, struggling to find his voice. The Dementors moved closer, circling within arm's reach. "I didn't," he stammered. "I didn't, Aunt Petunia. Every foul thing happens because of you. Aunt Petunia, please." Harry shouted again as the Dementors crept even closer. He pulled with all his strength, but her grip was like iron. "Please let me go. There are Dementors, they'll kill us." "Not Harry, not Harry, please. You think I don't know that? You think I don't see them?" Aunt Petunia snarled and threw him away. Harry slid and tumbled over the slippery lake. He tried to get to his feet and run, but a skeletal hand held Harry in place. His mum's screams reached a fever pitch as the hand tightened around his neck. Harry's eyes shot open. He swung upward, breathing heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. It was just a dream. The room was terrifyingly dark. Harry coughed and shivered in a cold sweat. His face was soaked with tears, and he tried to stop them, but it didn't help. He must have imagined how cold the Dementors were, since the bed was cold but not icy like he knew they could be. Sirius hadn't come back yet, nor had Professor Lupin or Creature arrived, at least not that he could tell. He couldn't spot his trunk or wand. Sirius had said he might send Creature, hadn't he? Harry half looked forward to that, even if the house elf had a foul temper. He wanted to know why Creature liked Snape. He stumbled from the bed, grimacing as he tugged at his sweaty shirt and made his way to the door. Sirius had said not to leave, but Harry didn't want to stay in the room anymore. He didn't want to be near the bed, not if dream Dementors were going to creep out from around it. This house was scary. He stared at the rusty black doorknob and rocked on his feet. If he left, he might find a way to escape the house, but he could also come across something deadly. Mrs. Weasley had been nervous to leave Harry alone in Grimmauld Place, and that house hadn't made him feel as uneasy as this one did. He didn't like being alone and small. He didn't like hiding in this dark, quiet house. He decided to leave. The faster he left, the quicker he could find somewhere safe. Maybe with Snape? Snape could make him 15 again, and despite Harry's faith in his godfather, he didn't think he and Lupin would be able to fix him. Snape would also know more. Harry was desperate for more stories about his mum. He worried that Snape might leave him alone for Avery to find. Sirius had said this house had no flue. Harry didn't have his wand either. He shook his head wildly. He had never hesitated to run into trouble before, so he didn't understand why he was now. He thrust his hand forward and twisted the doorknob quickly before he could change his mind. The hallway loomed before him like a dark tunnel. Harry couldn't tell if he was imagining the icy grip of the Dementor from his dream. He swallowed back a panicked gasp and darted forward. The house belonged to the Black family, old purebloods who had likely been around for hundreds of years. There had to be another way out of here. A wand was too much to ask for, and he knew there wasn't a flue, but there might be a broom somewhere. Harry would fly for hours in any direction if he had to. Sirius was out of his mind to have left him alone here. His foot missed a step, and he slid down a crooked flight of stairs, tumbling through a cobweb and crashing into a wall. He landed hard on the ground, tasting what felt like centuries of dust and dirt. A miserable moan escaped him. 6-year-old feet were painfully uncoordinated. Why was Sirius taking so long? Why hadn't he at least left Creature with Harry? Why had he thought hiding Harry in this awful house was a good idea? His head throbbed, and he struggled to catch his breath. Every inch of him was sore, achy, and tired. He couldn't tell if he was trembling from fear, worry, or exhaustion, but he was incredibly sick of it. He tried to breathe slowly and gain control over his panic, but his dream had stirred up his fears, and he couldn't seem to shake them. The house didn't help, it was eerily cold. He wasn't sure how wizard houses worked, but he knew he had to find a way out. Harry had assumed that in summer it would at least be a little warmer. Suddenly, he heard a hiss of fabric slipping up the wall behind him, and he jumped to his feet. He peered into the dim hallway, but nothing seemed to move. The black paneled wood faded into darkness, and he held his breath as he sensed something stirring. The soft sound of a cloak whispered over the old floors, and just as he had seen in his dream, a Dementor crept out of the shadows. In an instant, his mother's frantic voice echoed in his ears, and Harry dashed down the hallway to his right, praying for a door where he could hide. He flung open the first door he found and rushed inside. "Stand aside!" Voldemort's sibilant voice hissed in his ears as he slammed the door shut. The room was just as dark and miserable as the rest of the house, filled with covered furniture. "Help!" he whispered as quietly as he could. He didn't know if Dementors had ears, or if they sensed people by their worst feelings and memories. Ice formed along the wood, blanketing the door and nearly freezing him to it. Panic took over as Harry stumbled forward. He felt he was going to die if Sirius didn't show up soon. He was going to die in a safe house. All the trouble Voldemort had gone to in searching for him and trying to kill him year after year would be wasted by a Dementor. All of Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's hopes and wishes for him to disappear would be granted in seconds because he was too small to defend himself. "Go away!" he screamed, anger momentarily overpowering his fear. The Dementor drifted through the cracks in the doorframe, its long, thin arms stretching toward him. Harry stumbled into a couch and fell in a sprawl as it floated closer. He tried to grab the ragged white top covering the couch, but couldn't pull it. He was too small to move it. He wasn't sure what he would have done with it if he managed to rip it off. Maybe he would have hidden under it. He might be able to run past the Dementor, but he felt lightheaded and knew he was going to pass out soon. At least his death would be quick. "Please?" His mother's voice echoed in his head. He grabbed the pendant from his mother's necklace, wishing desperately that she or anyone were there to help. "Help," he begged. An uncomfortable lurch pulled at his stomach, and he spun for a moment before landing on a surprisingly soft surface in the loud kitchen of Grimmauld Place. "You can't just take Harry." Mrs. Weasley's voice cracked before the room fell silent. Harry gasped as the terror ebbed away and the dots sparkling across his vision slowly faded. He wasn't dead. His soul hadn't been sucked from his body, and he couldn't hear the dying screams of his mum, dad, or Voldemort anymore. He couldn't stop shaking and hadn't really taken a breath, but that didn't seem as important as everything else. Whatever he had landed on adjusted around him. Large hands held him carefully, and he sank into them. Harry worried he'd be pulled into the chaos of the kitchen, but that worry dulled the longer the silence continued. "Let go of him," Sirius's voice sounded harsh. "Now." "Sirius." "Give Harry a minute," Lupin said from Harry's left. "I don't want him." "Harry." Lupin cut Sirius off. "Are you all right?" Harry shook his head and buried it further into whatever soft material was in front of him. He was going to sit in a safe kitchen for a few minutes, and if anyone tried to take him elsewhere, he would go mad. He didn't know what he would say, but he was sure he would think of something. "Done, Black," Snape's voice rumbled in Harry's ears. Harry jerked and looked up, catching a glimpse of Snape's hooked nose and dark hair. Snape must have caught him when he landed. His wool jacket was soft against Harry's cheek, providing immense comfort. However, Harry couldn't decide if Snape holding him was a good or bad thing. Sirius had a point when he said that Snape was a Death Eater. Snape had left him alone, and he had been attacked by Avery, but Harry felt as if some part of the story was missing. Snape had left him with his wand and had seemed shaken and worried when Harry had checked on him last night. Snape also knew that Avery had seen him leaving Privet Drive. Harry was unsure what to think about the situation. He reminded himself that Snape had been unusually kind since they left his aunt's house. He had snapped at Harry a bit too, but that was expected. "I didn't," Sirius choked out before seeming to think better of his words. "Harry, are you all right? You gotta breathe, kiddo." Harry realized he was nearly hyperventilating. Snape's chest rose and fell slowly for a few minutes, and Harry tried to match his breathing. He wasn't sure if it worked because his throat still felt fuzzy. If he were set on his feet, he was sure he'd tip over, but it was better than before. "Severus, I can take Harry," Mrs. Weasley began. Harry shook his head desperately. He tightened his grip on Snape's jacket and pressed closer, trying to ignore the shudders still rattling him. He wasn't entirely sure what had happened to get him away from Sirius's safe house, but he knew the necklace was involved. It might have been a gift from Sirius, as it had taken him to Grimmauld Place. Harry couldn't guess why his mum would have hidden it beneath her. Harry sat on the floorboards of another one of Sirius's houses. It wouldn't have helped Mrs. Weasley unless she had been wearing it too. "I think Mr. Potter has made his decision very clear, Molly," Snape said, leaning back. His voice was softer than Harry had expected, considering everyone around them. Harry wasn't sure why Snape had said that to Mrs. Weasley, but he guessed she had tried to reach out. He was slightly shocked by that, as he half thought Snape would throw him at her as soon as Harry caught his breath. "Harry, did you apparate here?" Sirius asked, sounding as if he was inching closer. Harry tucked himself closer into Snape, feeling an uncomfortable worry about Sirius that reminded him of Uncle Vernon. He knew that was illogical. Sirius was just a bit unpredictable. He wouldn't hit him. I don't know. There was a Dementor in your house, Harry croaked, trying to ignore the raspy sound of his voice. A what? Sirius shouted. Harry flinched, and Snape's hand curled warmly over his back, pressing gently and dulling the shivers still rattling through him. He looked out nervously at his godfather. Sirius fumed, his face a mix of fear, anger, and panic. The kitchen looked like it had gone through a few disastrous fights already. Parchment was scattered throughout the room, and various quills and books looked as if they had been tossed about. Lupin was paler than Harry remembered him being the day before, though Harry wondered if it had more to do with the full moon approaching than his sudden appearance. A Dementor, Harry? Lupin asked, stepping over to Sirius as he righted a chair. He pushed Sirius into it slowly. If you cast a Patronus charm, the Ministry might know where you were. I don't think they have that house under watch, but you never know what might alert them. I don't have my wand. I haven't been able to find it since last night, Harry said. Harry twisted slightly in Snape's arms to look directly at Lupin. I just ran away. Mrs. Weasley made a worried sound and hurried from the room. Harry thought he saw a bit more red hair than her own when the door opened, but he might have imagined it when no one else came through after the door closed again. Harry, that's horrible. I'm so sorry, Sirius said, his jaw working over, opening and closing several times before he spoke again. How? That house is, how could that have happened? Sirius's voice rose, but he seemed to calm down as he thought about it. Harry, I believe you, I do, but I would have known if a Dementor had been in that house with you. That's not entirely true, though, is it, Black? You've never understood the depth of danger you place others in when it comes to dark creatures, Snape said, glaring at Sirius. Perhaps you didn't notice it. Piss off, Snape, Sirius hissed. I spent 12 years in Azkaban. I'd have noticed. He stood again and leaned over the table. Snape's arm came further around Harry and tightened slightly. I wouldn't have put Harry somewhere dangerous. I suppose I should add, though, Sirius said nastily, that it's not really my fault if others stick their abnormally large noses in dangerous. Is it possible it was a boggart, Harry? Lupin cut in. Think back and describe it for me, please. Harry paused, trying to remember what had actually happened, but he struggled. Everything was tainted with blurry fear. He didn't understand how it could have been a boggart, not when it seemed to just live in the hallway where it had found him. He supposed he could have woken it up when he fell down the stairs, but did boggarts live in stairs? Could boggarts make ice appear out of doorways? Maybe it lived in the wardrobe he had opened but just decided not to attack until he left the room. Felt ridiculous. If it could attack, it would have. It wouldn't be a good predator if it ignored the chance to strike someone while they were sleeping. Were boggarts considered predators? Maybe it hadn't seen Harry and tried to attack before he stepped into the hallway. Harry's dream had been eerily similar to other Dementor attacks. Sirius had said the disillusionment charm was linked to the door, meaning no one could see or harm him if he was in the room. It seemed to only attack when Harry had left. Can boggarts change the space they're in, like they change themselves? Harry asked finally. If he had truly been that scared of a boggart, it would be embarrassing. It can happen, Lupin nodded. If a boggart senses it's winning, it can grow stronger. It really depends on how you define change the space. If you mean it physically altered something in the room, like a rug or a window, then no. He looked Harry in the eye. But if you mean it imitated the effect of something you fear, like the cold air or ice the Dementors are known for, then yes. Boggarts are tricky, Harry. They prey on our deepest fears, which is why we often struggle unnecessarily. That's what makes them so dangerous, and why Ministry specialists are often called to deal with them. He added kindly. Oh, Harry said, feeling a bit dumb. Mrs. Weasley quietly re-entered the room, holding Harry's wand in her hand. She quickly handed it over with an apologetic look. Harry was relieved to have his wand back, The warmth tingled pleasantly in his hand and up his arm. The room fell into an awkward silence as Harry rolled his wand in his hand. He wasn't sure if he was imagining it, since no one else seemed bothered. They looked deep in thought about what little Harry had told them. He hoped this taught them to leave him armed if they planned to leave him alone. We'll circle back to that question. You didn't cast a Patronus charm, but you still managed to find your way here. Do you think it was accidental magic, Harry? Lupin asked softly. Harry's fingers clenched in Snape's jacket. He wondered what they would think if he admitted he thought he'd escaped by using the necklace. They might take it away. Sirius might be upset to learn that his gift had been hidden beneath the floorboards. Aunt Petunia's voice shrieked in the back of his mind, berating him for being a destructive menace with no regard for other people's homes. She hadn't found his hiding place yet, but she'd certainly yelled at him for any scuff or mark on the house. He was pleased to note that hiding things in floorboards seemed to run in his family. Harry had only just found the necklace, though, and he didn't want them to take it away. What if they put it back in that room? That didn't seem fair. The old house didn't deserve something of his mum's, especially not something this nice. I don't know, Harry said finally. He didn't like lying to Lupin, but he didn't want to tell the truth. That's all right, Lupin said. Sometimes accidental magic happens in those situations. I think a cup of tea might really help, he added, twisting to grab the teapot. Mrs. Weasley jumped to help. She pulled a pattern tin down from a cupboard and began sorting quickly through it. Harry wondered if he should let go of Snape. He didn't know how long Snape would allow him in his personal space, let alone be held by him, but he knew his minutes were numbered. Snape was more comforting than Harry would admit out loud, though. He hadn't moved unless it was to give Harry more space, and he hadn't coddled Harry, not even when he'd been in a full panic. I also think a bit of chocolate wouldn't go amiss, Lupin said, rifling through his pockets. Harry wondered if Lupin had always carried chocolate with him. It was just a precaution because the Dementors were searching for Sirius. Harry tried to climb down from Snape, feeling he should leave sooner rather than later, but he found it remarkably harder than he had expected. His legs had gone numb from fear and hadn't quite woken up since. Snape kept a hand on his arm and helped him down into a chair. He shivered harder as he sat down. The loss of warmth was a shock he hadn't anticipated. He hadn't realized how warm Snape was and how much that helped keep his panic at bay. He wasn't used to this kind of cold either. He had been in dangerous situations many times before, but none had the same effect as the Dementors did. A faded blue mug was placed before him, along with a few pieces of chocolate. He immediately began nibbling on the chocolate. The tea smelled faintly of chamomile, and Harry found himself calming almost unconsciously as he sipped it. Now then, Lupin started as he poured himself a cup. Let's discuss our next steps. Severus, how far along are you on a cure? I would be further had I not been detained for questioning this morning, Snape sneered. A few hours can't have really set you behind, Snape, Sirius said, wrinkling his nose as he sat again. A few hours longer than your godson was forced to remain 6'4". You're right though, it didn't affect me as much as it did him, Snape snapped back. Sirius's lip curled in disgust as he turned away from Snape. Harry felt a renewed sense of worry creeping over him at the thought of siding with Snape over Sirius. He couldn't help but feel that he needed to address that soon, especially given Sirius's concerning urge to hide Harry away in terrifying dark houses. Harry dear, why don't you and I go into the living room? Mrs. Weasley said kindly. Harry shook his head and grabbed his mug with both hands. Harry enjoyed the small warmth of the kitchen. No, thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I'd like to be present if we're talking about how to fix me and my cousin. He didn't want to leave the safety of the kitchen. He wasn't sure if he'd feel truly safe with any of them at the moment, but a small part of him relied on their arguing to keep things balanced. If he left, he could find Ron and Hermione and work out a plan with them. They might have some ideas that could help with his mum's necklace and Snape's motives. He wasn't keen on sharing his change of heart about their stern potions master. If you refuse to allow Potter to stay with me while I brew a cure, then I'll need access to him when I request it. I need him in my lab, Snape said. You're mad if you think I'm going to let you take Harry anywhere, Sirius replied. I'll go with Snape, Harry said, shuddering as a rush of fear ran through him. His throat went dry despite the tea, and he stared nervously at Sirius, watching for any negative reactions. Sirius's eyes widened and his face paled, making his gaunt cheekbones appear even thinner. Harry leaned back instinctively. Not that I don't want to stay here, Harry said quickly, feeling as if he'd ruined everything with Sirius. I do, I really like being here with you. Sirius stood abruptly. Can I speak to you outside? He asked Snape. Snape backed away from Harry and flicked his hand toward the door. They stared at each other, seeming to argue with silent glares. Lupin began to rise from his chair, but away from Sirius had him sitting back down. Harry worried about what the two would do without a mediator. They disappeared out a side door, leaving the room in silence. I'm going to go find Ron and Hermione, Harry said, jumping from his chair and stumbling as his legs struggled to catch up with him. Both Lupin and Mrs. Weasley jumped up, reaching out to help him, but he pushed them away and ran from the room. Harry! Mrs. Weasley called after him, but he dashed down a hallway before she could catch him. He couldn't tell if he was still shaken from the lingering panic of the Dementor, or the Boggart, or from telling Sirius he would be all right staying with Snape, or if it was something else entirely. He found a set of stairs and realized for the first time that he didn't actually know where Ron or Hermione were. His fingers moved to the lily pendant on his mum's necklace, tracing its shape unconsciously. The pendant seemed to warm in his hands, sending a pleasant humming sensation radiating through him. Chapter 9. Harry. Harry flinched, dropping the pendant and twisting in place. He spotted two floppy ears that reminded him of Dobby disappearing around the corner, but no one else. The pendant hummed again, and he wondered if he should go back and apologize to Sirius. His eyes clenched shut, and he groaned. Why had he said anything in front of Sirius in the first place? What was Sirius and Snape talking about? Did it all have to do with Avery, or were they angry with each other over old arguments? Harry, up here. Harry whipped around and spotted Ron at the top of a winding set of stairs. Ginny appeared behind him and waved her hand hurriedly, gesturing for him to come up the stairs. A quiet pop echoed from behind him, and Harry spared a second to worry about it before running up to meet them. Bloody hell, Harry! Ron said, reaching out to tug Harry up the last few steps. Where have you been? Mum went mental. Ginny smiled a hello as she rifled through her pockets, seeming to have lost something. Harry! Hermione squeaked and darted forward to hug him. Harry got a mouthful of hair before she finally leaned back and frowned at him. You look really pale. What happened? Quiet! Ginny hissed. She fussed with an odd and fleshy-looking piece of string. The three turned toward her, watching as she seemed to untangle a knot before flinging what looked like an ear down the stairs. Extendable ears, Ron whispered, catching Harry's confused look. They're dead useful. Fred and George invented them, and we were all using them to spy for weeks. They got stingy and refused to share once Mum found out about them, but Ginny nicked one a week ago. Harry watched as the ear bounced down the stairs, rattling loudly in a piece next to Ginny's head. It stopped and dangled in front of the doorway to the kitchen. I don't think Mrs. Weasley and Lupin are really up to much. It's Snape and Sirius we want, Harry said quickly. He felt an uncomfortable tingle at the back of his neck. Eavesdropping had been unavoidable when he'd slept in his cupboard, but that hadn't stopped Aunt Petunia from punishing him for it. Sirius might be okay with it if he thought Harry should be present for the conversation. However, Sirius had asked Snape to leave with him. Not to mention how Snape would react if they got caught. Did they go out that side door? We can get over the top of it. This house is full of creepy little passageways to sneak around in, Hermione said. Harry nodded. Ginny jumped to her feet and rounded the corner, with Ron close behind her. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand before she could leave as well. Wait! Harry whispered. We can follow them in a second. He paused, feeling suddenly unsure about sharing his mum's necklace. Ron and Hermione had always been happy for him when he found connections to his parents, and he remembered how they enjoyed looking through his photo album with him or asking stories about them. Harry hadn't known most of the stories behind the photographs, but he knew a few. Hermione blinked curiously but waited patiently. Ron peeked back from around the corner and stepped closer, giving them both a concerned look. "Harry?" Ron asked. "They might not talk long, but anytime Sirius and Snape get into it, we usually hear a lot. You know how they are." "Ron?" Hermione frowned, scrunching her nose. "Ginny will listen, so it isn't like we won't find out." Right, Ron nodded. "I'm just saying." Harry couldn't shake his nervousness. He wanted to tell them what had happened, but he also didn't want to explain how he'd been utterly terrified by a boggart or how he landed on Snape and somehow felt like he was the safest option among the 3 other adults. "Harry?" Hermione whispered. Harry stammered. "I found something in Sirius's safe house." "His what?" Hermione asked quickly. "You were gone," Ron shouted. He shrugged sheepishly when Hermione glared at him, lowering his voice. "Mum absolutely lost it, mate. She went off on me about leaving you alone with Sirius. She said he'd kidnapped you." No, Harry started. "I mean, yes, I was gone, but Sirius just got a bit overprotective." He pulled at a loose thread around the cuff of his sleeve, wondering at what point overprotective became reckless. "The house he took me to was really old, but I found a note to my mum and a necklace." "You didn't put it on, did you?" Hermione asked immediately, her eyes darting to his neck. "It might be hexed." Harry blanched. He hadn't considered that someone might try to hex his mum. "You did, didn't you?" Hermione said in a deadpan voice. She dropped to her knees and reached out. "May I see it?" "Well, if it had been hexed, it's probably not anymore, Hermione," Ron said, joining her on the floor. "It's got to be over 10 years old. Hexes don't last forever." "Some can," Hermione said darkly. "It's better I did put it on. I think it brought me here." "It felt like a portkey," Harry explained. Hermione's face whitened, and Ron frowned, making Harry feel suddenly very out of the loop. He worried he might have made a horrible mistake. He'd thought they would be glad he found his way back to Grimmauld Place. "Harry, the last time you found a portkey, it brought you to you-know-who," Hermione's voice wobbled. "I'm just a bit nervous about you disappearing on us, especially lately." Ron nodded, rubbing his fingers over the dark floorboards. Harry smiled shakily at the reminder but shook his head. "Well, yeah," he said, thinking of how just that morning he had run from Mrs. Weasley after the graveyard stole his thoughts again. "This one is all right, though. It was a gift for her, I think. It even came with a note," he said, pulling the scrap of parchment from his pocket. "Read for yourselves." Hermione pressed her fingers to her lips as she mouthed the words. Harry lifted the thin gold chain and showed it to both of them once she had finished. "There are a few spells we can try that will identify what curses or spells are on it," Hermione said. "If it's hexed," she added quickly as Harry glared. "It might also tell us if it's a portkey. Though, I think it's safe to assume it is." She tapped the note as she thought. "I wonder why you haven't returned to, well, wherever Sirius had you, if you're still wearing it. It might only be good for one go," Ron suggested, raising an eyebrow and craning his neck toward the hallway Ginny had disappeared down. "That could be true," Hermione nodded. She eyed the pendant suspiciously and ran her fingers over the ink on the note a few more times. "Where did you find it?" she asked, flipping the note over and searching the blank parchment. Harry smiled. "Beneath the floorboards." "She hid it?" Ron asked, leaning back on his hand with a raised eyebrow. "Sounds dodgy to me." Hermione nodded and pocketed the note. "Let's go check it for spells. Let's go listen with Ginny first." "We've got to make the best of a good opportunity," Ron said, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder. Harry and Hermione hummed in agreement, and the 3 quickly snapped down the hallway. Harry couldn't help feeling a little slighted at their lack of enthusiasm. They made a few good points, wondering if it was hexed and worrying if it was dangerous, but he had wanted them to be as excited as he had been about it. He didn't have anything of his mother's, aside from her eyes and temper, according to Snape at least. He had been desperate for something that connected him to her. Hadn't received anything from his mum and dad since he had learned of their existence. When he was younger, he pretended to find toys and blankets that belonged to them to pass the time while locked in his cupboard. He created elaborate stories about how he came by the items, despite how many years it had been since they passed away. Mysterious deliveries that only he could see would magically appear in his cupboard, so Dudley couldn't steal them away. Dudley's broken toys and hand-drawn pictures would poke out from inside the spider nests or cracks, and he pretended they were brand new or family photos like the ones he had seen on Aunt Petunia's mantel. Looking back, he knew it had been highly illogical. He didn't think his parents had ever been to Privet Drive, and therefore could never have hidden toys for him, but he wanted them all the same. He used to burrow into his clothes and pretend it was a patchwork quilt his mum had sewn. He praised every make-believe stitch. He wasn't sure if she had known how to sew, but it seemed like something mothers did. Aunt Petunia knew how to sew, and she had made Dudley a garish-looking quilt for his birthday one year. Harry had snickered when Dudley opened it, and he subsequently found himself sitting in front of the stove, baking Dudley's birthday breakfast as punishment. He always wanted to burn their food just a little, but they wouldn't have let him eat that day if he wasted their food. It was just as well that he never found anything. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would have taken it straight away and reminded him that his parents were drunken and lazy degenerates, and that Harry, as their son, was no better. They slipped down a skinny and crooked stairwell before stepping into a crawl space over the kitchen. "Oh," Hermione whispered as they caught up with Ginny. "What did the other Order members say the other night?" Harry jolted, remembering that they had not discussed it yet. Harry still didn't know about Avery and Snape's friendship or that Snape had potentially left him vulnerable. This wouldn't help convince them of Snape's recent kindness. He hesitated to mention Snape's past friendship with his mother, as Snape had nearly threatened to use him as potion ingredients if Harry revealed anything about Snape's personal life. Well, not that we actually know for certain, but Sirius said that Snape knew Avery had seen him take me away from the Dursleys, and he'd left me alone intentionally, Harry began slowly. "He what?" Ron exclaimed, his voice cracking. Ginny shushed him and turned back to listen. She appeared deeply focused and slightly concerned, her freckled face a bit paler than it had been moments ago. Her head was tilted over the receiver on the extendable ear, and she occasionally bounced the string. Harry wondered how they had found this crawl space and thought to pull up a floorboard to eavesdrop on the hallway below. Given the amount of time they had spent spying at Hogwarts, it wasn't unusual. Hermione's eyes widened, and she nervously bit her upper lip as she thought. Snape's never been actively dangerous. He's always been on our side, hasn't he? In his own way? She spoke as if she didn't believe her own words. They said that Voldemort definitely knows that I'm small right now, but that Snape's position is safe. Slick git, Ron hissed. Of course he's only concerned about himself. Shut up! Ginny snapped, throwing them a fierce glare. They're whispering and getting into it. I've never heard them go this long without dissolving into insults. Ron perked up and sank to his knees next to his sister as Harry and Hermione quickly crowded in beside them. What had they said? Ron asked. They were already on one, so I missed the beginning. But there was something about this Avery guy that Snape knows and how irresponsible Snape's been about him. Snape admitted that he left Harry alone the other night, but his wards were supposed to keep out anyone who would do harm. Sirius made a comment about Snape's inability to ward things, but Snape turned it around on Sirius, saying the same about his safe house, Ginny summarized quickly. I guess that answers where Harry's been all morning, she added with a frown. Harry glanced at Hermione's watch, realizing how late it was in the afternoon. Sirius had missed his arrival time by several hours at the safe house. Harry must have slept for a while. The tinny sound of Snape and Sirius's hushed conversation rang in their ears. I'd rather stumble upon a boggart than a Death Eater, Snape, Sirius said, sounding close to shouting. "There's no argument you can use to change my mind. I won't let you near him alone, not when you can't properly protect him. If you listen to me, you'd understand that I'm not trying to change your mind," Snape argued. Harry could almost hear Snape pinching the bridge of his nose. "What part about my work better without distractions was I supposed to have misunderstood?" Sirius asked, pitching his voice low in mockery of Snape's tone. "You want him alone so you can drop him off with your bloody Dark Lord." "That has never been my intention," Snape replied, and the sound of something heavy hitting a wall echoed through the receiver. "I want him safe, for once in his life." "If you wanted him safe, you'd have just kept him with his relatives." Sirius's voice sounded strained. "How can you expect any of us to trust you when you act as if you're being watched by your slimy little friends?" Ginny twisted, looking alarmed until she noticed Hermione nodding along with the conversation. She frowned and threw Harry a concerned glance before turning back to listen. Harry couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Sirius felt relieved that Snape didn't mention the condition he found Harry in, or the embarrassing way Aunt Petunia had forced Snape to take Harry with him. Sirius wouldn't have been impressed by that at all. He might have teased Harry about the clothes he had been wearing or the cupboard he lived in. Sirius would have wanted Harry to stand up for himself and argue back at his aunt and uncle. However, Harry knew when to pick his battles with his relatives. Given Dudley's similar de-aging, Harry understood he would never win that fight. In that house, it was a cardinal sin to allow Dudley to come to harm, and no amount of arguing or begging could ease any punishment. "You act like Dumbledore trusting you grants you some kind of immunity, but don't forget," Sirius said, lowering his voice. "Some of us remember who you were before you turned tail." "I never asked you to trust me," Snape replied smoothly. "I provide you with information at Dumbledore's request. What you choose to believe doesn't matter to me." "No, you're right. You don't care how we react to your information unless it's treated as anything less than a gift." Harry could hear the displeasure in Sirius's voice. "My point stands. I won't have you stealing Harry away like you tried to with Lily." Hermione stumbled backward, catching herself at the last second. She whipped around, her eyes wide as she blinked at Harry. Harry quickly turned away, staring at the receiver and desperately listening for Snape's response. It was painfully quiet. Harry hoped the extendable ear hadn't chosen that moment to break. "I haven't stolen your godson, Black," Snape said finally. "He's kind," Sirius interrupted. "He's kind and impressionable, and too quick to forgive and forget. All traits you've abused and relied on in the past." "I haven't abused," Snape's voice cut harshly through the small hallway. "My conscience doesn't rely upon the approval of a 15-year-old. But it doesn't hurt to have, does it?" Sirius said softly. "He's Lily in the flesh, back from the dead, and you suddenly find it possible to make up for all your past mistakes. That it took you for years to realize this shocks me, but what doesn't shock me is how quickly you've capitalized on it," he continued. Harry shivered, unsure of where this conversation was going. He didn't want the others to hear everything being said. "There is a large difference," Snape began slowly. Harry could hear heavy breathing, but he wasn't sure if it came from Snape, Sirius, or both of them. "Between an adult and their child. I can see why you'd slip into that line of thought, considering you're attempting to do exactly what you accuse me of doing, with Potter and his father." A short fight seemed to break out, but it didn't sound like either of them cast any dangerous spells. "If you so much as blink in Harry's direction again, Sirius began. "You'll what? Leave him stuck as a vulnerable child?" "You lack the skill to see the larger issues and attempt to fix them," Snape replied. "This isn't just about him being 6. Sirius shouted. "No. It isn't. Pay attention to how your godson behaves around you. Listen and observe how he reacts. I don't need to justify my actions to you, but if you continue to act in his supposed defense, I will step in." Something slammed against the wall, causing a loud, fuzzy sound to ring in the receiver. Harry bolted down the hallway, unable to listen to whatever else Sirius or Snape might have said afterwards. He wasn't sure how much longer the conversation would last, but he wanted to leave before they could catch the four of them eavesdropping. The crack in his soul seemed to widen the longer the two spoke. If either of them were to be believed, they were only using Harry to feel better about themselves. He felt a surge of emotions, each one angrier and sadder than the last. He had thought Sirius wanted to get to know him. Sirius loved sharing stories about his younger days, believing it would help Harry understand him better. But maybe it was just Sirius reminiscing. Last night, Sirius had said he wished Harry was more like his father. Harry didn't know how to handle that, especially now that he understood the possible reasons behind it. He pressed his fists into his eyes, feeling tears beginning to form. That wasn't right, he reminded himself fiercely. Sirius had been incredibly helpful throughout his 4th year. He hadn't tried to absolve himself of his absence in Harry's life for his own benefit. He had barely mentioned it, only apologizing in the first few letters they exchanged. Otherwise, he had been caring, kind, and genuinely interested in getting to know Harry. Snape had been kind too, but he had never asked for forgiveness. His kindness began only after Harry discovered his previous friendship with Lily. Snape had shared how hard it was to talk about Harry's mother, yet he still provided the small bits of information Harry had desperately wanted to know. Harry wasn't sure what to think about either of them. The conversation had only pushed them further apart, and he doubted anything he said could solve their problems. As Harry rounded the corner, he ran into a pair of legs and nearly fell, but quick hands caught him. "Harry!" Lupin crouched in front of him. "I've been looking all over for you. How are you feeling?" He helped Harry regain his balance. "I'm sorry I didn't get a hold of Sirius sooner." "He means well." Harry nodded and glanced around Lupin, curious if anyone else would appear from behind him. "You still look a bit peaky," Lupin said. Lupin continued with a frown. He pulled out more chocolate from his pocket. "I want you to know that boggarts can be incredibly dangerous. There's no shame in running from them. In fact, that's a ministry-approved tactic." Harry nibbled on the chocolate for a few minutes, debating whether he should ask Lupin about Sirius and Snape. Lupin had known them both for far longer than Harry had, and he also knew Harry's parents. Lupin might have more insight into what they meant. Harry had already half forgotten about the boggart. The cold shiver that ran up his back every few minutes was the only lingering reminder. He wasn't interested in having it brought up again, unless it was to point out that he should always be allowed to have his wand. He was always alone in those situations. Even if the Dementor was a boggart, it still felt deadly and real. "I'm not sure how we'll work it out with Snape coming to work with you, but we'll think of something," Lupin said. Harry began, fiddling with the wrapper around the chocolate. "I have a question, not about the boggart though." Lupin raised his eyebrows and tilted his head, waiting patiently for Harry to ask. Do you think that Sirius is?" He paused, glancing up at Lupin to gauge his reaction. He instinctively noted the lack of closets in the hallways and reminded himself that Lupin looked ill as well. If Harry said something that upset him, it was likely he wouldn't be able to catch Harry fast enough to hurt him. Lupin hummed in encouragement and smiled kindly. "Well, you don't think he's just trying to pretend I'm my dad, do you?" Harry asked finally, taking a second to track where Lupin's hands went. Lupin huffed a sad laugh and groaned painfully as he sat down in the hallway. "No, Harry, I don't think he is," he said. "It'd be difficult for one, because while you share a lot of similar traits with James, you're very much your own unique person." Lupin took the chocolate from Harry and broke off a piece for himself. Harry hummed as his fingers found the necklace again. He twisted the pendant around, wondering what else Snape and Sirius might have been wrong about. "I will say that Sirius might sometimes forget that you're not James, but he always comes back to himself quickly," Lupin said. "Which isn't a great thing, but he's still working through 12 years of imprisonment. It's a bit different to have known you as a 1-year-old and to know you at 15. Harry nodded and looked around the hallways, feeling awkward and childish for having been so worried. "What have you got in your hand?" Lupin asked suddenly. Harry jolted and dropped the necklace. "Nothing," he said quickly. Lupin reached forward, his amber eyes narrowing as Harry leapt backward. "Harry," Lupin began, holding his hands out in a calming gesture. "I'm not going to take it from you. I just want to see." He inched forward but paused as Harry shook his head wildly. "It's nothing bad," Harry said, tucking it beneath his shirt. "It's not dangerous." "I didn't think it was," Lupin replied. "I did think I've seen it before, though." Harry watched Lupin's face, feeling the urge to show it to him right away and accept whatever punishment might follow. Aunt Petunia's voice rang in his ears, and the phantom sting of snatched away things tingled in his fingers. He didn't want to hand it over, he wanted one of his mum's things, even if she hadn't intentionally left it to him. "Harry," Lupin began softly, "I really won't take it from you. Marauder's promise," he added with a smile. A small bubble of laughter welled up in Harry, and he leaned forward, showing the necklace to Lupin. "Now that's a trick," Lupin said, twisting and looking closely at the pendant. "Lily wore this. This happened every day without fail. The last time I saw it was when Lily and James were buried. She had been wearing it." Harry paused, feeling confused and immensely sad. He pulled the chain up and twisted the charm in his fingers. It didn't look old or scuffed, and it certainly didn't seem like something that had been buried for over a decade. There were a few scratches around the pendant, but that didn't explain how it had seemingly leapt from his mother's neck and hidden itself in Sirius's safe house. "Your aunt and I got into a massive argument about it," Lupin said, his eyes softening as he looked at Harry. "It was the only time I ever met your aunt, mind you. I told her to give Lily's necklace to you so you'd have something to remember her by. Obviously not to give it to a 1-year-old, but when you got a bit bigger and wouldn't swallow it." Harry leaned against the wall, trying to picture Aunt Petunia and Lupin arguing. "She said Lily was meant to be buried with it and refused to give it to you. She even said she'd throw it away if I left it with her." "Your aunt, what's her name?" Lupin asked. "Aunt Petunia," Harry supplied, unable to take his eyes off the pendant. "Petunia, right." Lupin nodded with a far-off look. "Petunia said she owned a similar one, though hers had a petunia and not a lily on it. I don't think she was wearing it at the time. She was adamant that if Lily had been wearing hers, she should be buried with it." Harry blinked at Lupin. "I don't understand it, though. How did the necklace end up beneath the floorboards? Did my mum have two of the same necklace?" "Neither did I. I'm sure you know better than I, but neither Lily nor your aunt really got along. I think the necklaces were a source of argument between them," Lupin said. "If you're... Don't worry about your aunt. I've been confused by her for the last 14 years. It was quite a memorable argument," Lupin said. "But," Harry began. He couldn't remember ever seeing Aunt Petunia wear a necklace like this. She preferred expensive-looking pearls. "Aunt Petunia." He struggled to find the right words. It felt like something had been taken from him. He wished Aunt Petunia had let Lupin give it to him. Once, he had asked her if his parents had left him anything. She had looked as if she swallowed a lemon and told him they hadn't owned a single decent thing, and because of that, they had nothing to give him. "And as nature would have it," Lupin said, examining the small pendant closely. "I'm still confused." "Harry?" Sirius's voice echoed from downstairs, followed by another sound that Harry couldn't make out. "Come on, Harry, let's go check on Sirius." "I didn't hear any dueling, so they both must have lived," Lupin said. "This could be a good sign. I don't think those two have ever had an interaction that didn't end in a duel." Harry smiled and reached out to help Lupin up, but then paused, realizing he wouldn't be much help. He had forgotten how small he was, even though his current size was one of the oddest things to ever happen to him. "While I appreciate the attempt, Harry, I have a feeling I'm a bit too big to help up at the moment," Lupin said. They made it back to the kitchen and found Snape and Sirius glaring at each other. "Looks like they had a civil conversation," Lupin whispered to Harry. Harry nodded, smiling, until he noticed Sirius's face. He looked paler than he had when Harry offered to stay with Snape. He looked even paler than when the Dementors had surrounded them at Hogwarts. His throat tightened. The wall pressed against Harry's back, and he hadn't realized he had backed up. "Harry," Sirius began, gripping the chair tightly. He paused and swallowed. Snape closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Sirius, has something happened?" Lupin asked. "Potentially. Snape has hinted at something concerning just now," Sirius replied, gesturing towards Snape. Lupin glanced between them, and Harry took a moment to breathe. Snape appeared pale, though he was always pale. It was clear he wasn't happy. A disappointed frown marked his face. "All right," Lupin nodded. "Well, we're listening." Sirius nodded and tapped the back of the chair again. He seemed to be stalling. Harry wished he would just get to the point. The tapping was becoming irritating. Finally, Sirius stopped and turned, stepping over to Harry and Lupin. He dropped to his knees in front of Harry and held him by the shoulders. Harry couldn't hide the slight tremble that ran through him. "I wasn't lying when I said you could always write to me," Sirius whispered, keeping his voice low enough for only Harry to hear. "I don't want Snape anywhere near you, and I know how you feel about your relatives." A cold sweat broke out over Harry at the thought of returning to that house. "But I think you might be safer back there." Harry shook his head wildly. He couldn't go back to that house, not with Dudley still dazed and no cure in sight. Uncle Vernon had said he couldn't come back unless it was to fix Dudley. What was he supposed to say to them? Could he leave before they took him back? There was if he could use the flu in this house, he could find his dad's cloak and escape. He didn't want to be around Aunt Petunia while he was in his 6-year-old body. No one in the house had cared for him then, and they certainly wouldn't now. She would probably take one look at him and throw him back in his cupboard. He couldn't stay in there for the rest of the summer. No one had ever forced him back to the Dursleys after taking him away. He didn't think that was fair. Well, Snape had a similar reaction, but he didn't feel inclined to explain why. Sirius said, "So how about you tell me why going home is a bad idea?" He rubbed Harry's shoulders in what was probably meant to be a calming gesture. Harry felt as if he had been dropped into an ice bath. Chapter 10. Black. Snape's voice carried a warning tone. Harry caught a glimpse of his professor's cloak whipping angrily around him. Sirius made a quick shushing motion at Snape. Harry began, feeling his throat tighten. He struggled to organize his thoughts into a coherent sentence. Hermione had always asked about the Dursleys at the start of term, but he had never felt this panicked about explaining it to her. She usually understood and dropped the topic when he grew too agitated. Well, was there really something to worry about? Uncle Vernon had clearly said not to return unless it was to fix Dudley. That was all Harry really needed to say, wasn't it? Uncle Vernon hadn't specified what would happen if Harry returned without a cure, but Harry felt he had made his capabilities quite clear. He had learned to stay out of Uncle Vernon's reach when he was younger, back when he was 6 or smaller. Aunt Petunia had usually been the one to reprimand him, but Uncle Vernon was never hesitant to grab him by the collar and shake him or toss him into his cupboard. He used to be thrown outside as well, but he doubted the Dursleys would want anyone in the neighborhood to see a 6-year-old-sized Harry when he should be 15. That would ruin their perfect, normal appearance. Aunt Petunia might lock him in his cupboard for the rest of the summer if he returned. He wasn't sure what he would eat without a cat flap to pass cans of soup through. She would have even more reason to be angry with him than Uncle Vernon after involving Snape in their mess. He wouldn't need to explain Aunt Petunia's opinion of him to Sirius. It wasn't very accurate anyway, but the less Sirius heard of it, the happier Harry felt. Harry's mind. He realized that Sirius had made it clear there was nothing wrong with his relative's treatment, even if Harry personally disliked it. Sirius respected Dumbledore's opinion, but he had also mentioned that Dumbledore wasn't infallible. Harry didn't want Sirius to think he couldn't defend himself. He had already proven his strength against Avery and, more importantly, Voldemort. Sirius was always proud when Harry stood up for himself. Voldemort's high voice echoed faintly in the back of Harry's mind, sending shivers down his spine. Voldemort had seemed pleased when Harry defended himself, in his own terrifying way. Harry was certain Voldemort hadn't been happy when he escaped the graveyard. Black? Snape's voice cut through Harry's thoughts, fuzzy in his ears. There was really nothing for Snape or Sirius to worry about. They valued Harry's ability to defend himself, which was an important trait, especially for him, given how often he found himself in dangerous situations. He wondered what they would think if they knew he had hidden in his cupboard or run away when he couldn't hide. Hiding was the easiest way to avoid being dragged around or thrown into the cupboard. It was where he would end up anyway, and it was also what made the Dursleys happiest. If he couldn't hide, he could always run away, but that usually resulted in being caught and forced to clean or cook. He didn't want to cook at 6 years old. They likely wouldn't appreciate his poor coordination, which probably affected his cleaning skills too. Harry tried to breathe, but his throat felt constricted. He wondered when they had left the kitchen or if the table had always been outside. The muddy grass beneath it smelled like it had been there for a while. The nauseating stench of blood lingered in the air. Harry looked at the table, realizing it needed cleaning. Soap and cold water, he croaked. That was the cheapest way to clean blood. Aunt Petunia was never pleased when he wasted her good products on something that a little hard work could handle. He couldn't see any blood, but he was sure it was there, probably needing bleach, judging by the smell. Cedric's voice echoed in his thoughts. He wondered if the killing curse always smelled like burnt ozone or if that was just his impression. It would be strange to ask others about the scent. Aunt Petunia would have been horrified at the state of the table and would have made sure it was cleaned long ago. Well, she would have made Harry clean it. She might have even let him use the yellow dish gloves, depending on whether she would allow him to use bleach. Aunt Petunia believed nothing cleaned as well as bleach. She had once tried to bathe Harry in bleach, despite his loud complaints about the smell. The kids in class teased him for weeks after that. It was hard to avoid getting dirty when he cleaned or gardened, but Aunt Petunia never thought he was clean enough. That likely explained why she always scrunched her nose around him. He was dirty. A dark shape fluttered in front of his face, blocking his view of the damp, muddy table. He could hear a high whine from a nearby dog, though he couldn't remember anyone bringing one around. He hoped it wasn't Aunt Marge's dog, Ripper. That dog hated him. He thought he could hear someone speaking, but he wasn't sure where the sound came from. It felt like he was underwater, and he was almost certain something wet brushed against his ankles. He didn't think it was just the wet grass, and he hoped it wasn't the dog. He didn't want to be bitten. Maybe Ripper was trying to be friendly? Harry had always tried to be nice to the dog, even though Aunt Marge likely trained him to hate Harry. She loved to remind Harry of that fact. Harry thought he could be as nice as possible, but it wouldn't stop people or animals from hating him. He felt he was just not meant to be liked. It was probably a good lesson to learn. He would always be that dirty and despicable kid who lived in a cupboard under the stairs. Blinking, he realized he had lost track of the kitchen and tried to find the table again in case Aunt Petunia needed him to clean it. Instead, he found a short, speckled countertop. He wasn't sure how, but he had somehow ended up sitting on it. It was hard plastic like Aunt Petunia's, but older looking. He thought he might have seen something similar in Mrs. Fig's house. Something brushed gently over his nose, and he looked up. Snape was running the back of his middle finger up and down Harry's nose. He looked pinched and worried and paused when he noticed Harry watching him. "Follow my finger," Snape said quietly. "Only with your eyes." Harry tried to ask why, but his throat felt painfully sore, so he nodded instead. Snape summoned a glass from somewhere, cast a quick aguamenti, and let Harry have a sip before he moved again. Harry watched as Snape's finger moved closer and farther away, left and right, and up and down a few times. Snape seemed pleased with him, though Harry didn't understand why. If that was a test, it was the easiest one he'd ever taken. It would have been awful if he had failed it. He reached for the glass of water again and realized, a bit too late, that his arm felt like jelly and was trapped beneath a blanket. In fact, all of him felt like jelly. How was he even sitting up? Snape held the glass up for him, letting him have another sip. "Your godfather apologizes," And for my lack of interception, I apologize, Snape said, pulling the glass away again. Black has consistently failed to understand the subtle nuances of human behavior. His anger didn't seem to be directed at Harry, which felt strange. If I must be in his presence again, I request the wolf to be with me. I already know I wouldn't survive the encounter without another adult to witness how utterly dense he is, Snape said, his voice filled with frustration. Harry stared blankly, trying to process what Snape had said. He realized Snape hadn't stopped talking yet. Had he ever spoken this much in front of Harry? Devoid of maturity and lacking the skills to handle the repercussions of his actions, Snape hissed, almost as if he were talking to himself. He tucked something heavy around Harry's back, seeming to breathe without effort as he continued. His solution to every issue, no matter how useless, is to transform into a dog. A dog? Harry tried to ask but ended up coughing instead. Snape held the glass up for him again. Harry wondered if he'd caught a cold between Grimmauld Place and wherever they were. He didn't think that was possible, but then he'd had weirder things happen. This situation served as an example. He was the size of a 6-year-old, sitting on a counter in a house he'd never been in while Snape vented about Sirius. He wished he'd stop ending up in houses he'd never seen before. Yes, a dog, Snape said with a grimace. A ridiculous response, I agree, but not surprising, given his inability to understand what might actually be happening. Harry tilted his head and looked around as Snape continued. The house looked clean, yet it felt as if it hadn't been lived in for more than a decade. He didn't know how it could be clean if no one lived there. Sirius's safe house certainly hadn't been clean, and neither had Grimmauld Place. He supposed Grimmauld Place didn't count anymore, though, as the areas people frequented the most were almost normal looking. While this house was cleaner than he was used to, whoever had decorated it seemed to have a different sense of style. Memories associated with those places, I thought it best to bring you here, Snape explained. Harry nodded slowly, still trying to process everything. But why this place? He asked. This flat holds significance. It's a part of your mother's past, a place where she found some semblance of peace before everything changed, Snape replied, his tone softer. Harry took in the photos again, feeling a warmth spread through him. They captured moments of laughter, love, and life. It was a side of his parents he had rarely glimpsed. Do you think she was happy here? Harry wondered aloud. Snape hesitated, his expression thoughtful. She was content, at least for a time. But happiness is often fleeting, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Harry turned back to the photos, searching for clues about the mother he had lost. Each frame held a story, a fragment of a life he wished he could know better. Can we stay here for a while? He asked, feeling a strange sense of comfort in the space despite its odd decorations. Snape regarded him for a moment, then nodded. For now, yes. But we must remain vigilant. With that, Harry settled deeper into the blanket, finding solace in the memories of a mother he had yet to truly understand. Emotions for any of those spaces, your chances of feeling anything close to peace within them, is slim, Snape said as he reached around Harry. He hoisted him up, grabbing the glass and walking over to the photos. Harry wobbled slightly, unable to maintain the nervous watchfulness he usually had when being carried. Now that he thought about it, he didn't think he had the energy to stay awake. I'm confused, Harry started, leaning against Snape's shoulder. How many more houses would he end up in? He quickly distracted himself with the photos, amazed by the sheer number of them. His mum hadn't put up any of their wedding, which led Harry to assume she must have moved before that happened. He had a few of those in his album anyway. Some photos showed what looked like dates and holidays Lily and James had been on. Several included the original Marauders, all gathered around and laughing. Harry swore he saw two with Aunt Petunia, though he didn't think she was smiling. A young Uncle Vernon appeared in one as well. You will have time to look at photos, Snape said, plucking a few from the walls. You need to eat first, and it's past any reasonable lunchtime. The wolf, Lupin, Snape corrected himself quickly, has sent along some groceries. He brought Harry into the small connected living room and sat him gently against the arm of the sofa, setting the photo frames alongside him. "Why did we come here?" Harry asked as he sank into the sofa. "Not that I don't love it. I love it." Snape held the glass of water up, gently pausing Harry and letting him have another drink. He waved his wand several more times, clearing away the little dust and dirt present and leaving the room in all its oddly decorated glory. "You have been unresponsive for a little under 3 hours." Snape cast a few charms over Harry's blanket, and Harry immediately noticed a warmth spreading through it. Pleasant warmth sank through the fabric. "I assure you, escaping that house with Black's immense guilt to contend with was no easy feat." "Sirius?" Harry exclaimed, struggling to recall when Sirius had left. His memories felt thick, as if he were swimming through molasses, trying to catch up to what had happened. He wondered how he could have lost 3 hours when he thought he had only been worrying about how to respond to Sirius's question. "He asked me about the Dursleys." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Yes," he replied, after a moment of consideration. He flicked his wand through the air, summoning Harry's wand and a small bag. Harry tried to catch his wand, but Snape's fingers were much quicker. Harry realized, to his embarrassment, that he hadn't even untangled his hand from his blanket yet, so he couldn't have caught his wand anyway. Snape arranged a few sandwiches and tea for Harry before disappearing down the small hallway. Once alone, Harry couldn't help but shut his eyes. They ached just as much as his throat did, and he wondered if they had been open the entire time he didn't want to say ignoring Sirius. He felt he had been listening, but maybe he had just stopped reacting. He didn't understand how that had happened. He hadn't thought Sirius's question was that difficult. It wasn't a question Harry wanted to answer, nor one he thought Sirius would ever ask. It hadn't been a pleasant topic to think about, but it wasn't terrifying either. It wasn't like Voldemort's rebirth. He hadn't frozen or stopped reacting during that. He didn't understand where he had lost time, or how. Sirius had asked about the Dursleys, and Harry had made a plan to answer. Well, he had an idea of how to respond. He didn't think it was a good answer, but how could it be when they were discussing the Dursleys? He forced his eyes open. Harry blinked at the house around him. It was a shock to see. He had never seen so many of what he could only assume were his mother's things in one spot. Aside from the necklace, he had never actually seen anything of hers before. To have so many items all at once was a little unbelievable. He wanted to know immediately if Aunt Petunia had known the apartment existed. If not, how had his mother kept the house a secret? Maybe he was still unresponsive and had just started dreaming up places that fit with his daydreams and thoughts. His eyes slid shut again, and he felt himself relaxing into the warm blanket. First a necklace and now a whole house. He wondered how Snape had convinced Sirius to let him take Harry, and what Sirius had said. "Are you too tired to eat?" Snape asked. Harry jolted sluggishly at the sudden sound of his voice and blinked up at him. He had forgotten about the tea already. He wasn't sure what to call this unresponsiveness, but he did know that it was exhausting. He didn't fancy experiencing it again. "If you'd rather sleep, that's fine. I'd like you to drink as much water as you can before you do," Snape said. "I'm still confused," Harry replied, worrying about what point he would be punished for saying that. He might avoid whatever repercussions were coming if he stopped asking questions now. Snape's eyes trailed over Harry and down to the tea. He made his way slowly over to the couch and settled on the far side, facing Harry. The human body is not designed to cope with the extreme levels of stress you have experienced in quick and consistent succession, especially not a child's body. "You've already endured a highly traumatic event this spring," Snape began. Harry jerked, ready to defend himself, but Snape shook his head, pausing him. "I'm not saying you didn't successfully escape, only that the events have left you traumatized," Snape continued. Harry stared dumbly. Madame Pomfrey had said he was fine when she had allowed him to leave. The morning after the graveyard, Harry reflected on the situation. Aunt Petunia hadn't said he was traumatized. If he truly were, she would have kept him in the hospital wing. He didn't like the word traumatized anyway. He just had thoughts he preferred not to think about. Due to the frankly astounding lack of assistance or notice on the headmaster's part, you've been left to handle it on your own, Snape said, watching Harry carefully. I'm not surprised that Petunia was as unhelpful, or truthfully more damaging than anything. However, the experience in spring alone wouldn't have caused the attack you experienced today. I didn't have an attack. I was just thinking, Harry argued. Thinking, yes. One of Snape's eyebrows rose mockingly. For 3 hours while barely breathing. You didn't react to light or touch either. Just thinking, he said smoothly, pinching the bridge of his nose as his eyes slid shut. Harry sank deeper into the blanket, feeling shame wash over him. He hadn't thought it was the worst reaction. At least he hadn't blown someone up. Snape opened his eyes again and took a deep breath. For you to react as you did today is neither unexpected, inappropriate, nor childish. An old clock chimed, startling them both. Harry felt slightly better, though still embarrassed. You have been the target of 2 successfully calculated attacks, and I have no doubt countless attempted others. The potion that caused you to turn 6 wasn't accidental. Someone took advantage of an opportunity and succeeded. But the potion didn't do what it was supposed to, Harry said. The potion's failure doesn't change what you've experienced, and it still managed to harm you, Snape argued. That you were with your relatives only makes the situation more dangerous, as it proves there are ways around your protection. Harry struggled to understand if that had any effect on his future summers in the house. Dumbledore had spent the last 3 years telling him that staying with the Dursleys was necessary for his safety. The Dursleys were necessary for Harry to stay alive. It was the only truly safe place for him. He wasn't sure how correct Snape was, considering Dumbledore had said, "No one who wishes to harm you can touch you there." I'll admit that I hadn't anticipated, Snape paused, choosing his words carefully. Petunia? He reached for Harry's glass again and held it out for him, but he didn't seem inclined to let Harry keep it. Harry wondered how Snape couldn't have anticipated her, knowing her as well as he did. You knew I grew up with her, though, Harry said, struggling to pull his arms free. He was curious about who had wrapped him in the blanket and why it was so difficult to escape from. Can you untie this? He asked with an exasperated huff. Snape reached forward and deftly loosened the blanket, though he didn't fully unwrap it. A child's body is prone to losing heat quickly, so I don't want you to take it off. You've already experienced shock today after escaping Black's ridiculous safe house. Going through it again so quickly will be more than your body can handle. Harry nodded, enjoying the freedom to move his arms but not pulling them from the warmth. He was relieved that his unresponsiveness had more to do with his 6-year-old body than his emotional reaction. He was sure that if he had been 15, it would have been different. At 15, he would have been more coordinated at escaping the boggart and better able to handle Sirius's questioning. Sirius was still quite a bit taller than Harry when Harry was his correct size, but if he had been 15, he wouldn't have felt so much like he was being towered over or held in place. I detest giving Lupin a compliment, but he understands the limits of the human body and is skilled at combating them quickly, Snape said. He sat rigid against the couch, unwilling to relax into it. Lupin taking control of the situation made sense to Harry, even if he could only remember a blurry black shape. That shape could have been Padfoot or Snape, or it might have just been Harry blinking and not realizing it. He wondered if Ron, Hermione, and Ginny had heard about what had happened. Had they been using an extendable ear in front of the kitchen door while he panicked? What happens now? Harry asked, scratching his nose. For now, we will stay here, and I will attempt to brew a cure. Should you be required at Grimmauld Place, likely for a genuine apology and a plan for appropriate future behavior, we will return. However, it will not be a place where you will find yourself staying, Snape replied. He pulled something small from his pocket and enlarged it, dropping Harry's trunk onto the floor. Harry blinked in curiosity. Did Avery not take it with him? He asked, struggling to climb out of the warm blanket. What happened to you and him that night? He barely pushed himself onto the arm of the couch before Snape caught him and wrapped the blanket around him once more. Shock, Harry, Snape said, his long fingers quickly tucking him into the cover again. You'll have time to go through your trunk later. Nothing has been removed or touched. Harry looked past Snape at his trunk, trying to gauge how truthful he was. Avery was as unwilling to be caught acting against the Dark Lord's explicit command and failing, as much as I was to be caught harboring you, Snape explained, running his finger softly up and down Harry's nose. Harry blinked at the sensation, realizing he had begun to shiver again. Death Eaters do not often trust one another and are far more likely to save their own necks. However, if neutral punishment can be avoided, it will be. The Dark Lord is unaware that you were in Spinner's End or about Avery's failure to capture you, but Avery let slip your condition and my involvement in finding a solution. As I had been tasked with spying on you, I let slip. Avery's paranoia led him to stalk you, despite the Dark Lord's clear orders that you were off limits. Snape's finger slowed, and Harry sank back into his warm blanket. Wouldn't hiding me in your house be a much worse punishment? Why didn't Avery tell him? He asked, worried about how long Avery had been following him and when it had all started. Because he failed to kidnap you. I had orders from the Dark Lord that allowed me near you and to assist you from the headmaster. Avery couldn't reveal your location in Spinner's End without exposing his own failure. He acted on his own, in direct disobedience. I also went against the Dark Lord's orders by not informing him of your condition. Avery saw this as an even exchange, two Death Eaters acting without permission. Harry shook his head in confusion, still trying to understand how this made any sense. He couldn't imagine Avery feeling that way, especially since Snape had clearly betrayed Voldemort by hiding Harry. Fear for oneself, Harry, Snape said with a small smile. Avery will always prioritize his own safety before he accuses anyone else of wrongdoing. I doubt this concept comes naturally to you. The way Snape spoke reminded Harry of the Sorting Hat, and the uncomfortable voice that had hissed about how well he would have done in Slytherin. He wondered what the Hat would think about his inability to understand Avery's actions. That's because it's mental. How? Harry started, giving up on trying to figure it out. How can that work? Wouldn't he want to tell Voldemort as soon as he knew you weren't, loyal? Harry asked, wincing apologetically as Snape flinched at Voldemort's name. If someone can instill fear of disobedience in you, they can ensure you stay under their control. Avery is more afraid of what the Dark Lord could do to him for his disobedience if he ever learned of his actions than. He's the Dark Lord, knowing I'd harbored you, Snape said. That makes no sense, Harry replied, trying to understand how Voldemort trusted anyone if that was how he expected people to act around him. Acting without permission beneath a tire and while still firmly within their control is far more dangerous, Snape explained as he leaned closer and helped Harry lie down. The images of power and the Dark Lord must appear identical. The idea of separating them must be unthinkable to his disciples. As such, Avery's belief in the Dark Lord and that power remains absolute, driven by his fear of disobedience. A disciple who believes they understand the Dark Lord's wants, desires, and actions cannot exist in the Dark Lord's ranks. That, Snape's voice softened, is why Avery viewed the punishment for his failure as intolerable. Oh, Harry said belatedly, feeling like he'd received more information from Snape just now than he had in his entire life. The illusion of control and power is the strongest weapon anyone seeking to control you holds, Snape added. Be careful to whom you grant that power. No one is infallible. Shock coursed through Harry, and his eyes flew open. He hadn't even realized he'd shut them again. Sirius's opinions about Dumbledore echoed in his ears, and Harry felt a worrying voice in the back of his mind, reminding him of how much he'd tolerated because Dumbledore had asked him to. You're in desperate need of a nap. The couch will serve for now. I will wake you in an hour, Snape said. Harry blinked again, struggling to keep his eyes open. He supposed this body just needed more sleep. Being 6 was a lot harder than it looked. Chapter 11. Something hummed in Harry's ears, nudging him from his sleep. The quiet warmth slipped away quickly, and Harry peeked his tired eyes open to find a small snitch flitting around above his head. Good evening, Harry. Lupin's voice came from nearby. Harry fussed with his blanket, temporarily forgetting that he had been soundly wrapped up in it as he tried to catch the snitch. Still your father's son, I see, Lupin said with a huff of laughter. A pair of hands appeared in Harry's vision, and Lupin untangled him from his cover. Something heavy dropped near Harry's feet, but he was too distracted to look and see what it was. "If that becomes a distraction, it will be removed," Snape said from the small kitchenette. "Equally, should I find the sitting room destroyed in the excitement of chasing after it, I will be extremely displeased." Harry could hear a kettle whistling and dishware being arranged. "Oh, come now, Severus," Lupin said, batting the snitch toward Harry. "It's only small, and Harry's hardly big enough to ruin the place." Harry snatched the snitch out of the air and felt a jolt of pride rush through him. He might be uncoordinated and unable to write clearly, but he was still excellent at catching things. In any case, the flat's sturdy. "I've hidden and transformed here for a few full moons," Lupin said, smiling as he watched Harry let the snitch free and catch it again. "Of course, I'd had wolfsbane in those instances, so I can't quite equate it to." Lupin's voice drifted as he seemed to search for the right word. "Other places?" he finished lamely. "Oh yes," Snape said silkily. "Nothing like your precious shack." "Severus," Lupin's voice turned hard. Harry was drawn away from his small game as the two stared at one another. Lupin's stern eyebrows were firm, and Snape's mouth began to twist into an unpleasant scowl. Despite appearing, the silence in the room felt loud. Snape flicked his hand in what seemed like an almost apologetic gesture, and Lupin turned back to Harry. "Why?" Harry started, but he was quickly distracted by the snitch fluttering against his fingers. He let it go, watching as it flew past Lupin. The snitch circled around Snape a few times before being brushed away, then it headed for the ugly seashell lump, hovering over a large, speckled shell. "Why are you here?" Harry asked, grimacing at his choice of words. Lupin smiled and waved off Harry's awkwardness. "Sirius's stipulation. He's worried about you being alone with Snape." Leaning closer, he whispered, "I am as well, so we'll just have to keep an eye on things." "Oh," Harry said quietly. He noticed a threadbare bag packed with what looked like children's clothes by his feet. Lupin must have dropped it there just moments ago. Mrs. Weasley must have sent it along with him. "I also want to apologize, Harry. I know Sirius feels horrible about how he acted this afternoon, and I regret not stepping in sooner. I was aware of the kind of week you'd already had and how stressful it was. I'm sorry." Lupin looked Harry in the eye. "I shouldn't have let Sirius and Snape be alone together. That didn't help you at all." Harry nodded. The tension between Sirius and Snape lingered uncomfortably. He felt that Snape had clearly explained what had happened with Avery earlier, but if Sirius and Lupin didn't believe him, it made sense for them to be cautious. Harry hoped they would reach an understanding soon. He wasn't sure if Lupin could have done anything to prevent the conflict between Sirius and Snape either. They had shown that they would fight around anyone. "Severus and I had been discussing your potion as well, and I have a few questions for you, if you don't mind my asking," Lupin said, groaning as he leaned back and sat next to Harry. A nervous feeling began to buzz in Harry's stomach. He didn't want to answer more questions about the Dursleys. It didn't really count as answering if he froze before replying, did it? "Just about the potion, nothing else," Lupin said quickly, seeming to sense Harry's worries. All right, sure," Harry nodded. He noticed Snape disappearing down the small connected hallway and felt an odd urge to ask him to come back. He tried to relax, reminding himself that he could call for Snape if Lupin did ask questions about the Dursleys. "Severus pointed out a few instances to Sirius and me earlier, and I wanted your opinion," Lupin said, his amber eyes kind as he shuffled a few lacy pillows around. "I don't want you to feel like I'm insulting or judging you, all right?" Harry squinted, feeling more unsure of Lupin now than before. "I worry that you're not just 15 years old stuck in a 6-year-old's body, but rather struggling between the two," Lupin said. Harry shook his head, disagreeing on principle. He wasn't actually 6. How many times would he need to prove that to them? He had handled the last few days as well as he could. Being stuck in a few dangerous situations was no reason to start babying him. He sniffed as he ran a finger down his nose. "Would you give it some thought for me?" Lupin asked cautiously. You and your cousin are the victims of a calculated attack, and if we can understand even a little bit more about what you're going through, it will help in creating a restorative. I haven't lied, Harry snapped. No, Harry, I never thought you had, Lupin said quickly as he leaned closer. But I'm concerned for you, and so is Sirius. The bundle of nerves in Harry's stomach jumped and grew larger. Your answer wouldn't change anything, Lupin said. But Severus and I believe that if you had ingested that potion, you would likely behave and think like a 6-year-old. Instead, you were doused in it and seemed to waver between the two. You're left with an incredibly confusing situation to deal with. I think I've dealt with it just fine, Harry said, shoving his blanket away. I'm not crying about it. Lupin blinked slowly at Harry and breathed out through his nose. Harry, I know potions isn't your favorite subject, but I'm sure you understand the depth of effects that a potion can cause, especially one made incorrectly. The snitch flew towards them and fluttered along the wall. If Harry were honest, he would say he wasn't sure of exactly what he was feeling at any particular time, not since the graveyard. He had never been more angry, hurt, or scared than in the last few months. He didn't know what to think about Voldemort's return or how ignored he felt afterward. He had been bullied and belittled by the Dursleys for his nightmares. Dudley especially capitalized on Harry's attempts to escape Privet Drive and did everything he could to make Harry's time at that house worse. How could Harry tell which emotions were appropriate or immature when everything angered and upset him? Snape had said Harry was immature when he first brought him to Spinner's End, so maybe Harry had been behaving childishly from the start. I know that rubbish potions aren't safe. I don't think I act 6, though, Harry finally said, feeling deeply uncomfortable at the thought that he might have been acting like a child rather than a teenager this whole time. Lupin sighed, opening his mouth for a second before closing it again. And how am I supposed to tell anyway? Harry asked. I've been dragged from one house to another, and I had to handle Avery and Dementors, all boggarts. Harry's voice rose as he spoke, gesturing animatedly. I haven't had a moment to actually figure out how any of this works. Snape reappeared, holding several different sizes of jars, with more floating behind him. The collection of ingredients inside the glass made Harry slightly nauseous, and he hoped he wasn't meant to eat any of them. Snape paused mid-step when he saw Harry and Lupin, eyeing the two of them carefully. Harry realized, embarrassed, that he had climbed to his feet at some point during their argument. He awkwardly slid back onto the cushions. Had that reaction been childish? Maybe standing up had been, but he felt so small and didn't think he was taken seriously at his height. Picking fights, Remus. Snape's voice slid softly over Lupin's name, but Lupin didn't seem bothered. Hardly, Lupin replied, watching Snape set his collection on the coffee table. At least not intentionally. I'm sorry, Harry, he added, turning back to Harry. You seem to come out worse off after every conversation. Harry picked at the cuff of his sleeve and sank deeper into the cushion. He didn't want to agree with Lupin. He had defended himself well enough to not come out worse off from anything, not even Voldemort's revival. Dumbledore certainly thought Harry could handle anything thrown his way. He probably would have brought Harry to Hogwarts if he had thought Harry wouldn't be able to handle being physically 6. Harry began, eyeing Snape as he twisted the caps from a few jars. How come Dumbledore hasn't been to see me? He asked suddenly. It occurred to Harry how incredibly odd Dumbledore's avoidance had been, given how much time Dumbledore had spent around him in the last few years. He had always checked on Harry after the deadlier encounters. Events and Avery's attempted kidnapping certainly fit into the deadlier category. Lupin cast a subtle glance at Snape, but Snape seemed to ignore it. His eyes were focused entirely on his work, and he was indifferent to anything Lupin wanted to communicate. Harry struggled to suppress the anger burning in his chest at the obvious withholding of information. He considered pretending to be 6, hoping they would forget he was actually 15, but he doubted either of them would fall for that. Professor Dumbledore, Snape corrected finally, almost as an afterthought. He plucked a gnome toe from one of the jars and dropped it into a mortar, adding a few kernels from another jar. His choices are his own. I won't excuse his behavior. Harry raised his eyebrows in confusion and blinked at Lupin. The anger eased slightly, though it didn't disappear completely. Lupin stammered. The defense post has been filled by a ministry employee. He nodded at Harry. He's tied up with ministry inquiries. Ministry inquiries, Harry repeated in a deadpan voice. The woman filling the post had a few. Do not excuse his behavior, Snape said, slamming the pestle onto the gnome's toe. Severus. Lupin jerked. Harry felt the anger bubble up again, and he had the immediate urge to throw something. However, the thought that everything in the room had belonged to his mum softened him considerably, and he instead pulled out the necklace. The charm spun comfortably between his fingers. That felt like a mature response to anger. Do not be a convenient lie for him, Snape hissed at Lupin. The mortar rattled over the table as he crushed a few more kernels. He turned to Harry, his mouth opening again, likely to berate Dumbledore further, but the color drained from his face instead. Professor Dumbledore is acting in the... Harry, Lupin said, seeming to have missed Snape's rapid change in behavior. His hands bobbed apologetically as he spoke. But, Harry's eyes darted nervously between the two men. Snape's face was too pale for comfort, and he couldn't take his eyes off Harry. Lupin was watching Harry closely. He looked Harry in the eye and seemed far more interested in having Harry believe what he'd said about Dumbledore. Harry clutched the pendant closely and curled deeper into the couch. He didn't think Snape would try to grab him, but he felt uncomfortable with Snape's rigid behavior. Severus? Lupin asked, cutting through Harry's nerves. Snape grunted and blinked slowly, but his face remained pale. Something going on with your arm? Lupin leaned forward, a serious look coming over him. Do you have anywhere you need to be? Harry whipped around and glared at Lupin. He couldn't help but feel that talking about Snape's dark mark was foolish, given everyone's knowledge of it. There was no need to act like it was a hidden message, especially not on Harry's account. No, Snape croaked. He stepped over to the kitchenette and pulled down a glass. Something wrong then? Lupin asked, slipping a hand into his knit cardigan. His battered wand appeared in his hands, and he spun it between nervous fingers. Harry could feel the tension coiling in Lupin. He inched forward, but Lupin pushed in front of him, effectively covering him. Severus. The Dark Lord is angry, Snape said, throwing a cupboard door shut. Is that wildly interesting to you? He asked snidely. Yes, you know it is, Lupin answered with a serious nod. Harry brought a hand to his forehead and ran his finger softly over the top of his scar, wondering why it didn't hurt if Voldemort was angry. He didn't pretend to understand. Harry understood the connection between himself and Voldemort, even if he didn't know all the details. He could sense Voldemort's anger, and if Snape could feel it, then he should be able to as well. You didn't bring alcohol with you, did you? Snape asked Lupin in a dull tone, slamming another cupboard door shut. Lupin inhaled sharply. I don't think drinking around a child. I'm 15. Harry shouted, feeling a mix of shame and satisfaction when Lupin flinched at his raised voice. My uncle drinks all the time around me, it doesn't bother me. Snape paused, his jaw working as he considered Harry's words. And how do you feel about your uncle's drinking? Is now the time for that, Severus? Lupin stood up and walked to the small island that separated the sitting room from the kitchenette. After what happened this afternoon? Or is this an attempt to distract from the topic at hand? Oh. Harry blinked, still rubbing his forehead. Uncle Vernon, he hesitated, unsure if Snape was trying to distract them. It didn't seem like a dangerous question to ask. He recalled the times he'd seen Uncle Vernon with a drink, but he didn't understand why his opinion on the matter would be important. Uncle Vernon drank often enough, but he had never done anything terrible while drunk. It only became difficult when he and Aunt Marge were drinking together. They loved to sit down and take jabs at Harry once they'd had a few. They would criticize his hair, his character, his parents, and how much they disliked him in the neighborhood. Harry had learned to ignore their comments and usually disappeared to his cupboard or his bedroom when he got older. A lot. Harry finally replied, noticing that Lupin and Snape had been whispering angrily to each other. Harry felt a small bundle of anger in his chest. "Are you asking me how often he drinks?" Snape asked, pinching his nose. "He drinks a lot," Harry clarified, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "But he doesn't get sick or anything. I've had to clean up some broken glass before, but that was only because Ripper ran into the table." The memory of Aunt Marge trying to lure Ripper closer to show Uncle Vernon his teeth almost made Harry giggle. The dog had run straight to the table leg and knocked the whole thing over. Uncle Vernon somehow managed to blame Harry for it, but the image was still enjoyable. "Ripper?" Lupin asked, turning to look at Harry. "Uncle Vernon's awful sister, Aunt Marge, has a mean dog named Ripper," Harry explained. He felt less inclined to discuss why the dog was mean. He didn't want to mention Aunt Marge's feelings about him or why the dog hated him on sight. Initially, Harry had thought he and Ripper could be friends, especially since the dog had to live with someone like Aunt Marge. "Why is Aunt Marge awful?" Lupin asked, tilting his head curiously. Harry debated how to describe her without bringing up her opinion of him. He wasn't sure when their foul relationship had begun, but he was fairly certain she'd never like him. One of his earliest memories of her was from a Christmas when Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had invited her over. Harry had already known he would receive an old sweater of Dudley's as a gift. Aunt Petunia had warned him to smile and thank Uncle Vernon, to be happy that he'd gotten anything at all. The sweater was too large, as everything was, and had holes in the collar and sleeves. Aunt Marge must not have remembered that Harry had been staying with the Dursleys when she'd. Aunt Marge had arrived and immediately jumped into an argument with Uncle Vernon. She complained that Harry should be taken to an orphanage right then. Aunt Petunia settled their fight by sending Harry to his cupboard, where he had to stay until Aunt Marge left the next day. Harry couldn't remember if he had opened his gift, but he did remember awkwardly thanking Uncle Vernon the next afternoon. Harry started. "Don't worry about it, Harry," Lupin said from nearby. "No need to think about her at all." Harry blinked up at him, confusion washing over him. Lupin seemed much closer than he had been moments ago, and Harry wondered what had happened to the argument with Snape. He tried to recall what they had been discussing and how it could have led to another disagreement between them. Why had Aunt Marge come up? Snape had gone rigid earlier, and Harry remembered him asking Lupin about alcohol. "It wasn't a burning question, Potter," Snape said as he stepped into the sitting room and placed a glass of water onto the coffee table. "There's no need to have it answered anytime soon, or even at all." Harry corrected, watching Snape crush ingredients in his mortar again. "Harry," Snape replied with an apologetic wave. Lupin blinked several times between the two of them. He looked as confused as Harry had felt earlier, almost worried. "Why don't you look through your mother's photos?" Snape suggested, pointing his pestle at the photo frames he had pulled from the wall earlier. "Lupin, make yourself useful and search the library at Grimmauld Place for an encyclopedia on gestation effects, preferably one by a competent author. Bourne or Burrage will do." Snape dusted off his pestle and flicked his wand. A cauldron floated quickly into the room and settled onto the pink shag carpet beneath. The carpet shivered for a moment before separating from the rest of the flooring and transforming into a square of heavy-looking stone. Snape continued to arrange the space until a small but effective potioned corner was created. Lupin began, glancing at Harry, who ignored him in favor of watching his mum and dad dance in a photo. He wondered if they had taken a dancing class or if one of them had learned to dance from someone else. Harry certainly didn't know how to dance. "I'll be back soon then," Lupin finished lamely. He stood up and nodded at Snape, smiling at the photos before brushing a hand through Harry's hair. Then he stepped over to the doorway and disappeared. Snape turned and gently took the photo frame from Harry. Harry quickly reached for it again, not ready to stop watching, but Snape raised a hand and set the photo on the couch next to him. "May I see that necklace?" Snape asked quietly. "I won't take it, but I need to check something." Harry eyed Snape nervously, winding his fingers around the pendant to hide it just in case. He debated whether Snape would try to yank it from his neck like Aunt Petunia used to do with his scarves on particularly cold days. Lupin had asked to see the necklace earlier too, but he had let Harry keep it after ensuring it was safe. He wondered if Lupin knew whether Lily had two of the same necklace and reluctantly loosened his grip to show Snape. "Do you mind if I cast a spell on it?" Snape asked as he examined the pendant closely. "It looks similar to another I've seen." "Lupin said my mum wore it all the time," Harry replied proudly. "Why do you want to cast a spell?" he asked, curious as he spun the charm in his fingers. Snape grimaced and exhaled slowly before answering. "Lupin wasn't. I last saw her wearing it after she passed away. I find it hard to believe it jumped from her neck and landed on you sometime between then and now without anyone noticing." Harry nodded, his good mood about the necklace dampened slightly. He truly wanted it to have been something she wore all the time and something she valued. If it was just a copy, it wouldn't feel as special. "What do you want to cast on it?" Harry asked as he pulled the necklace from around his neck. Lupin said Aunt Petunia wanted her buried with it. "Specialist Revelio. It won't damage it and will reveal whatever properties have been magically laid," Snape replied. "I'm not surprised Petunia wanted that. The two had a matching set of necklaces and they fought frequently as they grew older. They made a promise to one another when they were 8 or 9 to never take them off. But Petunia had a habit of throwing hers at Lily and walking off when they fought over something particularly infuriating. Lily wore hers quite proudly after those instances. Though, whether Lily wanted to point out her moral high ground with her adherence to their promise or just preferred making up with Petunia, I couldn't say." Harry stared at the small pendant and wondered if that was why Aunt Petunia didn't give the necklace to him. Maybe in Aunt Petunia's mind, Lily had won an argument, or perhaps Aunt Petunia had been bitter enough to want his mum buried with it so the argument could never come back up. Maybe it was both. "I'm asking because Lily gave me the necklace a year after we left Hogwarts. She'd never quite given up on pushing me away from my," Snape paused, choosing his words carefully, "interests in the dark arts. She charmed it to react to emotions and to warm as a distraction from fear or anger. I sent it back to her though when," Snape paused again and swallowed heavily. His sallow complexion had yet to gain much color back. "When I felt she might need it more than me," he finished, his voice cracking at the end. The necklace thrummed as if it knew it was being discussed, and Harry felt a thrill, hoping it might be the original and not a copy. It had warmed before when he felt nervous about what his friends thought of his running from the boggart. He wondered why Snape believed his mum would need a necklace more than he did, considering Snape's role as a spy. "Did you make it into a portkey?" Harry asked suddenly, more curious than ever. "No, she added that," Snape replied, eyeing Harry closely. "This is how you escape Black's safe house then?" Snape asked, spinning the charm between his fingers. "She adjusted the portkey charm so it could take the wearer to an item rather than a place. Originally, it would have taken me to an old potions book I left in the cupboard in our classroom. I altered the destination when I sent it back to her. It would take the wearer, or Lily, to a photograph. One I carried religiously throughout the Dark Lord's initial reign." Harry nodded and glanced at the photo of his parents dancing. He wished his mum had lived. She must have been incredibly smart, and he wanted to know how much Lily had known and what she would have accomplished if she had lived longer. He realized that Snape must still be carrying the photograph as well, since it brought Harry to him instead of Grimmauld Place, as he had initially suspected. "I don't know if she altered it after I sent it to her. I wouldn't put it past her," Snape said sadly. An uncomfortable thought crossed Harry's mind. He remembered Lily's last moments and wondered how Snape would feel knowing Lily hadn't had the necklace and couldn't have portkeyed to safety. Snape held the necklace up and examined it carefully. He twisted it in his fingers, letting it drop and spin on its own for a few seconds before wrapping his wand against the pendant and whispered, "Specialist Revelio." A dull grey light briefly surrounded the pendant, but nothing else happened. Harry felt a mix of disappointment and uncertainty. He had hoped for a stronger reaction. It's the original, Snape said quietly as he sank into a faded floral armchair to Harry's left. Harry reached for the pendant, and Snape quickly dropped it into his open palm. He struggled with his feelings, knowing his mum had hidden the necklace in Sirius's safe house instead of wearing it like Snape had hoped. His earlier excitement about the necklace being the original faded as he thought about it. This necklace was not the one she had worn when Harry was born or during the brief time they had spent together. He wished Aunt Petunia had given him the copy of her necklace. He wanted to know if Aunt Petunia recognized the fake and why Lily hadn't brought the necklace to Godric's Hollow. He wondered if she hadn't trusted Snape at the end and if that meant he shouldn't trust him either. Did she change anything on the necklace? Harry asked, not ready to view Snape's recent actions as intentionally evil. Snape had explained himself well enough earlier, but if his mum had doubts, Harry wanted to understand why. She did, Snape replied, running a hand down his face. He seemed to age years in front of Harry, the lines on his forehead deepening along with the tired circles beneath his eyes. Harry slid to the edge of the couch, waiting as patiently as he could for Snape to gather his thoughts. The original portkey only worked one way. The necklace would take someone to the potions book, but the book couldn't take someone back to the necklace. She couldn't break my additional charm either, so she altered it to work both ways. That allowed the photograph I carried to take me to where she had left the necklace. To Sirius's safe house, Harry clarified, more for himself than for Snape. Snape remained silent, and the ache in Harry's soul deepened as he realized his mum might have known she wouldn't live for long. She hadn't brought it with her to Godric's Hollow, possibly because she understood it wouldn't be safe. He thought about what he could hear of their last moments alive. He knew Lily hadn't mentioned a portkey or an escape. It never made sense to Harry why Voldemort hadn't immediately tried to kill Lily. He knew Voldemort had killed James seconds after breaking in, yet for some reason, he had given Lily the chance to escape. Why hadn't he killed her as quickly as he had James? Why hadn't he offered James the same opportunity? Why had he thoughtlessly killed the only pureblood in the house if he was obsessed with blood purity? If both of his parents had fought Voldemort equally, why hadn't he treated them equally? Aunt Petunia's voice shrieked in the back of Harry's mind, berating him for his questions. Harry tried to push his confusion down and ignore it. Instead, he twisted the pendant between his fingers, and a small smile crept across his face as it warmed in his grasp. Harry wasn't sure what to say, as Snape seemed lost in his memories and unlikely to talk anymore. He didn't think pressing Snape with more questions would help, especially when Snape appeared to be caught in decades of old grief. Harry understood that feeling. He had spent more time than he would ever admit waiting to be found and loved, lamenting the parents he hadn't known. He had grieved for the personalities he'd invented and the stories he'd imagined. Snape was grieving something he had known well, and Harry realized there was a significant difference between grieving possibilities and grieving what had actually happened. The snitch bobbed along the wall, catching Harry's attention. Harry climbed slowly to his feet and checked on Snape. He decided that Snape looked as well as could be expected before trailing after the ball. Harry felt that Snape would appreciate the space. He could explore the rest of the house while Snape came to terms with his thoughts. Chapter 12. Harry struggled to grip the duvet as he climbed onto the tall bed. There was only one bedroom in the flat, and he briefly worried that Snape would throw him in a cupboard before remembering he could sleep on the couch. He had made a comfortable corner there earlier, and with another pillow, it would be nearly as good as his bed at Hogwarts. The duvet slipped through his fingers again, and he fell. "Why?" Harry hissed as he hit the floor and his head bounced off the rug. He glared up at his mum's old bed and tried to push aside his frustration. If it hadn't been for the duvet, he was sure he would have been atop it in seconds. He pushed himself up onto his elbows and stared at the oddly plain-looking bed frame. He wondered how he would have treated his parents' room if they had lived. Would they have let him crawl into bed with them like Dudley had done when he was younger? Maybe his parents would have given him a bed like Dudley's, one that was soft and colorful. The room was plain compared to the sitting room. The rug was a tame dark green, but the bed covers were a range of oranges and browns. Harry wondered if his mum had purchased things by blindly stabbing at the photos in a catalogue. He wasn't sure if he had room to judge. He had employed a similar strategy when picking out books for Hermione at Christmas. It reminded him of the lamp in the sitting room, and he wondered if his dad had made it or if Lily had bought it at a jumble sale. He had seen people set up small tables on their lawns in summer to sell old and unused items. Aunt Petunia had never allowed Dudley near one and never looked through them herself. Harry was generally glared at if he so much as stepped near his neighbors' houses, so he had only ever watched from the pavement. The lamp certainly reminded him of the sort of things he had seen at the sales. He imagined it couldn't have come from a catalogue at least. Harry looked around the bedroom, mentally ticking off the items he had investigated. The bed was the last thing he wanted to explore. The closet had been shallow and mostly empty. Inside, he found a soft cable knit jumper and quickly shoved aside Mrs. Weasley's hammer-down to pull on his mum's jumper. He wrinkled his nose at the collar. After being left in a closet for over 20 years, it didn't smell great. In a dresser drawer, he discovered an old, foggy-looking bottle labeled Charlie rolling around noisily. He cautiously sniffed it and then joyfully sprayed it everywhere, excited at the prospect of smelling like his mum's scent, even if he didn't think it was the most attractive smell. The drawers held little else besides a crumpled Muggle receipt for paint thinner. It was anyone's guess what his mum would have needed that for. There wasn't much to explore in a flat this small. He didn't want to bother Snape, especially not when the man was emotionally reeling. Had he ever wanted to bother Snape? Had his mum left Snape alone when he was upset? Was he upset? Should Harry try to cheer him up? What would Snape think if he showed up in his mum's jumper smelling of old perfume? Dudley would have certainly made fun of him. Dudley had mocked Harry's large shirt and rubber-banded pants, even though Harry thought that was quite clever. What would Snape think about Harry wearing his mum's jumper and perfume? Lupin's voice echoed softly in the back of his mind. Was he being childish? Was it childish to want to check on Snape? Harry didn't know how much time he had spent rifling through his mum's old bedroom, but he didn't think it had been that long. The snitch fluttered over a dingy nightstand and knocked twice against the wall before landing on the rumpled duvet. The fluffy cover hung heavily from where Harry had tugged it down. Were teasing him. He spun on his heel, huffing at the annoying blanket and ruffling his hair as he disappeared out the door. He hesitated to check on Snape, not wanting to be caught doing so, but he figured it would be a better use of his time than fighting with a blanket. Snape probably would have checked on Harry if he had learned an old and well-kept secret. He might not have called it checking on him, but rather something like taking precautionary measures against Potter's inane impulsivity. Harry felt a smile curl on his lips at the almost Snape-like voice in his head. The hallway ended too quickly and felt too small to panic in between the bedroom and the sitting room. He debated escaping to the loo before huffing again and steeling himself against his worry. It was only Snape. Where was his Gryffindor courage and all that? Snape had been decent, and Harry had tried not to be in his way, much like he did around the Dursleys. Harry peeked around the door frame and spotted Snape immediately. He didn't seem as upset as he had been when Harry left him, but he didn't look pleased either. His pale skin didn't appear particularly healthy. Harry debated going back into the bedroom for a few more minutes or maybe just lingering in the hallway to look at the photos. He suddenly wondered about the lack of photos of Snape and his mother together on the wall. He blinked at the collection, trying to see if he had missed them when Snape originally showed him, but he still didn't spot any. He wouldn't have been surprised to miss them then, given how out of sorts and fuzzy everything had felt. But it was odd to come up empty. Why weren't there any photos of them together if they had been friends? Maybe his father hadn't liked them, and his mother hadn't put them up to avoid a fight. Sirius had once said that his parents argued, but still loved one another deeply. Harry thought their fights were similar to Ron and Hermione's arguments. They were vicious and angry, but ultimately ended well. A photo of a group of students in graduation robes waved at Harry from high up on the wall, and excitement jolted through him. That photo featured both Snape and Lily. Snape couldn't have found an issue with it either, it was just commemorative. However, the more Harry looked at the photo, the more concerned he became. The group of students were small, and no one seemed particularly pleased with anyone else. His mum stood close to a girl who reminded Harry strongly of Neville, while the marauders surrounded his dad. Snape looked shockingly young in the photo. His trademark sneer was plastered on his pale face, glaring at Harry from his lonely spot at the end of the group. A tall person glanced Snape's way once or twice, and Harry realized with a shock that it was Avery. His slimy, crooning voice crept up Harry's back, and he did not want to think of Avery. A burst of high-pitched laughter broke over Harry, and he shuddered as panic set in. Voldemort's cool fingers cradled Harry's jaw, and his sibilant voice whispered that Lily's sacrifice no longer mattered. Harry swallowed harshly and tried to imagine Voldemort standing on a pink shag rug rather than sodden grass. Instead, the image of pink shag burned as Voldemort's bare feet stepped over it. Nagini's long form curled around his ankles, obscuring the rug entirely. The way Voldemort moved was terrifying. Harry had never considered how a person's movement could be a distinct feature, but he knew he'd have been able to spot Voldemort even if the man had taken Polyjuice Potion. He was at once too slow and too quick. His fingers spun delicately and purposefully over his wand, and his steps and expressions were too controlled to be fully human. Maybe he wasn't human? Harry's wrists. Harry felt chafe beneath the knit jumper and paused, wondering why his wrists hurt despite the soft fabric. He pulled the sleeve down and noticed his unblemished skin. Blinking, he realized he wasn't in any danger at all. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Sweat trickled down his back, uncomfortable against his skin. He shook his head, trying to push away the sticky feeling of fear. His fingers instinctively wound around his mum's necklace, feeling a pleasant warmth that helped ease his anxiety. Turning back to Snape, he tried to refocus on what he had been doing. He remembered that Snape already had a photo, the one Harry had portkeyed to. Taking a few slow breaths to calm himself and ensure he didn't look panicked, he stepped into the sitting room. Snape's nose twitched as he turned to look at Harry, one eyebrow raised. "Found something of interest in the closet?" Snape asked, his eyes glancing over Harry's collar. An odd look flickered in his eyes but vanished before Harry could decipher it. Harry rolled his cuffed sleeves between his fingers and nodded, hoping he didn't still smell like the closet. He wasn't sure how perfumes worked and wondered if the one he had found was even still good. Aunt Petunia bought perfume monthly, but she always smelled strongly of bleach, never quite able to cover it up. Maybe his mum had charmed her perfume to last forever. "I found a jumper," Harry said, coughing slightly as he held his arms out to show Snape. "And some perfume." Snape's nose twitched again as he leaned forward. "Yes, I can smell that." He waved his wand over Harry's head, and the scent diminished to a more appropriate strength. Harry smiled awkwardly, embarrassed for not realizing how overpowering it had been. Lavender Brown had always worn strong perfume, leading to arguments throughout the term before finally coming to an understanding. One day during their third year, Seamus had screamed at a girl, and afterwards, he smelled so strongly of freesia that no one wanted to sit near him for weeks. After that, Harry wasn't sure how to feel about any scent. "I found it in a drawer," Harry said, giving the sweater another cautious sniff. He blinked up through his fringe at Snape, wondering why he had wanted to check on him so badly. Snape seemed fine. Maybe he should leave and go back into the bedroom. He still wasn't sure if this was childish. He doubted Snape would appreciate Harry debating whether to check on him. Harry began. He decided that leaving as quickly as he had arrived might be worse than just asking if Snape was all right. He supposed he didn't need to ask outright if Snape was all right. Maybe just being around him for a few minutes would answer that question. But was asking to see the photo too personal? Sirius would have been glad to show Harry, and he probably wouldn't have even considered needing to ask him. May I?" he stammered, grimacing at himself. Snape's eyebrows furrowed, but he waited patiently while Harry battled his internal thoughts. "May I see your photo?" "The one that, goes to the necklace?" Harry finally asked. He tried to imagine what sort of face he should present to Snape, as he had never successfully asked for anything from the Dursleys. He had been given what they wanted to give him. No amount of making a face like Dudley did when he wanted a sweet had ever changed the outcome. Snape blinked slowly at Harry, deliberating whether to reveal that small piece of himself. Harry started, continuing his painfully awkward one-sided conversation. The thought that Snape couldn't have known to use the photo as a portkey shot into his head, and he couldn't keep himself from blurting out, "If Mum didn't write you back to tell you. She'd charmed it, so it wouldn't have worked very well for you." Harry felt his face grow pale at his lack of tact. It reminded him of how Dudley spoke about Aunt Petunia's necklaces. Dudley would try to tell her she looked nice in them, but he always ended up reminding her of her giraffe-like neck. Snape stared at Harry for a moment before slowly leaning back. "She wouldn't have been able to write to me, but I believe she intended for me to discover it by accident, much like you did when you used the necklace," Snape said as he unbuttoned his breast pocket. He pulled out a faded and creased photo, turning it between his fingers to show Harry. Harry leaned forward, his curiosity about Snape willingly showing him anything bubbling in his chest. It wasn't what he had expected at all. He had imagined a photo of his mum and Snape together, but instead, a younger Snape was latched onto the arm of a woman who looked as much like him then as he did now. She had his hooked nose and widow's peak, the same dark eyes and long, thin features. "Lily took the photo when we were in Diagon Alley. The woman is my mother, Eileen Prince." Snape flipped the photo back around and slipped it back into his pocket. Where is she now?" Harry asked, leaning against the armchair. Snape didn't seem bothered by Harry's questioning yet, which made Harry concerned about how many he could still ask. He tried to push that worry aside, reminding himself of how many questions Snape had answered. Snape had only told him not to ask questions when they were in a dangerous situation. "Germany," Snape answered. "Germany?" Harry tilted his head. "Why Germany?" "A love of German pumpernickel and craft beer," Snape said offhandedly. Harry was about to ask if that was a joke when a loud crack followed by a bark echoed from the hallway outside. Harry flinched and curled against the body of the chair. Snape's eyes darted to the door, glaring at the small entryway. "Black had better not." "Wait!" Lupin's voice was muffled by the door and the sounds the dog made. Harry could hear him struggling to manage several things at once. "Wait!" he shouted again as the door burst open. An enormous black dog charged into the sitting room. Harry jerked and scrambled onto the armchair, nearly colliding with Snape's long legs as the old panic of being bitten rushed through him. He fought to stay upright on the uneven cushion. The dog stopped dead in the center of the sitting room and sat heavily on the rug. It was Padfoot, Harry realized a second later. The sharp fear dulled, leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. He wobbled atop the cushion and nearly tipped over before Snape caught the back of his jumper, tugging him firmly onto his lap. Harry spotted his invisibility cloak carefully held between Padfoot's sharp teeth. Padfoot's eyes darted cautiously from Snape to Harry before a low whine escaped him. "Sirius, please." Lupin breathed, exhausted. "Severus, I'm very sorry," he added quickly as he stepped into the sitting room and dropped a small but incredibly heavy handbag onto the coffee table. "Sirius has been in a state, to say nothing of Molly or the children." Harry's insides froze, and his earlier panic surged in his chest. Ron and Hermione had been listening in. What did they think? What would they say? Ron might think it was an overreaction, and Hermione might go off about him being traumatized. How could Harry argue against a way he'd apparently broken down into a humiliating mess in Sirius's kitchen? Sirius promised to stay as a Padfoot, as that seemed to. "Are you out of your mind?" Snape hissed at the dog. Harry turned to look at Snape. Harry jerked backward. His complexion had flushed, with two bright red spots of anger darkening his cheeks. His black eyes glittered furiously. Padfoot sank low onto the floor and whined again, his large black paws resting over his snout. Harry was sure dogs couldn't look this ashamed of themselves. He almost wanted to climb down from the chair and calm him, but the nagging worry that Padfoot might still bite him held him back. "Have you been completely removed of any logic or sense you may have possessed?" Snape shouted, turning his anger on Lupin. "Severus," Lupin said, raising his hands apologetically. "Sirius has been distraught, Anne. I don't care if Black has been distraught. I care about the ruin he leaves in his wake when he opens his mouth." Snape's sharp voice cut through the room, and Lupin's mouth snapped shut with a click. Snape's chest rose and fell quickly, but his hands hadn't moved, nor had he pointed his wand at either Lupin or Padfoot. Harry wondered if he should get off the chair, but he still worried that Padfoot might bite him, even though that seemed unlikely. Severus, Harry has a large network of people who love him and want to ensure that he is okay, Lupin said, nodding at Harry. Sirius wanted to check. It's no more than he's done all summer. You know what he's like. Harry blinked in confusion. How many people had been watching him over the summer? Was your word that he was safe not good enough? Leave, Black. Padfoot gently dropped the cloak and turned his large, warm eyes on Harry before twisting and walking toward the short hallway. They watched as Padfoot slipped out the front door, and a moment later, a quiet pop echoed from the hallway. Lupin turned back to Snape and Harry, concern in his eyes, and they stared at one another. I was under the impression you trusted me, Lupin, Snape said, his voice smooth but laced with tension. In a safe environment. The room was now uncomfortably quiet. But you felt you'd need backup on your return? As I've said many times before, no one can control Sirius, Lupin replied, his amber eyes glinting with intensity. Padfoot wouldn't have caused harm, he snapped back. He left as quickly as he came. He is capable of appropriate behavior when it has been impressed upon him. I would have liked to ask Harry if he wanted to see him, but that didn't go quite to plan. Harry's eyes widened at Lupin's words. He had known how little Snape and Lupin seemed to trust each other, but he had never seen Lupin visibly angry before. He had never heard him snap at Snape. Harry imagined they must have had arguments when they were younger, but since he had known Lupin, he had always spoken to Snape with understanding and respect. Ron and Hermione wrote letters when they realized I'd be returning Harry. Why don't you go read them in the bedroom? Lupin suggested, pulling crumpled parchment from his pocket. Harry climbed down from the armchair and took the letters from Lupin. Harry blinked at Lupin. What did you mean about Sirius? He watched me? Lupin nodded. Sirius wasn't great at following Professor Dumbledore's orders not to contact you, and he didn't like the watch that was already keeping track of you. Lupin's eyes flickered to Snape. Fuzzy white noise took over Harry's thoughts. He knew Dumbledore had instructed Ron and Hermione not to reveal anything about the Order of the Phoenix. He was sure it had more to do with intercepted owls than with him. Had Dumbledore intentionally wanted him to suffer alone for the summer? Why? Harry asked, blinking through his confusion. Why not contact me? You were watching me too. Yes, Harry, Lupin began, his eyebrows furrowing. To ensure that you were safe. Safe? But just watch from far away while I wandered around the neighborhood. Harry's voice rose. You never thought to say anything? You never thought to tell me I wasn't allowed to talk with anyone or why? Harry? Lupin's eyes widened in shock. You'd just come off of a terrifying experience. You needed time. I know. I was there and you all just left me alone. Harry shouted. You knew I'd just watched Cedric die and Voldemort climb out of a bloody cauldron. You knew he... His breath caught, and his voice faltered. The image of Voldemort's naked and grotesque body emerging from billowing black smoke crashed into Harry's mind. He could hear the sniggers and laughs of Death Eaters bang at their Dark Lord's bare white feet. Every soft hiss and sound he made slithered coldly in Harry's ears. Pettigrew's beady eyes widened at the dull varnish of his grotesque golden hand. Lucius Malfoy's white blonde hair turned muddy as he begged for forgiveness. Harry, Snape's voice was soft, barely cutting through the fury and panic coursing through Harry. You need to breathe. Yes, these events happened, and your lack of support is egregious and will be addressed, but right now, you're in Lily's flat. Snape flicked his wand, and the perfume he'd sprayed everywhere returned with full force, causing Lupin to cough and Harry's nose to sting. He wondered how he had managed to ignore how pungent it was when he'd sprayed it everywhere. It reminded him of the fluffy jumper and his mum's ugly seashell lamp. That didn't matter now, though. Dumbledore's actions did. Harry crushed his fists into his eyes, trying to stop the burning tears. Dumbledore hadn't wanted Harry to be contacted. He had felt that trying to force the tears back was futile. Harry had never really found it helpful, but perhaps it kept Snape and Lupin from seeing him cry. He doubted they could miss it, given how close they stood. He was also fairly certain he was ruining Ron and Hermione's letters. No one but those who've already been here can find this flat. It's safe, Snape said, gently pulling Harry's hands away from his eyes. The damp parchment stuck slightly to Harry's cheek, and he felt every bit of his 6-year-old frame shudder under the weight of too many emotions. Harry wanted to ask more questions. He wanted to know why Dumbledore thought he needed to be left alone, especially after the graveyard. He couldn't believe Dumbledore would make such a callous decision. If he hadn't spent the last few days with Snape, he would have blamed him for it. Voldemort wanted Harry to suffer, and Dumbledore wanted him to be alone. Neither seemed to want him to feel loved or safe. Harry sniffled and felt the desolate chasm in his chest widen. He should have listened to Sirius. Sirius knew Dumbledore wasn't always right, and no one else had been willing to speak against him. Snape had said he wouldn't make excuses for Dumbledore, but he hadn't spoken out against him either. The letters slipped from Harry's fingers as he reached up to Snape, desperate for the awkward hug he had received in Spinner's End. He wanted comfort, no matter how childish it might seem. His thoughts matched his emotions, and Harry couldn't care less about acting like a 6-year-old. He felt as if he had lost someone important, and he struggled with the thought that he might never have truly had Dumbledore at all. Dumbledore had always been kind to him and had looked after him. Harry knew he had to make hard decisions, and keeping him at the Dursleys, despite knowing how unwanted he was, couldn't have been easy for him. Harry felt a deep sense of betrayal. Dumbledore had acted in what he believed was the best way, telling Harry that it was the strongest measure to keep him safe. The realization that Dumbledore had never truly cared for Harry's feelings, his childhood, or his relationships struck him hard. It felt like ash in his throat to think that Dumbledore had seen him through a clinical lens rather than with the warmth he had once shown. The old man was focused on winning a war, with Harry as just a piece on the board. Perhaps Dumbledore wanted Harry to feel loved, but that desire always came second to his mission. It seemed Dumbledore had only pretended to care until he no longer needed to. Harry was torn between wanting to be proven wrong by Dumbledore and wanting to scream at him until he exploded like Aunt Marge. Snape wrapped his arms around Harry, lifting him gently against his shoulder. The soft wool of Snape's clothing became damp almost immediately. Harry thought he could smell someone making tea, but he refused to look away from the warm, dark shoulder he pressed his face against. Snape's hand curled around Harry's back, pulling him even closer. If Snape felt awkward, he didn't show it. "This won't help," Lupin said softly from Harry's right. But Dumbledore was a grim old place. Molly wrote him after Sirius. Harry could hear Lupin gesturing, though he wasn't sure what he was pointing at. The sound of a teacup clinking against a china saucer echoed in the sitting room. "He wants Harry returned to Privet Drive tonight, and he wants to speak with you within the hour." Snape hummed softly as his long fingers stroked the back of Harry's jumper. Harry tilted his face against Snape's shoulder and blinked away tears as he looked at Lupin. "I'm not going back," he said, trying to sound as firm as his childlike voice would allow. "Well, you're in luck," Snape replied. Harry felt an itch in his nose as Snape's hair brushed against him. "Dumbledore is unable to find this flat, as it's under a Fidelius charm. He is unlikely to get the location from its secret keeper." Lupin closed his eyes and ran his fingers through his graying hair. "Alice," he said, breathing slowly through his nose. Harry blinked at Snape, curious about who Alice was and how she had known his mum. "Alice Fortescue," Snape said, his eyebrows raising as he spoke. "Though you would know her better as Alice Longbottom. She is the flat's secret keeper." Chapter 13. Harry stared blankly at Snape, trying to understand why his mum knew Neville's gran. It was difficult to concentrate as he struggled to suppress the sobs building in his chest. He attempted to swallow them down, hoping to quiet them. It would be easier to think clearly if he could control his emotions, but they felt overwhelming, like a tidal wave surging through him. Each feeling blended into the next in a confusing mix. Wasn't Snape supposed to meet Dumbledore soon? Dumbledore, who had intentionally left Harry alone for 2 months and managed to manipulate his friends into letting Harry waste away. Harry felt tears prickling again and buried his face into Snape's shoulder, desperately trying to rationalize Dumbledore's actions. It didn't matter what the old man wanted, he decided. Dumbledore could go rot in Harry's cupboard. He couldn't keep Harry at the Dursleys if he tried. Harry had a portkey and could run to Snape whenever he wanted. He would use the portkey right from under Dumbledore's nose if necessary. He would never stay with Aunt Petunia again. Snape had said Privet Drive wasn't as safe as it seemed. Somehow, Harry and Dudley had been attacked. He wasn't meant to be shoved into a cupboard with cleaning supplies. He wasn't a mop or a hoover. He was a person. He wouldn't be thrown around, unloved and unwanted. Harry would stay at the flat. It was safe from both Dumbledore and Voldemort. He just needed to figure out how to return to being 15. But could he live in the house without learning the address from the secret keeper? How could he see the flat now if he didn't already know the address? Snape had said when they left for Grimmauld Place the first time that Harry wouldn't be able to see the house without. Harry had to believe there was a reason for everything. He wanted Dumbledore to apologize. He wanted him to acknowledge how alone and lost Harry had felt. A sob caught in his throat, and Snape's fingers moved gently over his jumper, pressing soft circles into his back. Gradually, the tension in Harry's muscles eased as he sank into the warmth of Snape's embrace. No one had ever treated him with such kindness during a meltdown. Aunt Petunia had never allowed him to whine or cry. She always sent him to his cupboard, telling him to come back when he had gotten over himself. He remembered wrapping his blanket tightly around himself, imagining it was someone holding him. That had worked well enough then, but now he understood how much better it felt to be actually held. When he peeked out again, Lupin had finished his tea. Harry leaned against Snape and tried to picture a life without the Dursleys. He wondered if he could ask Alice for the address if he still needed it. Neville's gran was a bit severe, but asking couldn't hurt. Maybe Lupin and Snape just didn't know her well. How had they gotten the address in the first place? If Neville's gran was the flat's secret keeper, he doubted Dumbledore would have to force her to share it. She trusted Dumbledore, as Neville had said many times. Why wouldn't Neville's gran tell Dumbledore? Harry asked, clearing his throat. I don't, Lupin began, looking just as confused as Harry. I don't believe Neville has ever been particularly open about his mother or his father, for that matter. Snape's mouth twisted in disappointment. I have never found Longbottom to be bright, but his choices are his own. Harry frowned at Snape. Neville's bright. He's just bullied too much. He wondered if Snape would still let him sit with him even after this. Snape disagreed, his fingers continuing to move. Perhaps it could be argued that his misaligned priorities deserve some of the unwanted attention, Snape said. Severus! Lupin exclaimed, his eyes wide and mouth agape. There's never a need, he stopped himself and ran a hand through his hair. Harry wanted to shout at Snape to stop being terrible to Neville right then. He wasn't sure he had the energy to argue about it now, but he certainly would later. Still, he was curious. Alice was Neville's mum? Had Neville hidden his mum from Harry, or maybe he just chose not to tell him? Why would someone hide their mum? Parents felt like a topic that wasn't often brought up, perhaps it simply hadn't come up. For years felt a bit too long for it to have been unintentionally missed. What Longbottom chooses to share is his prerogative, Snape said. Harry noticed a sneer trying to form on Snape's face, but it was held back by an emotion Harry couldn't identify. Alice's achievement should not be closeted by embarrassment. Why was Neville ashamed of his mum? Harry couldn't guess what could have happened to make Neville embarrassed about someone else. He was more likely to apologize and think himself at fault for most things. Harry debated giving up and tucking his face back into Snape's shoulder. Snape's fingers kept rubbing gently over his back, and Harry couldn't tell if it was unconscious or intentional, but he wasn't about to complain. He'd stay like this until he was pushed away. Longbottom has much more to be ashamed of than Alice, Snape said. The boy is 15. Lupin snapped. Think of yourself at 15, and how little you shed out of embarrassment. Harry glanced between them and tried to imagine Snape being embarrassed about something. He didn't need to imagine for long. Red splotches darkened Snape's cheekbones within seconds, and the sneer he had been fighting broke across his face. What I chose not to speak of, I chose out of safety for myself. Longbottom chooses not to speak out of shame. Lupin's nose wrinkled in disgust. It was not out of safety that you hid your Muggle father. He snapped. I did not hide my Muggle father, you thick imbecile. Snape hissed back. I hid from my Muggle father. You have no idea what repercussions I worked to avoid. Well, congratulations, Severus. You hid what you worried could be used to hurt you. Lupin's voice dropped into an unnatural growl. Harry felt an innate terror spring in his chest at the sound. Lupin paled, and his shoulders fell as Harry slowly inched away. It was odd how often he forgot that Lupin was actually incredibly dangerous. He was so calm and careful with his voice. Snape's stare turned venomous at the growl, but he remained silent. His fingers curled around the fabric of Harry's jumper, and Harry worried he'd have to jump down or get caught in the middle of a duel. But Snape's fingers loosened and resumed their massage after several tense seconds. Harry, Lupin said after taking a moment to calm himself. Alice is Neville's mother, not his grandmother, and she's not in any position to be discussing the flat. How come I can see the flat? Harry asked quickly, disappointed in the half-answer he received about Neville's mum. Well, Lupin began, blinking over at the photos. Lily became pregnant with you before she'd fully moved out. You've technically been here before. How did you know that? Lupin whirled around, his eyes narrowing. Snape flicked a hand at the question. For the same reason I can see the flat. Harry felt more questions had been asked than answered, and he dropped his head onto Snape's shoulder with an exhale. Lupin let out an exhausted groan as he climbed to his feet. He waved his wand at the tea set, books, and bags he had brought in earlier. He worked quickly to right the room, but a crooked slouch revealed how tired he was. Harry tried to recall the kind of day Lupin had, realizing it mirrored his own. The shock of discovering that Sirius had taken him, trying to convince Sirius to bring him back, the argument, and the humiliating reaction in the kitchen. It surprised him how calm Snape still appeared. Harry couldn't tell if that was due to Snape's demeanor or if he was simply more accustomed to chaotic days like these. Severus, I think you should leave and meet with Dumbledore, Lupin said, rapping his wand against the plastic countertop in the kitchenette. Bread, butter, and cheese floated out of grocery sacks, arranging themselves over a skillet. The smell of cooking food quickly filled the flat, and Harry realized with a shock how hungry he was. Had he eaten anything since that morning? He pushed away from Snape's chest and nervously watched Lupin cook. Should he thank Snape for helping him? He sensed that Snape wouldn't have tolerated this clingy behavior if Harry were physically 15, and the nagging worry about whether he was mentally 6 or 15 lingered in the back of his mind. Thanking Snape hadn't gone poorly for him before, so it couldn't hurt. Turning back to Snape, he tried to find a way to express his gratitude that wouldn't be mortifying. Yet, he couldn't think of anything beyond just saying thank you. One of Snape's eyebrows rose in silent inquiry as Harry struggled to find the words. Harry's voice cracked silently. Hungry? Snape asked. Harry nodded, and Snape sat up. He quickly set Harry on his feet and nudged him in the direction of the kitchen. A confusing out-of-body experience rushed through Harry, nearly causing him to stumble. He felt relaxed yet concerned, nervous but calm. Was he always this tense? His body seemed unwilling to consider the implications of Dumbledore and Snape's conversation. Was this normal? The swirling mass of emotions that constantly roiled within him had settled into something manageable, allowing him to set it aside and eat. He didn't think he had been this relaxed in months. I will return regardless of the outcome. Do not leave, Lupin, Snape said. He nodded at Harry and strode out the door. A sharp crack echoed from the hallway moments later. Harry wished he could apparate. It was a horrendous and nauseating way to travel, but he imagined it would be incredibly useful for escaping the Dursleys. "So, Harry," Lupin said as he set a plate down in front of him. "Are you ready for Quidditch this year?" Harry excitedly began to discuss his latest ideas for dives and tricks. The conversation flowed peacefully, with Lupin avoiding any worrying questions. Thankfully, he did not comment on Harry having cried in Snape's lap or his earlier episode in the kitchen. Lupin brought up a few topics Harry felt comfortable discussing, like the holidays and whether he thought Mrs. Weasley's house or Grimmauld Place would be better suited for hosting guests. Harry hadn't considered spending Christmas away from Hogwarts, and it was a bit nerve-wracking to think about. The evening culminated in a remarkably calm atmosphere. After they ate, Harry read Ron and Hermione's letters and quickly realized they had both tried to cram as much information and as many questions as possible into them. Neither seemed able to hide their interest in Harry's episode, especially Hermione, but neither thought he was childish or crazy. Harry was very thankful for their lack of judgment. He wanted to put being 6 behind him more than ever. The emotions were exhausting. Harry couldn't keep his eyes open much longer. He picked through his collection of hand-me-downs and shrunken clothes, changing into a soft t-shirt and sleep pants. Lupin collected his wand and cloak, then shuffled him into the bedroom and helped him climb into bed. He set Harry's things within reach on the nightstand. "Good night," he said quickly, promising to be in the sitting room where he would try to help research a counter potion. Harry snuggled into the plush covers of his mum's bed, pretending she had let him cuddle in with her. He would never admit it aloud and barely let himself think about it for more than a few seconds, but it felt lovely all the same. He fell deeply asleep in seconds. It felt like ages later when a muffled sound brought him awake. He twisted in the warm bed and buried his face into the pillow. He hadn't slept this well in his life, certainly not since before the Triwizard Tournament. His eyes struggled to open, and he half forgot why he had woken up in the first place. It wasn't until a second odd thump echoed from the sitting room that Harry's eyes opened wide, and he sat up. A rush of worry flooded through him. What if Avery had found a way into the flat, and Lupin was currently dueling against him? That didn't seem right. Avery didn't know the flat's location, he couldn't be here. Harry grabbed his wand and slid out of bed. He crept over to the doorway, nervous about what could be happening if it wasn't Avery. Maybe Snape had returned, and the meeting hadn't gone well. His heart plunged into icy fear. What if Snape was here to take him back to Privet Drive? What if Dumbledore had managed to convince him, like he had somehow convinced everyone else to abandon him? He twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open, feeling his heart hammering in his throat. "So we'll talk with Petunia. We can make her see. We can threaten her. You don't know her." Snape's voice roared through the short hallway. Harry stumbled back at the sound. They must have charmed the bedroom against sound. "You cannot threaten her. She's not stupid. If you threaten her, she'll take it out on." "Well, go on then, Snivelus." Sirius roared back. "Tell us your plan to work around Wormtail. Your insipid friend is the reason your godson is in this predicament." Snape's pained voice echoed dully. "Your insipid friend tried to kidnap him from your house." Lupin snapped back. "Wormtail sold him out to the Dark Lord once. You think he won't try to come and take Harry again?" Sirius sounded angrier than Harry had ever heard him. Harry's throat went dry. Wormtail. Wormtail must know the flat's location. Harry didn't think of himself as a naturally violent person, but if Wormtail was a threat to his staying in this house, he knew he'd snap. He wanted one thing from his parents that wasn't tainted by the rat. The lull in the conversation gave him a moment to slip out of the door and tiptoe down the hallway. He lingered in the thin swath of shadow as he watched the three argue. The sitting room was littered with overturned books. Both Snape and Sirius looked violently angry, and Sirius had a grip on Snape's long overcoat, though Harry couldn't spot his wand. "We cannot continue to dwell on the past," Lupin finally said with a sharp gesture. "Wormtail knows where the flat is, but he doesn't know we're here. That's not good enough, Sirius said as he dropped Snape's lapels and sniffed, looking at Lupin. You cannot take him back to Petunia. Snape said harshly, you shouldn't have removed him in the first place. Lupin pinned Snape with a glare. Harry and his cousin were hit with a potion, but they were unharmed. He has been attacked more in the last week alone than in the last 2 months. Unharmed? Snape choked. Wormtail will find out he's here, Sirius said quickly. You'll have to tell your sodding Dark Lord eventually, won't you? Your Grace, Sirius mimicked Snape's low voice. The boy is in a muddle flat in Stoke-on-Trent, Wormtail, or I can get him for you at your earliest pleasure. Snape's wand appeared a hair beneath Sirius's nose. I have never allowed that child to come to harm, nor will I ever tell the Dark Lord where he is. He hissed. What will you tell him then? Lupin asked as he shoved Sirius away from Snape. Sirius made a move to push closer, but Lupin held onto his collar, keeping him in place. I will tell him that Harry is at Dumbledore's headquarters, Snape answered. You really think he'll believe you? Despite knowing you've lied before, Lupin's voice rang through the small room. He will assume I am honest for fear of disappointing him twice. So we're relying on your good opinion that the megalomaniac trusts you to fear him, Sirius sneered. You have no other choice, Snape said as his eyes narrowed. Harry made his point quite clear. When it's between his being kidnapped or being miserable, I'll choose miserable, Sirius said. You can't possibly think staying here will be the lesser of 2 evils, not when Wormtail can walk right through that door. It is not between being kidnapped or miserable, you dense, Snape started before being cut off. Severus, you need to see reason, Lupin snapped. Harry will be miserable there, yes. But if we're choosing between imminent death, let me make it clear what you're choosing then. Snape's silky voice cut furiously through the room. You're choosing to lock your traumatized godson into a small cupboard, where he can be neglected for days on end. It might not be imminent, Snape said quietly. But it's far more painful. Harry blinked as an uncomfortable fuzziness settled in his head, making his throat go numb. Snape spoke about his cupboard. Harry's cupboard. Snape told them about it again. He tried to breathe, but it felt as if he had been dropped headfirst into water. Snape continued to talk about the cupboard. Neither Lupin nor Sirius spoke. What were they thinking? Sirius's sunken eyes flickered over Snape's face. The color drained from his cheeks, turning an ugly fish belly pale. Harry couldn't tell if Sirius was angry with him or about the cupboard. You didn't see what I found when I arrived to evaluate the effects of the potion, Snape said softly. He isn't, Sirius stammered, looking more distraught by the second. And you need to be more careful with him, Snape warned. Sirius nodded, his gaze dropping to the floor. Was he disappointed in Harry? Did he think Harry could have avoided being thrown into the cupboard? Harry hadn't been big enough to fight back at that size. Was that an acceptable answer? Sirius would likely think that was ridiculous. Severus, Lupin said, eyeing Snape closely. That doesn't negate Wormtail's ability to find him. He spun his wand idly between his thumb and forefinger. Wormtail won't be able to win a duel against either of you, nor myself, Snape replied. And Dumbledore cannot take Harry from where he cannot see him. It's imperative for his own safety that he not return to that house, or leave this one. That doesn't give us much room to maneuver, Lupin said, taking a deep breath. Snape nodded and twisted on his heel, seeming to aim for the bedroom. He froze in place when his eyes caught something. Landed on Harry. Harry! Sirius shouted as he spotted him. He tried to move closer, but Lupin's hand gripped his collar and pushed him onto the couch. Harry opened his mouth, desperate to counter Snape's mention of the cupboard, but no sound came out. He didn't want Sirius and Lupin to think he still lived there. He didn't anymore. He was 15. It had been 4 years since he had been in that cupboard, and he wasn't counting the night he stayed there when Snape came to pick him up. Maybe they would think Snape was joking. It wasn't logical to put people in cupboards. Snape couldn't know he had lived in one, he had only seen Harry run into it when he arrived. I don't, Harry started, horrified at the tremor in his voice. I didn't, how was he supposed to fix this? His whole body shook as he spoke. Didn't, I live in a bedroom now, not there anymore, I mean not, Snape cursed under his breath, his hands tangling in his hair. Of course, Harry, Lupin said quickly, his face pale, making him look particularly unwell. Of course. Though, if you did stay in a cupboard, it couldn't possibly have been your fault. His amber eyes were intense. Harry shook his head frantically. Well, he didn't want to continue down that path. He wished he could go back in time and avoid running into the cupboard in front of Snape. If Snape hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have brought it up. Sirius would never have known, and he wouldn't have to think about it. He would have thought Harry was capable, someone who wasn't thrown around or locked up or seen as an abnormal freak. It's not, Sirius began. No, absolutely never your fault, Snape said, his voice cracking. His horrified eyes darted between Harry and Lupin. Slowly, he sank onto his knees across from Harry and set his wand aside. The distance between them felt impossibly wide. Harry remained in the shadowed safety of the hallway, and Snape didn't seem inclined to pull him closer. I am sorry, Harry, Snape began. By discussing this, we are ensuring you do not return to Privet Drive. He spoke slowly, looking intensely at Harry. Your protection, whether it's from the Dark Lord, Professor Dumbledore, or others, is paramount. Not because you are the boy who lived, but because you're in our care. Snape took a deep breath. This goes for if you are 6 or 15. Harry shuddered as he tried to force himself to breathe. That made logical sense. A blurry voice in his mind argued that anything keeping him away from the Dursleys was good, but a terrified part of him couldn't accept anyone knowing about the cupboard. He wanted to understand why Dumbledore thought it was safe for him to return to the Dursleys if Snape believed otherwise. Dumbledore doesn't think it's a problem, Harry said finally, trying to lessen the humiliation of talking about the cupboard. It's not abnormal. Snape blinked. You've told him? The question sounded more like a statement as he spoke. Not about he said I needed to stay there for my protection, Harry replied, winding his fingers into the hem of his t-shirt. He said I might not like it there, but I couldn't stay at Hogwarts. Aunt Petunia's awful, but she's not, he inhaled quickly, unsure of how to finish, evil. Snape made a short, choked sound. He said the nurse again when Mrs. Weasley asked if I could come straight to the burrow after Harry paused. Harry coughed and glanced at Sirius. He didn't want to think about the graveyard, and he certainly didn't want Sirius to see him cry. Sirius didn't seem upset with Harry or angry with Snape. It was surprising that no one had yelled at him. Neither Lupin nor Sirius had called him any names or asked why he had let them put him in the cupboard. In fact, they seemed to believe it wasn't his fault at all. Harry couldn't decide if this was worse, as it felt like they thought he couldn't fight back. Sirius slid to the floor and transformed into Padfoot. He loped through the sitting room and dropped onto his belly just out of reach of Harry, blinking up at him with big, sad eyes. Harry twisted his fingers tighter around the hem of his shirt. He didn't know how to feel. He was unsure about how any of this would affect his return to Hogwarts at the end of the next term. Would Dumbledore find a way to force him back into the house? Would Snape still be there for him when he was 15 or 16? Black, Snape sighed, rubbing a hand over his forehead as he blinked slowly at Sirius. You truly have an excellent grasp of your limits. Padfoot whimpered and stuck his nose in the air. Fancy a cup of tea, Harry? Or, Lupin paused to check his watch, it's very late. You must still be quite tired? What did Dumbledore say when you met him? Harry asked, avoiding the question. He wasn't ready to think about sleeping yet and still felt shivery and fuzzy knowing that Lupin and Sirius knew about the cupboard. He was angry with me for bringing you here and vehemently argued that you should be returned to the Dursleys no later than about 4 hours ago, Snape replied. He guessed that Wormtail had access to the flat, and Lupin and Black confirmed that earlier. Harry nodded, having already heard that part of their argument. I hadn't been aware that you discussed the Dursleys with Dumbledore before. Had I known, the argument would have been significantly more intense, Snape said. I didn't, Harry began, stammering slightly. I tried to explain once, but he said it needed to happen. Snape nodded. That you attempted is enough. We'll think of something, Harry, Lupin added. Dumbledore is very powerful, but I doubt he can break a Fidelius charm. We won't let him take you back to your relatives. Harry grimaced. He still wanted to know what they thought. They didn't seem angry or disappointed with him. They hadn't asked why he didn't defend himself better or why he let them put him in the cupboard. It felt like they had the wrong idea. Harry didn't want them to think he was incapable. He had proven more than once that he wasn't. They didn't seem to understand that he could handle them just fine as a 15-year-old, but when he was 6, it was a bit harder. I didn't let them win, Harry finally said. They were bigger than me. I wouldn't have let them put me in the cupboard if I could run away. Padfoot whined and inched closer, nosing near Harry's cold toes. His long furry snout brushed around Harry's ankles, and his tongue darted out. He looked despondent. Harry? Lupin's eyes were wide with shock. I have no doubt that you didn't let them. It's more. He stammered, seemingly unsure of what to say. The fuzziness magnified tenfold in Harry's ears. They did think he was helpless, and they were going to treat him like that from now on, even though he had handled the Dursleys on his own for ages. He knew how to fight back. Even at 6, he had found ways to get back at them. But I wasn't helpless, Harry snapped. You're acting like I was, Anne. I wasn't. Normally, I can just run away. Padfoot leapt to his feet with a growl, startling Harry, who stumbled backward and fell. He hit the ground and flinched as the dog barked loudly again. A terrified jolt ran through him as he realized Padfoot was much larger than Ripper and had far sharper teeth. The dog pushed closer to Harry, nearly towering over him, before Lupin shouted a choked sound. He seemed to want to calm Sirius down but only added to the noise. Immobulus! Snape hissed. A thin grey light shot from his wand, covering Padfoot. The dog stiffened unnaturally and whined when he realized he'd been frozen in place. Harry scrambled out from underneath Padfoot and dashed into the sitting room, the memory of Ripper biting and chasing him up a tree flooding back. A loud crooning sound rang in his ears, but Harry couldn't tell who had made it or what they were trying to say. He tried to dive behind Snape, but a long arm caught him around the middle and pulled him up and away from the dog. He buried his face into Snape's shoulder as his heart pounded in his ears. He desperately wished he had thought to grab his invisibility cloak before leaving the bedroom. Sirius? Lupin's strangled and exhausted voice echoed in the sitting room. Please? Maybe Sirius was angry with Harry. Maybe he really thought Harry had been helpless and useless against the Dursleys. Harry couldn't decide if he was angry with Snape or not. All of this was because he had told Sirius and Lupin, but if he hadn't, he would probably already be back in his cupboard. A low whine echoed through the room again, and Lupin muttered a raspy sound. Harry covered his mouth with his hand, trying to stifle his loud gasps as a heavy hand carded through his hair. He felt torn between humiliation and terror. Despite feeling safer up close to Snape, he was still on edge. A part of Harry wished he had just stayed still when Padfoot jumped on him. Harry? Snape's voice was calm in his ear. It's not about what you did. It's about how they behaved. Your godfather is an idiot, and I hate making excuses for him. However, I know him well enough to say he doesn't think you're helpless. He has supported your inclusion in Dumbledore's plans for months. An agreeable huff came from beneath Harry's feet. The pounding in his head lessened as Snape spoke, and Harry felt a bit of pride for Sirius, despite how frightening he had been. Dumbledore had tried to force Sirius to abandon Harry all summer, but he hadn't. It seemed he had done everything he could to help both Harry and the Order. Nor do I think you are helpless. If you were, you'd be dead, Snape added. Helpless is not a word anyone would use to describe you. Harry almost wished Ron or Hermione were there to help him. It would be embarrassing, but they could at least give their thoughts on his perspective. "I think your godfather was trying to show how strongly he disagreed with your statement," Snape said, sounding pained. "You'll have to forgive his lack of social grace." "Though," Snape perked up, "you don't need to forgive him anytime soon." Harry shifted slightly and frowned when he realized his right leg had fallen asleep from how tightly he had held himself. He absent-mindedly brushed his finger over his nose, wishing it felt as comforting as Snape made it seem. "The longer you wait, the more he might even learn," Snape added. "Does this have anything to do with awful Aunt Marge's dog, Ripper?" Lupin asked. Knowing if dogs are a concern would be helpful, especially for people like Sirius. Harry looked down at Padfoot. From his elevated position, Padfoot was still tremendously large, but he looked far more docile and safe. Lupin must have cast the counter-charm. He was no longer frozen and now sat quietly at Snape's side. Some people, especially young children, do very well with dogs. Not everyone does though, as we've just seen, and it's no judgment on the person, Lupin said. "I'm not young, I'm 15, Harry muttered into Snape's shoulder. He wished he had stayed in bed. He was tired enough to fall asleep on Snape and desperately wanted one night without drama from himself or others. He had thought he managed that earlier when he first went to bed, but he had been sorely wrong. He was glad that Lupin, Sirius, and Snape seemed to have come to some sort of agreement, even if it had been at his expense. Snape had said he wasn't helpless, and Sirius didn't look like he thought Harry was helpless either. "I think it would be best if you tried to relax and sleep," Snape said, sliding his fingers through Harry's hair again. "It's nearly 3 in the morning. I will no doubt have to meet with Dumbledore again in the morning, and I'll need to know that you've been safely taken care of to argue my case." "He'll certainly have a few choice words for us," Lupin murmured, his nose twitching several times as a concerned look washed over his face. "I'll charm the front door. I think it's worth noting that he's in the hallway though." Snape's arms tensed around Harry, and he twisted to look at Lupin. "I can smell him," Lupin said. "He's not pleased." Padfoot rose to his feet and transformed back into Sirius. "I thought he didn't know the address," he said. "He doesn't," Snape replied. "Are we sure it's him then? Could it be someone else?" Sirius asked, his eyebrows furrowing as he stepped lightly over to the door. "I don't see anyone outside the peephole," he said, turning back around and dragging his wand along the seams of the door. A trail of pale smoke hissed from the grooves of the doorway as he whispered a spell. "I know what Dumbledore smells like," Lupin said, shaking his head. "He might try to bring down the Fideus, or he might have gotten it out of Alice. Alice can't string a sentence together. He'd never get the address from her." Sirius looked worriedly between Lupin and Harry. Besides, he'd already be inside if he could see the place. Nausea curled through Harry at the thought of Dumbledore forcing him from his mum's flat. He felt safer here than anywhere else, aside from Hogwarts. Wormtail was a threat, but a relatively minor one with Snape, Sirius, and Lupin present. Harry knew they couldn't apparate from within the flat, as no one had done so during his time there, so they'd need to leave eventually. He also knew his portkey could break through anti-apparition wards, as he managed to get inside Grimmauld Place without a struggle, despite never having seen anyone apparate into that house. Dumbledore was going to get his way whether they liked it or not, but Harry was used to that outcome. It would be worse if he had to force them out, but he knew with the Dursleys that the appearance of compliance often led to more room for him to escape. "What if I go to the Dursleys with Dumbledore and then portkey back here?" Harry asked, blinking up at Snape. Chapter 14. "I think not," Snape said immediately. His fingers comfortingly carded through Harry's hair as he thought. Harry frowned. He felt his idea was clever enough, and it wasn't like he wouldn't end up back at the Dursleys at some point. He'd be forced to go back eventually. "You want a portkey, Harry?" "I don't think we have a portkey to this flat." "We could use the spoon I took you to the safe house with," Sirius suggested, lingering in the small hallway between the kitchenette and sitting room. The pale smoke he had conjured continued to hiss and pop as it traveled up the thin cracks in the door. "I could get the spoon, but getting it past Dumbledore might be difficult." Sirius's wand dragged over the knob and seams, continuing to ward it as he spoke. Harry was curious about the spell Sirius had cast and whether he could cast it on his cupboard door. He wanted to know if it was a ward against people, and if so, if he could choose who to keep out. Lupin's eyebrows furrowed as he looked between Sirius and Harry, confusion clearing from his face. "That's how you got into Grimmauld Place, you portkeyed from Sirius's safe house," he confirmed, stepping closer. He started, stammering as the worry lines across his forehead deepened. How could you have, did you find a portkey, Harry? There isn't really any other way." Lupin's voice grew with his worries. "Don't strain yourself, Lupin," Snape said as he turned from the door. "Lily hid a portkey there years ago. Harry was lucky Black had trapped him in the same room they'd initially hidden in. It isn't a dangerous item." Snape walked slowly back toward the bedroom. He flicked his dark wand upwards, causing the books and parchment scattered across the sitting room to float smartly back into place. A neat stack near the cauldron. "Lily hid," Lupin began, then paused, turning his shocked expression toward Sirius. The plush orange pillows on the sofa rearranged themselves across the lengthening cushions. The coffee table rose and spun out of the way as a large bed quickly took its place. Harry wondered if Snape was as skilled at transfiguration as he was at potions. He seemed to excel at everything, except wards, Harry reminded himself. Sirius had pointed that out and yelled it at Snape earlier. "What?" Sirius gasped, seeming to recover from his shock. "That's how you got back, Harry." He darted from the doorway and positioned himself in front of them. "Harry, please tell me you didn't just find an old object in the house and assume it was safe. You hid your godson in a decrepit ruin." "I'd have been shocked if he hadn't tried everything to escape," Snape snapped, stopping abruptly as Sirius raised a hand. "Right, all right," Sirius said, pressing his fingers into the corners of his eyes. I messed up, Harry, and I haven't been able to apologize for that." He took a deep breath. "But please, I cannot bear the thought of you finding random objects and disappearing with them." Harry tightened his grip on the soft wool at Snape's shoulder. He understood why Sirius was worried. Hermione and Ron had shared similar concerns, although Ron had been willing to consider his mum's necklace a safe item from the start. Harry wished more people would appreciate that he had found something to remember her by. Being told he had her eyes over the years had been nice, but he longed for something tangible. The old ache for his parents had never faded, despite the stories and physical similarities. James's invisibility cloak was a cherished reminder for that reason. Harry could easily imagine his father disappearing beneath it, and knowing James wanted Harry to have it gave it meaning. He had nothing from Lily until now. Nothing he could look at and imagine her with. It was hard to explain that one of Harry's worst memories was also one of his most precious. He always remembered Voldemort's awful high laughter and the bright green light that surrounded his mother in her death. But with the Dementors, he could also hear her telling Harry how loved he was. She said his name in a way that no one else did. He wanted her back. He wished she would come back this instant and tell Dumbledore to go away. "It wasn't a random object," Harry said, his voice filled with anger. "It was her necklace. It had her name on the note." Sirius stared blankly at Harry. Snape hooked a finger around the chain at Harry's neck and pulled the pendant from beneath his t-shirt. He held it up just enough for Sirius to see. "I agree, Black," Snape began, letting the necklace drop back beneath Harry's shirt. Harry shouldn't be grabbing items that could be dangerous. However, that mentality can become damaging and lead to panic around touching anything. Snape raised a single eyebrow as he spoke. "Exercising caution and being intelligent is all that we can ask for." Sirius stared at the spot where the necklace had been. He blinked several times before Snape's mouth twisted in annoyance, and he waved his arm at Sirius, silently urging him to the side. "You found that in the old house?" Sirius croaked finally. "I saw it on her though, at the end. She had been wearing." "It was a copy," Lupin said, stepping past the bed and curling a hand around Sirius's elbow. "Doubtless James would have noticed if it had gone missing." "We certainly would have." Harry's eyes flashed between Sirius and Lupin. They seemed to be a world away, despite discussing things that Harry had both witnessed and understood. But why didn't she use a portkey then? Sirius hissed, his face flushed with anger. Why would she have hidden it away? Sirius? Lupin tugged at Sirius's elbow, pulling him closer. Do you really think a portkey would have kept Voldemort away long term? He asked. Where could they have gone? He would have found them somehow. Snape flinched, tightening his arms around Harry briefly. Anywhere! Sirius shouted, wrenching himself from Lupin. Anywhere else, anywhere at all. Harry's jaw tightened as their voices rose during the argument. He was ready to shout at them to stop when searing pain burst from his scar. He clapped a hand to his forehead, pushing hard against the stabbing agony. Snape whirled around and snarled every foul word Harry had ever heard. Harry! Sirius's worried voice followed behind them. Harry thought he could hear Lupin as well, but the combined nausea and pain made it difficult to understand. I'm going to try and teach you Snape's voice faded, sounding as if he was speaking from underwater. His nervous tone made Harry begin to panic. The pounding of his heart echoed in his ears, and he tried to listen despite his inability to make out what Snape was saying. He was vaguely aware of being set on top of the cold island in the kitchenette. He thought he might faint from the deafening throb in his head. He couldn't press on his scar hard enough, trying to push harder still, but he wasn't even sure where his hands were anymore. It was hard to keep track of himself. Snape's hands appeared in his line of sight, but Harry wasn't sure what he was trying to do. The sitting room behind him began to tilt to the left, and the colors rushed into a nauseating spin. Harry's head rocked on his shoulders as his eyes struggled to focus. He slid shut his eyes, unable to bear the thought of keeping them open any longer. If he did, he was sure he would be sick all over Snape. He thought he could hear someone whispering, a woman's voice, but he was certain only Snape, Sirius, and Lupin were nearby. An awful scream forced his eyes open again, and Harry nearly screamed himself. A dark-haired woman writhed violently in front of him. Her back spasmed, her arms bent backward, and her jaw opened too wide as she screamed. Harry was sure he would have been sick if he could, but he didn't seem to need to anymore. He slid slowly over the dark, slick stone beneath him and curled protectively around the tattered and bloody black fabric of his master's cloak. Failure, Bella, his master's sibilant voice turned breathy, and the woman stopped seizing. Harry felt a brief pang of sympathy for her. He knew what Voldemort's torture felt like. Please, my lord, the woman sobbed. We know now, my lord. We know it cannot be touched. She flipped onto her stomach and dragged herself up onto her bloody knees. Her eyes remained fixed on the flagstones, and she smelled as distraught as she acted. Harry felt she was being honest. The woman's harsh breathing filled the room. She lowered herself until her sweaty forehead touched the floor, while her stained and thin fingers clenched around her ragged sleeves. What of the unspeakable? His master whispered. Madness, my lord, the woman's strained voice was painful in Harry's ears. She spoke quickly, as if speed could make up for her failure. Same as the Longbottoms. Bode cannot speak. She giggled at her own joke and looked up with a wide smile. A blood vessel had broken in one of her eyes, bleeding into the pearly white. Her pale face struck Harry as horrifyingly similar to. Sirius appeared much skinnier than Harry remembered, even after escaping Azkaban. As her mad giggling subsided, Bella seemed to regain her senses, inhaling sharply and looking down at the floor. Crucio! Voldemort hissed. Bella's neck twisted unnaturally, and she screamed. Harry blinked and flinched. He was no longer curled around his master's legs. The cold stone floor had vanished, along with the sobbing woman. In their place stood a gaunt and terrified Sirius, whose resemblance to Bella became disturbingly clear. Sirius finally retched, but no one seemed to care. The mess was quickly vanished from his t-shirt, and a comforting hand rubbed his back. Harry idly wondered if he had already thrown up that night. Bella was likely still being tortured, and Harry thought about warning Sirius that his sister was with Voldemort. Maybe Sirius already knew. Harry realized he was no longer in his mother's house. Instead, he found himself in a faded, patterned grey hallway. "I've set a ward. If Voldemort could see or hear us before, he no longer can. There is no telling how quickly he will break my spell, however," Dumbledore said, his worried face appearing in Harry's line of sight. "Severus, if you'd allow me." Harry shivered as he was pulled from Dumbledore's reach. He vaguely recognized the blanket from his mother's bedroom wrapped around him. "Absolutely not," Snape replied. "Severus," Dumbledore said softly, "I cannot help Harry if I am denied access. I know how you feel." "You don't." Harry was fairly certain he was in Snape's arms again, feeling his low voice reverberate through his back. Dumbledore's eyes turned steely, and his aged face closed off. Harry wondered if Dumbledore had realized he was somehow back from wherever he had been. It felt as if someone had taken a hammer to his chest. Head. He had never experienced this while awake. He wondered if he would have dreamt it if he had been asleep. Normally, he would have been asleep. It was nearly 3 in the morning, or it had been before he had the vision. Did he really have a vision? Professor Trelawney had visions, but Harry was concerned about having anything in common with her. He had only seen her have a vision during a nerve-wracking moment in his 3rd year. Did this make him a seer? Trelawney seemed to see the future, while Harry felt he had seen the present. Trelawney also didn't seem to remember her visions after they happened, but Harry remembered his. He didn't think he would ever be able to forget. He knew he wouldn't sleep for the rest of the night. The woman's pain screams and her gruesome face would haunt him for a long time. "You cannot keep Harry safe," Dumbledore said, pulling Harry from his thoughts as he leaned away and stood. "It is an impossible task. It's admirable to try, my boy, but cruelly impossible." He flicked his wand over Harry, and the sweat soaking through his clothes dried instantly. "I would do everything in my power if it would help, but it won't." "Albus," Sirius whispered. "That can't be true. He could stay with us in Grimmauld Place. It's safe as houses." "Unfortunately, Sirius," Dumbledore frowned. "This has proven that it isn't. Voldemort is able to possess Harry." Harry blinked slowly. The thought of Voldemort possessing him was terrifying, but he wasn't sure if that was what had actually happened. He didn't think Voldemort had possessed him, rather, it felt like the other way around. He had possessed his snake, Nagini, again. He had done it before. He wasn't very knowledgeable about possession, but Ginny was. She had told them she'd never remembered anything from Voldemort possessing her. She had large blank spaces in her memory. There was nothing that could fill the gaps in her memory. She found herself in confusing places, with concerning and scary amounts of blood or mud on her. Harry guessed he was in the hallway outside his mum's flat. He was there because he had had a vision, and Snape and Sirius had gone to Dumbledore for help. He wasn't confused about where he was or what he had just done. Or maybe he was, but he knew that if Voldemort had possessed him, they would all be in far worse conditions. That has not been proven. Snape hissed at Dumbledore. "This is the furthest thing from proving it." "Severus," Dumbledore said gently, holding up a hand. "You are tired, and I am tired. I have no doubt that Harry is tired as well. I will allow you to stay in this flat for the rest of the night, but come morning, the boy will be back at Privet Drive. I will see to it myself. Albus," Snape's voice lowered. "If you put him in the house with that woman, I will speak to Petunia. I will leave." Snape interrupted, cutting over Dumbledore. Dumbledore froze, his icy eyes flickering over Harry's head. "And what of your vow, Severus?" "The vow was to Harry," Snape said, wrapping his arms warmly around Harry. "It wasn't to you." Harry felt an odd calm wash over him. He was sure he didn't grasp the entirety of what was being said or what it meant. If Snape left, what would that do? Snape was a spy, and they would lose their informant. But Snape was a very good spy, so it had to be more than just losing an informant. Others, like Avery and Lucius Malfoy, seemed to fear Snape to some degree. He now understood that his earlier vision had been very real and that Malfoy hadn't been faking his fear. Avery feared Snape as well. He must have, or else he would have outed Snape seconds after finding Harry in Spinner's End. Snape had. Harry thought it had more to do with Avery's fear of Voldemort, but he sensed it also stemmed from Avery's fear of Snape. If Avery believed he could defeat Snape in a duel, he would have brought him before Voldemort. Avery couldn't take Snape in a duel, and neither could Malfoy. Would they lose the war if they lost Snape? Voldemort's hissing voice echoed in Harry's memory. He had spoken on the night of his resurrection about his most faithful and trusted servant, someone who had been at Hogwarts. Harry still didn't know if he meant Barty Crouch Jr. or Snape. It could have been either. Voldemort believed Snape spied on Dumbledore. Dumbledore believed Snape spied on Voldemort. Snape was invaluable to them. Snape had made a vow to Harry too. Whatever the vow entailed, Harry didn't know, but Snape said he would choose Harry over the war. Harry doubted anyone else had done that since his mother had stepped in front of Voldemort. That meant they might lose the war, and they couldn't afford that. Harry couldn't allow Voldemort to win. His mother hadn't stopped Voldemort for him to win in the end. "Please don't leave, Professor." "I'll go to Aunt Petunia's," Harry said, coughing around his painfully sore throat as he looked up at Snape. "Harry!" Several voices blended together until Dumbledore shouted for silence. "Harry!" Dumbledore quickly lowered himself onto his knees again. "Tell me quickly and in as much detail as you can remember what you saw." "No," Harry said, shaking his head, shocked by his own denial. Dumbledore blinked. Despite the soft kindness and elderly wisdom on his face, he couldn't hide the jagged crack of ugly needs and desires. Denial had opened. The weathered lines on Dumbledore's face seemed to sharpen, and the twinkle in his eyes faded, revealing a painfully hungry look. Harry recalled a similar hunger in Tom Riddle's eyes. "Harry," Dumbledore began, his blue eyes widening as he attempted to stitch the ugly crack in their conversation shut with a blink. "This is important to winning this war. So is my being included." "You've been keeping things from me," Harry replied, leaning against Snape. He felt he needed Snape's presence to navigate this conversation with Dumbledore. "If you don't help me, then I can't help you." "Ah," Dumbledore said, letting out a soft, joyless laugh. "A Slytherin in the end, my boy." For a brief moment, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. "The hat is never wrong, you know. Its first decision is always correct, though some students may convince it otherwise. We're a bit past Hogwarts houses now, aren't we?" Harry nodded as a burning ache settled behind his eyes. The sudden shame of Sirius hearing Harry's first house choice, especially given the changes in their relationship, gnawed at him. Looking at Sirius only intensified the pain. His grey eyes widened, taking on a more haunted look as Dumbledore spoke. Aunt Petunia and Dumbledore were alike in their preference for that style of punishment. A corner of Harry's heart throbbed at the thought of comparing Dumbledore to Aunt Petunia. He was too familiar with this kind of retaliation to ignore its similarities. It was one of Aunt Petunia's favorites. If she disapproved of Harry's behavior, she would slip one of his shameful secrets to someone. "Dudley dearest, I'm not sure how Harry has a better grade than you, he can't even see the chalkboard." "I'm so sorry, Marge," Harry would come out to say hello, "but he's afraid of your sweet dog." "Apologies, headmistress, Harry's not a well-adjusted little boy. He thinks he remembers his parents' death. They died when he was just 1 year old." Dumbledore stood up slowly, taking a trembling breath. "I am sorry, to both of you, you know," he said, sounding as if he felt every bit of his age. "We always hurt the ones we love the most." "Albus?" Sirius asked, his eyes wide as he watched Dumbledore take measured steps down the hallway. "I meant what I said, Severus," Dumbledore replied, flicking his wand. A sun-bleached photo frame leapt from the wall and twisted outward until it grew several sizes larger. The foggy glass softened into scarlet fabric, which pinned itself over quickly protruding cotton until a plush armchair appeared and floated neatly to the floor. Dumbledore sank heavily into it. "You may have what's left of this night. Harry has agreed to return in the morning." We will discuss further when we are all a little more well-rested. Snape rose as well and tucked Harry against his chest. It was probably for the best that Snape held him, as Harry wasn't sure he could stand on his own. Snape moved through the hallway and back into his mum's flat, with Sirius following closely behind. Neither acknowledged Dumbledore as they walked, nor did they comment on his remark about Harry's Hogwarts house. Harry wished he could go back in time. He almost wished he could go as far back as before he and Dudley had been attacked and avoid the potion. That way, none of this would have happened. There wouldn't have been a discussion about his cupboard, and no mention of his Slytherin qualities. No Snape, no stories about Lily. No necklace, no flat, his mind supplied quietly. They slipped through the sitting room and into the bedroom as Sirius collected odds and ends behind them. Harry realized belatedly that he hadn't seen Lupin since before the vision. He wondered if Lupin was tired of him and if his vision had been. "Harry," Snape said, his exhaustion evident as dark circles under his eyes deepened. "Are you all right?" He gently set Harry down on the bed and began to rearrange the covers. "That was awful, Harry. Horrendous. Please, are you all right?" Sirius asked as he knelt beside Lily's old bed. "A woman was being tortured in my vision," Harry replied, pulling his knees up to his chest. He chose not to acknowledge Dumbledore's earlier comment, and he hoped neither of them would either. "She looked like she was related to you, maybe your sister. She said someone called Bode is like the Longbottoms now and that they can't touch something," he explained. Sirius and Snape both paused. "My sister?" Sirius's eyebrows shot up, and he blinked in confusion. "I don't have a sister, Harry. I had a brother." "Well, she looked just like you," Harry said, picking at a thread on his shirt. Then, he suddenly remembered her name. "Bella." He jerked his head up, excitement in his voice, but he quickly shrank back as both adults flinched at the name. Sirius's head sank onto the blanket, and his fingers tangled in his hair. "Bella?" Snape asked. "Someone called her Bella." "It can't have been her, Snape." "It'd be in the papers. They couldn't have covered that up," Sirius muttered. Harry glanced between them, surprised they weren't more concerned for her, given how Voldemort had treated her. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more it seemed she had relished the torture. Maybe she hadn't needed saving. "Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry," Sirius whispered, looking longingly at the doorway. "My cousin. She's completely mad, deranged." Snape sat down next to Harry and regarded Sirius carefully. "She's one of Voldemort's most devoted followers. She adores him," Sirius added. "It was awful," Harry said, struggling to comprehend how she could adore him and still allow him to torture her. He was really angry, and she kept screaming. Harry rested his head on his knees and squeezed his eyes shut as he curled inwards. His mum's necklace warned against him, easing some of his fear. Yet he couldn't shake the image of the woman's head jerking backward at an unnatural angle. It made Harry's neck ache, and memories of his own torture at Voldemort's hand shot down his back. A wand waved near his ear, and Harry peeked out to see small, colorful bubbles of light floating through the room. Sirius tapped his wand over Harry's blanket, transforming the cotton into soft fleece. The bubbles spun in slow, graceful arcs. Warm yellows faded into burnt oranges and back again. "This is one of my favorite charms," Sirius said quietly. "The colors change depending on what you need, and the glow never goes out." He sat back on his heels and caught one of the bubbles on the tip of his wand. It softened into a golden hue as Sirius brought it closer to Harry. Harry tried to say thank you, but the words were stuck in his throat. Despite knowing about Harry's cupboard, his struggles with the Dursleys, and his preference for Snape over Padfoot, Sirius had not changed at all. He still loved Harry. "I don't trust Dumbledore," Sirius said as he stood up. "I'm going to watch the door. Moony should be back soon." "Where did he go?" Harry asked. "He snuck out under your cloak when we realized we needed help. He's getting the portkey to the Black safe house from Grimmauld Place in case we need a backup plan." Sirius smiled slightly. "Dumbledore's right in." It's very difficult to keep you safe because Voldemort will do anything to get a hold of you. He's wrong in thinking we shouldn't try, though. Snape rolled his wand between his fingers as Sirius spoke, catching the bubbles and letting them go again. Sirius started, breathing slowly before continuing. Dumbledore relies on your good conscience, Harry. He knows you want to do what's right. It's manipulative and vile, but he'll use anything he can to win. Winning is necessary, Snape added, his dark eyes flashing toward Sirius before returning to Harry. Winning does not require willful child abuse. Sirius grimaced and nodded, then spun on his heel and left through the bedroom door. Harry worried the floating lights would disappear without Sirius to keep them going, but they hadn't moved at all. They bobbed so slowly that Harry almost forgot they were moving. He thought idly about what it would be like to live in the soft bubbles. He imagined it would have been very calm, far calmer than his life normally was. Snape caught a bubble on his wand and snuck it beneath the one Sirius had moved closer. This bedroom is similar to the one Lily had growing up, Snape said softly. Though her first was bright pink and orange, a phase which, you may have noticed by the state of the sitting room, she never quite grew out of. Harry uncurled slightly and blinked at Snape. He tried to picture a room with the bright pink color from the shag rug everywhere and ended up imagining a parody of Dudley's bedroom covered in pink. I often told her that she had hideous taste in decor whenever we went shopping. To get back at me, she would color pictures with the loudest and most obnoxious colors she could find and pin them up in my bedroom. She'd say it was so we could have matching hideous taste, Snape said, waving his wand and changing the bubbles to bright pinks. Harry felt a laugh bubble in his chest as he thought about what his parents' room might have looked like. He wondered if his mother's terrible decoration choices had made their way into his own room. I bought her a set of similarly colored ribbons for her birthday one year because she wanted to learn to plait, Snape said, a small smile curling on his lips. He tapped his wand over Harry's hair, creating several chunky plaits from the short strands. She couldn't figure it out on her own hair though and begged me to let her try on mine. Did you let her? Harry asked, trying to stifle his laughter at the image of Snape with hundreds of tiny plaits in his hair. Once she reminded me that I'd bought the ribbons for her to learn. I couldn't say no, Snape replied with a shrug. He continued sharing old stories and jokes he and Lily had exchanged. As he listened, Harry found it hard to distinguish between imagining his mother running around parks and chasing Snape or if he was dreaming. He felt warm and comfortable, as if nothing could hurt or kidnap him. If it was a dream, it was incredibly pleasant. When he next opened his eyes, weak sunlight was streaming through the small window. It was morning. Despite his fear and nausea from the screaming woman, he had managed to sleep. A horrible realization washed over him. He would have to explain himself to Uncle Vernon. Dudley would probably punch him in the nose, but at least he didn't have to worry about his glasses. He hoped Aunt Petunia would lock him in his bedroom instead of a cupboard, but he was fairly certain he would end up in that small space after just one step inside the house. He decided he would leave after Dumbledore departed. He would use the portkey and be back with Snape, Sirius, and Lupin. Sliding out of bed, he stumbled from the bedroom to find Sirius and Lupin still deeply asleep on a large bed in the sitting room. Sirius had curled up, half of his body covered by the blanket. Curled up against Lupin, trying to bury his face in Lupin's shoulder. Lupin didn't seem to mind. He had one arm over his head and snored louder than Harry had thought possible. Snape looked considerably more awake than he had the night before. He was drinking tea in the kitchenette while thumbing through a large, stained book. Awake at last? Snape asked, setting his mug down. Harry nodded and stepped over to the island. He glanced back at Sirius and Lupin, half wishing he had stayed in the bedroom to delay the inevitable. He jumped onto a stool as Snape pulled a second mug from the sack Lupin had brought the evening before. How did Lupin get back in without Dumbledore noticing? Harry asked. Snape pulled the photo of him and his mother from his pocket and held it up. I loaned it to him before he left last night. His return was a quiet, dull event, and you slept through it. But I'd say it was a success. Harry blinked, confused, trying to remember if Lupin had really portkeyed into his bedroom. All he could recall were hazy dreams of his mum plaiting Snape's hair, He looked back at Lupin and tried to imagine how quiet he must have been. 1 hour, Snape said, bringing Harry out of his thoughts. You'll spend no more than 1 hour in Privet Drive before you portkey away. He turned and pulled out a packet of biscuits. Dumbledore will likely linger to ensure you're not collected immediately after he leaves. However, Snape paused and looked pointedly into Harry's eyes. Should you feel the need to escape before the hour is up, do. If I feel the need? Harry asked as Snape handed him a biscuit. If anyone threatens to, or does hit you, you leave. Snape said firmly. If Petunia puts you in the cupboard, you leave. Cheese? I know they're going to throw me in the cupboard the second Dumbledore leaves, Harry said quickly. Then, as I've said, you leave, Snape repeated, taking a sip of his tea. I refuse to accept that house is your only truly safe option. A sneer appeared on his face. Harry swung his feet and dunked a biscuit in his tea while considering Snape's comment. He would have thought Snape would want him to wait the full hour, regardless of how the Dursleys treated him. They weren't evil, and they hadn't ever tortured him like Voldemort had tortured that woman. They just didn't like him. He understood that when they physically hurt him, it was wrong. But putting him in a cupboard for an hour wouldn't hurt him. He wouldn't like it, but it wouldn't hurt physically. It would only hurt emotionally. Emotional hurt was different. It was easier to reason with and argue about. He couldn't argue his way around the black eyes Dudley used to give him, but he could argue that Aunt Petunia would care if Harry was dying. She didn't want to see him or hear him, but he knew she would care if he were actively dying in front of her. Harry, Snape's voice was firm as he set his mug down. Promise me that you'll leave if you're put into that cupboard. Harry's eyes dropped to his mug, watching the biscuit crumbs spin and sink in the tea. If he left right away, would that prove he was helpless? He didn't want to stay in the cupboard ever again. Hadn't he decided last night that he'd never go back in there? What would he say to Aunt Petunia if she tried to put him in the cupboard? It was just a cupboard. Snape seemed to be making a bigger deal out of it than it needed to be. He didn't want to be inside the cupboard because it was small and dark, not because there was anything dangerous inside. Harry, please. Snape lowered himself onto his elbows. He pushed his mug aside and looked closely at Harry. But if I wait the hour, Dumbledore will be less suspicious. Harry met Snape's dark eyes for a moment before looking back down at his mug. Yes, Snape nodded. But Dumbledore can be dealt with. He is a man with whom we can reason. Petunia, on the other hand, is significantly less reasonable and does not see you as a child. Regardless of your actual age, you are 6. Okay, Harry whispered, winding his fingers into his t-shirt. Thank you, Snape said. What Harry had hoped would take at least a few hours ended up only taking 20 minutes. It was probably better to handle it sooner rather than later, but Harry couldn't shake the intense feeling of foreboding. It felt like when the Dursleys had picked him up from King's Cross at the end of term. Only this time, Harry didn't have a year's worth of good memories to think of when he was left alone. He tried to find comfort in the fact that he wouldn't be at Privet Drive for long. He'd be there for an hour or less. Sirius and Lupin tried to reassure Harry that he'd be fine, but they echoed the same worries Snape had expressed earlier, stressing that Harry should leave sooner if he was concerned. He wanted to remind them all that he'd grown up in the cupboard. He lived with the Dursleys for 14 years, he wasn't walking into his death. Though, they might have felt he was walking to his death, given how Snape had described Harry's cupboard the night before. He tried not to think about it. Soon enough, he was standing once more in the faded hallway. He had stowed his wand and invisibility cloak in his back pocket and searched through Mrs. Weasley's hand-me-downs for something Aunt Petunia wouldn't find suspicious and feel the need to take from him. His mum's necklace was hidden as well as he could manage. He didn't think Dumbledore would want or care about it, but Harry didn't know what Aunt Petunia might say if she caught sight of it. Dumbledore's wrinkled face brightened when he saw Harry, but Harry couldn't say he felt the same way. The armchair he had transfigured the night before had turned back into a photo frame, and the hallway was empty again. Good morning, Dumbledore said kindly. I'd like to apologize first, Harry. I thought about our conversation last night, and I can see how my behavior these past few months has made me rather unpleasant. His hands folded over his wand, and the twinkle returned to his eyes. It was never my intention to leave you with family who would harm you. I will speak with Petunia, and you will feel safe at that house. Snape's eyes darkened, and Harry felt the urge to hold his hand, just like Snape had done the first time Harry had left Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore's apology went unanswered, but the old man didn't seem bothered by that. Instead, he held out his hand to Harry. "Ready to go?" he asked. Harry wasn't sure what made him do it, but he stayed standing next to Snape, neglecting to reach out. He remembered doing this with Aunt Petunia, often in public. She would usually say something to set him off, but Harry knew she'd get odd looks if he didn't approach her like she wanted. Nothing bothered her more than being disobeyed or made a fool of in public. He knew, deep down, that this was a terrible idea, as it never ended well with Aunt Petunia. But if Dumbledore wanted to act like her, Harry would respond as if he were with her. If Dumbledore wanted Harry to leave, then he would have to come and get him himself. "My boy, I know you do not want to go," Dumbledore said, still holding out his hand. "It is for your own safety, though, and you said you would." Harry stared quietly at Dumbledore. "All right," Dumbledore sighed, and the twinkle faded from his eyes. "I understand, Harry." "I've been abominable," Dumbledore said as he stepped closer and reached down, grabbing Harry's upper arm. His fingers were soft, but his grip tightened as he pulled Harry away from Snape. "Goodbye," Harry shouted, noticing Snape giving him a short nod. In an instant, the grey hallway spun into a blurry mess, and as quickly as they had left, they arrived in the back garden of Privet Drive. Harry saw Aunt Petunia watching them from the kitchen window. Her pinched face turned pale as Harry and Dumbledore approached, and she hurriedly ushered them inside. Chapter 15. "Well?" Aunt Petunia asked. Dull blonde hair hung over her face, and she had thrown an apron over a stained pale pink blouse. Harry couldn't see any jewelry, not even her pearls. He almost thought she wasn't his Aunt Petunia, but he didn't think anyone could manufacture the look of loathing in her eyes when she saw him. The last time he had seen her so visibly frazzled was when Dudley had sprained his wrist after punching Harry during primary school lessons. Dudley had claimed he'd fallen off his bicycle, but Harry had a bruise for 2 weeks. "Good morning, Mrs. Dursley," Dumbledore began. He pulled Harry into the kitchen with him and flicked his wand at the chairs, making 3 chairs jump out from beneath the table. "Thank you for kindly allowing us to speak with you this morning," he said as he slowly sat down in Uncle Vernon's usual spot. Harry stayed standing, preferring to be on his feet in case this went terribly. "I haven't allowed you anything." "You've done only what you wanted to," Aunt Petunia snapped, staring at the chairs as if they had betrayed her. "If you have any decency, you'll put that thing away and talk like normal people," she said, pointing a skinny finger at Dumbledore's wand. "Or as normal as you're capable of pretending to be." "Mrs. Dursley," Dumbledore said, holding up a deceptively frail hand. The twinkle in his eyes hadn't quite returned since they had left his mum's flat. "I know you're not pleased to have Harry back so soon." "So soon?" Aunt Petunia's voice rose before dropping abruptly. "Do you know what I've been dealing with?" she hissed. Harry couldn't guess if her lowered volume was because of neighbors potentially hearing or not. "My son has been irreparably damaged." "I assure you, Mrs. Dursley, neither Harry nor your son have been irreparably damaged," Dumbledore tried to say, but Aunt Petunia continued over him. "I cannot." Aunt Petunia slammed her hand against the table. "How can you possibly assure me of anything?" she continued, but Harry stopped listening. He felt a tremble rising from his chest at her voice. He wanted to run to his cupboard and use a portkey to get to Snape, even though he had only been there for a minute. Dumbledore didn't seem to understand Aunt Petunia's anger. Had everyone forgotten that Dudley had been affected by the potion as well? Dumbledore knew Aunt Petunia hated Harry, but he must have thought she would overlook her anger because the potion had affected Harry too. He was terribly wrong if he believed that. Harry was the reason Dudley was 11, even if he had never truly had anything to do with it. The most important fact, according to Aunt Petunia, was that Dudley was 11. Harry didn't need to ask, he had grown up knowing Dudley came first. The fact that they had both been targeted, attacked, and that Harry was similarly de-aged barely featured in her concerns. She loved her son. Harry hated to compare her to Lily, but the comparison was clear, they both loved their children. How could Aunt Petunia allow Harry, who was at fault for this entire mess, back into her home with her son still under the effects of the potion? There was nothing Dumbledore could say to soothe Aunt Petunia. Unless he could immediately fix Dudley, there was no way she would calmly allow Harry into her house. Despite Harry's mix of anger, shame, and fear towards his aunt, he couldn't ignore her feelings. She was right. Dudley had been attacked. He had been hurt, and even though Harry had a strong urge to ignore the effects of the potion on Dudley and let him experience a few days of misery, he couldn't help but feel at fault and ashamed. If Dudley had been walking alone, it was unlikely this would have happened. He didn't like Dudley, but being this small was difficult. If Aunt Petunia had been attacked, or even Uncle Vernon, perhaps Harry would have found it easier to return to Privet Drive. Potions mishaps occur with relative frequency, Mrs. Dursley, Dumbledore said, raising his voice to a commanding tone. I ask that you remember this wisely. As for Harry and your son, they shall be returned to their proper ages as soon as a cure is brewed. Aunt Petunia pinched her lips so tightly that a white circle appeared around them. Due to the nature of their ages, I will be adding a few security measures to your home and the surrounding neighborhood. It would be unwise for your neighbors to notice that their friends are significantly younger than normal. We do not want any further harm to come to you or your family because of this. I have never wished any harm upon any of you, Dumbledore said, glancing apologetically at Harry. This incident has certainly shown me the dangers that still exist even in the most secure locations. That's it? Aunt Petunia asked, crossing her arms. That's all you have to say? Uncle Vernon had probably left for work, or Harry thought Dumbledore would have already been shouted out of the house. Harry likely would not have been allowed in. I apologize for you and your family being embroiled in this conflict, Dumbledore said. It is a burden I would not wish upon anyone. However, he sat up and folded his hands over the table. Had you handled this more responsibly, it is unlikely Harry and your son would still be in this condition. Aunt Petunia's eyes flashed as she glared at Dumbledore, her fingers clenched around her elbows. It is no secret that you have not cared for Harry as you should. I cannot change the past, Dumbledore continued, seeming to ignore her fury. Had you cared for him, you might not have forced him upon Severus, and thus allowed Severus the unencumbered. Time to brew a cure. Harry blinked. Snape had been brewing and attempting to brew throughout the entire time Harry had been with him. He had also tried to help Harry with the sudden emotions and reactions that came with being small, but he had never neglected to work on a cure. It felt like Dumbledore was making their current ages Harry's fault for having slowed Snape down. He didn't want Aunt Petunia to have another reason to be angry with him. Get out, Aunt Petunia said finally. Leave the boy, and don't come back without a cure. She spun on her heel and left the room. The tremble running through Harry rattled in his chest. He wanted her to tell him her plan. Was he going to be ignored or forced into the cupboard? Snape had said he should leave immediately if that was the case. Maybe he could go up to his bedroom? I will be here for a little while as I update the wards. I will also ensure that your aunt is aware that any mistreatment will be addressed swiftly and severely before I leave, Dumbledore said to Harry as he rose from the chair. Harry stared blankly at Dumbledore. How long was a little while? Was it more than an hour or less than an hour? It might be a good idea to apologize, if you feel your aunt will be receptive, Dumbledore added before pushing in his chair. You aren't responsible, of course, my boy, but perhaps the thought will count. He stepped slowly down the hallway with his wand pressed to the wallpaper. Thin, nearly imperceptible threads of silver trailed from the tip and melted into the house as Dumbledore muttered a spell. Harry couldn't imagine apologizing to Aunt Petunia. He didn't want to. She had put him in a cupboard for 10 years, she didn't deserve an apology. He wondered what Snape would do. Would Snape have yelled at her about the cupboard? A loud thump echoed from above, followed by hushed voices. Harry inched around the corner into the hallway and lingered near the bottom. step, wondering why Aunt Petunia had looked so unprepared. She had managed nearly every event in Harry's life, from the owls attacking their house when he hadn't received his letter to Dobby destroying the pudding when he was 12, even when Aunt Marge had blown up. Though she handled magical mistakes poorly, she never let it show. The steps creaked beneath his feet as he took a deep breath and climbed the stairs. He thought about the dust and spiders he might be dropping onto his mattress in the cupboard and tried to move a little more gently, just in case she decided to throw him in there when Dumbledore left. Dumbledore murmured something from below, and Harry glanced back to see him at work. What did he think talking to Aunt Petunia would achieve? She hated Harry and would behave as she liked. Dumbledore had never seemed concerned about how Snape treated Harry and his friends over the past 4 years. He appeared to think it was normal, or at least not inappropriate. What would he even say? If you feel like locking Harry in his cupboard, don't. Harry scoffed and continued up the stairs. Scrapes and scuff marks dirted the wallpaper beside the staircase and on the wooden posts leading to the second landing. He wondered if Aunt Petunia simply hadn't bothered to clean, and without him around to help, the house was left unmanaged. But he shook that thought away. It was unlikely Aunt Petunia would let the house get dirty. She was house-proud and never let anyone forget it. He jumped up the last few steps and rounded the railing, heading for Dudley's room. It was dim upstairs despite the bright morning light. All the drapes had been drawn, blocking the neighbors from seeing inside, making it almost reminiscent of Grimmauld Place. If not for the oppressive floral wallpaper and the Muggle photos and artwork, Harry could have felt a sense of normalcy. Harry easily pretended he was back with Sirius. Maybe Dudley had found being young harder than Harry had. Harry knew how difficult it was. Dudley was 11, which was much better than 6. He ran his fingers along the dusty radiator in the landing and peeked through the open door. "Come along now, Diddy Dumpkins," Aunt Petunia said, her voice crooning. "Let's get ready for the day, darling." Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes. She couldn't be so oblivious as to actually treat Dudley like a child, especially since she knew he was mentally 15. It should have been obvious after spending the last week with him. "I'm tired, Mummy," Dudley whined. A wave of concern and shock surged through Harry's chest, and his eyes widened as Dudley rolled over and tugged his covers over his head. Dudley hadn't called Aunt Petunia a mummy since he was actually 11. "I know, Popkins," Aunt Petunia continued as if she hadn't noticed the oddity. "But if you get up earlier today, you'll sleep better tonight." She moved around the messy bedroom, stepping over t-shirts and trousers. Dudley had never been tidy, so that wasn't unusual. What was strange, however, were the miniature action figures and Legos scattered throughout the room, arranged as if someone had been playing with them but neglected to pick them up. Why was Dudley playing with toys if he was 15? "We're going to have French toast this morning." "You love French toast, don't you, darling?" Aunt Petunia picked up a few toys from the floor as she spoke. "I don't want French toast. I want to leave this house." Dudley screamed as he sat up. Harry turned quickly as the sounds of a tantrum erupted from the room. He dashed to his bedroom, hoping to escape the loud shrieks while trying to wrench his door open, but found it stuck. It was locked. His fingernails scratched over the brass knob as he twisted it desperately several more times. Dudley was too young. Why was he acting so much younger? Had Harry been acting like this? All the times he'd panicked and Snape had helped him, had it been because Harry had been too young? An icy feeling slipped down his throat. Lupin had asked if Harry thought he was acting younger, and Harry had said he wasn't. He didn't think he had at the time. Was he wrong? "It's locked," Aunt Petunia said from behind him. Harry whirled around, his heart stuttering in his chest. He tried to breathe and remember that Dumbledore would know about the portkey and find him immediately if he used it while the man was still in the house. Why? Harry breathed. "I'm not even in there." "Because Dudley thought your things would fix him," she snapped. "If you're going to be here, you're going to make yourself useful. Start breakfast." "But..." Harry blinked dumbly as Aunt Petunia twisted and stepped into the bathroom. He followed her quickly and tried to shove his anger down. I can't reach. I don't care. Aunt Petunia hissed as she pulled down a washcloth. Stand on a chair if you have to, but make yourself useful. She spun the tap knob to the side and threw the cloth into the sink, splashing water over the countertop. Harry had cooked when he was 6, but it had never gone well. He still had shiny burns along his hands from the oil and hot pots and pans he'd accidentally touched. He remembered Uncle Vernon telling him that if he didn't want to be burned, he should stop messing about, but Harry knew he hadn't been irresponsible. He'd been 6. He'd had the motor control and thought process of a 6-year-old. He shuddered at the thought that he might be 6 now. He needed a way to prove it definitively, but he didn't know how. Hermione would probably know how to handle this, but she wasn't here. Aunt Petunia wasn't going to make him cook. It was ridiculous. Dumbledore is still here, Harry said darkly. I don't think he'd want me to cook when I can hardly use a pencil. Then he doesn't want you in this house, does he? Aunt Petunia replied. She wrung out the washcloth and pushed past Harry. Dudley is a child. He can't make breakfast on his own. He needs help. I'm a child too. Harry shouted back, following closely. I'm younger than him. Aunt Petunia turned sharply. And whose fault is that? She snapped. Mrs. Dursley, Dumbledore's quiet voice interrupted, freezing them both. I'd like a word before I progress to the surrounding neighborhood. He stood calmly on the stairs, twisting his wand through his fingers. After a moment, he flicked it upward, causing Aunt Petunia to shriek as a shower of gold sparks quietly exploded from the end of his wand. Harry almost wished the sparks would burn through the carpet, but they sank harmlessly, leaving no trace. Was I unclear when I told you to leave? Aunt Petunia asked, squeezing the washcloth so tightly that it soaked into her shirt sleeve. On the contrary, I shall be leaving momentarily, Dumbledore answered. Perhaps we may first speak in the kitchen. No, Aunt Petunia said, turning to face him. Get on with it. Harry, maybe you'd be more comfortable in your bedroom. Dumbledore suggested. It's locked, Harry snapped. His fingernails dug into his palms as he tried to suppress his anger. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose reproachfully, though Harry couldn't tell if that was directed at him or Aunt Petunia. Dumbledore pulled out his wand and flicked it at the lock. The knob clicked, spinning to the left, and the door swung open. He laced his fingers together below his waist. If you would allow me and your aunt a moment to speak? Harry craned his neck and stared at the scratched brass knob. If he went into the bedroom now, would they let him back out? Why had Dumbledore only unlocked the main lock? Why hadn't he removed the other locks or the cat flap? He couldn't have missed the cat flap, it was fairly large. Dumbledore had also mentioned talking to Aunt Petunia about mistreatment, but what did that mean? Harry wanted to be present for that conversation, as he was undoubtedly at the center of the topic. He turned back and stared at Dumbledore. I think I should. Aunt Petunia lunged forward, grabbing Harry's upper arm and dragging him into the bedroom. Get off! Harry shouted, kicking out and trying to break free. Her fingers were like iron around his arm, tightening as he struggled. Her sharp nails pinched him as she held him just enough off the ground that his toes grazed the floor. Do not make this more difficult than it already is. Aunt Petunia whispered harshly in his ear before dropping him onto the carpet and storming out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Harry shuddered, trying to contain a low whine. He needed to organize his thoughts. The wave of emotions building inside him was impossible to ignore, and he scrunched his eyes shut against the burning tears threatening to fall. He wrapped his arms tightly around his middle and tried to pretend it was Snape's hand brushing warmly over his back. He just needed to last the hour. Soon, he'd be back with them. He needed to stay put until Dumbledore left, and then he'd portkey away. If he was lucky, he might be able to stay up here for the rest of the hour. He should be part of conversations about his own treatment, though. Sitting up, he glanced around the room and grimaced. Maybe Aunt Petunia had been right to lock the door. His sheets. The mattress was half off the bed frame, and his wardrobe was in disarray. Dudley must have gotten so angry at the lack of interesting things around Harry's bed that he had torn through the wardrobe in a fit of rage. The loose floorboard remained intact, as did the small, wobbly desk. Harry sat up, deciding to throw his cloak over his head and sneak downstairs to listen, regardless of what Aunt Petunia or Dumbledore thought. Just as he reached the door, it swung open, revealing a red-faced and sniffling Dudley. "You!" Dudley shouted, jerking back at the sight of Harry. "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Harry replied, ignoring the question. "I've been trying to find a way to fix myself, you tosser." "Are you here to finally fix me?" Dudley asked, stepping closer to Harry. Harry stumbled backward, trying to create some distance between them, but Dudley only moved closer. It wasn't unusual for Harry to be shorter and thinner than Dudley, but it was strange to be so significantly smaller. If Harry was feeling generous, he would say he stood a bit taller than Dudley's puckered elbows. He didn't want to see what damage Dudley could do with such a size difference. "Not at the moment," Harry answered, trying to peer around Dudley. There was enough room to escape, but Harry knew he wasn't the most coordinated in this body, and Dudley would likely be much faster. But Harry hesitated, still feeling guilty for having included Dudley in this mess, even though he had nothing to do with it. A voice that sounded like Hermione's whispered in the back of his mind, wondering if Dudley was 11 or 15. "I have a question though," Harry said. "It'll help me fix you faster," he added quickly when Dudley's face reddened further and he puffed up as if he were about to explode. Dudley was going to punch Harry. With his baggy shirt, it was hard to tell he was breathing heavily, but Harry recognized the slighted expression in his watery blue eyes. He wondered if the shirt had once belonged to him, which would explain why it was so large. It had originally been Dudley's, but he had never wanted them back after they were passed to Harry. "Fine, but no funny business," Dudley said, his tone reminding Harry unpleasantly of Uncle Vernon. "Right, never," Harry replied, nodding. "Don't take it the wrong way either, all right? I'm in the same mess as you, even though I'm younger." He tried to sound more confident than he felt. Dudley didn't know enough about magic to realize that Harry would be no help at all, especially after how useless he had been when they were first turned into children. "I know we're both physically younger, but what about your thoughts?" Harry asked. "My thoughts?" Dudley repeated, sounding confused. "Right. Do you think you're, 15? Harry asked, trailing off awkwardly. "Not that I don't know you're 15, but do you think you might also be 11? Dudley's face didn't change color, but a snarl formed on his lips as he leaned closer to Harry. "I'm 15, he said firmly. "Then why are you playing with toys?" Harry asked, his heart racing. "Why did you call Aunt Petunia, Mummy?" Dudley blanched, and his hands balled into fists. This line of questioning was backfiring. Dudley had never liked having his actions questioned, and Harry wondered why he thought this would help. "I wasn't." Dudley's eyes narrowed, and he moved closer to Harry. "Then why were they on your floor?" Harry glanced around the small room. Dudley was too close. Dudley was getting frustrated. "I was bored, all right? Mum doesn't let me out of the house. I know what age I am." He snarled, grabbing Harry by the collar and catching the necklace beneath his t-shirt. "How is what age I think I am supposed to help anyway?" He shook Harry, his grip tightening and causing the fabric around Harry's neck to constrict. The chain of his mum's necklace pressed into Harry's skin, and the pendant warmed, but it did nothing to ease his discomfort. Dudley flinched at the heat and pulled the chain closer. "Let go," Harry gasped, trying to pry Dudley's hand away. "What, are you wearing jewelry now?" Dudley sneered, tightening his fist around the chain and lifting the necklace. "Is this your boyfriend's?" He tugged at the chain, but Harry held onto Dudley's arm and pushed himself up. His worn trainer grazed Dudley's chin as he kicked out. "Leave off, Dudley. I'm trying to help you," Harry insisted. Dudley's grip was too strong, and Harry was too small to break free. "Don't think I've forgotten about you waking us up all the time." "Oh, Cedric." "Cedric, I'll save you." "Is this Cedric's necklace?" Dudley asked, pulling harder on the necklace. Harry stopped trying to remove Dudley's hands from his collar and clung tightly to the necklace, but Dudley yanked it off his head. Dudley paused, blinking at the gold pendant before leaning back and throwing his weight forward, punching Harry squarely in the right eye. Pain exploded in Harry's head, and he shouted as Dudley abruptly let go, dropping him onto the carpet. A sob caught in Harry's throat, but he fought to suppress it. His head throbbed and his eye hurt tremendously. The pain was much worse than he remembered. Harry tried to convince himself that it hurt so much because Dudley was much larger than him. He took a deep breath and thought of all the times Dudley had beaten him up. He had always lived through it and recovered in a few days. He had never been so hurt that he couldn't move. He was fine, he just had a black eye. "Are you gonna cry about it? Go on, Potter. Are you a baby or are you 15? Dudley's voice cracked as he mimicked a high pitch. Dudley scoffed, turned around, and threw the necklace on the ground before lumbering slowly out of the room. Harry swallowed hard and tried to breathe. Snape's voice echoed in his mind, and he wondered if Dudley hitting him meant he could leave now, but he wasn't sure. Dudley had hit him hundreds of times when they were younger, often in front of other kids and sometimes teachers, though the teachers never seemed to care. Snape had said he knew Harry wasn't helpless, but if he left before staying for barely 10 minutes, they would certainly think he was useless. He wasn't. He would prove to them that he had grown up in this awful house and that he could handle an hour here. Besides, he couldn't leave if Dumbledore was still around, especially not if the man might check on him before he left. Dumbledore hadn't said he would, but Harry almost wished he would, just so he could see Harry's black eye. Harry sat up and gently cradled his head against his knees, trying to ease the headache building behind his eye. He wasn't going to cry about it, no matter how much he wanted to. He needed to throw his cloak over his head, go downstairs, and listen to whatever was left of the conversation between Aunt Petunia and Dumbledore. Lupin had been right when he said Harry had been acting younger. If Dudley had been 15, Dudley wouldn't have hit Harry. He was a bully, but he didn't hit people he knew were physically too small to handle it. Harry certainly qualified as too small at the moment. When Dudley was 11, though, he hit anyone he could whenever he liked. At that time, Dudley was 11 and Harry was 6. Harry couldn't tell if Dudley was entirely 11, as his taunt sounded too much like his typical 15-year-old self. Any self-control Dudley had at 15 seemed to have vanished. Harry crawled slowly to his feet, giving his head a few moments to clear. It would be more helpful if he knew what Dumbledore had said and was planning. He picked up the necklace from the floor and pulled his cloak from his pocket, throwing it over his head before heading down the stairs. "Mummy, I'm hungry." Dudley's voice echoed from the kitchen. Harry peeked through the doorway, expecting to see Aunt Petunia and Dumbledore. Instead, he saw Dudley rifling through a glass jar, sneaking a few chocolates into his pockets. "1 minute, Dudley," Aunt Petunia called back. Harry followed her voice into the sitting room, where he finally spotted Dumbledore. He sat at the end of one of Aunt Petunia's floral armchairs. His furrowed eyebrows hung sternly over narrowed eyes, and his mouth was set in a thin line, nearly invisible beneath his mustache. "He must stay here for his own protection, Mrs. Dursley. You have already spent 14 years raising your sister's son, and I expect there will be a few more yet to come," Dumbledore said. "I think she would be grateful he was with family, but I fear what she would think of his mistreatment." "It doesn't much matter what she would think, does it?" Aunt Petunia replied. Her pale skin had grown even paler, and her fingers clenched around the now dry cloth in her hands. "She's dead. We cannot continue to dwell on what has already been. Yet you continuously force me to endure her memory in my house." Aunt Petunia leaned forward. "You leave me with a child you cannot protect after murdering my sister, who you also could not protect. What use are you?" She snarled. "What use has any of your," she stammered, pointing with the cloth wrapped around her fist at his wand. "What great help has any of this been?" She glared into Dumbledore's flat blue eyes. Harry is alive because of his mother's magic, Dumbledore answered softly. Again, no thanks to you. Dumbledore didn't seem to have an answer for her. He blinked slowly, sighing as the years of pain and failure appeared on his weathered face. Aunt Petunia stood and paused above him. He may stay here, but I will treat him how I see fit. If you want him in this house, you'll tolerate my choices. I know you people have laws against causing damage to normal people. She said sharply. You might think you have more power than I do, but remember, I am the one who keeps that child. The crack in Harry's chest widened, and the urge to scream rose up in him. He had grown up in this awful house, and never for even a moment had his aunt felt anything but disdain for him. He had spent his childhood attempting to change her opinion and trying to make her like him. Every time he worked just a little bit harder to show her that he wasn't useless and that he would earn what it cost to feed and house him never swayed her for a second. She wasn't even mad at Harry, she was mad at Dumbledore, and Harry was just her way of getting back at him. All the faith Aunt Petunia had put in Dumbledore when his mum and dad went into hiding, all the hopes, fears, and worries had been for nothing. Lily had died. Harry couldn't guess if she was playing into a manipulation Dumbledore had built, though. Sirius had told Harry that Dumbledore relied on his good conscience, and maybe he relied on that too. Aunt Petunia's anger was palpable, but Harry couldn't understand the reason behind it. He promised himself he would be more observant in the future. He wouldn't fall into another trap that Dumbledore had set. Leave my house. My son is hungry and I need to feed him, Aunt Petunia said, pointing at the door. Dumbledore rose to his full height and leaned closer to Aunt Petunia for a moment. You are correct, Petunia. There are laws against harming muggles, but there are also laws against child abuse. He is the most famous child in our world. I'll be back this evening to check on him. A chill ran down Harry's spine as Dumbledore exited through the back door. A loud crack echoed from the garden moments later. He was coming back. Was he going to return every night? Hedwig wasn't here for Harry to write to anyone. His handwriting was terrible, and he doubted anyone would be able to read it. Could he leave and return before Dumbledore noticed he was gone? Mummy! Dudley screamed. Chapter 16. Butter popped in the skillet, spraying Harry with a mist of boiling oil. He hissed in pain and stumbled backward, bumping into the high wooden back of his chair. His sleeves were soaked in batter, and no amount of dabbing at the burns would help. He couldn't remember how he had managed cooking when he was actually 6. It was frustrating to pour milk without spilling a little on himself and everything around him, or crack eggs without getting shells everywhere. Why Aunt Petunia thought he would be helpful in the kitchen was beyond him. He had burnt one slice of toast and nearly soaked the second in butter, leaving it too soggy to ever get crisp. Dudley would raise hell over the state of it. He would find anything to complain about, especially after sobbing to Aunt Petunia over Harry asking him about his mental age. She had been quick to sit Harry in front of the stove after that. She hadn't helped him get the ingredients down either. He had tried to lift a sack of flour but could hardly move it. He had nearly given up before a vague memory of weighing ingredients by scooping flour into drinking glasses and running to the scale flitted through his mind. Easy solutions to ridiculous problems. Being made to cook wasn't unexpected. None of the threats had worked, but why would they? He knew she had treated him like this when he was actually 6, and she hadn't been reprimanded for it then, so why would she change now? If Harry had to guess, he would say she knew exactly how much she could get away with before being caught. He had debated staying under his cloak for the whole hour, but he knew Aunt Petunia would have found him eventually. Getting along with her until he could leave was safer than hiding for an hour. The butter popped again, and Harry ducked, accidentally knocking the spatula against the bowl and coating himself in batter once more. He tried to. Harry swallowed an annoyed groan as his thoughts returned to his worries. Would Snape be angry with him when he saw him? Would he be disappointed that Harry hadn't been able to escape Dudley? He gently tilted his head to look at the clock on the wall. There were 20 minutes left before he was meant to leave. 20 minutes to think of any excuses he might need. His eye throbbed despite the paracetamol Aunt Petunia had given him. Quit dallying. Aunt Petunia said as she brushed into the kitchen. "At the rate you're going, you'll never eat." She pulled a plate from the cupboard and dropped it next to Harry, brushing at a speck of dust with annoyance. "When you are finished, you may have whatever is left. Dudley wants 3, and you do well to put a 4th aside in case he asks for seconds." Harry sighed and flipped the toast. She knew full well that he'd only made for slices. He wondered what Snape would think when he returned and what he'd say. Despite his black eye, he didn't think either Aunt Petunia or Dudley had acted out of character or done anything actually wrong. Snape had made him promise to leave if he had been thrown in his cupboard, but he had also said to leave if anyone threatened or hit Harry. Would Snape be angry with him? Dudley had hit Harry countless times when they were younger. No one had ever acted as if that was wrong, and if they thought it was, no one had told Dudley. None of Harry's primary school teachers had ever reprimanded Dudley or informed Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. The teachers had disliked Harry, and maybe they felt he deserved it. Aunt Petunia had convinced most of them that Harry was either violent or a lazy degenerate. Maybe they thought he had broken his glasses and given himself bloody noses to seek attention. He really just wanted an ice pack and tape, or for someone to stop Dudley. "You lazy," Aunt Petunia began. Petunia snatched the spatula from him and pulled him off the chair. "Go dust," she said as she dropped Harry onto the floor and moved the chair out of the way. "Where?" Harry asked, pressing a finger over his swollen eye. "Start in the hallway and move through the house. After that, you can hoover and mop," she instructed, flipping the toast. "You may eat when you're done." Harry turned and left, skipping the cleaning supplies as he headed for the stairs. He was leaving in less than 20 minutes, and that time could be better spent hiding in his room. He wasn't sure yet what they would do to stop Dumbledore from checking in on him tonight. Ignoring Aunt Petunia might come back to haunt him, but his eye was sore, and he felt sticky and dirty. Would Snape be angry with him? The thought of appearing before Snape covered in flour and batter, with a swollen eye, nearly made him turn back and hide in his cupboard. What would Sirius and Lupin think? Would they find him ridiculous? Would they believe he couldn't handle cooking or Dudley? Mortification crawled through his stomach. Snape had told Sirius and Lupin about Harry's cupboard, making it seem like they thought of him as some hurt child. He wasn't. He was fine, absolutely fine. A small voice in the back of his mind repeated that mantra. They all seemed worried that Harry was being beaten by Uncle Vernon, if Snape's rules were anything to go by. But Uncle Vernon didn't hit Harry often. He preferred to grab his arm or hair too tightly and throw him into his room. The stairs creaked beneath his feet as he climbed to the second landing and made his way to the bathroom. He might be able to wash the batter from his arms, but his shirt sleeves were ruined. He was glad he had tried to tidy up after himself. Harry wished Aunt Petunia would not keep him in the kitchen while she cooked. He stepped quickly into the bathroom and shut the door behind him, wishing it could lock. The lock was missing because Dudley had fallen in the shower when he was 9. Dudley had locked the door, which nearly gave Aunt Petunia a heart attack. Uncle Vernon ended up kicking the door down. Still, Harry wished he could lock the door now. He caught sight of his reflection in the mirror and grimaced. The skin around his eye was shiny red and beginning to turn purple. He didn't need to guess that Dudley was still aiming to break his glasses, even though Harry hadn't needed them at 6 years old. He climbed onto the counter and turned the knobs on the sink, trying to clean himself up. The Dursleys were not people Harry had ever chosen to be around, but they weren't as awful as Snape made them seem. He wondered if he deserved their concern, considering no one had said anything was wrong for the first 10 years of his life. Being stuck in a cupboard for hours had never been ideal. He knew Aunt Petunia had no reason not to give him his own bedroom. "You're a destructive menace, and until you can learn to be tidy, you'll stay in there," she had said. Harry had always been tidy. He never understood what destruction she was so angry about. He was less destructive than Dudley, unless Dudley was chasing him, in which case Harry would knock over anything in his way to escape. "What are you doing?" Aunt Petunia rapped at the door, startling Harry and causing him to splash water on his front. "Washing my hands," he replied, glaring down at his stained and soaked jumper. "And my sleeves." She clicked her tongue, and he could almost hear her thinking about the puddles of dirty water he might leave behind when he finished. I don't have anything that will fit you at this size, so you'll just have to make do. Do if you get too dirty, and be mindful not to stain anything or track mud in my house. Her voice echoed as she stepped down the hall and opened what sounded like the linen closet. You can belt a t-shirt like you did before if you're desperate, but I'm not going out to buy clothes for you when you'll be fixed soon enough. Harry scoffed internally and took a moment to feel grateful that he would be leaving soon as he turned off the sink and hopped down from the countertop. Vernon won't be pleased when he sees you tonight. You'll need to keep out of his way, she added as she stepped past the door again. I'm not pleased with you either. You have no idea what trauma you've caused Dudley. His eye throbbed in his skull, and he debated throwing open the door and screaming about the trauma she'd caused him, though he knew it would do no good. We never asked for any of this freakish business, Aunt Petunia muttered, seemingly to herself, as she climbed down the stairs. Turning my Dudley young again, bringing that awful, disgusting boy back around. Harry shivered as a tidal wave of emotions crashed over him. His thoughts raced, and the flood of new information he'd learned in the last few days cut through his fears and worries. Snape wasn't awful. He might be angry with Harry when he saw him, but he wasn't awful. Aunt Petunia was vile to anyone who had magic. It had nothing to do with who they were as people, she just hated magic. He understood now how angry she still was with Dumbledore for failing to protect Lily. He grasped his mum's necklace in his pocket, trying to ignore the pain that trickled through him as the small pendant struggled to hum with heat, but failed to help. Snape had been the one to tell Harry stories about his mum when Aunt Petunia had avoided doing so for 14 years. Despite Snape's best efforts, Aunt Petunia featured in some of those stories. Harry had always been careful not to mention her name or even acknowledge that someone else had been there at the time. Yet, it was impossible to erase the impact of her actions on him. His forehead would crinkle and his eyes would pinch as he spoke, clearly avoiding the painful moments. She must have had stories from before they grew apart. It felt cruel that she had even withheld the most mundane stories from him. He had been waiting his entire life to hear stories about Lily, and now he finally had some, through Snape. Aunt Petunia was the reason for this new connection between Harry and Snape, as Dumbledore had said. Neither Dumbledore nor Aunt Petunia seemed to realize what she had given him. She likely believed that Snape would treat Harry as unkindly as she had, based on their interactions in the front hallway that first night. She probably thought Snape hated Harry as a way to get back at Dumbledore. But Snape was different. He was stubborn and could be cruel, yet he had looked beyond his own hatred of James and the loss of Lily, and he had shown kindness. Both Snape and Aunt Petunia had been close to Lily, but Aunt Petunia could not move past her lifelong grudge. Snape could. He had been there for Harry when he truly needed someone and had helped in any way he could. Harry wondered if Snape would have given him the necklace had he kept it instead of mailing it to Lily. Snape had allowed Harry to keep it after confirming it was the original. Harry wished Aunt Petunia would have just told him about her hatred of Dumbledore instead of taking it out on him for 14 years, all in an attempt to get back at a man who had never checked in on Harry. He had grown up feeling diseased, nasty, and unworthy of even the ragged clothes on his back, all because of a grudge that began long before he was born. All he had wanted was a bit of love and care, but she had never seen him as someone deserving. Was he truly deserving of it? Snape seemed to treat him as if he were. Would Snape be angry with him? He blinked at his reflection in the foggy mirror, faintly remembering that Snape had said he looked more like Lily than James at this age. His eyes traced over his small nose and around his good eye as he tried to imagine thick red hair falling around his face. Why couldn't she talk about Lily? She clearly loved her sister, or else she wouldn't have maintained her anger throughout Harry's childhood. Harry turned and stared at the white panel door, twisting his fingers into his soaked cuff sleeves. He wanted answers. He wanted to know why she hadn't given him the necklace and why she had never been able to set aside her anger. Snape had managed to do it a day or so after realizing Harry wasn't a bullying toe rag. How come Aunt Petunia was so incapable? Anger burned beneath his skin. His thoughts spun, repeating Aunt Petunia's foul treatment over the last 14 years in sibilant whispers. The light above the vanity flickered and crackled as the electricity sputtered. A faint burst of air arced around him, fluttering over hand towels and carding through his hair. He wanted answers. He wanted her to tell the truth for once. He threw open the door and climbed down the stairs, nearly tripping over his clumsy feet as he rounded the kitchen doorway, finding it empty. The faint sound of cartoons and Dudley's laughter echoed from the living room. Harry spun in place and stormed from the kitchen. Dudley was sitting in front of the coffee table, fork in hand, finishing the last few bites of his French toast. He tossed a bored look at Harry before turning back to the television as a loud commercial for reruns of Mop and Smith played across the screen, lighting up the dim room in bright colors. It looked as if Aunt Petunia had cleaned this room more often than time. Aunt Petunia spent more time in the kitchen with Dudley since he rarely wanted to leave his shows. "Get me another helping if you're gonna hang about," Dudley said, smacking his lips as he held out his sticky plate to Harry. "Where's Aunt Petunia?" Harry asked, not taking the plate. "Bathroom," Dudley replied dully, his eyes glued to the television. Harry turned and walked down the hall again, ignoring Dudley's annoyed shouts for more food. He stopped in front of the open door and watched as Aunt Petunia scrubbed at the waxy red crayon scribbles on the cupboards. "Why didn't you let me have my mum's necklace?" He spat, feeling the necklace chain bite into his palm. "And why do you hate Snape so much?" "What?" Aunt Petunia paused briefly, looking up from her cleaning. "What? Did you finish dusting?" "I'm not dusting. I want to know why you wouldn't give me my mum's necklace and why you hate Snape." "What neck?" Harry yanked the necklace from his pocket, letting the lily pendant dangle from the gold chain. A nervous voice whispered that she might take it away, just like everything else, but he ignored it. This was his now. Aunt Petunia's face drained of color. She sucked in a sharp breath, her lips pinching into a thin white line. "Where did you find that? Why didn't you let me keep it?" Her hand shot out, trying to grab it, but Harry pulled it away just in time. Her eyes narrowed as she stood tall, towering over him. "I had her buried." "It was a fake," Harry snapped. "Why couldn't you let me have one thing?" "It ruined her life." Aunt Petunia shouted, swinging down to grab it again, but Harry backed away too quickly. "I didn't want you to follow the same path, but you were just the same as her, weren't you?" "I'm her son." Harry screamed. "Of course I'm like her. You ungrateful brat. You have no idea what I tried to save you from." Aunt Petunia's voice broke as she spoke. "Dead at 21, do you understand how young that is?" She asked. "Do you realize that if she'd just been normal, she'd still be alive? She could have married someone normal and had a normal child of her own to raise, rather than saddling me with you. She was normal." Harry's eye throbbed. "Which is unnormal? Her having magic didn't kill her. She was murdered." "Murdered by magic?" Aunt Petunia shrieked. Her cheeks were slowly darkening to an angry red the longer they argued. Harry swallowed around the lump in his throat. "But you take that out on me." His eyes blurred, and his anger melted, despite how much he wanted to continue yelling. "I didn't choose to have magic, I didn't choose for my mum to be murdered, I didn't choose for you to raise me. I had no control over where Dumbledore put me. Do you think that matters?" Aunt Petunia sneered. "Do you think anyone cares how you feel? Who cared for my feelings? You're my aunt." Harry shouted. "You chose to take me in. Who else was going to take you?" She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "No one wanted you. That you're back here again shows just how unwanted." "That's not true," Harry said, feeling burning tears trail down his face. That was a blatant lie, and he knew it. Mrs. Weasley had said more than once that she considered Harry one of her own children. Sirius had said he loved Harry too. No matter how logical he tried to be, it didn't change the overwhelming feeling that Aunt Petunia was right. She'd known Harry the longest. What if Harry couldn't see what was true? Harry felt terrible about himself. He didn't know how long it had been, but he wanted to leave. He wanted Snape. Snape hadn't lied to him. Snape's been kind, he might have. Oh, of course, Aunt Petunia snarled, reaching for the chain again. Harry fell backward to dodge her grasp. He always wanted as much of Lily as he could get his filthy hands on. He killed her. Help! Harry's voice cracked painfully as he clutched the pendant to his chest, unable to listen to her any longer. Aunt Petunia shrieked as a hook latched onto his navel, and he swung through space. The sound faded quickly as Harry was spun away from Privet Drive. Noise burst around him as a warm pair of hands caught him, pulling him almost too tightly against Snape's chest. Oh, thank Merlin, Sirius's voice rang loudly in Harry's right ear. You had 5 minutes left, Harry. Otherwise, I was ready to collect you, Lupin said, interrupting Sirius. Collect only, nothing dangerous. We were very worried Lily's necklace wouldn't be able to pass the wards. His voice blurred together with Sirius, who spoke at a nervously fast pace. Harry tried to swallow the bubbling sob in his throat. Snape murmured in his ear, but his words were too soft to understand. His earlier embarrassment at landing on Snape in this state flooded back, and he pressed closer, feeling somewhat crushed. Snape's hand curled around the back of his head, his long fingers sliding gently through Harry's hair. It was as if he was trying to soothe both himself and Harry, as Snape's breathing slowed the longer he held him. Aunt Petunia was wrong. There were people who loved Harry. They might be few and far between, but they were much better than Aunt Petunia. Sirius had hidden in a cave the previous year to help Harry as much as he could, despite the awful circumstances. Style of living. Ron and Hermione had always supported Harry through his worst experiences. They stood by him, even during their arguments, always managing to reconcile. Snape had fought with Dumbledore to keep Harry away from the Dursleys and had done everything he could to help him. Sirius loved him. Harry? Lupin's voice pulled Harry from his thoughts. Are you all right? Do you need anything? Harry noticed how quiet it had become since he arrived. Some peace, Snape replied shortly. Preferably, to not be overcrowded. Right, Sirius said. Take a minute, Harry. We're here for you, just worried. Harry nodded, trying to push down the pain coursing through him. Aunt Petunia was wrong, clearly wrong. When he wasn't listening to her, he could see that, though he still wasn't sure he believed it. She hadn't answered any of his questions, making him wonder why he had even bothered to ask. He knew she disliked being questioned about Lily, and her reaction was enough to deter him from asking again. He pressed a hand against his good eye, rubbing away the tears. It was easier to breathe and regain his composure when he wasn't hearing her harsh words. Snape moved to set him down, but Harry clung to the dark fabric of his shoulder. Fear surged through him at the thought of making Snape let go. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had barely ever picked him up, and when they did, it was only for a moment. He never wanted to stay with them, but he had never had the chance to choose when to leave. Snape seemed unaware of Harry's inner turmoil as he settled into the armchair, carefully placing Harry on his lap. Harry reminded himself that Snape hadn't pushed him away or dropped him at any point during the past 6 years. Did you cook? Snape asked, running his fingers through Harry's hair again. You're covered in flour. Harry felt someone brushing it from his jumper. And batter. It's French toast, Harry murmured. He took a deep breath and pushed himself up, finally managing to regain some control. His face still felt sticky from the trails of tears. They were in his mum's flat again. The bed had been transformed back into a couch, and books and ingredients were scattered throughout the space, though nothing was brewing in the cauldron. He had half forgotten about his black eye until Snape's thumb pressed gently over the swollen skin. Icy panic surged through Harry. Snape would likely be able to tell that Harry hadn't left the moment he got the black eye, given the coloring. But Harry didn't know how to voice his worry about whether Dudley counted as someone who could hurt him. Obviously, Dudley had hurt him, but no one had ever reacted to Dudley hitting Harry before. Dudley, Harry stammered, wishing he had spent more time thinking of helpful things to say. He was playing with toys, and I asked him if he felt 11, because, well, he didn't really like that. Snape hummed as he waved his wand, vanishing the sticky batter and flour from Harry's clothes and drying the damp sleeves he had attempted to wash out earlier. He flicked his wand again, and a small cap jar whistled through the air, landing in Snape's hand before being dropped onto the small side table. Harry eyed the jar as worry quickly replaced his panic. Snape was too calm. His dark eyes were blank, and he breathed almost too slowly as he inspected the bruise. Harry couldn't help but hold his breath, unwilling to relax as Snape's eyes trailed down to the shiny, speckled burns along his hands and wrists. Dudley didn't much like what? Sirius asked, inching closer until Snape waved him off. He was, playing with Legos, and Lupin had asked me before if I was acting young, and I? Harry paused, unsure how much of his behavior was childish. He couldn't tell. If he had hit someone like Dudley had hit him, he would have known instantly. He assumed standing on the couch and yelling at Lupin was probably immature, but it was hard to judge. I yelled at him. That's all right though. It's not a very nice question, is it? Lupin replied. Snape opened the jar and scooped a small amount of something that smelled of peppermint onto his fingers. He gently dabbed it over Harry's sore eye. Harry wished someone would yell at him. He wanted them to express their disappointment directly, as that was the only thought he could assume they felt. He knew they already thought he was helpless. He hadn't let Dudley hit him, he was just trying to hold onto his mum's necklace and figure out what other effects the potion caused. Dudley was just too big at the moment. Normally, he couldn't catch Harry. He was also unsure how to handle Snape's gentleness. The only kind of help he was used to was from Madame Pomfrey, who always had a clinical approach. Snape, however, was focused intently on Harry's eyes, especially careful around the bridge of his nose. It reminded him of the time he had run over shattered glass at Spinner's End, and Snape had cleaned him up and shrunk a pair of shoes for him. Why do you have bruised paste, though, Snape? Sirius asked sharply. To reduce the swelling and pain around Harry's eye, Snape replied. Focus on his using the portkey as he said he would. No, that doesn't make any difference if he, Sirius started, his breathing ragged. Black! Snape hissed. Harry twisted, causing Snape to smear the paste across his nose as he looked up at Sirius and Lupin. A livid brightness flashed in Sirius's eyes before a pained look replaced Harry's expression as he shrank back into Snape. Sirius must have been angry with him. No, Harry, I'm not. I didn't mean to. Sirius made a soft sound that reminded Harry of the noises Padfoot made, though he was certain Sirius couldn't change his vocal cords without changing the rest of himself. Sirius, Lupin said, his fingers curling around Sirius's sleeve. Make a pot of tea. Harry likes chamomile, don't you? He nodded at Harry, who responded dumbly, unsure if he'd even heard the question. Was Sirius angry or not? Sirius rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet before stalking over to the kitchenette. Lupin gently slid his hand through Harry's hair. His overprotective. He always has been, Lupin added quietly before trailing after Sirius. He just needs to be busy. The sound of cupboard doors slamming echoed through the small flat as Sirius searched for tea bags. Harry watched nervously as Sirius ran a hand over his mustache and filled the kettle, all the while hissing something at Lupin. Lupin never seemed to respond angrily as he guided Sirius around the kitchen and toward the burner. How was it? Snape asked, turning Harry back toward him. A cool sensation settled around the sore and swollen skin around his eye as Snape continued to dab at it. A sudden thought to lie about what had happened flashed through Harry's mind. They all thought he hadn't been able to handle it. Had he not picked a fight, he would have been fine. He had handled Death Eaters and Dementors alone and been okay. It was his own fault for thinking a fight was a good idea. He had been incredibly angry. He wanted Aunt Petunia to feel how he had felt throughout the last 14 years. Snape hadn't been angry with Harry when he caught him. He hadn't yelled or. Harry winced at the mention of his black eye. He had been quiet and patient. despite his confusion and a desperate longing for things to return to normal. With shouting and arguing among them, he felt an incredible relief that no one had yelled or expressed anger towards him. He wanted to share his feelings too, hoping someone would take him seriously. "Awful," he finally said, sniffling. "Aunt Petunia was awful. I got into a massive fight with her about why she wouldn't give me my mum's necklace originally, and she..." He paused as her voice echoed in his mind, swallowing the lump in his throat. "She was just awful." "She's more clever than she looks, Harry," Snape said, gently cupping the back of Harry's head and holding him close, careful not to touch his bruised eye. "She was alarmingly skilled at tearing Lily down. She said you were filthy and that you all got my mum killed." A curtain of dark hair brushed over Harry's forehead as Snape nodded. "Petunia, much like the Dark Lord, is a skilled manipulator," Snape said quietly. "She knows what you worry about and fear, and she'll use it to her advantage." "I don't know if you can really say they're similar," Harry replied, leaning heavily against Snape while picking at a loose thread on his sleeve. "Not when you can call one a Dark Lord." Snape sighed deeply, his fingers gliding over Harry's jumper. Exhaustion washed over Harry. None of them seemed to think he was helpless, and they hadn't given him any pitying looks. He wasn't sure what to feel, but he lacked the energy to confront his emotions any longer. The near-silent sounds of Lupin and Sirius making tea filled the small flat, along with the comforting smell that followed. Harry wished they could stay in his mum's flat forever, but he missed Ron, Hermione, and the rest of his friends. The Weasleys. "All right," Lupin said as he quietly stepped into the sitting room. "Are you feeling a bit better, Harry?" he asked. Sirius set a mug on the side table before making his way over to the sofa and settling in next to Lupin. His eyes darted to Harry, lingering over his sore eye several times before he looked down at his own tea. Harry nodded. His mum's flat felt like a world away from Privet Drive. He far preferred being around Snape, Sirius, and Lupin rather than Dudley or Aunt Petunia. Lupin smiled kindly and continued. "Excellent. We think we've found a plan that will work, though it might need a few adjustments yet. We're going to stay at Sirius's safe house. It's too dangerous to stay here, as Dumbledore will likely look here first. We're not sure how he found you last time, but we have a few ideas." He tried not to get too comfortable as Lupin spoke, knowing they'd need to find their way back to Privet Drive or a way around Dumbledore's return. "Dumbledore?" Harry jerked upwards, staring at Lupin as the thought sprang to his mind. "He's coming back to Privet Drive tonight. He tried to threaten Aunt Petunia, but it didn't really work." Sirius hissed a foul word, and Lupin's lips curled as he steepled his fingers beneath his chin. Harry shuddered at the thought of returning after the fight they'd had. He doubted he'd get away with the necklace again, especially after having shown it to her in a spectacularly stupid move. That complicates things a bit. "We may need her to fall in line," Sirius said, his eyes sliding slowly to Snape. "You said she couldn't be threatened last night, though, didn't you?" "I said she could not be threatened because she would take it out on Harry," Snape replied. "Not because she was unable to be threatened." Sirius frowned and dangled his wand between two fingers. "He's usually too smart to fail at something like that," Lupin said, taking a sip of his tea. "Not if he thought it would work." "He thinks he knows her," Sirius replied. "He must have tried something that worked before, but for some reason, it stopped working." Harry leaned back against Snape and tried to remember what Dumbledore had said and how Aunt Petunia had reacted. He mostly remembered worrying that she'd walked into a trap. But the way Sirius spoke made it sound like Dumbledore had walked into a trap of Aunt Petunia's making. Snippets of their conversation echoed in Harry's mind, mixed with his worries and fears. She had been angry at Dumbledore and had argued about his previous failed attempts to protect Lily. Dumbledore had said Harry was the most famous child in Britain and that there were laws against child abuse. Yet Aunt Petunia hadn't seemed bothered by that at all. She probably knew her treatment of Harry when he was 6 hadn't amounted to any sort of abuse charge. Harry didn't think it could be considered abuse either, despite his hopes of being removed from the house. They were dreadful people, but they weren't violent. No one seemed to consider bullying a crime in either the Wizarding or Muggle worlds. If they did, both Dudley and Malfoy would have been charged with something. He wished Ron were here. Ron was brilliant at this kind of forethought. Lupin frowned into his mug. He's missed something then. His sickly skin grayed further as he thought. We're going to need her if we're going to convince Dumbledore that Harry is still at Privet Drive. Do you think she'd lie for us? Sirius asked, looking at Snape. Snape's chest rose as he took a deep breath. His fingers slid over the back of Harry's jumper. If she's properly motivated. Chapter 17. Harry fiddled with the cuffs of his sleeves and leaned closer to Snape. He firmly ignored the urge to curl his fingers in Snape's cloak as Sirius's safe house creaked and groaned around him. He wasn't sure if the Dementor or Bobbit was truly gone, no matter how thoroughly Sirius had searched for it. It felt as if it lurked in every shadow, waiting to jump out. He wished they could have stayed in his mum's flat a bit longer. He wished there were more options for safe houses. Snape's fingers brushed comfortingly through his hair, but Harry still felt uncertain about the house. It's quite safe, Harry, Lupin said as he sank slowly into a high-backed chair. Sirius was adamant to make it so. Snape scoffed and eyed a tarnished candelabra. Please, Severus, Lupin said. You know how he felt after his, well. He paused, searching for the right word. Most recent departure of what little mental faculties he possessed? Snape asked. I take full responsibility for my bad decision, Sirius argued as he swept into the room. I've since learned. Harry called me on it when I brought him here last time, but I was in a state and wasn't listening. He stepped lightly through the room and flicked his wand at the crooked antiques and imposing dark furniture. Candles sprang to life, causing the shadows to dance across the walls. Harry flinched and inched closer to Snape. All right, so, Sirius said, dropping to his knees in front of Harry. I've combed this house from top to toe. How? Snape asked. Every detection spell they teach Aurors, and as many detection and expungent spells as I could find in the Black Library. I checked the public, private, and secret collections. We're meant to put our faith in your research? Snape folded his arms and sneered. I recall a distinct lack of skill in that area. You forget, I found. Harry, despite your aunt's house being one of the most well-hidden houses in Britain while I was on the run from Azkaban, Sirius snapped. The United Kingdom is a fair bit larger than this house. Snape opened his mouth, likely to ask which spells specifically, but Harry sensed an argument brewing if they delved into the details. They could argue about anything. Harry was surprised they had managed to leave his mum's flat without ending up in a duel or a screaming match. To be fair, they hadn't had a screaming match since Snape had revealed the truth about Harry's cupboard. Do you promise there's no Dementors? Harry asked quickly. A shiver crept up his spine as shadows crawled over the crooked walls. I swear, Harry, Sirius nodded. His grey eyes were firm as he placed his hands on Harry's shoulders, rubbing soothing circles into them. It's safe as houses. Harry figured he couldn't ask for much more than that. So, Lupin began, we don't know what time Dumbledore will be returning, but we might be able to figure it out. Sirius sniffed and craned his neck to look at Lupin. We should make a plan before we go questioning Dumbledore. I want to be involved, Harry said quickly, before anyone could suggest he leave the room. She's my aunt. It'd be quite difficult without you, Harry, Lupin smiled. It's going to be difficult either way. Not least of all because of any new wards Dumbledore said, as well as the full moon, Snape added. Ice dropped into Harry's belly, and he glanced at Lupin, catching a glimmer of something else in his amber gaze in the dim candlelight. He had forgotten. Lupin hadn't been well for several days, and he seemed to grow worse with each passing day. Harry never tracked the moon. It wasn't a typical hobby of anyone he knew, except for Lupin, of course. Sirius might track it as well as Lupin's closest friend, but Harry hadn't been paying attention. He had been consumed by his own problems. Severus has graciously provided me with wolfsbane, Harry, Lupin said softly. There's nothing to fear. I wasn't, Harry started, feeling his voice crack. "I wasn't worried about the moon. I'm more worried for you." "You're very kind, but it's all right. The moon will only hinder us in that I will be unable to apparate and collect you or stall Dumbledore if something should go wrong," Lupin explained. "If things go as they should, there will be no reason to consider Moony a difficulty." Snape's fingers tightened around his elbows, and his eyes pinched, but he didn't say anything. "Sit," Sirius said. "The both of you standing there makes me feel like a poor host." Harry stumbled forward, nearly tripping over his feet as he moved toward a chair. It was as if his body couldn't decide between obeying Sirius and staying close to Snape, who hadn't moved. He tried to ignore it and subtly check on Lupin. He wondered what Hermione would say to ease the tension. She was better at coming up with comforting and thoughtful comments, even if she sometimes said too much. He had never noticed the uncomfortable hardness of the way Lupin held himself on the day of the full moon. He couldn't remember having seen him on that day before, except once in his 3rd year. But he had been too caught up in the recent discovery of Sirius to pay any real attention. There had been too much going on, but Harry distinctly remembered the way Lupin's body had cracked and groaned as something else grew from within him. As Lupin sat in the chair, he seemed both too big for his body and too frail to move in it. It was as if someone had strung elastics tightly over what lay beneath his bones, waiting for someone to come along and snap what held it in. "Need help, Harry?" Sirius asked as Harry lingered in front of a chair. "No," Harry replied quickly as he climbed onto the chair. He wasn't sure what the best behavior would be, but he assumed gawking and worrying loudly were two things Lupin wouldn't appreciate. Snape moved around the back of Harry's chair and examined the collection of antiques and baubles on the shelves. "A plan then," Sirius said, settling into his own chair. "Dumbledore won't return until at least dark, if he thinks Lupin or I will be loitering around the street." "Doubtless," Snape nodded. "We need to know how close we can get to the house if we're to return. That information can be gathered while I speak with Petunia." "You?" Sirius's hand clenched in his lap. "I'm Harry's godfather. It's my duty as a godfather. Is that a duty you'd say you performed well over the last 14 years? Snape asked snidely. "I know her." "What's she like, Black? Is she intelligent? Is she reasonable? What does she care about?" Harry felt a pit grow in his stomach. He wasn't sure he wanted either Snape or Sirius to talk with her. What if she told them something horrible about him and they suddenly changed their minds? Snape had said she was smarter than she seemed and not easily controlled. "I'm sure as someone who cares equally for my godson as she cares." "She cares more about her son than anyone in the world cares about anything," Snape interrupted, twisting to glare at Sirius. "You cannot begin to manipulate her unless you consider her opinions. Dudley Dursley's safety is paramount." "You're not the only person with some skill in that area," Sirius said darkly. "Obviously she cares for her child, and obviously his safety is important." "Not important, Black," Snape snapped, spinning to glare at Sirius. "Paramount," Sirius said, rubbing his eyes and inhaling deeply. "You're basing your information on the results of one attack. I'm basing mine on 14 years of treatment in her household." Snape's dark eyes flickered over to Harry. At that moment, Harry felt like tossing his invisibility cloak over his head. "You're asking us to trust your social skills?" Sirius said bitterly. "You're telling us that your ability to motivate others is superior to mine, despite the fact that I'm an escaped criminal whom Harry has said she's terrified of." He stood and paced through the cluttered room. His ratty boots scraped against the dusty floor as he gestured at his unvoiced thoughts. "I could easily motivate her." "Terror will not lead to her motivation," Snape hissed. "It would drive her right into Dumbledore's hands. You need to motivate her without making her fear for her son's life." "What do you suggest then?" Lupin interjected. "As someone with so much more experience." Snape blinked slowly as he considered Lupin. "What does she want?" he finally asked. "Dudley fixed," Harry replied. "She'll no doubt require payment upon delivery, and since we have no payment, We cannot wager that, Snape said as he stepped further along the shelf. So we'll lie, Sirius said with a sigh. You cannot lie to her. She'll know we don't have it because of Harry's continued presence as a 6-year-old, Snape snapped. So we'll obligate her. You're overcomplicating this, Snape. She's a muggle, Sirius shouted, his cheekbones darkening with anger. His wand slid from his sleeve, and he thrust it upward, gesturing wildly. You cannot just obligate muggles. Snape snapped, flicking his hand at Sirius's wand. Do you want to drag the auras into this and light up the entire street? You're right, of course, Sirius admitted reluctantly. Of course, Sirius said, crossing his arms. I suppose that comes from your experience with hexing muggles. Snape's eyes narrowed, and his dark wand slipped soundlessly into his fingers. Quite right, Black, he replied softly. Several years' worth of experience at the foot of the Dark Lord. Beneath the foot of the Dark Lord, you mean, Sirius corrected. Stop, both of you, Lupin said before either could say another word. We cannot fight Dumbledore if we're fighting amongst ourselves. Sirius rolled his shoulders and turned away from Snape, who looked almost abashed by his own actions. Harry wondered why Lupin thought they could come up with a solution when they couldn't go more than 5 minutes without arguing. Neither was willing to set aside their pride. Harry thought that if it were between Malfoy and himself, they would probably struggle with the same issues. What can we give Petunia that will make her lie for us? Lupin asked. But won't have her run into Dumbledore about it? The house creaked as the wind howled outside, shaking the candles and casting shadows over the walls. Harry pulled his legs up to his chest and curled his arms around them, hiding his face in his knees. He didn't want to be in this house, and he didn't want to plot ways to make Aunt Petunia help him. He had spent more hours than he cared to remember when he was just 6, trying to find ways to get her to help him with anything. If she hadn't helped then, why would she help now? He wasn't sure if just asking might work, as she hadn't been pleased to see him earlier. But if she sensed even a hint of ulterior motive when they spoke to her next, she would refuse to help until she was informed. She hated Dumbledore more than she disliked Harry, though, so there might be a chance to hurt him by hiding Harry's escape. She hates Dumbledore. She might agree to lie if it comes back to hurt him, Harry murmured, his mouth pressed against his jeans. Snape raised his eyebrows, fingers twitching as he considered the idea. We might be able to make it look like he made a mistake but was too proud to admit it. She'd like that, Harry added. It would only work once, though. She'd gloat about it the next time he sees her. I don't know if he'll come inside the house either. He might just look in from the street. He'll likely want to talk to her, Snape said. If he threatened to check in again tonight, he'll absolutely want to talk, Sirius echoed, nodding. We need to make lying to him and helping us more appealing than informing him of his failures directly. We need her to cover up Lily's necklace being a portkey, as well as where you'll be staying in case he makes any future house calls. She knows about the portkey? Sirius asked, turning to stare at Harry. Harry winced and shrank into his chair. I wanted answers. I asked her why she wouldn't let me have the necklace when Lupin had asked her to give it to me after their funeral. What did she say? Lupin leaned forward in his seat, curious. Nothing about why she wouldn't give it to me, Harry shook his head, reluctant to mention the other hurtful things she'd said. Sirius hummed and twisted, returning to his pacing. Snape turned away as well, staring at the antiques along the wall. Every few seconds, one would turn and begin to speak before stopping and returning to its thoughts. A giggle bubbled in Harry's throat at the thought that if the two of them could manage to agree and listen to one another, they'd probably make an excellent team. Sirius was unpredictable and uncontrollable, often too slippery to catch. Dumbledore likely suspected he would return to Privet Drive tonight, but he probably didn't know how or when Sirius would manage it. Harry hadn't even known Sirius had been patrolling Little Whinging all summer. He half wondered if keeping Sirius locked in Grimmauld Place was Dumbledore's way of controlling him and keeping an eye on his actions. Snape, on the other hand, was far more skilled in manipulation and conversation than anyone Harry had met. He had convinced Avery to lie about having harbored Harry to Voldemort. Dumbledore might suspect that Snape would have a word or two with Petunia, but he probably didn't know what Snape was planning to say or how much it would impact Dumbledore's plans. If they could set aside the decades of hostility, Harry thought they might have a chance. They just needed something Aunt Petunia wanted. He leaned back and twisted the pendant on the necklace between his fingers. She wanted Dudley fixed. She wanted Dumbledore out of her life, or at least aware of his failures, as he seemed incapable of admitting them in front of her. She would probably be pleased to hear Snape apologize as well. A sense of dread crawled through Harry at the thought of asking Snape to apologize for whatever she believed his crime was. Snape would likely never apologize to her. It was eerily reminiscent of Dumbledore's advice to Harry earlier. The pendant hummed, and a small trickle of warmth sank into Harry's hands. Suddenly, he thought of all the times Aunt Petunia had tried to take the necklace when he waved it in front of her. He didn't understand why she wanted it since she had her own, and she had also insisted Lily be buried with it when Lupin tried to give it to her. She might want the necklace, Harry whispered as a plan formed in the back of his mind. We could duplicate it, like my mum did originally, and give her the fake. She knows it's a portkey, even if she doesn't know what that means. She won't show it to Dumbledore either, not if there's a chance he might take it because of its being a portkey. Lupin stared at the small pendant. Harry held the pendant in his hands. If she didn't want it originally, why would she want it now? He blinked and stared at the necklace, trying to understand why Aunt Petunia had been so eager to take it from him. She had never liked him having anything, which was more about giving Dudley nice things and ensuring Harry knew Dudley came first. Yet Dudley hadn't wanted the necklace. Grief, Snape answered quietly. Sirius paused and stared at Snape. You think she actually cared about Lily? Despite being as spiteful and hateful as she is. Snape's dark eyes seemed to fade, and his fingers curled into tight, strained fists. Petunia bought the necklace for Lily. When Harry showed it to her, she may have been reminded of who she believed her sister was before she was discovered to be a witch, and how close they had been at the time. It's the presence of something belonging to Lily that Petunia can't bear to look at. He blinked at Harry and stepped closer. You had nothing of hers before, Harry. Right. Harry nodded, struggling to imagine Aunt Petunia spending any money on someone who wasn't herself or someone she liked. She went to great lengths to ensure nothing of Lily's made it into that house, despite how much Lily meant to her when they were younger. Petunia's still angry, but she's also hurt. Her sister left her for a world she couldn't be a part of. It's very possible the necklace makes Petunia feel grief in the same way you, Harry, make her feel bitter. Snape added softly. Even if you look less like Potter now than you usually do. As for why she didn't give you the necklace originally, I suspect she didn't want to give you a piece of who she considered to be her Lily. She tried to sever what connection she could, but failed. Harry's throat constricted, and he wanted to cry. He wanted to scream at Aunt Petunia again as well. Harry wanted to make Aunt Petunia feel as torn inside as he did. Lily was his mother. He was just as much James as he was Lily, regardless of whether she had known she was a witch. Lily had obviously cared about Aunt Petunia despite their estrangement, or she wouldn't have worn the necklace until her death. Even if it had been a duplicate, she had never taken it off. Are you honestly asking me to feel sorry for her? Sirius's voice interrupted Harry's thoughts. Hardly, Snape replied, quickly folding away his painful memories. She's vile. I'm merely informing you of why the necklace may have an effect. She will likely relish the opportunity to remove it from Harry, which is another benefit for her. She wants the necklace then, Lupin said. We can work with that. Sirius flicked his wand, duplicating the necklace in seconds and summoning the duplicate. What do we think the chances are of my polyjuicing as Harry and dealing with Petunia instead of our dear Harry and being successful? None, Snape snapped, glaring at Sirius. Your lack of understanding of even the most basic principles of potions is astounding. If you polyjuice with anything of Harry's while he's in this form, you have no idea what you'll turn into. He's currently suffering under the effects of a failed transformative potion himself. All right, Sirius said, holding his hands up. and just throwing out options. In Severus's defense, that one was fairly obvious, Lupin said, smiling at Sirius. Harry suddenly remembered the time Hermione had ended up polyjuicing as a cat in their second year. He couldn't imagine what Sirius would have looked like or if he would have gone through the same confusion and difficulties Harry had experienced as a 6-year-old. "You'll really need to sell that you're parting with this," Sirius said as he looked at Harry. "I'm sure you know better than I do, as I don't know her intimately, which has been pointed out. But I do know how to barter with abusers." "She's not abusive," Harry snapped. The necklace hummed again, trying to help. "She's just mean, and I don't like her." Sirius blinked at him, his face oddly blank. Harry glared at Sirius, feeling the unpleasantly recurring sensation of being pitied. He wasn't helpless. He didn't know how many times he needed to say it. No one had ever beaten him so badly he'd nearly died, or thrown him down the stairs like he'd been warned about in primary school. He'd been stuffed into a cupboard, given less to eat, and forced to do chores. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled slowly. The shadows flickered over the walls again as he rocked on his heels. "It is hard," Snape began, "to tell the difference between the absence of treatment and the evidence of mistreatment." He folded his hands in front of him. "Harry, Petunia is guilty of abuse. The cupboard is a strong sign, but she's far more guilty of neglect. That does not mean that at any point in time you," Snape paused, looking closely into Harry's eyes, "allowed yourself to be put in the cupboard or neglected. It's something we'll need to examine more closely in a setting where you are more comfortable." Harry didn't want to discuss it. He'd rather focus on escaping Dumbledore, getting back to 15, and making it through the rest of August. "I don't want to look closely at it," he said, staring at Snape as anger bristled in his chest. Snape's eyebrows rose, and his head tilted slightly to the left. "I feel differently." "It's never been an issue before," Harry argued. "Has it never been an issue because no one was competent enough to be trusted to help?" Snape asked. Harry paused, thinking of all the times he'd tried to ask for help and had been told to bugger off. He'd certainly felt few people could be trusted. Hogwarts, no one would have believed anything he said because the Dursleys had gone out of their way to make Harry seem like a degenerate thief. It would have been nice to be believed at least once while growing up, but that didn't change the fact that he was abused. "Right," Sirius added quietly when Harry didn't respond. "First we'll stall Dumbledore, then we can discuss this further," Lupin said. "You can give us your opinion and we'll share ours. That way you can set us straight if we're wrong." Harry frowned and folded his arms, leaning against the tall back of the chair. He bristled at Lupin's comment, feeling it hit too close to home, reminding him of the times he had gotten in trouble at school. "You'll be able to set us straight if there's been a mistake." His teachers had never believed him. He knew that no amount of discussion would help. They might decide he was a horrible little liar, just as Aunt Petunia had always claimed, and never trust him again. Snape's lip curled, and he pinched the bridge of his nose once more. Harry felt a sudden urge to get off the chair and move closer to Snape, despite his anger. He hated that Snape wanted to discuss Aunt Petunia, but he had believed Harry throughout the last week. If Harry had to talk about this, he felt Snape would at least listen. He wasn't sure if he should expect Snape to listen, but he hoped he would. "Right," Sirius said softly. "Just talk, Harry. Nothing scary." He handed the duplicated necklace back to Harry. "You sure Petunia will want that?" Harry asked, feeling odd holding the fake necklace, especially since the real one was beating a warm, comforting rhythm against his chest. He wondered if his mum had felt differently about the duplicate as well. "She wanted it when I showed it to her," Harry said. "While I still would prefer to terrorize her, I'll follow your plan. We can drop Harry off tonight. She can drop Harry off with us after Dumbledore has come and gone," Sirius said. "She'll receive the duplicate once Harry is safe with us. That should keep her behavior appropriate since she'll need to answer for any problems." "Keep the original on you, please," Snape replied, looking at Harry again. "Just in case." Harry hummed in agreement. "I will go and discuss this with her then." I'll also find out how close we can get and figure out a way to contact her if I can't enter the neighborhood. That's another reason I feel I should go instead of you, Black, since I doubt you've ever used a telephone box. Sirius wrinkled his nose. I know what telephone boxes are, thank you very much. Have you ever used one? Snape asked. Sirius looked away and shoved his hands deep into his pockets. What's your aunt's phone number, Harry? Harry listed the number, feeling dazed. He didn't want Snape to leave. He desperately didn't want him to talk with Aunt Petunia. He debated trying to find his way back to his mum's flat in case Sirius tried to put him back in the dark room where his parents had hidden. He also wanted to know what Snape intended to tell her and how he would work it into the conversation. What are you going to say? Harry asked before Snape could leave. Snape blinked slowly, considering his words. Broadly speaking, I'll explain that I need you to brew a cure and that your godfather doesn't trust Dumbledore to protect you. That's why he wants you with me, but he doesn't want Dumbledore aware of the change. She will be angry that the necklace she buried was a fake, but given my history with her, she will likely expect that I wouldn't want to see the necklace either. That should help smooth over any questions she might have about my giving away your necklace in exchange for her silence. What? Why would she think that? Harry asked, leaning forward. I know it was hard at first, but it's not now, is it? He stammered. Snape stepped closer and wrapped his arms around Harry in a painfully gentle hug. It's quite complicated, but I will tell you more when we are more sure of your continued safety, he said before turning on his heel and leaving the small room. Harry felt as if he had suddenly been cut off from the rest of the world. Chapter 18. I keep forgetting how dull waiting is, Sirius muttered as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Lupin snored quietly, unintentionally punctuating Sirius's comment. Harry wished again for his watch. It must have been several hours since Snape had left, and he wasn't sure when they'd need to go. Each second crawled by at an agonizingly slow pace but added up like lightning, pushing him closer to needing to leave. The shadows flickered, casting skeletal fingers over the walls, but Harry no longer flinched away. He wanted them gone, but there was nothing to be done. He was exhausted but too anxious to relax. It was oddly similar to when he'd been stuck in his cupboard, seeing shadows dart across the hallway or living room. He'd scream or cry or beg for help, but no one had ever checked on him. Why would they? There had never been someone in the hallway, and there had never been anything wrong. He just wanted to be out of the cupboard, the same way he wanted to be out of this house. He wished Snape would return now and take him back to his mum's flat, even if returning was too dangerous because of Pettigrew or Dumbledore discovering them. He crossed his legs and rested his head on the arm of the chair as he stared at the ceiling, running through the list of potential outcomes again for what felt like the 100th time. It was frustrating. There weren't that many possible outcomes, but each time he decided one could definitely happen, another sprang up in his thoughts. Uncle Vernon might have come home. What would he say about the offer? Dudley might have gotten sick or hurt, and Aunt Petunia might not agree to take the necklace anymore. She might want immediate treatment for Dudley, necklace or not. She wasn't the type to put her grudge over her son, though Dudley was just about the only person she'd prioritize over her grudge. What would Snape offer if she didn't take the necklace? The necklace? What if Snape had been called away by Voldemort? What if Dumbledore discovered they were sneaking around behind his back? Let's do something, chess maybe? Sirius suggested. Or we could go over your homework if you like. He stood and turned in place several times, searching for Harry's trunk. Snape had cast another shrinking charm on the trunk when they left Harry's mum's flat, but he must have forgotten to take it out of his pocket when they arrived. He would be back soon enough, and Harry could have it again. He had his wand and cloak, and that was all that really mattered. Oh! Sirius exclaimed, his eyes brightening. Food. Molly's been on one lately about you and food. You should have heard her when she first saw you, he added. We'll get a snack. Lupin snorted, his head wobbling as he tipped to the left. Sirius lowered his voice to a whisper as he moved through the room. We'll get a snack in the kitchen, come on. He waved at Harry to follow him, but Harry curled tighter into his chair. He half debated shaking his head no and throwing his cloak over his head, but he didn't think he could hide fast enough to truly lose Sirius. Sirius blinked and slipped closer, dropping to his knees in front of Harry's chair. "I promise there really are no Dementors, Harry," Sirius said. "If that's what you're worried about." Harry wound his fingers into the neck of his jumper. He wasn't afraid. Well, he was, but he couldn't focus on it the way Sirius thought he did. He was terrified of what Aunt Petunia and Snape would talk about, and he was even more worried that Dumbledore might ruin their plan or that Uncle Vernon would come home. It hadn't escaped him that Uncle Vernon would be home by the time Harry needed to be there. Lupin made another soft sound, causing Sirius to toss a. Sirius cast a concerned look at Harry before turning back to him. "Maybe," he said, leaning closer. "Would you feel better if I sat with you? Held you, I mean." He added softly. "I've got a better idea now of what Hermione was talking about when she said you were independent." He fiddled with the seam on the chair and eyed Harry closely. A cold voice whispered in the back of Harry's mind, suggesting that Sirius was being too soft and that he was disappointed in Harry. Sirius had always treated him as a highly independent and brave adult, and Harry appreciated that. It hurt to think that Sirius might have a lower opinion of him now. But Sirius didn't look disappointed. If anything, he seemed ashamed. He blinked and stared down at his tattooed hands. "I really have been poorly behaved, haven't I?" Sirius said, his eyes dulled as he seemed lost in thought. "I've made this all much harder than it needed to be." "No," Harry replied immediately. "It's just been, weird. I don't know how to be 6, and a lot has happened, sort of all at once, I reckon." He finished lamely. What could he say? This entire experience had been mad, and he had a lot of experience with mad adventures. "No, Harry," Sirius whispered. "Not about you being 6, though yes." He sat up, coming back to life as he looked at Harry. "I've been more of an obstacle than assistance there, but I'm talking about you." "What?" Harry asked, sitting up as well. Sirius was mental. He'd been trying to be helpful. Harry could see that from his attempts alone. He hadn't always been correct, but he had never led Harry to feel that he wanted him to suffer. "Hermione said it first, and I should have caught it then." Snape reiterated it, but I didn't take it for what it was, Sirius said, sitting back. His haunches. That isn't surprising, but James would never have accepted a grudge as a reason to ignore clear reactions, Harry. Harry shook his head slowly. He wasn't sure what Sirius was referring to. Was it about his reactions to Sirius when he'd first arrived at Grimmauld Place? Or was it about his reaction to his cupboard or Sirius's responses about his cupboard? Was it his black eye? It was still sore, and his head hurt, but the skin around it was already looking better. Apologies won't help. I know that too well. Sirius nodded sadly. I am sorry all the same. I don't trust Snape at all, but you do. Harry was shocked at his own unconscious nod. He did trust Snape. He had for a while now, even if he hadn't fully realized it. I'll do better, Harry, Sirius said. I don't know how you're feeling about your aunt or the Dursleys, but if you ever want to talk, and Snape isn't here, he breathed deeply, I promise to listen. Harry felt a brief moment of panic that Sirius had brought Aunt Petunia up. Yet, he hadn't called Harry a liar or mentioned his abuse again. He couldn't ignore the cruel voice in the back of his mind that swore Sirius was lying. However, Sirius didn't look like he was lying. On top of that, Harry didn't think Sirius had ever said Snape's first name willingly and without an insult. He couldn't be lying if he said Snape's name. Harry inched closer, feeling for the first time since the potion accident that he and Sirius were on good terms. He reached out, and Sirius's hands came under his arms, helping him closer before lifting him up. It was different from when Snape held him, but oddly similar to those first few times with Snape. Sirius was awkward but careful and warm. Harry couldn't help but lean into him. Sirius turned and settled into the chair he had occupied earlier, arranging them comfortably. The room felt less frightening with him nearby, and Harry's worries began to fade. He wondered if this was how all 6-year-olds felt when adults helped them, but he had no way to know for sure. He lacked anything to compare his new feelings against. He had noticed similar comfort with Snape recently, especially after Snape had allowed him to stay in his arms after they had arrived from the Dursleys. Neither Aunt Petunia nor Uncle Vernon had ever wanted anything to do with him. Dudley had seemed to enjoy this kind of attention when they were younger, and now Harry understood why. This was far better than hiding or trying to cope alone, or being forced into a cupboard to put himself back together. Harry had previously thought that Snape had ruined his ability to cope, knowing he would immediately seek Snape out when upset. To find Sirius equally comforting was almost overwhelming. He wanted to share this with Hermione and Ron, to ask if it was normal, but he realized with a jolt that they must have always experienced this kind of comfort. They both trusted adults. Hermione had always had that trust, and while Ron might get a bit annoyed when Hermione urged them to inform professors or adults, he generally trusted them to handle issues too. It was Harry who felt unsafe unless he was directly involved in resolving problems. As fatigue crept over him, he wondered if he had fallen asleep. He remembered Aunt Petunia making Dudley take naps when they were younger, but he had always had too much to do. If he had dared to complain, he would have been stuck for hours finding ways to pass the time. He suddenly realized that Sirius had either cast a warming charm or covered them with a blanket. He felt almost as comfortable as he had when he woke that morning. Having a nap? Snape's voice drifted in from the edge of the room. Harry felt as though he was submerged underwater, unable to respond to Snape. He wanted to assure Snape that he was awake and eager to learn what Aunt Petunia had said, but his mouth wouldn't cooperate. He wondered if he had once again stopped reacting, like he had at Grimmauld Place, although he hadn't been aware of any conversations that had taken place during those moments. For a bit, Sirius replied. He and Moony have traded off over the last hour or so. Snape made a soft sound. Have you noticed anything odd about this potion's effects? Sirius asked suddenly. Broad questions warrant broad answers. Perhaps there was a more specific question you could ask, Snape suggested. Harry said he noticed his cousin behaving his physical age, right? Correct, Snape confirmed. But how could any of us know how Harry behaved at 6, and how to help him with what he says he needs help with? A warm hand rested on Harry's head as Sirius spoke. By comparing it to his behavior as a 15-year-old, Snape replied matter-of-factly. Did something happen to cause you to worry? Just. Sirius paused, and an oddly heavy silence settled over the room. He's quieter than usual. The potion doesn't affect his personality or character. There is a difference between being quiet and being unsure if you are allowed to speak. Harry doesn't strike me as someone who speaks to hear their own voice, despite my earlier notions. I would guess your godson usually speaks more around you because you are talkative and he enjoys your company. Sirius fell silent, and Harry half wondered if he had dreamt this entire conversation. If he had, it would have been his least strange dream to date. Still, he disliked the thought of being discussed while he was not awake or present. Recent experiences should also be considered before you claim he's quiet for any reason other than being 6. Stress, the Dark Lord, Dumbledore, and the exposure to a home life he'd rather not have. Kept hidden, they are enough to keep anyone quiet for long periods, Snape said softly. Something moved to his left, and Harry struggled to blink his blurry eyes open. Well, right, but it's still worrying, Sirius said. Hardly, Snape replied as he sank into the spot where Harry had previously sat. It would be more worrying if he hadn't had a reaction. Harry sat up drowsily and eyed the flickering shadows again as he turned to Snape. Shall we discuss Tuny then? Snape asked after Harry had shaken himself awake and greeted him. Snape looked the same as he had before he left, so at least Harry could hope he hadn't gotten into a fight with anyone. His earlier dread about what Aunt Petunia might have said returned. Let me just get Moony up, Sirius said as he dug into his pocket for a wand. He found it quickly and flicked it in Lupin's direction, sending a light burst of air dancing over his hair. Harry wondered if Sirius had invented the spell or if it was one Flitwick taught them in class. I'm awake. What did I miss? Lupin croaked as he straightened himself and waved a hand at the air. "We can get as close as Wisteria Walk. Petunia will take the necklace and lie for us." She was displeased to hear from me and even less pleased to hear of our infringement on her day-to-day life, Snape started. "Unsurprising," Lupin said. "At least her son is safe." "That's not how she sees it," Snape replied, his eyes darkening. "We could always show her how good she has it," Sirius suggested, bouncing up as he leaned forward. Harry nearly tipped from his lap until Sirius caught him. "No," Snape hissed. "Not when she's going to be alone with Harry later. We cannot entertain punishment for her when she's directly in charge of Harry for prolonged periods in the near future. Dumbledore holds too much power, and he will try again and again to return Harry there." But Harry began, then stopped. He hadn't considered what might happen after summer or even after the school year. Dumbledore had already made him go back to the Dursleys after Voldemort's return. Harry wasn't sure what Dumbledore would see as a good enough reason for him not to go back. "He shouldn't be able to return Harry to that home at all," Sirius said, his voice rumbling against Harry's back. "No, he shouldn't," Snape replied. "It falls upon us to gather evidence and handle this appropriately. For now, we'll focus on our current plan. Petunia has agreed to lie and has also promised to keep Dumbledore from entering the house in the future. If she succeeds, he won't physically check that Harry is there, which will help us avoid detection moving forward. Why would Dumbledore agree to not check the house? He knows how bad it is now." "You told him about?" Lupin stopped short, his eyebrows rising in horrified surprise. Snape inhaled deeply and leaned against the chair, distancing himself from Lupin. "He's known about it since the beginning," Snape said. Lupin breathed. "He's always known, hasn't he? He never once checked in the 10 years Harry was there. Did he not want to see the effects of what he created?" "What?" Sirius shouted, half uprooting Harry as he stood. "No, you said he didn't." He pointed at Snape, and the arm around Harry's middle tightened. Harry clutched the fabric near Sirius's chest, unable to suppress the shudder that rattled through him as Sirius fumed. "Harry said he'd tried to tell Dumbledore, but that Dumbledore didn't listen." "You didn't say he'd known all along." Snape darted forward, tugging Harry free and setting him on his feet. Sirius's face went pale, and he seemed to struggle between whether to say something or to remain silent. "Quiet." Harry wasn't sure how to keep Sirius calm either. He attempted a smile, but it felt shaky. "What do you mean?" he asked Snape when the silence became unbearable. "I spoke with Minerva after I called Petunia. The day after your parents were murdered, she watched the Dursleys and informed Dumbledore of their behavior," Snape explained. "He's likely known the entire time." "What?" Harry asked again, struggling to understand. How had Dumbledore known and not helped him? Had he intended for Harry to suffer throughout his childhood? Why hadn't he come to save him? "He told me not to make contact for 12 years, Lupin said. "That is unsurprising," Snape replied, crossing his arms. "Think of the difference between any of the Weasley children and Harry or Granger and Harry. Which turns to adults for help, and which feels the need to solve issues alone? Which is motivated by the distinct need to earn their worth?" He raised his voice. "Is this why I never received a trial?" Sirius growled, his grey eyes hardening. No dark mark to speak of, yet 12 years in Azkaban. Dumbledore wanted Harry alone. "Wait!" Harry shouted. His head throbbed, and he struggled to think clearly. How had Dumbledore always known? He hadn't realized Lupin had been instructed not to contact him, and he wondered if that was why Lupin had seemed so awkward around him in his 3rd year. "I feel safe at the Dursleys," Harry said awkwardly. He knew that wasn't entirely true, but he didn't know how else to begin. "I know I can ask Aunt Petunia for things, and she'll give them to me." "Does she give them freely, or do you need to work for them?" Snape asked. Harry blinked, trying to recall a time when he had been given anything without having to earn it. "Having worked for it," Harry said, but nothing came to mind. Harry, I'm not saying Dumbledore is such a mastermind as to devise your exact relationship with your aunt. Just that he knew how she felt and how she'd treat you. He didn't intend for you to be abused. Snape raised a hand when Harry's mouth dropped open. He intended for you to grow into a frighteningly independent child. He added, and I say frightening for a reason. I have a feeling you think your worth is directly tied to how much you're willing to suffer through, rather than believing your worth is inherent. You are highly motivated, and you weren't provided with reasonable adults to teach you about when someone asked too much of you. In fact, any opportunity you had to find help was removed. The age-old worry of when Harry would finally prove his worth surged through him, and he couldn't shake the urge to argue that he could handle anything thrown his way. You didn't blame me for Avery's attack in Spinner's End. You handled it and left. You didn't blame your godfather for the bobbage you encountered upstairs. You handled it and left, Snape said as he leaned forward with an exhausted breath. You don't complain, Harry, even when you absolutely should. You never complain. I worry you think that if you complain, you'll be left alone. Harry shrank into himself, feeling more unsure by the second. What was he supposed to have done in those instances? Cry and beg for help? He had wanted to cry, but that wouldn't have helped. He had cried, in fact, and it hadn't helped. It never helped. He had certainly never gotten away with complaining with Aunt Petunia. No one should ever expect or ask as much of you as we have. As much as Dumbledore has, Snape said, sliding his fingers through his hair. That is the issue. He isn't so cruel as to want and plan for you to have been abused. What he wanted was far more insidious and difficult to incur. Harry shivered. Try to understand how Dumbledore could have known and intended for so much to happen. Why would this be the outcome he wanted? He always seemed to be a calm and happy old man. When had he turned so calculating? Why though? Harry finally asked. Why would he do all of this? It might have something to do with his weapon. Lupin stood slowly, his joints cracking with painful sounds. I don't want to guess, but I would say it's high time we hear it from the horse's mouth, as it were. He continued, he acts as someone who knows the future, and that's something they only keep in the Department of Mysteries. He hasn't said a word about it, though, and only those who pertain to the prophecy can collect it. Prophecy? Harry asked, staring at Lupin. Lupin blinked and seemed to want to speak but cut himself off. It's something Dumbledore has only alluded to, Sirius interjected. He hasn't necessarily said the word prophecy, but Lupin thinks the only thing Voldemort would want so badly, and what Dumbledore would guard so heavily, would be a prophecy. A voice that sounded terrifyingly similar to Voldemort's hissed in the back of Harry's mind. Sirius's cousin had mentioned not being able to touch something in his last vision. Harry had no idea what the Department of Mysteries looked like, but he could guess it had something to do with the long hallway he'd seen in his dreams. I think Voldemort knows about it, he whispered. He's been trying to get it for a while. Yes, Snape said, his sallow skin paling to a worrying grey colour. And I'm involved? Harry asked, wondering why else Dumbledore would have wanted him so willing to do anything for him. I mentioned too. Snape blinked but didn't move otherwise. His eyes were oddly guarded. He twisted and looked at Sirius, wondering if he should ask further, but Sirius appeared to be in a silent conversation with Lupin. They seemed to be deep in thought. Harry felt frustrated to be left out of an agreement about the prophecy. If only those connected to it could remove it, why didn't Dumbledore just let him take it, hear it, and destroy it? He wondered how they knew he was mentioned if only he or Voldemort could access it. It was possible there were more people involved, and he would have to ask. It felt like there was too much happening to keep track of. He had so many things to share with Ron and Hermione. We should leave. Dumbledore will likely return sooner than he said to catch Petunia unaware, Snape said. Right, Sirius replied after a moment. How's that going to work? Harry, your uncle will collect you from a corner market. After Dumbledore has left, Petunia will drop you off there as well, Snape explained, finally looking at Harry again. Dumbledore laid several strong notice-me-not charms. none of your neighbors will notice your change in age. In fact, they likely won't notice you at all." Harry nodded, debating how he would keep his temper in check when Dumbledore visited. What would happen if I asked Dumbledore about all of this? About the prophecy and everything? He asked. "I don't recommend it," Sirius said quickly. "We need some insurance before we start asking him. We don't know what he might lie about." Harry wound his fingers into the neck of his jumper again, trying to imagine keeping his mouth shut when Dumbledore arrived. He wasn't sure if he could do that now that he knew Dumbledore had always known Aunt Petunia hated him and had ignored him even when Harry tried to tell him. He didn't fully understand what Snape meant about Dumbledore asking too much of him or why that was the bigger issue, but he could see it bothered Snape. Snape's hand appeared in front of him, and Harry grabbed it instinctively. He looked up at Snape, half wondering if he would offer to pick him up like Dudley used to expect from Aunt Petunia. Petunia? Harry didn't have to wonder long. Surprise flickered across Snape's face as he gently lifted Harry up, holding him against his chest. For a few moments, the tight knot of fear and worry eased, though the thought of seeing Uncle Vernon again lingered. Maybe he would be quiet and just drive Harry to the house. Uncle Vernon had said not to come back. "It'll be all right, Harry," Sirius said softly. "You have the necklace, and even if things go as horrendously as possible, we'll always come get you." Lupin nodded and sat back down. "I'll see you tomorrow." He smiled. "Do you have the fake?" Sirius asked. He smiled when Harry held it up. "All right, we'll see you soon, Moony," he added as he led them down the thin, crooked hallway and out a side door. He gripped Snape tightly, who in turn held Harry even tighter as they apparat just outside of Wisteria Walk. The small alley they landed in smelled strongly of burnt oil and rotting rubbish. It was packed with flattened cardboard and trash bags. Uncle Vernon's angry form loomed near the alley's entrance. Sirius spun on his heel and eyed Snape closely. "Any attempt to terrorize him directly affects Harry, right?" he asked quietly. "Yes," Snape hissed. "You'll have an opportunity later." He stepped through stagnant puddles and fallen rubbish toward Uncle Vernon. Harry half wondered what opportunity Snape was talking about, but he forgot about it in seconds. His heart raced in his throat, leaving little room to think of anything else aside from Uncle Vernon's last attempt to scare him. Uncle Vernon had acted like he would hit Harry far harder than he ever had before. He had swatted Harry over the head a few times, but it had always been out of annoyance. Harry didn't think Uncle Vernon was annoyed anymore. He was downright angry now. "Dursley," Snape said as he stepped forward. Uncle Vernon jumped and twisted around. His eyes narrowed as he spotted Harry, and his face immediately began to turn purple. "You again," he snapped. "Brought him back already, have you? Sick of him?" Harry tried to suppress the humiliation of having Snape and Sirius hear Uncle Vernon's comments. "Hardly. I enjoy his company very much. I'm sure Petunia made it clear what was expected of you," Snape replied, gently running a hand over Harry's back. Uncle Vernon sniffed and looked away. "You'll bring your nephew to your house, and while he is there, you'll keep your mouth shut and your hands off." Snape's voice was harsh, scraping out of him. His fingers tightened around Harry's side, and the glare he gave Uncle Vernon was cold enough to make Harry shiver. "Did you get in Dudley's way then, boy?" Uncle Vernon asked, leaning closer to look at Harry's eye. "Bet you'll steer clear of him now, won't you?" Sirius made to move closer, but Snape stepped in front of him. "Will you do as your wife has asked, or shall I ring her and ask for her directly?" Snape said. Uncle Vernon's watery eyes flicked over to Sirius, and his face reddened. Finally, he let out an annoyed sound and lumbered to his car. The door creaked as he swung it open and threw himself inside, seeming to wait for Harry now. Snape nodded and set Harry on his feet. "It'll be all right. We'll pick you up tonight after Dumbledore has seen you," Sirius said with a firm nod. Snape's fingers carded through Harry's hair in a final comforting gesture. Harry stumbled over to Uncle Vernon's car, trying to swallow the numb feeling creeping up his throat. He pulled the door open and slid inside, half sliding over the slick leather seats. The car started, and he waved nervously. "Goodbye," Uncle Vernon said as he turned toward Privet Drive. "You'll keep to your own when we get back." "Straight into the cupboard with you." "What?" Harry shouted. "No, I'm not going in there." He twisted in his seat, trying to spot Snape and Sirius, but they had already rounded the bend in the road. "Yes, you are. You've given us enough trouble with this age business. Dudley has suffered. I've suffered too," Harry yelled. "I'm not going in the cupboard. I'm not a mop." The car rocked as Uncle Vernon turned the corner, and Number 4 appeared on the left. The flower beds looked as if they had recently been trampled, likely by Dudley being allowed out for an afternoon. "Do not argue with me, boy. I made myself perfectly clear when I told you not to come back. I didn't ask to come back, and I'm not going in there. If you want us to lie for you, you'll go in there and stay. I don't want to hear a sound, not one." Uncle Vernon's beady eyes glared at him from the mirror. "If you want that crackpot Fuddledore to believe you're here, you'll do as I say." Harry seized in the back seat as the car pulled into the driveway. "Get out," Uncle Vernon snapped. "What will you do when Dumbledore arrives? Tell him I'm not in the cupboard?" "He's going to ask to see me," Harry said, his nails digging into his palms. "You'll be allowed out before we let him in," Uncle Vernon replied. "If you want this deal to go smoothly, you'll act like you've been in your room, won't you? You don't want him suspicious. You don't want him taking you anywhere else, do you?" Harry pushed down every urge to scream and tried to think of what Snape and Sirius wanted. Uncle Vernon was right. He needed to be here without Dumbledore suspecting anything. "That's right," Uncle Vernon said with a nasty smile when Harry finally nodded. "Your aunt will let you out if she needs help with dinner, but not a word otherwise. Understand? Be glad you're not staying longer," Uncle Vernon said as he climbed out of the small car and yanked the back door open. Harry swallowed a cry as Uncle Vernon gripped his upper arm tightly and dragged him into the house. "I'm home, pet," Uncle Vernon called as he dropped his briefcase onto the floor. Aunt Petunia came around the doorway and paused when she spotted Uncle Vernon, though she didn't seem to notice Harry. She wiped her hands on a washcloth and stepped closer, giving Uncle Vernon a quick kiss on the cheek before spinning on her heel and stepping back into the kitchen. Harry didn't know if he felt like crying or screaming. He couldn't decide if that was good or bad. "All right, remember the rules," Uncle Vernon said as he pulled Harry along with him. "No." Harry jerked and pulled as hard as he could on his trapped arm, a sharp burst of fear flooding through him. He couldn't portkey away, and Snape hadn't had a backup plan if Harry couldn't handle it. Was this one of those times when he was too willing to suffer? What if it wasn't, and he was just crying for no reason? "It's not fair," he tried to say. "I'm not a mop. It was just the cupboard. Just a cupboard." "Quiet," Uncle Vernon hissed as he opened the door and shoved him roughly into the cramped space. Darkness fell around him as Uncle Vernon threw the lock and stepped away, his loud footsteps echoing over the floor. He'd been told not to make a sound, but he wasn't sure he could do that. A lump crawled up his throat, and he felt very much like crying. He thought about what Snape had said earlier, about Harry not knowing his own self-worth. He knew he shouldn't have been forced into a cupboard. That must have been wrong. It counted for something to know his own worth, didn't it? He wasn't a mop, he had said as much. He was a person, and he deserved a bedroom and to eat when he was hungry. Dudley stormed down the steps, sending dust and spiders raining down on him with a loud giggle. The light bulb still hadn't been replaced, and the only light in the cupboard struggled to penetrate the slats in the door. He had the odd thought of looking through the cracks in the walls for secret gifts from Snape to cheer himself up. But he wasn't actually 6, and no amount of pretend searching was going to help. He pressed his hands into his eyes, trying to hold back the tears as he fell onto the rotten mattress on the floor. Chapter 19. Harry tried to breathe and slow his racing heart, but the stuffy air in the small cupboard made it difficult. The necklace hummed, radiating warmth in an attempt to soothe him, but it didn't help. He felt a bitter anger swelling inside him. It was hard to tell if he was crying from anger, fear, or pain, perhaps a mix of all three and more emotions he couldn't name at that moment. He had spent nearly a week as a child again, and it felt like he wasn't any closer to sorting out his feelings. He wondered when he had stopped being frustrated by his constant tears. He gasped and tried to sniffle quietly. His chest felt too small to contain the turmoil inside. Faded memories of loud whines and whimpers flickered in the back of his mind. Neither Aunt Petunia nor Uncle Vernon had been pleased with his noise in the cupboard before. One of his oldest memories was of falling, or perhaps tripping, and going to Aunt Petunia expecting some form of affection. She had been too busy, as always. She had gripped his arm and swung him around, half tossing him back into the cupboard when he began to throw a fit. Earlier that day, he had seen Dudley throw a similar tantrum, and Aunt Petunia had calmed and soothed him. Was it really a surprise that Harry was treated differently? What would they do if he was too loud today? Would Uncle Vernon bang on the small door and shout? Maybe he would threaten to make Harry help cook, even though he couldn't stop crying. Harry didn't want to cook again. It had gone poorly when he had been alone in the kitchen, and he had a feeling it would be miserable with Uncle Vernon and Dudley there as well. If he had to be on Privet Drive, it was better to be left alone. The Dursleys could have left him alone. Anger burned through him again, stinging his eyes. He had never done anything to deserve being put in the cupboard. If Aunt Petunia was only angry with Dumbledore, she could have written to him instead of taking it out on Harry. Uncle Vernon's hatred for Harry didn't make sense, but he was probably just following Aunt Petunia's lead. Uncle Vernon, like Dudley, had never really thought for himself. Harry sat up and wrapped his arms tightly around himself in a poor attempt at a hug, rocking slowly back and forth. He wanted Snape, or maybe Sirius. He wondered what Snape would say if he could portkey away right that second. Would he be disappointed in Harry, or would he offer comfort like he had before? This reminded Harry of Snape's comments about Dumbledore, and how Dumbledore had always known how Harry was treated at the Dursleys. How could Harry know what was too much to ask of him? This was his cupboard, and he had grown up in it. He pinched his eyes shut against the unending bitterness. How many times had he been forced into this cupboard while the Dursleys continued their day? Why was it so difficult for Harry to tell if his cupboard was as abusive and dangerous as Snape seemed to think? He knew himself well enough to recognize actual danger, especially after meeting Voldemort that spring. The spring after which Dumbledore wanted Harry alone, despite having witnessed Voldemort murder Cedric and then being tortured. Nausea bubbled within him as Voldemort's sibilant voice echoed in his ears. A weak breeze ruffled his hair, brushing against the walls as bone-white fingers crept from behind him and over his shoulders, bright in the dark cupboard. Dread quickly replaced the nausea as a slippery snake belly slid around Harry's folded legs. He couldn't remember Nagini ever circling him like this before. Around him in the graveyard. He couldn't tell if this was a vision or a memory anymore. His heart raced, and he tried to sit as still as possible in case the snake turned to bite him. He couldn't see where Nagini's head was, nor her tail. She was massive and seemed to grow the longer she stayed. Pale fingers danced over his shoulders and down his arms, slipping behind him before disappearing from his jumper. Harry couldn't bring himself to turn and see if they were truly gone. Dudley's loud laugh rang from the kitchen, followed by the banging of pots and pans. Harry took a harsh breath. His eyes darted downward, spotting the worn knees of his trousers and ratty trainers, but no Nagini. Had she been in his cupboard at all? She was a massive snake, and Harry wouldn't have thought she could fit if he hadn't just seen it. As quickly as the paralyzing experience had swept through him, it seemed to have faded. He twisted and cast a nervous glance behind him, spying the cracks where he used to hide snacks or pretend gifts were hidden. There were no ghostly hands to be found. A shudder rattled through him as the terror ebbed, and Dudley continued to giggle as he told his story. No, he had a huge mustache, Dudley shouted. Said he'd shave it for the prize money too. Uncle Vernon let out a laugh. Was he committed then, eh? Harry was fairly sure he could hear Uncle Vernon muttering over a business report. Did he shave it then? He asked. Harry tried to imagine enduring the mind-numbing boredom of their conversation. He thought of how Dudley's face would light up when Uncle Vernon laughed at his jokes or when he asked questions about the shows Dudley watched or the games he played. It helped, in a cold and clinical sort of way. A cold sweat ran down Harry's back, and he debated tugging. He pulled his jumper over his head and dried himself off, but he didn't want to move if Voldemort might show up again, whether real or imagined. His hands wrapped tighter around himself as he tried to think of something other than Voldemort. He considered finding a way for Snape and Sirius to communicate more effectively, but he couldn't picture Snape holding back, nor could he see Sirius resisting the urge to snap back. He couldn't blame them. He would struggle to be even a little kinder to Malfoy. Sirius had backed down somewhat, even if Harry had a hazy memory of the conversation. Sirius had asked Snape questions while Harry was asleep and hadn't insulted Snape once. Despite his hatred for Sirius, Snape always seemed willing to let him start their arguments. Harry couldn't tell if that was clever or a sign of insecurity. It might be clever, since Snape always turned whatever Sirius said against him, or it could be insecurity, as he was often defending himself from Sirius's comments. Harry found it hard to understand why Snape would feel insecure around Sirius, but he didn't want to guess in case he ended up with a completely wrong conclusion. Both had gone out of their way to help him, as had Lupin. Harry decided he would do his best to help them in return. He let out a strange giggle as he thought about how, if he could keep Sirius from starting things, maybe Snape wouldn't feel the need to retaliate. He never thought he would be working on helping Snape and Sirius get along. It made him wonder why Dumbledore hadn't tried harder to bring them together. Together, they were too clever to ignore, and that seemed like a skill set too valuable to waste. But Sirius was uncontrollable, which must have frustrated Dumbledore endlessly. Sirius had also been the one to tell Harry. Harry decided to observe Dumbledore more closely. He remembered Dumbledore had said he wasn't infallible. He could try to figure out what the prophecy meant and why Dumbledore had left him with the Dursleys. He also wondered why Dumbledore wanted him to have no sense of what was too much to ask of someone. Of all the terrible things to expect from someone, that seemed almost harmless compared to the abuse he often heard about. The meaning of the prophecy felt too complicated to understand without more information, but his curiosity was intense. Dumbledore had left him completely in the dark if he knew about a prophecy. Didn't Harry have the right to know his own prophecy? He thought he should also have the right not to be locked in a cupboard, but it seemed he wasn't going to get that right, or he was wrong and really was a diseased and nasty little thing, just like Aunt Petunia always said. He shook his head, trying to remember when Snape had said he liked Harry's company. Snape had told Uncle Vernon that Harry wasn't nasty or freakish. He didn't say it directly, but it could be implied. Nasty people were not enjoyable company. That included Dumbledore now, which felt strange to consider. After what seemed like hours alone in the dark, he reached some conclusion about the prophecy and Dumbledore's behavior. Lupin had said the prophecy explained Dumbledore's actions, and Harry wondered if Dumbledore believed he would betray him, like Pettigrew had betrayed his parents. That could be why Dumbledore wanted Harry to be unable to tell when he was asking too much. A sharp knock on the small door pulled Harry from his thoughts. He jumped and glanced behind him, looking for Voldemort before the door opened and Aunt Petunia appeared in the hallway. "I need you to peel potatoes," she said as she stepped aside, allowing him to leave. "Silently," she said with a firm look, dropping the peeler into his hands. Harry agreed with her. He didn't want to speak to her anyway. He rounded the corner and saw Dudley and Uncle Vernon shuffling into the sitting room to watch television. He half wondered why they had given up the chance to bully him, then debated whether Aunt Petunia was just trying to make the evening run smoothly. That didn't seem realistic, especially after Uncle Vernon had locked him in his cupboard, but he could hope. "Sometime soon," Aunt Petunia called, pointing to a bowl of potatoes in the sink. "I haven't got all day." Harry sighed and stepped closer, wondering how he would manage if he couldn't reach the bowl. He certainly wasn't allowed to sit on the counter. He turned to grab a chair when the doorbell rang. A sudden memory of Snape collecting him from Privet Drive a week ago surged through him, and excitement coursed through his limbs. The peeler slipped from his hands, landing on the linoleum with a sharp crack as he bolted down the hallway. The thrill of Snape's potential arrival was quickly overshadowed by the memory of Dumbledore's return, freezing him in place. Despite the lack of a window in the front door or any real sign of him, Dumbledore's shadow seemed to eclipse any light in the hallway. Harry wondered why Dumbledore even bothered to ring the bell when he acted as if he had always lived there. It seemed more likely he would prefer to appear in the sitting room or kitchen instead of waiting to be let in. Maybe he had set so many security measures that he needed permission to enter? Dudley's nervous gaze peeked around the doorway before Uncle Vernon grumbled about their show being back on and disappeared back into the sitting room. Aunt Petunia muttered about Harry's failure to answer the door as she stormed past him to look through the peephole. The peephole. Aunt Petunia hunched her shoulders slightly as she opened the door and hissed at Dumbledore to come in quickly, so the neighbors wouldn't see the odd old man. "Mrs. Dursley," Dumbledore began, "I will be brief, as I have no doubt you are busy." Aunt Petunia huffed and sneered, but stayed silent as she pointed at Harry, who had not moved from his cupboard door. "Ah, Harry my boy," Dumbledore stopped short, stepping closer and finally looking Harry in the eye. Harry felt an uncomfortable urge to curl into himself or hide in his cupboard as Dumbledore blinked down at him. He realized that he had never felt that way about Dumbledore before. Dumbledore hadn't looked him in the eye much over the past week, or really at all since Voldemort's return. Harry didn't understand why. Dumbledore had always found time to listen to him, even if he had cruel ulterior motives. Now, Harry was more certain than ever that the prophecy spoke of his potential betrayal. That was the only idea he could consider, though he wasn't sure it was a very helpful prophecy. "My dear child, what's happened to your eye?" Dumbledore asked softly as he knelt down. Aunt Petunia jerked and opened her mouth as if to speak, but then thought better of it. Her fingers tightened into a fist as she crossed her arms. Harry stared in confusion before remembering that Dudley had punched him earlier. Despite the bruised paste, his eye was still a blotchy mess. It didn't hurt like it had before, but he struggled to find the right words. He wasn't sure if telling the truth would help, as he didn't know what Dumbledore would do with that information. It might not help at all, especially if Dumbledore had other plans. The Dursleys had been awful throughout Harry's childhood. Snape had said that Dumbledore wasn't so cruel as to want Harry to be abused. However, Snape also mentioned that Dumbledore had always known Aunt Petunia didn't like Harry. Perhaps Dumbledore just couldn't imagine the Dursleys being so vile to Harry as a child. Harry couldn't fathom being cruel to someone as defenseless as he had been, so he understood that to some extent. Still, it didn't make him feel any better. "Dudley hit me," Harry said finally, deciding that the truth was better than lying, especially if Dumbledore already knew Harry had been hated. "Your cousin hit you?" Dumbledore repeated as he slowly got back to his feet and turned toward Aunt Petunia. "You allowed your son to hurt him?" "Of course I haven't allowed him," Aunt Petunia snapped. "You think I ordered him to get into a fight? You think I ordered the boy to torment my son?" Her voice was harsh, her eyes narrowing as she moved closer to Dumbledore. "I would have thought you, of all people, would understand the nature of independence in the people you try to help, especially in antagonistic children. I would have stepped in sooner, Mrs. Dursley. As the presiding authority." "Presiding authority?" Aunt Petunia shrieked, letting out a cold laugh. "Where was your authority when the boy was being kidnapped from school or left half dead after fighting the professors or monsters you allowed to roam so freely?" Harry blinked in surprise. He had never told Aunt Petunia about any of the danger he'd faced and now wondered how she knew. He knew Dumbledore had sent letters home after Harry had found himself in the hospital wing, but he had always assumed Aunt Petunia threw the letters away without a second glance. They probably arrived by owl, which was another reason she would have never looked at them. "Those are extenuating circumstances and certainly not equatable to a familial fight," Dumbledore said. "It is quite difficult to ensure the safety of all my students when one is so heavily targeted. However, I assure you, Mrs. Dursley, that Harry's protection is very important to me." "Is that so?" Aunt Petunia asked, raising an eyebrow. "Quite," Dumbledore replied. "And although I find your care lacking, I am impressed that you carry a bruise paste capable of speeding the healing time." Harry's eyes widened as he glanced at Aunt Petunia, but her expression remained unchanged. "I raised 2 boys," she said calmly. "And I grew up near one who enjoyed making things like that. Do you think I'm too stubborn to ignore those benefits?" "Hardly, Mrs. Dursley." Dumbledore waved a frail hand in apology. "It was merely a passing curiosity of mine." The anger Harry had felt earlier surged back, along with the injustice of being forced to return to the Dursleys after the graveyard incident and after Dumbledore had caught them at his mum's flat. Again, he was confined to the cupboard, suffering through Dudley's torment and enduring Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's taunts. "You think of my pain as a passing curiosity?" The bitter words escaped Harry's mouth before he could stop them. Dumbledore turned around, shock flooding his face as he stared at Harry. Harry couldn't deny the rush of excitement that coursed through him at Dumbledore's appalled expression. He knew Sirius had advised him not to ask questions or bring up the prophecy, but the anger pounding in his ears drowned out that advice. He had experienced more panic attacks in that house over the last summer than in his entire life. He needed someone to talk to, someone to help him. Dumbledore should have realized that. Anyone would have known Harry needed support after something as terrifying as Voldemort's return. Harry could now admit that having help was far better than suffering alone. Snape had shown him that, as had Sirius. Lupin, Hermione, and Ron had always tried to show Harry how adults could help, even if he had stubbornly denied it. A soft hiss in the back of his mind echoed the bitterness he felt. There were no pale fingers curling around his shoulders, nor was Nagini present to keep him in check, even though Harry was sure he could hear her. "Harry?" The twinkle in Dumbledore's pale blue eyes darkened into something unreadable. Harry was certain he had seen that look before, just after Barty Crouch Jr. revealed the plot behind Voldemort's rebirth. Dumbledore's wand appeared in his hand, and fear shot through Harry. The instinctive need to escape screamed inside him, pushing him to hide in his cupboard, but he refused to let Dumbledore see him there. He didn't know what had come over him, but something was pushing and pulling his bitter feelings into a swirling mass. Dumbledore raised his wand, and a whisper of a spell Harry couldn't name formed on his lips. Harry jerked, half tripping as he spun and dashed into the kitchen before Dumbledore could finish speaking. Terror pulsed through him as the graveyard echoed behind his eyes, and he couldn't shake the thought of Dumbledore trapping him like Voldemort had. "Harry!" Dumbledore's footsteps thundered after him. Harry tossed the fake necklace onto the linoleum as he dove out the back door and through the garden hedge. He wasn't sure if he should use a portkey, not while Dumbledore could easily reach him. He still didn't know how Dumbledore had found them after they had hidden in his mum's flat, and portkeying quickly to Snape might just lead Dumbledore directly to them. That didn't leave him with many options, and Snape would come looking for him if he didn't show up. A strange whimper escaped his throat as he ran along the back of the shed. He had ruined their entire plan. "Please, Harry." Dumbledore's worried voice echoed around the yard. "It isn't safe outside of this house, please come back." Harry pulled his cloak over his head just as Dumbledore appeared around the hedge, worry etched across his face. His eyes darted over the small conservatory and the garden as he searched frantically for Harry. "Harry!" Harry's heart raced as he moved along the hedge and stepped onto the pavement. Dumbledore's protective spells must have prevented him from summoning Harry like Snape had done in Spinner's End. A plan began to form in Harry's mind as he ran. He would put as much distance as possible between himself and both Snape and Dumbledore, hiding until Dumbledore eventually found him. From there, he could use a portkey to escape with Snape, buying himself a little more time. He felt an iron grip tighten around his heart at the thought of how to apologize to Snape and Sirius for his mistakes. He pictured the disappointment on their faces, unsure of what else to do. He tripped twice over the long cloak before rounding the block and tugging it from his head. The sounds of doors slamming echoed nearby, prompting him to quicken his pace and distance himself from the house. A thick, damp fog blanketed the street, providing Harry with an advantage in the darkness. He slipped between the pockets of light from the faded street lamps as he headed toward the shabby petrol station near Magnolia Road. "It's okay," he gasped to himself. "You're fine, absolutely fine." The fence ended on his left, and he sprinted down the block, moving further away from Dumbledore's calls. He wished he had stuck to their original plan. The electric crackle of the neon petrol light hummed in his ear, blending with his harsh breaths, offering some relief. The eerie quiet made Harry feel vulnerable, a sensation creeping over him, urging him to find somewhere to hide. He knew there was a dumpster nearby, even if he couldn't see it through the fog. Missed. His footsteps echoed as he crept closer to the petrol station. He rounded the chain fence and spotted a dark figure looming near the back alley. Harry froze as panic bubbled in his throat. Snape had said Dumbledore's spell would hide him from his neighbors, but Harry had no proof of that. He squinted through the dim amber of the streetlight as the figure moved back and forth, eventually breaking through the fog as they came closer. It was Snape, Harry realized a moment later. Snape! Harry breathed as loud as he dared and ran closer. Snape! Why are you here? He asked as he collided with the tall man. Snape jerked backward, shock spreading across his face as he looked down at Harry. What happened? Snape asked, taking in Harry's sweaty and panting form. Harry started, hugging the man as tightly as he could. Change of plan, Snape said with an odd look, his dark eyes scanning the misty block. Dumbledore is coming. I messed up. I'm really sorry, I'm so sorry, Harry babbled, fearing the disappointment he knew would wash over Snape's face any second. Once he started explaining, he couldn't stop. I had a plan. I was going to use the necklace. I was going to use it once I got here and Dumbledore found me, but it was to give us more time. I don't know what happened to me. I think I saw Voldemort. Snape flinched hard at the name, and his large hands dropped over Harry's back in a comforting half-hug. Earlier, though, not now but. Right, Snape said. Right, well, best be quiet now then, lest Dumbledore come around the corner. Harry nodded and inched away, unsure if he could reach up and ask Snape to hold him like he did earlier. He desperately wished for some comfort after the cupboard and the fight, though he didn't think he deserved it for failing to act. To find us. It seemed inappropriate with Dumbledore on his way as well. Snape's fingers clamped onto Harry's arm, quickly leading him away from the petrol station. Where are we going? Harry asked. Where's Sirius? He glanced behind him, feeling anxious. Dumbledore didn't sound any closer, but Harry worried the man might be waiting for him to stop moving to track him down. They hurried down the street, weaving through several alleys until they reached the park where Harry had spent more than half of his summer. He wondered if they were any closer to a place they could apparate from. Snape had mentioned before that he could get as near as Wisteria Walk, but he hadn't specified how far they needed to be in order to apparate. Snape, Harry whispered as they approached a dark alcove of trees. Where are we going? What's the plan? Where's Sirius? He asked again. Is Sirius with Lupin because of the moon? Snape flinched and glanced up at the sky before looking back at Harry. For a brief moment, his eyes turned almost cold. Guilt sank like iron in Harry's stomach. He knew he'd messed up the plan, but he hadn't anticipated feeling this upset with himself. He had come up with a decent backup plan, even if Snape didn't seem to think so. Black is with Lupin, you're correct, Snape finally said. We're going to a safe house I've arranged. Which one? Harry asked as Snape's eyes darted over his shoulder. Harry quickly looked back, worry replacing his guilt. He had run from many people and creatures before, but it seemed to be taking Dumbledore too long to find them if he was actively tracking Harry. The bright moonlight broke through the fog for a moment, shining over rusted and wet playground equipment. It wasn't high enough in the sky to fully light the park, but it was enough for now. One where Dumbledore won't be able to find us. To find you. He found us under a Fidelius though, Harry said, turning back around. Or he found us near it. Did you find a different spell or, he trailed off, unable to think of a good alternative. A different kind of spell, Harry. Don't worry, Snape said as he knelt on the damp grass and pulled out his wand, summoning a collection of rubbish from a rucksack. It's quite far away. We'll need a portkey, he added. Harry blinked as a feeling of horror washed over him with every flick of the pale wand. He had seen that one before. He had seen it in Spinner's End. He had stolen it off of Avery. Harry glanced upwards and studied Snape's face. He didn't know if the wand had ever been returned to Avery. After giving it to Mr. Weasley and falling asleep, he had lost track of it. His hand crept toward the pendant on his mum's necklace as Snape's arm flashed before his eyes, grabbing hold of Harry's arm and stopping him in his tracks. Snape tugged Harry closer. "What's wrong, Harry?" The moonlight brightened something Harry was sure he had never seen in Snape's eyes before. This man wasn't Snape. He couldn't have been Snape. Harry had run straight into Avery's arms. "Nothing," Harry breathed. "Nothing's wrong." He felt that pretending to buy Avery's act was better than outright panicking, as that would tip the man off sooner. He shuddered as Avery tilted his head to the left, his eyes lighting up. "It doesn't look like nothing," Avery whispered, reaching out to run a hand through Harry's hair in a gesture too reminiscent of Voldemort's actions in the graveyard. "I'm just," Harry started again, trembling with a cold sweat as Avery's fingers left his hair. He tried to grab the pendant with his free arm, but Avery quickly seized that one as well. "You can tell me," Avery began as he. Avery leaned closer. "I can keep a secret." Harry nodded and swallowed hard. He regretted mentioning the necklace earlier, realizing Avery likely knew it was a portkey. If Avery didn't know for sure, he was smart enough to prevent Harry from touching it. Harry had never tried to use a portkey without holding the pendant, but now felt like the right time to attempt it. "I think," Harry said, his voice raspy, "I just might need some help." His feet were planted in the damp grass, and Avery's arms tightened around him. "Well, that's great," Avery smiled, but the expression felt unsettling on Snape's face. "I also happen to be excellent at helping. What can I do?" "Well, Harry replied. Sirius's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that Avery had invented cruel spells during Voldemort's first reign, and anything he offered should be treated as dangerous. "You were right earlier, is all," Harry said. "Was I?" Avery leaned back, curious. "In what way?" "You said I didn't understand how dangerous Dumbledore was." Harry's throat felt dry, and he couldn't stop trembling against Avery. "I get it now, I do." "Yes," Avery nodded, his gaze fixed on Harry. "Yes, he is, isn't he?" Harry nodded in agreement, trying to suppress his shivers. "That doesn't seem to be all though, Harry," Avery said as he pulled Harry into a tight hug. "You're shaking like a leaf." "I'm cold," Harry admitted, pressed against Avery's front. "Ah. Well, all will be well in a moment." Avery cupped the back of Harry's head, holding him in place as he rummaged through his rucksack. "You know, I've always liked kids," he said. "They're easier to talk to and much more willing to listen. It's why I became a teacher." Harry nodded and tried to distance himself from Avery, but Avery quickly wrapped a steel arm around him. "You're such a tiny thing. It's no wonder you're cold." The necklace hummed, heating as Harry's fear intensified. "Aha!" Avery exclaimed. "Found it." Harry couldn't see what the portkey was, but he had no desire to go to Avery's safe house. He pushed against the man with all his strength and was surprised when he broke free and fell. He rolled away quickly, trying to escape the playground, but an iron grip clamped onto his upper arm and swung him back around. "Not this time, Potter!" Avery snarled. Harry reached for the pendant again, but it was wrenched from his head and tossed into the trees. He attempted to pull his wand from his back pocket, but Avery snatched that away too. "Do you know what I've been through because of you?" Avery demanded, dragging Harry closer. "Let go!" Harry screamed, hoping someone would hear him, even Dumbledore. He felt out of options and out of ideas. He was too small to fight Avery, and without his wand or the necklace, he didn't know what to do. Panic surged through him, flooding every vein, prompting him to scream again and pull desperately against the hand holding him. "Your neighbors can't hear you," Avery spat. A sharp crack echoed around them, and Avery froze. His grip on Harry tightened further as the damp fog closed in. Avery's eyes scanned the playground, but the fog was thickening. He twisted, lifting Harry into his arms as he ran back towards the portkey. Harry couldn't tell which item it was among the collection sprawled across the sodden grass. He screamed again and kicked out with all his might. Avery tightened his grip around Harry's wrists. "Let go!" Harry screamed before something sharp struck his head, causing him to fall to the ground. It felt like he had been submerged underwater. The foggy playground grew quiet and faded away. Harry blinked, trying to focus, but he couldn't distinguish Avery's dark form from the thick fog. Suddenly, a massive black shape leaped over him and collided with Avery. Harry attempted to turn his head to watch, but he found he couldn't move. Had he been confounded? He couldn't recall if being unable to move was a symptom of a confundus charm. He might be petrified, but he felt too calm to be aware of his surroundings. Body-binding curses didn't cloud the mind like this. It was strange to be aware of his own calmness while being unable to do anything about it. A screeching noise pierced through the haze, jolting Harry from the comforting blankness as Avery reappeared in front of him. Harry flinched and tried to scramble away, but Avery was too quick. "I let your mother plait my hair," he said softly, loosening his grip on Harry's trembling form. "I bought her pink and orange ribbons, and she colored pictures for me with those same horrendous colors so we could have matching taste." He guided Harry closer. Harry coughed around the fear that clogged his throat. It was Snape, not Avery. Avery couldn't have known Snape let Lily plait his hair. Snape caught him as he finally took a breath, and the panic began to ebb. He pulled Harry as close as he could without crushing him, as Avery had done moments before. Snape's heartbeat thudded in Harry's ears. "Will you take care of this?" Snape called loudly as he stood, keeping Harry close. Harry turned and spotted Padfoot's bloody muzzle near the swing set. He couldn't see Avery or Dumbledore, though. Dumbledore had arrived. Harry turned again, scanning the park to see if he had missed anyone. "We've got this, Severus," he heard. His eyes widened as Lupin's pale form emerged from the fog. "Don't worry, Harry," Lupin said, offering a soft, kind smile that hinted at something golden and glowing beneath his eyes. The uncomfortable tightness he had noticed in Lupin's face earlier was now so intense that Harry feared it might snap at any moment. "We're leaving then." "Distract Dumbledore," Snape instructed. He nodded and added, "Deep breath, Harry. We're about to apparate a very long distance." Chapter 20. A tremendously loud crack roared in Harry's ears. After what felt like ages, the sensation of being squeezed through an impossibly thin tube finally eased. Snape hadn't been joking when he said they were traveling over a very long distance. Harry shuddered as a cold sweat broke over him, and he gagged, nearly sicking up over Snape's shoulder. His heart pounded in his chest as Snape dropped quickly to his knees and set Harry onto his feet. "Try and breathe slowly," Snape said, flicking his wand to send a cool burst of air billowing around Harry. It was a long distance. "You'll feel ill for a few minutes yet." Harry's sense of balance adjusted far slower than he would have liked. The longer he stayed still, the more the world filtered in through the nausea. They were surrounded by significantly larger and darker pine trees than the small alcove of trees in the park. A chorus of sounds echoed around them. The chirps and croaks of creatures living in the dark would seemed unbothered by his and Snape's sudden appearance, which felt odd, but Harry was too sick to consider it for long. He couldn't spot much through the trees aside from a thin, crooked trail leading into the darkness. If he didn't know better, he would have said they were in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. He shuddered, feeling a rush of fear and panic coursing through him. He wondered what Sirius and Lupin were doing, and if Avery was dead or not. He didn't know if Dumbledore knew where he was or what he had done after running away. He half wondered why he wasn't more worried about that when he noticed Snape's finger brushing slowly up and down his nose. "Better?" Snape asked as he pulled his hand away. Harry debated saying yes, but he couldn't bring himself to lie. He was still reeling from what had happened and wasn't sure how he felt. He shook his head and reached his hand. Searched for the comforting warmth of his mum's necklace. A wave of sorrow surged in his throat as he remembered its loss. He wanted it back right then. He turned to Snape, hesitant to endure the long apparition again, but willing to ask when his mum's necklace was suddenly draped over his head. Harry blinked at the pendant in surprise. "When we heard you scream, we used the photograph to portkey to your location," Snape said softly. "Oh," Harry replied, his voice thick. The small pendant warmed against his chest. "Thank you. Did you find my wand too?" He looked up at Snape. Snape grimaced. "No, I'm sorry. Black will procure it." Harry nodded, wishing for his wand back immediately. However, having the necklace again eased the loss. He wasn't sure if Snape would offer to take him back for his wand, especially after apparating such a long distance. He didn't want to apparate there and back again, especially since he had felt so sick during the first apparition. He didn't even know where they were or why their travel felt so much worse than normal apparition. "Where are we?" he asked, blinking at the dark woods around them. "Germany," Snape answered. "Near Hamburg." "Germany?" Harry exclaimed, twisting in place. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, as the forest remained dark and difficult to see through. Snape removed his black cloak and wrapped it around Harry. His long fingers deftly tied small knots in the heavy fabric, tightening it around him. Harry watched in confusion as Snape worked. He didn't understand why Snape had given him his cloak, but it felt immensely comforting. It reminded him oddly of the hug Mrs. Weasley had given him in the spring, after he had arrived in the hospital wing. He realized belatedly that he was shivering, but he couldn't tell if it was from the cold or something else. Harry felt drained, whether from adrenaline, panic, or the cold. Snape crouched lower after finishing his explanation and held his arms out. Instinctively, Harry stepped into them. Snape pulled him up and tucked him against his chest, setting off at a slow pace down the crooked trail. "Why Germany?" Harry asked, resting his head on Snape's shoulder. The effort to hold back tears was becoming overwhelming, and he felt as if he had been run over by a troll. "Because we will be staying with my mother," Snape said, his hand dropping over Harry's head in a comforting hug. "And Dumbledore will be unable to find us." Harry sniffled. "He found us under the Fideus, though. He found us because he placed a layered and complicated tracking charm on Lupin when they spoke after we had hidden in Lily's flat," Snape explained. "After your uncle collected you this afternoon, Black returned to his safe house and found Dumbledore loitering nearby. Dumbledore is aware we are plotting behind his back, though he expected to catch you with Black at that time." Snape's voice was soft, and he ran a large hand over Harry's back, soothing muscles Harry hadn't realized were still tense. "According to Black, Dumbledore waited near your aunt's house for most of the day and likely watched me contact Petunia. He thought I'd try to collect you rather than just contact her. It wasn't until I left empty-handed that he knew you had somehow already succeeded in escaping." Snape stepped over a fallen pine tree. At that point, he checked his charm, noticed Lupin's new location, and began to search for the Black safe house. "By the time he found it, however, we had already left to meet with your uncle." "Why weren't you with Sirius when Dumbledore showed up?" Harry asked, his eyes slowly drifting shut. "Why did he put it on Lupin?" He forced them open again. "Do I have a tracking charm?" "I stayed in the corner market, in case you needed to escape sooner than we planned," Snape said. "I don't know for sure, but my educated guess is that Dumbledore chose Lupin because he assumed you'd be with Black, and Black always returns for Lupin." Harry understood the logic. Sirius often acted in ways Dumbledore couldn't control, but he relied on Lupin, who was someone Dumbledore could manage. It's illegal to place tracking charms on minors. Despite the illegality of many of Dumbledore's actions, a tracking charm on you would register with the Ministry and raise questions. He couldn't place it on Black because he is an escaped prisoner, and that charm would also register with the Ministry. It would be detrimental for Dumbledore if Black were reincarcerated. As for myself, the Dark Lord would know if I were tracked. Had I attended a meeting, I would likely have been murdered. Dumbledore wouldn't want that, Snape explained. However, on a known werewolf, the presence of that charm would go overlooked due to the current administration. Snape's fingers threaded through Harry's hair. Harry forced his eyes open again, not realizing they had closed once more. "There are no tracking charms on you, beyond the standard prohibition of underage magic on your wand," Snape said. "Oh," Harry replied, his voice cracking as bitterness rose within him. He hadn't imagined Dumbledore would treat Lupin so poorly. Although he had seen the old man's cruelty up close recently, this new example still surprised him. That charm is part of why Lupin agreed to come out tonight. He was initially vehemently opposed, as was I. However, he wanted to inspire a bit of fear in the headmaster. Since he had taken Wolfsbane, he's essentially harmless unless he decides to do harm. It's also part of why we left as quickly as we arrived. We felt the charm would be more useful to us while it was active. Lupin's going to lure Dumbledore away, Harry guessed. Among other things, yes, Snape replied. We hadn't anticipated Avery, so the plan changed very quickly. Harry buried his face in Snape's shoulder as guilt crashed back into him, chasing away his exhaustion. He dreaded explaining himself to Snape, but he knew he had to reveal why he had ruined their plan. Avery was my fault, Harry admitted quietly. I ran away from Dumbledore and right into Avery. I didn't know it was him. I thought he was you. I didn't. His throat tightened as tears began to fall. He had been incredibly foolish. How could he have mistaken Avery for Snape, even while polyjuiced? The man had acted completely out of character. Aside from wearing Snape's face, there hadn't been a single comparable action. Snape's arms tightened around him, and Harry felt Snape's hair brush against his face as Snape shook his head. "Harry," Snape began, running his hand over Harry's back. "Polyjuice can be used to tremendous effect, especially when it's used to deceive someone in a heightened emotional state who isn't looking for peculiarities. You had just escaped Dumbledore and found someone wearing my face on a foggy night. I would have been shocked if you'd asked for proof that it was me." Harry didn't feel much better, but hearing that Snape wasn't disappointed helped. To say nothing of Avery's actions afterward. "You aren't at fault for seeking help from someone who impersonated an adult who has helped you," Snape continued. "In fact, I'm incredibly proud of you for seeking help." Harry shook his head and pressed himself tighter against Snape's shoulder, dampening the fabric as he cried harder. He hated feeling so sorry for himself, but everything that had gone wrong felt like his fault. If he had just stayed put and followed the plan, he wouldn't have been caught by Avery. "I ran away from where I thought you would be, though. I thought it would buy us more time if I portkeyed you after Dumbledore found me, because I thought he had a tracking charm on me. I only ran because I thought Dumbledore was going to curse me," Harry tried to explain. Snape's hand tightened for a moment, and Harry could feel his heartbeat quicken. He looked up and caught a fleeting glimpse of what might have been shock or perhaps anger on Snape's face. It was hard to tell. "Why was he about to curse you?" Snape asked. Harry stammered. "I don't know why it happened, but it's happened twice now. I don't know how it happened either, but I was just really angry. I saw Voldemort in my cupboard, and then again in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore scared me. I didn't know what else to do." Harry choked on his words as tears began to fall. Seeing Voldemort had been utterly terrifying, and he worried it could happen again. Nearly being kidnapped by Avery had been equally frightening, and he feared that could happen again too. He didn't want to feel scared. He wished he could be 15 again, able to handle everything thrown at him. At 6, it felt impossible to fight back. Snape rubbed a hand over his back and hugged him closer as Harry sobbed. At some point, they had stopped walking, though Harry couldn't recall when. Snape seemed to focus more on helping Harry through his guilt than anything else. "You're not angry at the moment, are you?" Snape asked quietly as Harry began to calm down. "Just with myself," Harry croaked. "But not really at anyone else, not like I was earlier." He still felt bitterly angry with Dumbledore, but it stung less now that he knew Dumbledore couldn't find him. Sirius and Lupin would ensure that. He had outsmarted Dumbledore once, stumping him with his mum's necklace. Though this meant Dumbledore's question about Harry's health was not just casual curiosity. Dumbledore had not considered how much that question would affect Harry. He felt humiliated, believing he had overreacted. Dumbledore must have already known Harry had escaped and wanted to find out where Aunt Petunia stood. Then it's something we will be aware of and prepare for, going forward. How do you feel right now? Snape asked. Harry leaned his head back against Snape's shoulder. Really tired, he admitted. His head felt heavy, and exhaustion washed over him. He wondered how much longer he could keep up with all the plots and schemes. He was relieved that Snape hadn't tried to curse him when they discussed Voldemort. Snape didn't blame Harry, even though Harry felt he deserved it. No one had ever been so calm while offering to help him with his dreadful encounters with Voldemort before. Then I think you should take a nap, Snape suggested, running his hand over Harry's back again. The walk is a bit long, and you've had a difficult night. Harry nodded, already closing his eyes. He wasn't sure what he would wake up to, but he hoped Snape's mother would be kind. Snape had mentioned she liked German beer, hadn't he? Harry tried to recall what he knew about beer, hoping to have something to discuss with her, but he came up empty. She must have liked Harry's mother a little at least, since she had taken Lily to Diagon Alley. Maybe they could talk about Lily. Perhaps she would like Harry if she liked Lily. The sounds of the forest surrounded him, blending into his thoughts. When he opened his eyes again, he was almost certain they had apparat, as they were now in a shiny, though very strange courtroom. Dumbledore sat like a king on his throne behind a tall boxed panel. He was dressed like a... The magistrate had replaced his long pointed hat with a white powdered wig. His half-moon spectacles hung from his neck on a beaded chain. What struck Harry as odd was the way Dumbledore wore his black robe and stiff collar. He sat tall and straight like other magistrates, but there was something about him that hinted at selfishness beneath his sternness. Harry couldn't pinpoint what it was, perhaps it was the way he moved or gestured. Harry wished he had worn something nicer than grass-stained jeans and a brown jumper. He had always seen people dress well in courtrooms. A grasshopper leaped over to Dumbledore's seat and handed him a folded piece of parchment, but Dumbledore neglected to open it. He appeared to be presiding over a court of very anxious animals. One family of crickets seemed especially restless. Guilt is a difficult subject, and I think you'd all agree, Dumbledore said, looking out at the sea of whispering animals. Their hushed conversations made Harry anxious about what was to come. Suddenly, he realized he was the one on trial, and these animals were his jury. He wished he had more time to prepare his case. If he had, he would have had something clever to say. We must ask ourselves, is Harry guilty? For which, the answer is of course, yes, Dumbledore said, steepling his fingers. Harry shook his head wildly, unsure of what he was on trial for, but he knew he wasn't guilty. A fussy frog croaked and pointed at him, as if he wasn't allowed to shake his head. Dumbledore raised his hand and nodded at the frog, though he didn't look at Harry. He never looked at Harry anymore. How could Harry have known he wasn't allowed to shake his head? He had never been to court before. He had only seen it on television, and even then, it was lightly dramatized. What is arguably more important is the morality of what Harry is guilty of, Dumbledore said as a chorus of chirps came from the rowdy group of crickets. The matter of morality can lead us to find him not guilty, you see, though it may as easily lead us to his guilt, as I'm sure you all understand. The animals whispered and shivered in discussion. The question we must ask then must be the right one, Dumbledore continued, placing his spectacles on the bridge of his crooked nose. He licked his thumb and broke the seal on the parchment note the grasshopper had given him moments ago. Harry felt it was unfair. He was almost certain Dumbledore couldn't prepare morality questions if he had already decided Harry was guilty. Why was he allowed to ask a morality question in a courtroom? What even was a morality question? Dumbledore had declared Harry guilty. What more did they need to continue this? Thus, our question is, Dumbledore said as he began to read aloud. Given what I know of the prophecy, is it fair that Harry ran away from me? Excited whispers erupted from the crowd, and Harry's mouth dropped open in shock at the question. He didn't know what Dumbledore knew, and he certainly wasn't running away. He had run from Dumbledore at Privet Drive, sure, but he hadn't run from his prophecy. "A question, Your Honor." A brown grass snake wearing a waistcoat similar to Uncle Vernon stood abruptly, silencing the chatty crowd. "Can we hear the prophecy's wording, so we may make a sound decision?" "No," Dumbledore replied shortly. "It is not a matter of wording, it is a matter of moral guilt. Do try to remember." The brown snake nodded glumly and sat back down. "As I said, Harry is already guilty. What we are now here to decide is whether he is morally wrong for running from me when I know his future. I didn't run from you because of the prophecy," Harry shouted. "I ran from you because—" "The accused will be silent while we deliberate," Dumbledore said, with a quick flick of his wand. Harry felt as if his mouth had been zipped shut. He tried to force it open, but panic surged through him when he realized he couldn't. He looked up, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. How could the animals judge what he was guilty of if Dumbledore wouldn't let him explain? How could anyone judge him when he couldn't speak for himself? A bullfrog jumped up, and the crowd fell silent again. Harry noticed sweat stains on his button-down jacket and felt an urge to wash it for him. He had worn sweaty and dirty clothes for far too long, and the frog was probably just as self-conscious about its appearance as Harry had been growing up. The frog opened its wide mouth and croaked something that sounded like a question, though Harry couldn't decipher it. "That will be taken into consideration, thank you," Dumbledore replied. Harry tried to shout and ask what the frog had said, but his mouth was too tightly shut to make a sound. He wanted his wand, but he couldn't find it. Suddenly, a teacup fell onto the shiny polished floor to his right, startling him awake. "Oh," a soft voice said. "I'm sorry, I thought you were quite asleep." Harry blinked the sleep from his eyes and tried to sit up. It was much more difficult than it should have been. He slid uncoordinatedly twice before realizing he was still against Snape's chest. Snape hadn't moved despite Harry's clumsy attempts. Harry half worried the man might be dead until he looked up and saw that Snape was asleep. He had one long arm thrown over his eyes and was half pressed into the back of the couch, which explained why Harry struggled to sit up, as he was tucked between the couch and Snape. Chapter 2. Snape's cloak was still knotted around Harry, making it difficult to move. "Here." Harry looked up to see an elderly woman who resembled Snape, just 30 years older. Her sharp widow's peak was streaked with black and grey, and the pockets of her blue robe were stuffed with packages of snacks. She held out her hand, and Harry struggled to understand why. "You're not an early morning person, are you?" she said with a kind laugh. Harry rubbed his palms over his eyes, trying to clear the foggy remnants of an uncomfortable dream from his mind. His mouth wasn't sewn shut, and he wasn't on trial. He was fine. Dumbledore wasn't a magistrate, and animals weren't allowed on juries. He wished he could have defended himself in a real trial. "Sev's been out for over an hour. I'm not sure about you, but you looked like you needed to sleep." Harry sank back into the warm corner he'd been tucked into, trying to recall what had happened. He vaguely remembered arriving in Germany, though that memory was clouded by panic. They had talked about Sirius and Lupin and Avery as well. It felt as if he was missing something. "Are you hungry?" Snape's mother asked. "I made a pot of tea for myself, but it's always nicer to share." Harry looked over at her, realizing belatedly that she had been speaking this whole time and he had been incredibly rude. He wanted to make a good impression on her, for her to like him. He nodded eagerly and struggled to sit up again. "There you are." "I wondered where all that quickwit I'd heard about was," she said with a smile. She leaned over Snape, grasped Harry's hands, and helped him climb free. Once he was on his feet, he felt significantly more awake. Snape's cloak was remarkably heavy, but it certainly kept him warm, just like the small, cozy, and clean sitting room they were in. 2 high-backed chairs were crowded next to the couch, each with neck covers nearly identical to the one Harry had seen in Spinner's End. He half wondered if Snape's mum had knitted them. Maybe all mothers really did know how to knit? "Now, I've got some breakfast tea here, but I don't mind making a new pot if you're not a fan," she said, tapping the shiny black lid on the pot. "I also have some chocolate biscuits. I normally keep them for Sev in case he visits." I like breakfast tea, Harry replied as he continued to look around. And biscuits too, yes please. He noted Snape's apparent love for chocolate biscuits as she handed him one. Excellent, she said as she poured him a cup and helped him onto one of the chairs. Oh. Forgive me, I'm Eileen. She smiled. Just Miss Eileen, no need to faff about with last names. Harry gently set his cup down and held out his hand. I'm Harry, nice to meet you. And you as well, Miss Eileen said as she shook his hand. They sipped their tea in peace for a few minutes, and Harry tried to imagine what Snape's childhood must have been like. He liked his mum and hoped Snape's childhood had been a nice one, though he couldn't shake the feeling that it hadn't been. Lupin had said Snape's dad had been a muggle, hadn't he? He wondered where he was. Now, Sev was a bit tight-lipped about all of this, and I can't blame him, Miss Eileen began. But I just want you to know that my house is as safe as I can make it. Germany doesn't muck about with safety in the face of dark wizards. They learned that well enough after Grindelwald. Harry blinked and wondered idly how Dumbledore would find a way around it, as he seemed to always find a way around places Harry hoped would be safe enough. I know Sev isn't the most well-rounded with children either. I'm 15, Harry cut in. He grimaced at himself. Harry wished he had waited until Eileen finished speaking. She waved an apologetic hand at him. My apologies. I forget my age sometimes. I still think of Sev as a child. Harry blinked in confusion, trying to imagine her mothering Snape the way Mrs. Weasley mothered her own children. The mental image was uncomfortable, and he half wondered if Eileen and Mrs. Weasley would argue about the appropriate amounts of mothering. It's an easy thing to overlook when you're a parent. You forget your child has grown up, she began. You always want to help them when they struggle, but people have minds of their own and often formidable natures to go along with them. She added as she sipped her tea. It's a lesson that's taken me years to learn. I think Snape's really nice, Harry said, feeling the need to defend him for some reason. Eileen hadn't said anything unkind, and he wasn't sure why he felt so worried. Well, maybe not nice. Eileen let out a soft laugh as Harry tried to find the right word to use, but nothing came to mind. He wasn't sure he liked talking about Snape while he was asleep, as Harry himself didn't enjoy being discussed when he couldn't contribute. He's helped me a lot, and I really needed it, he finally said. He didn't love admitting that, but Snape had supported him through most of what he experienced at 6 years old. Eileen nodded. I'm glad. Harry sank back in his chair and sipped his tea a little longer. He wondered if Aunt Petunia had found the fake necklace he had thrown on the floor, or if she had told Dumbledore their plan. What if she told Dumbledore the necklace was a portkey? Why would she offer him information if he might take the necklace from her? No, she probably kept silent and pretended she had dropped it or that Dudley had found it. Would Dumbledore remember that Lily used to wear it? He wondered what Dumbledore was doing and if he was angry with him. Harry felt a mix of concern and curiosity. He remembered how scared Severus had sounded when he had run away. You wear your worry on your face, Miss Eileen said. Rather like your mother. I do? Harry asked, his spirits lifting at the thought of sharing another trait with Lily. Oh yes, Lily was very expressive. She could never hide how she felt. She was dreadful at card games, Miss Eileen continued, snacking on a biscuit. Completely unable to cover up her excitement or worry. It was easy to hustle her, not like Severus. Harry wondered if that was a compliment or if Miss Eileen just had a peculiar sense of humor. You give the same puppy dog eye she did when you feel slighted. It makes my old heart ache, she added. Let me get you another biscuit. She rose and pulled more biscuits from the bag. As she moved around the room, she made herself another cup of tea. I used to wonder how much of who we were went into our kids, you know, she asked, handing Harry his snack. I noticed it with Severus first, of course. All my cynicism and humor had to go somewhere, you see. But I was interested in meeting you. You were. Harry replied, surprised. Her dark eyes lit up as she blew the steam away from her cup. It was odd to watch her, as she seemed to have a strange mix of Snape's mannerisms. Or maybe Snape was a mix of her own mannerisms. Well, I knew Lily, but I also knew of your aunt, mostly through Severus. I was curious about what she might inspire in you, Miss Eileen said. Though I worried for you as well. Lily never said anything unkind about her sister, but she never said anything kind either, which, as you probably know, was odd for her. What do you think? Harry asked, unsure if she could give him an answer after only having met him for a few minutes. She leaned back, folding her hands around the small patterned teacup. Her eyes narrowed, almost as if she were appraising Harry. He felt an uncomfortable sensation as if she could see right through him. Harry felt as if he was being seen through layers he hadn't realized he'd built within himself. Miss Eileen reminded him oddly of Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye, which rolled around in his head. He thought Miss Eileen and Mad-Eye Moody would get along well. I think you're a good sort, she said finally. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Well, I wouldn't say my judgment is perfect. It certainly hasn't been in the past, he replied. She shook her head, her eyes widening. Sev might have inherited my skill in judgment as well, the poor thing. Mother, Snape croaked as he sat up quickly, his wide eyes flashing around the sitting room. He slid back against the couch with a sigh once he spotted Harry. What time is it? I didn't intend to actually fall asleep. It's far too early for you to be awake, certainly too early for this one, she answered, pointing at Harry. Harry shook his head, ready to argue, but he realized belatedly that his head had started to tip at some point during their conversation, and he was now curled around the arm of the chair. Hadn't he slept for most of the day? Why was he still exhausted? Snape pinched the bridge of his nose as he climbed to his feet. Nothing from Black yet? He asked. He stepped over to Harry, checking the knot around the cloak before reaching beneath the fabric and lifting Harry up onto his hip. Harry half wondered when he had grown so used to being held as he dropped his head onto Snape's shoulder. Oh, a letter did come, Miss Eileen said as she stood and dug through her pockets. Not for you though, dear. It's for Harry here. A gorgeous snowy owl brought it. Harry sat up straighter as she handed him the letter. He spotted Hermione's neat but cramped handwriting and tore it open, scanning it nervously as worries began to pile up in his mind. She says Dumbledore is at Grimmauld Place and has called an emergency meeting, but she doesn't. I know why. She said he nearly interrogated her and Ron, Harry said, looking up at Snape. She's really worried, but doesn't know what he was looking for. Snape nodded, considering Hermione's comment. The owl wasn't tampered with, was it? He asked after a moment, glancing at his mother. Not that I could tell. Poor thing looked beat, but that's nothing a bit of rest can't help. No tracking charms to speak of either, she replied. We'll just have to wait for Black's word then. Let Dumbledore scramble. He won't find us. Snape turned on his heel and stepped into a hallway. Good night, Mother. Chapter 21. Snape rounded a short hallway and ascended a narrow set of carpeted stairs. Harry idly glanced at framed watercolor paintings and family portraits. He hoped he would have a chance to see them in the morning, though he suspected Snape might hide them. He remembered Snape's firm warning to skin him alive if he told Ron or Hermione about anything he found in Spinner's End. He wondered if that rule applied to Miss Eileen's house as well. They passed a collection of small flower pots sitting in front of a thin window before arriving at a bedroom that was as crowded as the sitting room. Snape pulled Harry's trunk from his pocket and resized it, allowing Harry to rummage through it for a pair of pajamas before disappearing out the door. Harry worried that his entire life would turn into a series of running from house to house, never knowing whether he would have his trunk or not. Snape seemed like a safe person to keep things with, though. He blinked uncertainly around the room as he waited for Snape to return, hoping he would come back. He wasn't sure if he was allowed to sleep on the bed in front of him. Since Snape had brought him to this room, it would be odd if he wasn't allowed to use it. He could easily go downstairs and sleep on the couch instead. Before he could question things further, Snape slipped back into the room and helped him climb onto the bed. Maybe they would alternate between the couch and the bed. Harry didn't know how many bedrooms were in this house. He didn't take up much space, and the couch would certainly make more sense for him rather than Snape. The bed was cozy enough. Knit covers and thick patterned blankets were laid on top, and it was larger than any of the cots he normally slept in. Sitting in the bed seemed to ease the restlessness still itching at him, though Harry wasn't sure his mind was quite ready to sleep. There wasn't much he could do about his consistently closing eyes, though. The uncomfortable dream he'd had still lingered in his thoughts. Harry felt a sense of unease linger, despite reminding himself that he could speak. His mind drifted to the experiences he had with Avery, Dumbledore, and Voldemort. He wanted to know what was happening at Grimmauld Place and Privet Drive. He was concerned about Ron and Hermione. What if Dumbledore punished them for his actions? He found the pendant from his mum's necklace and tried to breathe as it warmed in his hand. Maybe he could write to Dumbledore and ask him not to hurt Ron or Hermione. After all, they hadn't run away, he had. Harry? He flinched and looked up, feeling nervous and uncertain about so much. I know this is chaotic and another new place, Snape began softly. But this house is safe. It's where I go, and have always gone, when I need a safe place. He added, no one will find you here. No one. Harry nodded and looked down at his hands, fussing with the necklace. He wasn't sure if his safety was worth the risk to Ron and Hermione, especially if they didn't have Snape or Sirius and Lupin to support them. How would they handle Dumbledore? What if he tried to curse them like he had with Harry? Snape's fingers wrapped around Harry's, urging him to look up again. I know our current plan isn't one that many people would enjoy. Waiting is never anyone's first choice. Harry nodded again, wondering what would happen if Sirius never wrote to them. He quickly dismissed that thought. Sirius had always reached out to him, no matter the dangers he faced. What if, Harry paused, feeling suddenly self-conscious about his worries. He couldn't recall a time when his concerns had been taken seriously. Aunt Petunia had certainly never made time for them. Ron and Hermione had always listened, and their advice had always been sound. Harry knew he found them useful, but he couldn't rely on them now, especially when they might need to rely on him. What if? Snape asked, quietly encouraging Harry. Harry quickly shook his head and tried to swallow his fears. He didn't feel he deserved to worry Snape with his concerns, not when he felt responsible for everything. This was his fault. He should handle it. It felt like the graveyard all over again. This time, he had broken apart Dumbledore's resistance and potentially given Voldemort the tools he needed to succeed, rather than just assisting in his rebirth, even if he had been unwilling. He had put everyone's lives in danger again. He had run from Dumbledore, who only wanted Harry to be safe. Dumbledore just didn't realize how terrible the Dursleys were. He couldn't see how or why they were so vile. Harry should have tried harder to explain that to him and to show that he wasn't Voldemort, despite how much he might have seemed like him in the Dursleys' front hallway. Harry resembling Voldemort wasn't a reason to hurt his friends. Ron and Hermione weren't like Voldemort, and they would probably give Harry excellent reasons why he wasn't like Voldemort either. Still, they didn't deserve to suffer because of him. He choked back a sob that slowly crept up his throat and desperately wished he wasn't so self-pitying. He needed to move past this. He had to accept what was his fault and move on. This was his fault, but he would fix it. He tried to breathe and let that sink in. Snape's hands came under his arms, drawing him closer and hugging him tightly against his chest. Harry couldn't help but find comfort in the embrace. Sometimes, it felt like the only thing holding together all of his jagged and sharp feelings. He was used to Ron and Hermione hugging him or giving him a pat on the back. There was something distinctly comforting about an adult helping Harry without needing him to provide a good enough reason to deserve it. Snape's fingers ran through his hair as he cupped the back of Harry's head. Something seemed to unravel within him the longer they sat there. What if Dumbledore hurt Ron and Hermione? Harry's heart stuttered as the words slipped out. He wished he could turn back time and stay silent. He dreaded Snape's response. He pressed his face into the man's chest, trying to ignore that he had spoken at all. Molly Weasley doesn't strike me as the sort to allow her children, biological or otherwise, to come to harm," Snape replied. Harry remembered Mrs. Weasley. She would never let anything happen to Ron or Hermione, or any of the other Weasleys. She would probably take them back to the Burrow if she was worried. But would that be safe enough? He was no longer sure what was safe or not. Snape said the Dursleys weren't safe, but Dumbledore said they were. Dumbledore was the one Snape trusted to set a ward on Harry's mind the other night when Harry had that horrible vision. "Harry," Snape began quietly, "you're long past the point of exhaustion. Do you think you might be worrying yourself unnecessarily by thinking in this state?" Harry shook his head. If he didn't think about everything now, he wouldn't be able to figure out how to help Ron and Hermione when he needed to. They were safe for the moment, but what if that changed? What if Dumbledore told them about Voldemort coming out of Harry? What if Voldemort came back out when he was with Miss Eileen? What if he caught Snape helping Harry? The thought of Snape's cover being blown because of his actions made Harry's stomach churn with nausea. A cold sweat broke out over him. Snape pulled him away slightly, and his dark eyes narrowed as he looked at Harry. He looked down at Harry. "Breathe," Snape said as he rubbed a hand over Harry's back. "You're panicking, and you need to try to breathe. What if your cover is blown?" Harry gasped. "It hasn't been," Snape said firmly. "That's how I know the Dark Lord cannot see through your eyes despite Dumbledore's worries." Harry squeezed his eyes shut, trying to swallow his panic as tears threatened to fall. "The Dark Lord is too angry and paranoid to allow me to come and go from his place of hiding if he believed I'd betrayed him. He is fiercely intelligent, but he is not without faults." The thought that Snape's safety depended on Voldemort's faults made Harry's skin crawl. Voldemort's faults stemmed from his pride and overinflated ego. He was clever enough to wait until Snape least expected him to strike. "Please trust me on this, Harry." Snape brushed Harry's fringe from his forehead and encouraged him to open his eyes. "I have relied on his faults to cover me for years. He does not allow traitors to learn secrets, nor does he allow himself to be made a fool of." Harry wasn't sure he believed Snape about Voldemort's inability to see through his eyes. "I will teach you a method to keep him out," Snape said as he untied the knots around the cloak draped over Harry's shoulders. "It's called occlumency. It's complicated magic, and you won't pick it up in one day, but it will give you some peace of mind." Harry nodded eagerly, feeling his lungs open a little wider for a few breaths. "All right," Snape said. He shook out his cloak and turned back the bed covers. "First, you need to lie down." The plush mattress felt soft beneath Harry as he crawled to the head of the bed and fell against the pillows. He shivered over the cool sheets until Snape tucked his cloak around him and pulled the covers up. Once bundled, Harry half wondered if he would be able to stay awake long enough to practice Snape's magic. It felt as if his eyes were becoming too heavy to open. "Excellent," Snape said quietly. "That's the first and second step done." "It is?" Harry asked. "Yes. The second step is that you shut your eyes, which you've already done." "Oh. Now, try to imagine you're on your broom, in the air." Almost immediately, Harry felt the airy weightlessness that came with flying. Even though there wasn't a breeze in the room, he could still sense the phantom brush of wind around him. He didn't think his imagination was usually this good, but he was willing to explore it. You don't need to limit yourself to the Quidditch pitch. You can fly wherever you like. Harry didn't know many places to fly aside from the pitch or the Forbidden Forest, but he assumed any place would serve for now. He almost chose the hut by the sea that Uncle Vernon had brought them to after Harry's acceptance letters had overwhelmed the Dursleys. He felt a happier place might be better. "Focus on the sky around you," Snape's soft voice rippled at the edge of Harry's thoughts. "And your path ahead, nothing else." Harry felt the swoop that ran through him when he spun and looped in the air. He could almost feel his broom beneath his hands. It was hard to think of this as magic, but if it was, he hoped he was good at it. The blue sky stretched as far as he could see in his imagination. He spun through dappled clouds, crested high, and swung low, wondering if his life could ever be as easy and calm as flying. Was there even a chance it would be? It didn't have to be now, but he hoped it would happen. He worried he might have done this magic wrong, but when he opened his eyes to ask, the room was bright, and the sun had come up. He sat up like lightning and blinked confusedly around him. He couldn't tell if the spell had worked or if there had even been a spell. Harry had clearly slept, but he wondered if Voldemort still had access to him. Snape didn't seem to think so, which made Harry wonder if the spell had worked. The small bedroom looked more colorful in the daylight. His trunk was still on the floor, tucked neatly against a large chest of drawers. He half wondered how his mum might have decorated the place if she had the chance. He imagined her seashell lamp would look nice on the chest. He also wondered if Snape would let him take it with him the next time they visited his mum's flat. Would they ever go back there? As quickly as he could, he bolted down the stairs and slid into a kitchen he didn't remember seeing, though he quickly spotted Snape and Miss Eileen. Snape seemed like he had slept, and Harry hoped it hadn't been on the couch. "Oh!" Miss Eileen exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "Well, there's a bit more energy than last night." Harry blinked and smiled sheepishly. He felt unsure if it was polite to ask to go back to his mum's flat after Miss Eileen had let them stay with her. He realized, embarrassed, that he hadn't bothered to put on socks or even change. "Are you hungry?" Miss Eileen asked, seeming to overlook Harry's oversight. She stood slowly and made her way over to a skillet. "I've got some eggs, though I don't have much in the way of toast or oatmeal." Harry wasn't sure what to say or if he should say anything at all. Mrs. Weasley was always ready to feed him, for which he was endlessly grateful, but she had never cooked for him alone. He could prepare something for himself, but it would have to be easy. Eggs might be a bit difficult. He wasn't very hungry either. Snape stepped closer to Miss Eileen. "I'll have an egg if you're already cooking." Miss Eileen nodded as she moved around the kitchen. Harry said, his fingers curling around the hem of his shirt. Harry wore a t-shirt and thought it might not be so awkward if someone else joined him for breakfast. "I will too, please." "I'll just, change quickly." He turned and dashed up the steps, but tripped as his feet slipped out from under him. For a moment, he considered hiding in the bedroom for a few extra minutes in case they heard him fall. "Rough few days?" Miss Eileen's voice echoed softly from the kitchen. Harry paused on the step, unsure if he wanted to listen, but curiosity got the better of him. "It could be better," Snape replied. "Could be better, Ms." Eileen mimicked Snape's low voice, deepening her tone. "Harry looks well rested. He seems all right now." "I don't know what I'm doing, especially after last night," Snape said, his voice barely audible in the quiet. I don't know if I'm making things worse." "Well, for someone who doesn't know, it looks like you're doing all right," Miss Eileen responded. "Mother. He found you first thing in the morning and doesn't flinch when you come near him." "That's better than you think." Snape scoffed. "The bar is not that low." "It's higher than it looks," Miss Eileen insisted. "You have many fine skills. I'm particularly fond of your ability to listen. It's one of your more useful talents. Listening won't stop Death Eaters." "No, but it will make the effects of their attacks feel considered and heard." "What is it you've said about Dumbledore from the outset?" Snape sighed, seeming reluctant to answer. Harry shifted nervously between his feet, wondering if Snape's silence was because he knew Harry was listening. He doesn't always listen. The sound of cracking eggshells urged Harry to hurry the rest of the way up the stairs and into the bedroom. He pulled on his mum's old jumper as he considered their conversation. He couldn't quite decide how he felt about it, but Harry didn't think the conversation had been terrible, at least not like most discussions about Snape. This one seemed to focus more on Snape's behavior. He silently vowed to pay more attention to Snape, especially after what happened with Avery. He also needed to ask about Ron and Hermione, as well as Sirius and Lupin. Any of them might have sent more information while he had been asleep. He spun around, searching for a clock but couldn't find one. Maybe he could convince someone to take him to a store so he could buy a wristwatch that would fit his small wrist if he stayed 6 for much longer. After taking care of his morning rituals, Harry quickly slipped back down the stairs. "No," Snape's voice rang down the hallway. "I don't know what Dumbledore will say if he sees Harry. He's fearful of what information might somehow reach the Dark Lord." Snape added, "I won't bring Harry back when Dumbledore cannot see Petunia for what she is." "Has anyone asked Petunia to weigh in?" "She clearly has an opinion," Ms. Eileen asked. Harry inched farther along the hallway, unsure if he should disrupt their conversation. He didn't want to be caught eavesdropping, but this seemed like the kind of conversation he normally wouldn't have been allowed to listen to. Snape had asked Harry for his thoughts when they made plans before, though. Maybe he'd want Harry present? He lingered nervously near the doorway as he debated. "I won't bring Harry anywhere near her either, and I see no point in addressing her. Dumbledore doesn't see her knack for cruelty. He only sees her bitterness," Snape replied, the sound of a fork sliding over a plate echoing in the background. "Well, if Harry ran from them both, I'm sure Dumbledore got an eyeful," Snape hummed. "What he sees and what he surmises are two different stories. It's hard to rationalize yourself as a protector when the person you're trying to protect runs from you, though," Ms. Eileen said. "He may have been blind before, but I have a feeling he's been enlightened." A teacup landed softly on its saucer. Harry's friend said Dumbledore had asked questions, but she didn't say what kind. If he'd asked her where Harry might hide, she'd have likely asked Harry if he was safe, but she didn't. "For all you know, Dumbledore asked them about Petunia," Ms. Eileen continued. "I find it hard to imagine he's had a sudden change of heart," Snape said sharply. "Less a change of heart and more a new consideration of what he can no longer afford to be blind to. Besides, what help would two children who haven't been in contact with Harry be in finding him? If he thought they had been in contact though. You said it yourself. His friends had never visited that house. They'd never slept over or run around the neighborhood," Ms. Eileen said. "Neither of those kids would know where to look. They don't know you, and you said they're not close with Black, so they wouldn't know where the two of you would hide either." Harry stepped into the kitchen, feeling he'd learn more by being a part of the conversation. "Welcome back." "Sev's already eaten," Ms. Eileen said, her eyebrows rising as she spotted him. She waved him to a seat. She quickly spooned several eggs onto his plate and set a glass of milk in front of him before returning to her own spot. Harry poked at his food. He still wasn't very hungry, despite how little he'd eaten over the last few days. His stomach was in knots, and he vaguely remembered Snape warning him to eat as he had at 6. He eyed Snape's plate, wondering if he should eat everything or not. Mrs. Weasley generally liked clean plates, and Aunt Petunia gave Harry less the next time they ate if he didn't finish everything. She never wanted him wasting food. "Sev and I were discussing yesterday, though neither of us seemed to be making much headway." Harry looked up, excited that they hadn't changed the subject. "Black sent a message this morning detailing how they'd. Dumbledore led us on a chase, but he seems to have realized we caught onto his tracking spell and returned to Grimmauld Place. Black is now dealing with him directly, and from the sound of the message, there doesn't appear to be much diplomacy," Snape said. He pinched the bridge of his nose and rubbed his fingers into his eyes. Harry hoped he hadn't slept on the couch. "Do you think I, or maybe you, should write a letter to Dumbledore?" Harry asked as he cut through his first egg. "A letter won't keep him from searching," Snape replied, his eyes sliding over Harry and his plate. "He might have experienced some growth, though." "Don't count that out," Ms. Eileen said. "It's hard to watch the people you try to care for run from you because of your own actions." Snape nodded but remained quiet. "Do you think Dumbledore would take me back again? Even after everything?" Harry asked. A misty silver-grey wolf drifted through the small window above the sink and dropped onto the floor. It loped along the length of the table before sitting in front of Snape and opening its long snout, allowing Lupin's soft voice to whisper around them. Conversations are quickly dissolving. Molly found out about what happened at Privet Drive, and Mad Eye is attempting to cover up Avery's actions on the Ministry's end. "It seems odd that Dumbledore hasn't messaged me himself if things are dissolving," Snape said idly. "Also," Lupin's voice continued, "Hermione cornered me and requested that you come as soon as you can, though she refuses to say why. Harry jerked and stared at the blurry Patronus. Yesterday's worries exploded in his thoughts, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't been told something awful had happened. He couldn't begin to wonder what it was. Knowing Hermione, it could be anything. Why would she only want Snape, though? Only that it's extremely important. She won't open the door for anyone else. The Patronus faded as it completed its message, leaving no trace it had ever been there. MS. Eileen stood and waved her wand at the teacup and saucer, sending them floating toward the sink. I dislike being summoned by Miss Granger, Snape muttered, his expression dark. Think of it less like a summoning and more like a plea for assistance. That's what it sounds like. Besides, Miss Eileen smiled as she flicked her wand over the pan and countertops. She's clever, from what you said. Harry's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Snape. Passing exams with high marks does not qualify for clever as they come, Snape replied quickly. It could easily be that she just wants information and is hiding in her room until she gets it. Miss Eileen frowned and clicked her tongue as she stepped out of the room. I'll be back in a moment. Say goodbye if you're leaving, though, she called as she disappeared down the hallway. Hermione's not like that, Harry said firmly. And I want to help her. It felt like the discussion about Neville all over again. Harry hadn't been able to argue about Snape's treatment of Neville when it had come up, but he could argue now. If Snape was capable of seeing Harry in a new light, he could see his friends that way as well. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose again. Apologies, Harry. I will visit her today and speak with her, he said. Politely, he added. Oh, Harry replied, feeling his quick anger settle. Can we go now? He asked, poking at another egg. He didn't want to keep eating, he was already feeling uncomfortably full. He still had the entire glass of milk to finish. Not quite, Snape said as he sniffed and sat up. I want to talk before we consider you leaving. Harry nodded. Would you like me to take your plate? Snape asked, holding out his hand as he stood. Harry blinked at Snape, wondering if he would still be able to eat later if he hadn't finished everything on his plate. Snape had never taken away his food before. The last time they had eaten together, Snape hadn't mentioned anything about Harry wasting food when he couldn't finish it. I will always give you food, Harry, Snape said quietly. And you're equally welcome to dislike certain foods or request alternatives. He added, we might want to start with soups or lighter foods for a while, considering what you've eaten over the last few days. Harry blinked, trying to imagine what that might look like. He wondered what Miss Eileen would say if he told her he didn't like something. He didn't think there were any foods he truly disliked. He handed his plate over, relieved to be rid of it. If you aren't hungry, you need only say so, Snape added firmly. Also, before you sleep tonight, I want to practice occlumency again, Anne. Will I be on the couch? Harry asked before he could stop himself. The couch? Snape's eyebrows furrowed. Right, because I had the bed last night, Harry said. I take up less room than you do, so you should have the bed. Snape shook his head as he set the plates in the sink and flicked his wand, just as Miss Eileen had done moments earlier. No, Harry, I just transfigured the couch into a bed. Oh, Harry said, feeling slightly foolish for forgetting about magic. I'd much rather you sleep in a bed and in a bedroom as well. I'm not sure how to make that more comfortable for you yet. We might get Lily's blanket from her flat. Snape trailed off quietly as he returned to his seat. Can I bring her seashell lamp too? Harry asked. Snape hummed in agreement. In addition to occlumency, I want to address something you said last night. Harry couldn't hide the nervousness curling inside him. You said you'd seen the Dark Lord, Snape began. Harry nodded slowly, worry building inside him. The fear that Voldemort could actually see through his eyes grew stronger. Maybe the magic they had done the night before hadn't worked. It felt different from any magic he had practiced at school. You said you'd seen him in your cupboard. A chill ran down Harry's back. He hadn't realized he had spoken that out loud. The uncomfortable feeling in his stomach churned. He thought he could handle the cupboard and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. He despised the cupboard and felt it had been cruel. He hadn't expected Snape, or Sirius and Lupin, to find out about it. He didn't want to feel any more humiliation. He remembered Lupin saying they would address Aunt Petunia's abuse after they escaped. No, no, Harry. Snape stood up quickly and moved around the table. He dropped to his knees in front of Harry's chair, his hands hovering near Harry without touching him. "I'm not a mop," Harry complained, memories of his argument with Uncle Vernon flooding his mind. The pain he had felt earlier returned, and he struggled to control his emotions. The Dursleys had always told him to stay quiet, wait patiently, and pretend he didn't exist until he was needed. In that moment, he wanted Snape more than ever. "I didn't choose to go in there. Uncle Vernon said I had to." "I know," Snape said, reaching out slowly to cup the back of Harry's head. "Vernon's behavior was my fault. I shouldn't have relied on Petunia to keep her word not to harm you, even if she agreed to our terms." Harry shook his head vigorously against his rising emotions. "She didn't say anything to me. She didn't even look at me." "She didn't need to," Snape said softly. "I know you don't want to discuss that house, but I think you might find some comfort in talking about it," Snape said as he ran a hand through Harry's hair. "You've been through things that no one, especially not a 15-year-old, should have to endure." Fear washed over Harry. He couldn't imagine anyone wanting to listen to him complain about his problems. Aunt Petunia's voice echoed in his mind, cruelly reminding him of how little he was worth. If someone did listen, how could he be sure they wouldn't turn around and sell his story to the Daily Prophet? The thought of Rita Skeeter's articles and Malfoy's taunts made his stomach churn. A damp cloth brushed over his forehead, and Harry blinked down to meet Snape's cautious and worried eyes. Snape handed him a glass of water after assuring him he wasn't going to be sick. Harry shook his head and took a sip. Snape nodded and stood up. "I want you to think about it. You don't have to decide now, or even soon," he said, extending his hand. Harry took it and was quickly lifted onto Snape's hip. "Let's find ways to make your bedroom more comfortable." Harry felt uncertain about having a place he could truly call his own, but he was relieved to move on from their last conversation. He didn't want to think about the Dursleys until at least next summer. His fingers clenched the fabric at Snape's shoulder as fear and worry continued to ripple through him. Snape rubbed a hand over his back as they ascended the stairs. "Then, since Miss Granger has requested my presence, I will make an effort to meet with her politely." Chapter 22. Harry's fingers clenched around the fabric at Snape's shoulder as they rounded the banister. His thoughts spun in a tangle and tightened into a knot of anxiety. What was Dumbledore doing at Grimmauld Place? Was he telling the other Order members what happened? Had he changed the story to make himself seem less scary, or would he make it seem like Harry was at fault? Harry knew he was at fault for some of the evening, but he didn't feel he was at fault for everything. Maybe Dumbledore was convincing everyone that Harry had just decided to run away from him. Mortification curled through Harry's stomach at that thought. They'd all know about him having run away. They'd think he was an actual child. Maybe Snape thought he was a child, and that was why he wanted Harry to talk with someone. Maybe Harry was a child. He hadn't climbed down from Snape's arms yet, nor did he feel inclined to leave, not when his stomach was still rolling after they talked about his cupboard. "I have reservations about taking you to Grimmauld Place, though I fear you will be wholly intolerant of that choice," Snape started as he stepped into the bedroom Harry had slept in. "I dread the thought of Dumbledore taking custody of you." His eyes swept over the small space as he spoke, making silent judgments over the odds and ends in the crowded room. Harry felt that was a worryingly possible event, and he couldn't shake the fear clinging to his throat at the thought. Dumbledore could easily have convinced everyone at Grimmauld Place that Harry was a liar, just like Aunt Petunia used to say. They'd probably believe him too. "Do you think he's told everyone what happened?" Harry asked as Snape's hand rubbed over his back. "Being honest about it, I mean. I'm more inclined to say that Dumbledore has spoken honestly about the events he discussed, though he may have omitted details or avoided questions," Snape replied. He flicked his wand at the. Harry watched as Snape waved his wand, splitting the chest of drawers in two. The smaller half sealed itself and wobbled into the corner, while the larger half transformed into a desk and chair. "Your godfather will keep Dumbledore in check," Snape said softly. "As much as I despise him, he will likely bring the truth to light." He flicked his wand again and lowered the bed. "And if Lupin's last message is anything to go by, the Order hasn't accepted omissions and half answers." Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure he felt reassured. Lupin's message had mentioned Mrs. Weasley finding out what happened, so maybe Dumbledore had told the truth. "I think this is all we can change for the moment in this bedroom. This house doesn't have electricity, so we'll need to charm your mother's lamp," Snape said. "Whether you come with me or not." "I want to come," Harry said quickly. Snape's eyes widened at Harry's sudden volume. Harry felt himself shrink inward, wishing he had waited for Snape to finish. He only wanted to help Ron and Hermione. They didn't deserve to be punished for his actions. "Noted," Snape replied after a moment. "Regardless, I want to go over occlumency with you again, in case you need it." Harry understood the importance. He didn't want Voldemort seeing through his eyes and learning about Snape's spying. Dumbledore had mentioned that as one of the reasons Harry needed to stay at Privet Drive, but if Harry learned occlumency, they could argue that Voldemort was blocked from spying on them. "To reiterate," Snape said as he sat on the bed, "this is a highly advanced skill. It is complicated and not something that will come naturally to you." "Last night you just told me to imagine flying, though," Harry replied with a confused look. "That wasn't very difficult." "No," Snape shook his head. "That isn't. It's one of the first steps. Focus on clearing your mind. When you're worried, fearful, or angry, I want you to imagine flying on your broom." "But when I'm angry." "Especially when you're angry, Harry," Snape said firmly. "I want you to shut your eyes and clear your mind whenever you begin to feel truly angry." Harry dropped his head onto Snape's shoulder. He wondered how imagining flying would help when he felt angry enough to scream. It didn't seem likely to go well. Things rarely went well when he was angry, and usually, no one listened to him, which only made him angrier. What would happen if he stayed quiet when he was angry? He shook his head, reminding himself that this was less about his anger and more about keeping Voldemort out. Imagining flying was difficult even now. He still felt uncomfortable after discussing his inability to fight back against being put in the cupboard. He was annoyed with himself for getting Ron and Hermione into another dangerous mess. He felt bitter about running straight into Avery, and he was exhausted. Snape rubbed a hand over his back. "How do you feel when you fly?" he asked. "Happy," Harry thought. "Free." "Calm," Harry answered. It was much easier to fly than to handle his mistakes. "How do you feel when you chase the snitch?" Focused, his mind supplied immediately. "Like nothing else matters. And nothing else should. The only thing that matters is catching the snitch." Snape shifted and pulled something from his pocket. Harry didn't feel inclined to leave his hiding place, but the hum of quick wings made him look up curiously. The snitch Lupin had initially brought to his mum's flat jumped from Snape's palm and bobbed over the blanket. Harry instinctively snatched it out of the air. The excitement of his success rushed through him as the small wings beat against his fist. Snape reached out again, silently asking for it back. The moment Harry released it, though, it soared over his head. Harry moved toward the desk. "This is how occlumency begins," Snape said as Harry climbed down from his lap to chase after the snitch. "Nothing else matters. Focus on catching the snitch and clearing all other thoughts from your mind," he added. Harry leapt onto the chair, having forgotten about it until the snitch appeared over it. He snared the small ball again and smiled proudly at Snape. Snape nodded and held his hand out again. "Flying clears your mind, and chasing the snitch focuses it. Occlumency requires you to be emotionless and blank. It requires you to focus only on completing your goal." Harry hopped off the chair and handed the snitch back. He almost wished Snape would let him keep chasing it, as he felt lighter than he had in days. Now, Snape said, pocketing the snitch and gesturing for Harry to sit. Repeat back to me how occlumency works. Harry nodded. I have to have a clear mind, but not, without anything to focus on. How do you achieve that? Snape asked. Harry had the oddest sense that if Snape had taught potions like he taught occlumency, he would probably be quite good at the subject. He wondered why Snape was so harsh when teaching groups of students and if he would provide easier tutoring in smaller groups. By imagining flying, calming down, and not letting my anger get the best of me. Harry answered. Both the Dark Lord and Dumbledore are skilled legilimens, which means they can peer into the minds of others, Snape said. Clearing your mind and focusing your thoughts elsewhere will render their attack null. It's a skill that requires direct eye contact, which is why I do not believe the Dark Lord can see through your eyes. Am I that then? Harry asked, unable to remember the term Snape had used to describe peering into others' minds moments ago. I can see through his snake's eyes. He climbed onto the bed covers. Snape blinked. His snake? Nagini. I always see through Nagini's eyes. You never see through the Dark Lord's eyes? Never his eyes directly? Snape asked, leaning forward. Harry shook his head. Once in a while, I'll be in a long hallway that I've never seen before, and I'll be myself. But otherwise, I'm always the snake. A worrying silence fell over them as Snape grew quiet. Harry was unsure if he should say something. He didn't tell many people about his problems with Voldemort, especially not people who weren't Ron or Hermione. He didn't think he'd ever told an adult about his visions. Hermione had begged him to tell Dumbledore, and while he had tried in his 4th year, he could never bring himself to say anything. He was glad he hadn't told Dumbledore now. I don't know enough about this to help, but I will look into it, Snape finally said slowly. He breathed deeply and looked Harry in the eye. When you saw the Dark Lord of the Dursleys, did you see him in front of you? Harry shook his head again. More like from behind me, or, he hesitated, unsure if he wanted to say from inside. The thought chilled him to the bone. He didn't want to consider Voldemort growing out of him somehow. Snape's eyes narrowed. A nervous worry began spinning through Harry's thoughts. He didn't want Snape's opinion of him to change. This will need further research, Snape said quietly. It's not something I have the books or understanding of to begin to help. He paused, as if debating a thought. It's something Dumbledore might be knowledgeable about. I don't want to tell him. Harry exclaimed, inching closer. He felt very much like crawling back into Snape's arms, but he couldn't quite convince himself to do it. He was immensely thankful for Snape having helped him when he was in dire need. He worried it was too childish to ask for help when he was only feeling anxious. A shudder ran through him as he inched closer, despite himself. The thought that Hermione was nearly always the one to pull him into hugs whispered through his mind. Ron was quick to join in, but it was Hermione who initiated those moments between the three of them. He wished she was here now. Sitting up straight, he tried to summon the courage to reach over. He had never given much thought to these small acts of bravery, believing they weren't worth considering. He rarely felt the time was right to be the one to reach out. Hermione was brilliant that way. She had once said that her strengths lay in books and cleverness, and that those could never rival true courage. If Harry could go back in time, he would explain how her small acts of kindness were infinitely more important. Snape didn't say anything as he wrapped his arms around Harry's back. What if Dumbledore turns what happened around and uses it to force me back to the Dursleys? Harry whispered. Or what if he says I'm cracked? He knew he wasn't insane, despite what all of Hogwarts might have thought during the Triwizard Tournament, or just after. No, you're not cracked, Harry, Snape said, shaking his head. I've spent the last week with you, and I can say with complete certainty that you are not mentally unstable. The nervousness coursing through Harry eased enough to let him breathe. He supposed Snape would have been paying attention to that, given that he usually thought Harry was unstable. But Snape hadn't seen him during the episodes. What if Harry was unstable during those moments and Snape just hadn't witnessed it? Dumbledore is the lesser of two evils in this scenario, Snape said, his hand rubbing over Harry's back. It doesn't mean we have to ask him outright and potentially give him more information just yet. We may be able to inquire about his concerns without revealing too much. Dumbledore mentioned a similar phenomenon to what you experience, Snape said. Harry tried to recall when Dumbledore had said something like that. After your vision, he worried the Dark Lord could see through your eyes. You experience the opposite, though. We will learn more by asking him why he worries the Dark Lord can see through your eyes, Snape added quickly. Because you need eye contact for legitimacy. Legitimacy, yes, Snape confirmed. I suppose bringing you to Grimmauld Place will give us the chance to question Dumbledore. You might be asked to give a full account of the events at Privet Drive, though. A nauseating jolt rolled through Harry's stomach as the odd dream from last night lingered in his mind. Would the Order treat him as if he were on trial? Would they force him to talk about his cupboard? What would he say? Could he skip over the humiliating details like Dumbledore might have? If you come and feel unsafe, we will leave. I have a feeling you want to see your friends, though, and you might be able to encourage Miss Granger to get to her point quickly. What would Ron and Hermione think? It is entirely up to you whether you come or stay, Snape said. My mother would love to have you here. She searched her wardrobe this morning for her old Gobstone set in case you stayed and wanted to play. Harry couldn't help but smile. He didn't think any adult had ever wanted to play a game with him. He used to envy Dudley for how often Uncle Vernon had offered to play games with him. He hadn't wanted to play with Uncle Vernon, but he would have liked to play with someone. It may be safer for you to stay, Snape added as Harry looked up. Think about what you'd like to do. While I dislike the idea of bringing you, I worry you would find your way there regardless of my decision. Harry nodded. He knew he needed to return to Grimmauld Place eventually, and he was more than anxious to help. Hermione. Harry understood why Snape wanted him safe. Miss Eileen's house might have been the safest place he had stayed in the past week. No one there wanted to use, hurt, or kill him, and there were no Dementors or Boggarts around. If I come with you, can I stay nearby? Or be with Sirius maybe? Harry asked. I don't want Dumbledore near me. Understood, Snape said. Do you want to come then? Harry started. Yes, but will your mum be sad I won't be here to play Gobstones? Snape made a sound that Harry almost thought was a laugh, though he had never heard Snape laugh before. She won't mind. Snape ran a hand through his hair. I will take us back here, and tonight you can play with her if you're interested. He pulled the snitch from his pocket again and handed it to Harry. It hummed in his fingers, reminding him to focus. This visit will likely become emotional, Snape said. Try to keep your mind clear. You don't need to be perfect, but I don't want you seeing the Dark Lord if we can prevent it. Harry nodded and pocketed the snitch. Let's say goodbye and be on our way then. Harry hopped down and followed Snape as they made their way to Miss Eileen. She waved their goodbyes off with a quick nod and promised to have more groceries if they were staying. She seemed excited at the thought of having company, and Harry felt grateful. He just wanted to be somewhere people didn't actively hate him. They walked out the door and down a crooked path through the woods. Harry tried to take in everything around him as they walked. Winding paths bisected the trail and twisted around massive tree trunks in a confusing sprawl. Harry wondered how Snape knew the way in such a dense forest. He figured if Miss Eileen had lived there for a long time, it would be important to remember. It was a bit like the maze of stairs and corridors at Hogwarts. Felt a wave of unease wash over him. The corridors of Hogwarts had been a familiar comfort, but now, the thought of returning to Grimmauld Place filled him with dread. As Snape lifted him into his arms, they approached the dense cluster of trees where they had arrived the night before. Harry hoped there wouldn't be any screaming the moment they stepped inside, though he knew that might be too much to wish for. Ready? Snape asked. We'll take a breather when we arrive. Harry nodded, and they spun out of the woods. The sounds of the city rushed into his ears, drowning out the loud crack of their arrival. His stomach churned as nausea surged up his throat. Snape quickly set him down to avoid any mishaps. Deep breaths, Snape instructed as they stood outside the grey stone row house. If you find yourself separated from me, seek out your godfather or Lupin. Snape's fingers gently brushed down Harry's nose. The nausea faded slightly, though his chest still felt tight. And if at any point you feel unsafe, tap your nose, and we'll leave, Snape added. Harry nodded again. Will we visit Hermione first, or? He trailed off, unsure if Snape would view Hermione's request as significant as the discussions with the other members of the Order. If we are delayed, it might take a moment or two. But if not, we will find her quickly, Snape replied. Harry braced himself as they opened the door, but the front hallway was empty. He wasn't sure if he expected an outright attack or if Sirius might have been waiting for them like he had the first time Harry visited Grimmauld Place. I won't hear of it. Mrs. Weasley's angry voice echoed from down the hallway. I refuse. Don't tell me I should consider that man's side. I'll. Molly, Mr. Weasley's voice responded. You're not listening. You can't see past your anger. Oh, I see straight past it, Arthur, she snapped back. Years this has gone on. A door slammed, muffling the rest of their conversation, but Harry felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Harry couldn't tell if Snape was happy or upset about being unable to hear. Snape placed a hand on the back of Harry's head and guided him quickly to the left and up a narrow staircase. The previously dusty banisters were much cleaner than the last time Harry saw them. The odd photo frames had been wiped clean, and the rugs were less tattered. Harry wondered if Kreacher had been involved in any of the cleaning or if he had avoided it altogether. He wished he knew which room was Hermione so he could sprint ahead and check on her and Ron. It felt like they were going to pass every door in the house before reaching Hermione's. They rounded a corner and found Ron sitting cross-legged with his head in his hands. Ron! Harry called as he darted closer. Ron jolted and sat up. His freckles stood out on his pale face, and he looked like he was about to be sick. Are you all right? What happened? Harry asked. Never mind me, mate. Are you all right? Ron replied, pointing at Harry's bruised eye. He flinched at the sight of Snape. Harry looked nervously between the two, wondering how he would convince Ron and Hermione that Snape was more trustworthy than they thought. I'm fine, Harry said. Why are you out here and not inside? He pointed at the door. Oh. Ron started. Yeah, Mum's been a bit, his eyes darted towards Snape as he carefully considered his next words. Well, we just thought, that is, Hermione thought. Sometime soon, Mr. Weasley, Snape said, crossing his arms. Ron nodded and sniffled. I was just watching the door. My being the sick and all, he said, raising his fingers in air quotes, has kept most of them away, but I figured we needed a lookout. Sick, Snape deadpanned. Right, Ron replied, dragging the word out. Is this what I've been summoned to? Assist with? Snape asked, raising an eyebrow. No. No, Ron half shouted. Hermione's inside, just, follow us. Please? He spun on his heel and opened the door, letting them into a small but tidy room. Harry. Hermione jumped to her feet as she caught sight of him. Where Ron looked pale and nauseous, Hermione seemed fine, thankfully. Her eyes flashed nervously over Harry before narrowing when they landed on Snape. She lingered near the bed, hands clasped behind her back. Well, Miss Granger? Snape asked, lifting his hands. You requested my presence. Harry worried they were reaching the limit of Snape's patience with his friends. It had hardly been 5 minutes. Hermione began. Thank you for coming so quickly. Her eyes darted back to Harry, but he couldn't guess what she was looking for. She stopped short and inhaled deeply. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. This was going worse than Harry had expected. He debated encouraging Hermione to just say what was on her mind, knowing that once she started talking, they'd have an answer quickly. But if Snape left, they'd have to explain everything again. He inched closer to Snape, hoping the man wouldn't disappear out of annoyance. Snape had told Harry not to leave his side, and Harry wondered if that meant Snape wouldn't willingly leave his side either. Snape dropped his hand over Harry's head, easing the tension tightening in Harry's chest. He wished they had made a plan for how to handle Ron and Hermione before arriving. He would have warned Snape about their innate distrust, and maybe Snape could have devised a strategy. Hermione nodded, seeming to gather herself. "I found this in Avery's bag." She swung her arm forward, holding out a jar with a bright blue potion inside. Harry's mouth dropped open. In shock. "That's the potion," he shouted, pointing at the jar and turning to look up at Snape. "The one that hit me and Dudley." Snape held out his hand, and Hermione passed it over. The potion seemed to cling to the sides of the jar as it sloshed, and Harry felt a distinct worry about it getting on him, making him shrink even further in age. "Does it smell the same?" Snape asked Harry as he unscrewed the lid and held it out. Harry nodded vigorously as the rotten smell enveloped them. He could never forget the horrendous odor. It was as if something foul had gone bad and been ignored for weeks. "This will speed the cure exponentially," Snape said quietly, turning the jar in his hand. "How did you know it was there?" Harry asked Hermione curiously. "How did you get it?" Hermione smiled awkwardly. "After Dumbledore left, Ron and I." She paused and blinked nervously at Snape. "Snape can keep a secret," Harry quickly interjected, waving at her to continue. "Okay," Hermione said, giving Harry a firm look and taking another deep breath. "Well, we wanted to know what happened to you, so we eavesdropped on the conversation in the kitchen. We realized they had Avery's bag. Of course, we didn't know it was his at the time, but Sirius had mentioned something important in the bag. We didn't know how to get it, but Ron had the idea." Ron nodded. "I dove into Fred and George's doxy collection, got attacked, and ran into the kitchen spewing." "Which of course was wrong," Hermione said loudly, cutting Ron off and eyeing Snape again. "But it caused a bit of an uproar, and I was able to sneak in and look in the bag." She wrung her hands together. "Which was another wrong thing, of course, but we were so worried. I only had seconds to look, and I wasn't sure what to look for, but I'd taken notes when Harry first described the potions and the attack, and I thought it was too similar to be a coincidence," Ron said as he rubbed his nose. "My distraction was too short. Fred and George didn't have a strong enough antidote." Snape pulled a small vial from his pocket and held it towards Ron. The room fell into an awkward silence. Ron stared blankly at the vial. "Doxy venom in large quantities can be slow-acting and potentially debilitating," Snape stated with a clear tone. "You wrote an essay about it," Ron muttered, his ears turning red as he gave a sheepish shrug. "Continue with your explanation," Snape said, choosing to ignore Ron's embarrassment. Hermione quickly turned back to Snape. "Right, well, I ran away with the jar, and given what we'd heard being discussed, I didn't trust Dumbledore to." She paused and clenched her fists. "Well, I just didn't trust him." "You didn't inform any other Order members?" Snape asked. "We figured it'd be safest to get a message to you because you had Harry," Hermione replied, her hands tightening together. "When I told Professor Lupin to ask for you, I made him promise not to tell anyone about my asking. He told me you might not come if I didn't explain why, though." Ron nodded in agreement as he unstoppered the vial Snape had given him. Snape hummed thoughtfully. "Black was unaware of this potion's qualities and descriptors when last I heard. If he'd known of the potion's existence, he'd have sent a message sooner. It's likely he was speaking about something else, and you're lucky to still have your fingers attached after searching that bag." Hermione turned pale, and Ron choked as he swallowed around the potion. "Nonetheless, your meddling reputation precedes you," Snape continued. "You were right to be careful with whom to trust and to hide this until I could see it. Check items before you touch them with Specialist Revelio. You'll keep your hand attached for longer." Hermione nodded, repeating the spell under her breath. Ron glanced between Hermione and Harry, as if he wanted to say something but thought better of it. So, what actually happened, Harry? Hermione asked. I'm really not sure where to start, Harry replied. He struggled to recall the last time he had spoken with them. He vaguely remembered telling them about finding his mum's necklace, but he wasn't sure how to explain everything that happened after that. Are you two all right? He asked. Hermione nodded, while Ron shrugged. Ron? Mrs. Weasley's muffled voice came through the door. Ron, are you in there with Hermione? Hermione jumped. What do I do? She whispered to Snape, pacing anxiously. Panic washed over her face. Snape pocketed the jar and looked down at Harry, seeming to silently ask if he was ready for what Mrs. Weasley might say or do if they answered her. Harry thought they could just stay silent, but it would be awkward if she opened the door to check. He nodded and smiled weakly at Snape, hoping to communicate his readiness, however untrue it might be. Snape spun on his heel and pulled the door open. Ron, are you Severus Snape? Mrs. Weasley shouted as she caught sight of him. Mrs. Weasley, Snape said politely. What? Worry crossed Mrs. Weasley's face as she looked between Ron and Hermione before spotting Harry. Oh. Harry dear, you poor thing. When did you get here? Sirius has been tight-lipped, wouldn't say a word about where you were. Dumbledore didn't say either. I was beside myself with worry. Are you all right, dear? She asked quickly, nearly stumbling over her words. Harry blinked, confused. He started, inching closer to Snape as she stepped into the room. Yes. Mrs. Weasley seemed inclined to come closer but stopped short as she eyed Snape. Who's downstairs currently? Snape asked. At the moment, we've taken something of a break, Mrs. Weasley said with a sigh. Remus is still unwell, and Arthur seems to think we've met a stalemate. She quickly moved over to Ron and checked him over. Tonks and Mad-Eye Moody have both come and gone multiple times. They're gone now, but I'm sure they'll be back. Kingsley and Minerva are still here arguing as well. Ron fussed beneath her hands before pulling away. Mum. You've been attacked by doxies, Ronald Weasley, she snapped. If I'd known those two had hidden a doxy infestation. She clicked her tongue as she turned Ron's head side to side. I have enough to worry about at the moment. I think he's fine, Mrs. Weasley, Hermione said weakly. He hasn't been sick since you last checked. Well, that's one crisis averted. Don't think I won't check again in an hour, she muttered as she turned to Harry. Now Harry, I'm sure you're exhausted, you poor dear. She gave Snape a suspicious look. Why don't you come with me and we'll get you some tea? Harry shook his head and grabbed onto Snape's hand. He couldn't remember if Mrs. Weasley was usually this suspicious around Snape or if Dumbledore had begun to turn her against him. He tried to remind himself of the distrust Snape had fed into the Order so he could continue to spy safely. Mrs. Weasley's mouth curled unhappily. May I speak with you, Severus? She asked. If you absolutely must, Snape said tiredly. She nodded. Outside, please, she said as she waved a hand. Mum. Ron whined. Can't you just accept that we're part of the Order too? We're already in the house. Why can't we listen? Ronald. Mrs. Weasley snapped. It's not like you can keep us out of it. You know who already targets Harry. I have gone over this with you, Mrs. Weasley continued. I argued back. You should be thankful you haven't been forced into this mess and thankful you've been saved from the trauma and horror of what. A pit sank in Harry's stomach as Snape quickly led him out of the room and down the hall. The argument continued loudly, and neither Ron nor Mrs. Weasley realized they had left. He would have given anything to avoid Voldemort. I don't suppose Tag runs in that family, Snape hissed as they slipped down the stairs. Ah. Harry jerked backward as he spotted Dumbledore's long white beard. He nearly tripped over the stairs before Snape's hand tightened around his and pulled him upright. Harry, Dumbledore said as he backed away, his blue eyes saddened. I believe I owe you quite an apology. Chapter 23. Harry stood rigidly on the staircase. The fear of Dumbledore cursing him or taking him away rushed through him. He instinctively tried to spot the nearest exit. They could run back up the stairs, but that wouldn't get them out of the house. They were 3 steps from the landing, but they could never pass Dumbledore or round the banister fast enough to escape. "Harry?" Dumbledore asked softly. "Perhaps you'd like to begin this apology with an explanation?" Snape said in a steely tone. Dumbledore folded his hands in front of him, and his face softened. His eyes brushed quickly over Harry before landing on Snape, who stared intently at him. Dumbledore seemed to debate something, though Harry wasn't sure he'd ever be able to guess what was on his mind. Miss Eileen's voice echoed in his ears, and Harry wondered if she would have been able to read him. She seemed the type to succeed at it, but Dumbledore had given Harry reason to believe he was the sort to show people the emotions he thought they wanted to see. He probably knew which emotions they'd most want to see before they even realized themselves. He should probably give Dumbledore a chance to explain himself. Snape didn't think he deserved one, but Miss Eileen had said he might have had a change of heart. A change of heart was all well and good, but Harry wasn't sure he'd ever be able to fully trust Dumbledore again. They'd need to work together to defeat Voldemort, though, change of heart or not. "Of course," Dumbledore said solemnly. "Will you follow me to the sitting room, then?" He raised his arm toward a door past the stairs and behind Harry. "The kitchen will suit," Snape said. Dumbledore blinked slowly. "If you're quite sure, Severus," he said as he backed away farther and held his hand in invitation. "Lead on," Snape said, mimicking Dumbledore's movement with his free hand. Dumbledore twisted on his heel and made his way down the hallway. Snape tightened his grip on Harry's hand. Harry realized Snape did not want Dumbledore to walk behind them. He also seemed reluctant to let Dumbledore choose the location for their conversation, which made Harry feel grateful. He had only recently begun to be suspicious of Dumbledore, and Snape likely understood much more about Dumbledore's potential manipulations. Harry did not understand why the room mattered, but it clearly did. He would have preferred the sitting room. A more comfortable setting might have made him feel less like he was on trial. The last time he had been in the kitchen, he had experienced a troubling episode as well. Something brushed against Harry's nose, and he shook his head as he looked up. Snape had stepped down the last few stairs, a concerned expression creasing his forehead as he leaned closer to Harry. He pulled his hand back from Harry's nose and glanced upwards, causing Harry to quickly follow his gaze. Hermione stood at the top of the stairs, her lips twisted in worry. She looked torn between staying upstairs and coming down. Harry recognized the look. It usually meant she wanted to persuade him and Ron to inform a professor about something troubling. Harry had not kept anything from Snape, so he could not imagine what Hermione wanted to say. "Yes, Miss Granger?" Snape asked as he stood upright. Hermione's eyebrows rose with concern, and her fingers tightened around the banister. Harry looked back at Snape, worried he had momentarily lost track of time again, but Snape seemed much less anxious than he had been during previous episodes. Harry felt less exhausted too. Nervous footsteps echoed as Hermione cautiously descended the top 2 steps. "Just..." Hermione jumped slightly as Harry looked up at her again. "Are you sure you're all right, Harry?" she asked. Her eyes flickered to Snape before returning to Harry. He nodded, unsure why she seemed so worried. "It's just Dumbledore," he added when she didn't seem convinced. Hermione nodded slowly. "Do you want Ron or me to come along? To back you up?" Her fingers clenched around the banister again. Harry twisted to look at Snape, unsure if he was allowed to have someone else in the room. Snape only raised an eyebrow, as if to ask Harry the same question. Harry felt confused and mildly shocked that Snape had even considered the offer. Harry started. He knew Hermione was worried. She always became anxious when the Dursleys were mentioned, and even more so when Harry dodged her questions. Now, he was nearly certain Miss Eileen had been right when she said Dumbledore might have questioned Ron and Hermione about the Dursleys. He shook his head no at the thought of Dumbledore convincing her of his guilt. Even if he was at fault for Avery, Harry knew he wasn't to blame for everything. "Okay," Hermione said as she slowly sat on the step. Let us know if you need us, she added softly. He gave her a weak smile and stepped down the last few stairs. He wondered what Snape thought and why Hermione was so worried. But as they got closer to the kitchen, his mind was filled with even more worrisome thoughts. What if Dumbledore didn't apologize? What if he only wanted to convince Snape that Harry really was cracked? Earlier, Harry had been convinced Voldemort could see through his eyes. He couldn't understand why that worry would change, especially after the encounter in the hallway at Privet Drive. He was still concerned about that, but he tried to push it from his mind and pretend he was hunting the snitch instead. Harry felt anxious about what might happen if he encountered Voldemort in front of Dumbledore. "Harry!" Sirius called from down the hall. Snape turned, clearly annoyed, and glared at Sirius. "Black," Snape began. "Here to speak with Dumbledore?" Sirius asked as he approached them. "Yes," Snape replied curtly. "It would be easier if this was done quickly." He tightened his grip on Harry's arm. "I am not fond of Harry's continued presence here, and I am less than interested in being called away while I am here." Harry shivered at the thought of Snape's dark mark burning while they were at Grimmauld Place. He figured Snape would need to account for Avery's disappearance, if he had actually disappeared. Had Voldemort ever summoned Snape during the day? Snape seemed the type to operate only at night, but Harry guessed he'd need to be constantly working if he wanted to take over. "Well, I'll come with you to speak with Dumbledore and then send you on your way," Sirius said, flicking his wrist. Harry's holly wand slid out from his sleeve. "Thought Harry might like this back," Sirius added. Harry jerked and grabbed his wand, feeling a rush of joy to have both his mum's necklace and his wand back again. He whispered a quick thank you as the wand warmed in his hand. "Lead on," Sirius said, mimicking Snape and holding out his hand just as Snape had earlier. They entered the kitchen to find Dumbledore seated at the head of the table. "Ah," Dumbledore said, sitting up. "I thought you'd forgotten me." He waved his wand in a gentle arc, summoning Mrs. Weasley's faded red kettle and several mugs. Sirius dropped into a chair, propping his feet up on the tabletop. Harry felt an odd worry about whether he should sit or remain standing. Snape didn't seem inclined to take a seat at the opposite head, but he had gestured for Harry to sit. Harry almost wanted to sit with Snape. He wanted to be close. Harry did not want Dumbledore to forget that he was actually 15. He climbed into the chair opposite the headmaster. "Tea?" Dumbledore asked as a red mug floated toward Harry. Sirius's wand cracked against the tabletop, and the runner, chairs, and walls transformed into green and silver. The tea set near Dumbledore remained the only unchanged item. Dumbledore blinked at Sirius, and Snape raised an eyebrow curiously. "We're a bit past Hogwarts houses now, aren't we?" Sirius said dully. Harry suddenly remembered the scarlet armchair Dumbledore had transfigured after reminding him of the Sorting Hat's first house choice in the hallway at his mum's flat. He had felt horrified at the thought of Sirius discovering his original house and ashamed for earning Dumbledore's harsh judgment. Yet, Sirius had never mentioned the Sorting Hat's decision to Harry. The confusion on Dumbledore's face cleared, and his eyes drifted shut. "I see." Harry didn't understand. If it was another way to throw Dumbledore off his stride, it was an odd tactic. However, he guessed that Sirius would be quite skilled at using unusual tactics. "From the beginning then," Snape said. "Quite," Dumbledore agreed, opening his eyes. He waved his wand, restoring the room to its original colors. "Harry, when I entrusted you into the care of your aunt, I had no way of knowing for certain what your future would look like." Harry nodded, wishing the chair he sat in was taller. He felt more like an insect being watched beneath a magnifying glass than someone expecting an apology. Dumbledore continued, "I knew your aunt and mother had a falling out, but I had quite hoped Petunia would set aside her anger to take care of her nephew who'd been dropped on her doorstep with nothing but a note." Snape snapped. To say nothing of discovering her sister's murder at the same time. Dumbledore sat back, the lines on his face deepening. It was a deeply flawed mistake. One I have endeavored never to make again. But one you never rectified, Snape hissed. "No." Dumbledore's voice cracked as he leaned forward, as if the mistake weighed on him physically. I accept that my failure to amend my mistake was deplorable. It was a grave error. Harry, you will live with my mistake for the rest of your life, and it has had far-reaching consequences that I could never have imagined." Harry watched as Dumbledore seemed to shrink before his eyes. His broad shoulders hunched forward, and his hands moved to cover his face. His long fingers worried over the creased lines of age several times before he lowered his hands and looked Harry in the eye. "My dear boy," Dumbledore said quietly, "I will not ask for your forgiveness, as I have not earned it. I cannot speak to the atrocities you experienced in Petunia's house nor the pain I caused by returning you to." "Why did you take me back?" Harry asked, surprising himself with the sudden question. "Even after I'd tried to tell you about it." Dumbledore inhaled deeply. "I truly believed it to be safer for you. You cannot be touched by Voldemort when you are there." He paused. "It is as safe as your mother could make it, Harry. She cast an incredibly powerful spell over your blood and, by extension, Petunia." Harry swallowed heavily as the last moments of his mum's life echoed in his ears. He never knew what spell she had cast or if she even had her wand after Voldemort had broken in. All he knew was that she had known it was the end. She thought Harry would die. He could remember her telling him he was loved. She had whispered it to him over and over, and sometimes, when he was feeling especially low, he'd pretend she was present and whispering to him. But when he had been a 6-year-old, he had only known green light and a cold laugh. Aunt Petunia had never said a word. Harry wanted to hear more about Lily, even though he longed for someone to love him. He had tried to be the normal and decent person Aunt Petunia seemed to see in Dudley, but he never succeeded. 10 years was a long time to go without love. It was a long time to be told repeatedly that he would not be rescued and that no one would come if he cried. He had cried, too, for ages in his cupboard, begging to be let out. Maybe Aunt Petunia would have treated him better if he had been a squib, but he was a wizard. He realized there was no point in thinking about how things could have been. They hadn't been different. If they had, he would never have left his parents, and they would never have left him. They hadn't chosen to leave, although he didn't know that until much later. They had stayed to the very end. "I am sorry, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Had I known?" "But you did know," Harry replied, his voice wavering. "I tried to tell you. I didn't understand. I was caught up in the dangers Voldemort presented, and I never considered a danger beyond that," Dumbledore whispered. "You knew that family was cruel," Snape said, his soft voice cutting through the quiet room. "Minerva watched them." "She told you?" "Minerva told me only that they were selfish muggles, Severus. She could not have known, nor could I, that Petunia would be as cruel as she was," Dumbledore explained. "We acted in what we felt was best. Harry needed a home. It was a tumultuous and dangerous. 10 years without a house call," Sirius interjected. 10 years worth of days to rectify that. 10, Harry blinked between Sirius and Dumbledore, feeling the urge to approach Snape rise within him. He had received his apology, and he wanted nothing more than to return to Miss Eileen's house and stay there. A flawed oversight. After all, dealing with Voldemort, I could not imagine Petunia being a danger, Dumbledore said. "You left her a letter detailing that her sister was murdered and her son was an orphan with no family," Snape replied. "You didn't think that was something to do in person?" "I was misguided," Dumbledore admitted, nodding. "I was wrong." "Swear you'll never send me back," Harry said, kneeling on his chair. "Swear you'll never send me back and let me stay with Snape or with Sirius." His stomach swooped as he spoke. He looked down at Dumbledore, remembering a comment Snape had made several nights ago. Snape had made a vow. Harry wasn't sure of the exact wording, but it seemed like something not easily or willingly broken. Snape had made it about Harry well before their relationship had changed. "Swear it," Harry said firmly. "Like the vow Snape made?" He pointed at Snape. Sirius stood, and Lupin's battered wand slipped into his hand. He tilted his head as he regarded Dumbledore, his eyebrows raised with an expectant look. Harry was sure Dumbledore felt remorseful, But he wanted some kind of proof that Dumbledore wouldn't turn things around on him in the future. He was willing to put the mess behind him as long as Dumbledore promised to never send him back. "No," Dumbledore said firmly. "I cannot deny you a place that may not be the safest, but may be safer than others when you might need it." Anger surged through Harry at the thought of Dumbledore believing he could force Aunt Petunia to open her door. Aunt Petunia would deny Harry whenever she wanted to. Dumbledore had no power over her, whether or not he believed that. He didn't yet realize how little she cared for Harry and how much more she knew about the wizarding world than he could fathom. She knew Dumbledore couldn't hex, curse, or force her to do anything she didn't want to. "Your mother died to protect you, Harry," Dumbledore said, pointing a frail finger at him. "She died for you to have a safe space." "I know exactly why she died," Harry snapped. "I remember it." Sirius's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open as Snape turned to look as well, though his face was significantly paler than it had been moments ago. "You remember it," Dumbledore repeated softly. "Harry, stories and memories have a tendency to blur over time." "It's not a blur," Harry said through gritted teeth. "I hear them talking whenever I'm near a Dementor." Sirius's eyes fluttered shut as he raised his hands, fingers knotting into his hair. The crack on Dumbledore's face, which Harry had only seen once before, seemed to split open again, revealing something entirely different beneath. The age lines on Dumbledore's forehead seemed to disappear, and his shoulders straightened as he returned to his full height. Something sharp grew behind his eyes, making Harry feel as if he had been pried apart and examined under a magnifying glass. "What do you hear?" Dumbledore asked quietly. The crack didn't disappear this time. Harry brushed a finger down his nose as his heart started to pound. He didn't know where Dumbledore's wand had gone, and he wished he had kept better track of it. What if he tried to curse Harry like he had at Privet Drive? Snape's hands came under Harry's arms, sweeping him up and out of the kitchen. He made short work of the hallway. Harry could hear chairs scraping and Dumbledore's voice ringing out, though he couldn't bring himself to look. He shoved his face into Snape's shoulder, trying to stem the fearful shudders racking through him. He had forgotten he could tap his nose to leave, and he was more relieved than he would ever say aloud that Snape had mistaken his movement as their signal to escape. He truly had wanted to leave, even if he hadn't realized it. Harry didn't know who lived beneath Dumbledore's face, but they were terrifying. Hermione and Ron's voices surrounded him for just a moment before the loud bustle of London's traffic erupted in his ears. He thought he could hear Sirius as well, but even that was drowned out by the crack of apparition. They landed somewhere eerily quiet compared to Grimmauld Place. "We will collect a few items from here and then return to my mother's house," Snape whispered as he carded a hand through Harry's hair. "She will be pleased to see you." The fear coursing through Harry dulled for a moment at the thought of someone wanting to see him. He wondered what Dumbledore would say and if he would agree that Miss Eileen was a safe person to live with. Harry felt entirely too unsure about everything from their conversation. Dumbledore had been remorseful but also terrifying. He had listened and answered Harry's questions, yet he wouldn't promise never to send Harry back. A distant voice in Harry's thoughts debated whether Dumbledore was right not to swear never to bring him back. He never wanted to return to Privet Drive. "We will begin brewing a cure tonight as well," Snape said as Harry finally looked up. They were in his mum's flat again. He was excited to see that it seemed unchanged from the last time they had been there, and the mess of color and frills hadn't disappeared. He didn't know why he was worried that it could have vanished, but he attributed it to the fear of losing things. Clothes, toys, and food had been Aunt Petunia's favorite things to take. Harry had worried throughout his first year that he would be wrenched from Hogwarts and sent back to the Dursleys at any moment. He wondered if this meant Dumbledore had been taken from him. It felt more like Dumbledore had taken himself from Harry, though. He was also immensely curious about why Dumbledore wanted to know about Lily and Voldemort's conversation. Didn't seem to grasp how it affected him. "Why would Dumbledore want to know about my mum's last moments?" Harry asked, stumbling over the words. Snape paused, moving around the room. The small cauldron and potions kit were neatly arranged on the coffee table. Lily's blanket floated down to join the other items, having wrapped itself around the ugly seashell lamp. "I don't know exactly what he wants," Snape replied slowly. "I have several theories, but nothing definitive." Harry nodded, intrigued. "What do you think?" Snape hesitated for a moment, appearing to weigh his thoughts in the quiet room. He stood rigidly, reminiscent of how Harry had felt on the steps at Grimmauld Place. After several long moments, Snape took a deep breath and turned to face Harry. He carefully placed him in the armchair and knelt in front of it. A sense of uncomfortable concern began to seep through Harry's fear. The last time he had seen Snape look this way, he had just informed Sirius and Lupin about Harry's cupboard. "I told you before I left Black's safe house that Petunia would expect me to be as unwilling to see your mother's necklace as she was," Snape began softly. Harry blinked, instinctively reaching for the small pendant. "Likewise, Petunia has made several references to my involvement in your circumstances." Snape paused, swallowing hard. "She wasn't wrong, but you couldn't have understood her meaning without knowing the full story." "I don't." Harry shook his head. "I didn't get it." He had never known the whole story in any situation. He had always been playing catch-up until the last second. Voldemort had not hesitated to drag Harry into the center of this chaos, and Harry felt he deserved to be included because of that. When information was kept from him, others did not seem to realize how it affected him. Were hurt because of Harry's unwitting involvement. "Lily and I had a falling out," Snape said. "In our 5th year. We never quite reconnected. Though she was unwilling to let me fall so utterly into the dark arts without help, she gifted me her necklace. She believed in second chances." Snape's eyes drifted in thought. "And though I didn't deserve one, she gave me one." Harry watched as Snape became worryingly still. "I wasn't a spy in the beginning. I fully believed in the Dark Lord," Snape continued. "I wanted to serve him in any way I could. My task, as a young and impressionable child, was to tail Dumbledore." The thought of Snape buying into Voldemort's manipulation was nearly impossible to imagine. Harry felt Snape was too cunning to be trapped by him. "I tailed him to an inn one night and heard, as Lupin guessed correctly, the beginning of a prophecy." Snape's eyes found Harry's, and he seemed to come out of his thoughts. "Just the beginning. In my stupidity and carelessness, I ran to the Dark Lord to inform him." Harry's stomach dropped as memories washed over him, recalling how Snape had paled at every mention of the prophecy. Snape had been worried about any mention of it. The prophecy stated, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies." Snape's voice was dull as he spoke. "I was thrown from the inn before the prophecy was completed, but the irreparable damage was done. I told the Dark Lord immediately." Harry's mind blanked as confusion warred within him. He couldn't think of anything but the words Snape had repeated, and he could hardly understand them. "When I discovered the Dark Lord intended to hunt your mother down, I sent the necklace back." The memory of Snape trying to explain the pain behind the necklace the first time he'd seen it flashed in Harry's mind. Thoughts. He had been in grief. He had just learned that Lily had hidden it beneath the floorboard of Sirius's safe house. She had hidden it, saving Snape's desperate hope for safety for him, knowing she was going to die. Voldemort's high voice commanding Lily to stand aside cut through his thoughts. "You asked him to spare her," Harry said, his voice cracking. "And Voldemort agreed." Snape's dark eyes met Harry's, and he nodded. Harry had always thought Voldemort's quick murder of James made no sense when he was the only pureblood in the house. Why would Voldemort have tried to save Lily when she was a Muggle born? "He lied," Harry said dully. "He lied," Snape agreed. Harry remembered the odd conversation Lily and Voldemort had. They spoke in chopped pieces, neither willing to listen to the other. Dumbledore may have wanted to know if Lily had spoken of the prophecy and, if so, what she told the Dark Lord, Snape said, his voice almost too quiet to hear. "She didn't," Harry replied with a sniffle. "She begged him to take her and leave me alone." Snape's head fell forward onto the seat of the chair. Harry brought his knees up to his chest, trying to reconcile the last 15 years of his life. The prophecy was real, and it had ruined Harry's life in more ways than one. Dumbledore had known about it, though he had never mentioned it to Harry. Voldemort knew about it as well, though he did not know the entirety if Snape was telling the truth. Harry did not think Snape had lied. He curled himself as tightly into a ball as he could, as 15 years of being kept in the dark crashed over him. The fear and sheer inescapability weighed on him. Burning tears pooled in his eyes and trailed down his cheeks. He had never had a chance. He was sure that even if Snape had not told Voldemort about the prophecy, he would have discovered it eventually. As horrified as he was to learn about Snape's involvement in his circumstances, he couldn't shake the feeling that the blame didn't rest solely on him. Dumbledore could have told him from the beginning. Had Dumbledore even informed Lily and James? Sirius and Lupin hadn't known about the prophecy, and neither had Pettigrew if Voldemort's ignorance was any indication. "I'm sorry, Harry," Snape said softly. "I'm sorry I told the Dark Lord, and I'm sorry I put you and your mother and father in his path. I'm sorry for the years that followed and your time at Hogwarts, where I was an obstacle rather than an assistance." Harry poked his head out and caught sight of Snape. "I will do everything I can to ensure you are safe, for my failure." Harry thought again about the vow Snape had made to Dumbledore. Snape had claimed he made it for Harry. Despite the cruelty and anger of the past for years, he had always tried to help when it truly mattered. A confusing mix of memories flooded Harry's mind. Snape had attempted to assist during his first Quidditch match and when Lupin transformed at the Whomping Willow. Yet, he had also tried to get Harry expelled in his second year and had punished him for sneaking away to Hogsmeade in his third year. He had even threatened to poison Harry in his fourth year. However, when Fudge refused to believe Voldemort had returned, Snape showed him the burned and black dark mark in a desperate attempt to convince him and support Harry's story. Snape had always been careful to listen to Harry, especially in the last week. Harry would probably be dead if Snape hadn't arrived to stop Avery. He would likely be dead if the necklace hadn't been hidden beneath the floorboards of Sirius's safe house, considering the bobbit that had been there. "Do you want to speak with your friends or godfather?" Snape asked. "They won't be able to see this house, but I will take you and your friends to the Weasleys if you wish." The thought of seeing Ron and Hermione made Harry feel nauseous. He would rather hide somewhere. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do or how to feel. He shook his head and rubbed his palms over the sticky tear trails on his cheeks. He did want to talk to Ron and Hermione and hear what they had to say eventually, but right now, he wished for a safe place where no one would bother him. He wanted Hedwig, but she was at Miss Eileen's house. He wondered if Miss Eileen knew what Snape had done. It seemed like the kind of thing Snape would never share, but somehow Dumbledore must have known. He was the one who asked Snape to swear the vow. Maybe Snape had begged Dumbledore to protect Lily like Aunt Petunia had. "Can we go to your mum's house?" Harry asked. Too many thoughts crowded his mind, and he couldn't sort out what was important from what screamed at him to cry and beg for help. How was he supposed to defeat Voldemort? How could he do anything when he couldn't be trusted with his own future? A miserable sob crawled up his throat and lodged in his chest. He felt like he had never had a chance to escape, nor would he. Snape reached out, unsure if Harry would want to hold his hand, but Harry was certain that if he wasn't held at that moment, he would collapse into a dark well of misery. He lifted his arms despite his confusion and anger, blinking through the blurry mess of tears. Snape's arms came under Harry's, tucking him against his chest more gently than ever before. His grip tightened for a brief moment as the items from the coffee table shrank and floated into a small book bag. A large hand carded through the mess of hair at the back of Harry's head. Harry's thoughts swirled as they stepped out the front door and disappeared, reappearing in Germany. Chapter 24. "Oh dear," Miss Eileen's voice echoed around Harry as they stepped through her front door. Not good at all, was it? Harry dreaded peering out from the crook of Snape's neck. He wasn't prepared to discuss anything. He had hardly realized they'd even found their way back to Miss Eileen's house. He had spent the entire walk in a miserable panic. How could Snape have been the one to tell Voldemort about the prophecy? He had been vile to Harry for years afterwards, despite having sealed his fate. It seemed unnecessarily cruel. Harry couldn't decide how he felt about it all yet. He knew Snape deeply regretted what he had done and had tried to be as helpful as he could in the last week. Harry didn't want to consider how much worse things could have gone if Snape hadn't taken him from Privet Drive after that first night. How could he have kept the prophecy from Harry? It was Harry's future. How could Dumbledore have kept it from him as well? How could Voldemort have acted so quickly and known that Harry was the one he needed to kill? Snape's hair brushed over Harry's head. Harry wasn't sure if that had been Snape shaking his head or just moving. He wondered how Snape felt about Harry's reaction to learning about the prophecy and Dumbledore's apology, as well as Ron and Hermione's involvement and Sirius's odd actions in the kitchen. He wasn't even sure of how he felt about everything. "Are Harry's friends all right?" he heard Ms. Eileen ask. "Aside from one of them intentionally poisoning themselves, they appeared fine," Snape said, rubbing Harry's back. Ms. Eileen clicked her tongue. "Well, that's good news. I like far better that you're cross than they're in danger," she said. Harry could feel a quiet huff slip from Snape's chest as they moved through the kitchen and down the hallway. It wasn't until they started climbing the stairs that his worries began to truly surface. Multiplying and twisting deeper into winding anxieties, Harry worried about Snape. He feared Snape would leave him alone, and he also feared Snape would stay with him. He was concerned Snape might have more to add to his earlier story, and he worried that Snape would say he had lied and actually known less than he had originally claimed. Harry was anxious about how much Voldemort actually knew of the prophecy. Were they even sure this prophecy was true? If it was, what was Harry supposed to do about it? How was he supposed to handle this? He was just Harry. How could anyone think he would be the one to end this? Could he end it? It felt as if he was fated to kill Voldemort or be killed by him. Voldemort already had a piece of the prophecy, and Harry knew Voldemort would never let him go because of it. Harry couldn't bring himself to kill someone, no matter how evil they were. He knew he couldn't. Despite the cruelty and malice Voldemort spread across the world, Harry couldn't imagine standing over a dead body, knowing he had caused it. He didn't want to think about it. The thought reminded him too easily of Cedric's face after he had been killed. A shiver crept up his back as the graveyard echoed in his mind. The terrible, burnt smell of the killing curse filled his nose, and he shook his head wildly, trying to clear it away. But the memories sank in, no matter how hard he tried to clear his throat against them. "Slower breaths, Harry," Snape said softly in his ear. "Slower breaths. You're in Germany, in my mother's house, no matter how out of the ordinary that may be. It's okay." Harry coughed as he tried to slow his breathing, but he couldn't seem to get a hold of himself. Snape ran a hand through Harry's hair and began to breathe noticeably slower. Harry guessed it was an attempt to help him breathe, but it didn't seem to help. He was supposed to kill someone and face that horrible blank. Stared into their eyes. It was either that or be killed himself, and Harry was deeply invested in living. He shook his head wildly as an uncomfortable bubble climbed up his throat. "It's not okay," he said in a strained voice. I have to, he coughed again as Cedric's pale eyes flashed through his memories. "Try to breathe more slowly," Snape said again. "What do you have to do?" "Kill Voldemort," Harry replied, his voice strangling itself toward the end. How could anyone imagine a 15-year-old killing a Dark Lord? How could anyone think that was possible? Voldemort knew more than Harry could even begin to imagine. "You do not need to kill the Dark Lord," Snape said firmly. He slid his hands beneath Harry's armpits, tugging him higher against his chest. He slowed his breathing even further, trying to encourage Harry to do the same. "Prophecies are specific, frighteningly so." Harry blinked against his racing thoughts. He couldn't remember the specific word Snape had spoken over an hour ago. The prophecy used the word vanquish, which, by my definition, does not mean kill. Snape's hand rubbed a soft circle over Harry's back again. Prophecies aren't to be entirely trusted either, as they're well known for being intentionally misleading. Neither of us knows the latter half of this prophecy, and assuming anything will only frighten us further. The overwhelming knot of worry loosened, though Harry couldn't decide if he felt better. The prophecy exists, but we don't know all of what it states or all of who it refers to. We'll take it one step at a time. You won't be left to handle this on your own. I will always try to help you. Always. Harry's lungs seemed to open wider as Snape's comment lingered in his thoughts. I doubt your godfather would leave you on your own ever again as well, Snape added. It was difficult to consider. Harry didn't feel as if anything had changed, but he felt better knowing that Snape wouldn't leave him alone. He found comfort in the idea that Snape believed Sirius wouldn't abandon him either. A nervous part of him whispered that this could be a lie, that Snape might disappear the moment Harry turned 15. However, Harry didn't think that would happen. Snape had promised to be there for him, and he had kept that promise over the past week. He had saved Harry from several panic attacks and from people he found difficult to handle. Snape had even argued with Sirius about whether Harry needed to return to Aunt Petunia and had protected him from Avery and Dumbledore. How do you feel now? Snape asked. His soft voice pulled Harry from his thoughts. He wished again for a watch as he tried to estimate how long they had been silent. Harry rested his head on Snape's shoulder, and Snape's question sent a blankness through his mind. He had no idea how he felt. He needed more information and answers before he could give an actual response. He realized that not many people asked him how he felt or what he wanted. They were more likely to tell him what they wanted from him. He started, his fingers twisting into the soft white jumper as thoughts of whether his parents had known about the prophecy resurfaced. He wanted to know how much, or if, Pettigrew knew about it and what Snape's plan was for the future. He was also curious about what Dumbledore would do now that he was in Germany. I'm all right, I think, Harry stammered. What's going to happen now? With me in Germany, I mean, and, Dumbledore? Snape nodded, his fingers tapping lightly on Harry's back for a moment. It's something we'll need to think about carefully. We'll need to speak with my mother if we believe Germany will be your safest option. Likewise, we'll need a plan. Plan for the school year, as I dread what you and your friends might get up to. Harry felt a small smile curling on his lips. He knew better than to hope for a good school year, especially after the last one, but he had a feeling that having Snape on his side would ease some of the worst of the new term. He wasn't sure if he had truly lost Dumbledore. It seemed more and more like he may never have actually had him to begin with. We'll also need to speak with your godfather and Lupin, both of whom I assume you'll want some form of contact with, Snape said. Harry nodded as he twisted to sit in Snape's lap. An exhausted part of him wondered if he was being childish for wanting to stay there, but he couldn't be bothered to care. He was 6 and he was 15. He decided he could be both, at least until he was fixed. I want to visit Ron and Hermione too, Harry said quickly. If that's okay? He tossed a nervous look upward as the realization that Snape would have to take him around England and Germany twisted in his thoughts. Snape hummed an agreeable sound and leaned against the headboard. And maybe Neville? Harry asked curiously. He wondered just how much he might be able to do with all of this new freedom. I suppose so, Snape replied with a silent raised eyebrow. Harry nodded as well and felt an odd lightness in his chest. He wasn't sure he was ready to call it happiness, but he felt nearly happy all the same. He wanted to write Ron and Hermione and tell them everything that had happened in the last week and hear what they thought about it. He wished they could have stayed longer at Grimmauld Place, though he didn't fancy seeing Dumbledore again. He wondered what the two of them would say when he finally got to tell them the entire story. They had seemed quick to accept Snape's involvement this afternoon, even though they had been unsure about how much trouble they might be in. Comforting fingers ran through the back of Harry's hair, and he felt himself sinking further against Snape's chest. Where do you think this will look nice? Snape asked softly as he flicked his wand. The ugly seashell lamp leapt from Snape's bag and grew in size as it bobbed around the small room. It could easily go anywhere, given its. Snape's voice dropped to an awkward pause as he considered his words carefully. Charms, he finally said. Harry snorted and crawled out of Snape's lap. He hopped off the bed and snatched the lamp out of the air. There weren't many places he could add to in the crowded room, but he was excited to try decorating. "I assume you'll have photos you'd like to display as well, for which you might like some frames," Snape said, his one trailing idle figure 8 in his fingers as he watched Harry move about the room. Harry hadn't given much thought to photographs. He had the album Hagrid had given him and several photos Colin Creevey had taken, but he had never had anywhere to put them before. He suddenly remembered the wall in his mum's flat and the number of photographs she had hanging up. Maybe Snape would let him take a few from there to hang up. "There's a small market nearby. We might be able to find some frames there," he said. Harry slid the lamp onto the small desk Snape had transfigured that morning, turning it left and right as he tried to find an angle he liked. Decorating was surprisingly difficult. He half wondered if his mum had found it equally challenging, as the image of her sitting room drifted in the back of his mind. He twisted the lamp again. A particularly large speckled shell jutted out from the others around it, seeming to demand attention, or maybe Harry just liked that shell the most. He couldn't decide. A quiet knock on the door had them both looking up as Miss Eileen popped in. Miss Eileen poked her head in. "A letter came for you, Sev," she said, nudging the door open a little wider. "Dumbledore's handwriting," she added. Harry flinched as she handed over an envelope with Dumbledore's curly writing on the back. A nervous feeling began to bubble in his throat again. He almost wished Snape would read the letter aloud, but he doubted Snape would offer to do that. "Decorating?" Miss Eileen asked with a smile. Harry jerked and looked back at the lamp. He twisted it twice more as he nodded at her. Several small pearls curled around long, sleek shells, eager to be noticed just as much as the large shell. "Lovely lamp," Miss Eileen said as she moved closer. "A talking piece, isn't it?" Harry shrugged sheepishly. He wasn't sure if talking piece was a compliment, but Miss Eileen didn't seem to mean it negatively. "It was my mum's," he whispered finally. "Was it?" Miss Eileen's eyes widened. "I don't remember seeing her with it." "She must have found it later on." She pulled her wand from her pocket. "Do you mind if I charm it to light up? It might help you decide how to display it." Harry blinked in surprise before nodding quickly. He wished he had thought of that himself. "Dumbledore wrote a second apology if you'd like to read it, Harry," Snape said as the tip of Miss Eileen's wand brushed over the light bulb. A soft orange light spilled outward, brightening the edges of the colorful shells from behind. It seemed to push back against the confusing and angry emotions threatening to overtake Harry again. "He wishes to speak with you again as well," Snape said. "Though he doesn't want to put you in a position you will find uncomfortable. He likely wants further information, which may benefit us," he added with a knowing look. Harry recalled the terrifying moment in his cupboard when Nagini and Voldemort had appeared. He hoped to avoid seeing Dumbledore until he was 15 and back at Hogwarts. "We'll come up with a plan to handle that. Your godfather will likely want to be involved," Snape said as he glanced over the curly writing once more. "Well, I'm glad to hear he apologized," Miss Eileen replied. Harry picked up the lamp again, wanting it closer to where he would sleep. The color felt too nice to leave so far away. "I'm glad your friends are safe as well," Miss Eileen continued. "It would have been a tight squeeze if you all had to come and live here." Harry imagined Ron and Hermione fighting over the small bed and shuddered at the thought. The echoes of their arguments filled his mind. It was far better that they had some space from one another. He wondered what Miss Eileen would think of his friends crowding into her small house. He also considered how much Snape had told her about Dumbledore's actions. She had mentioned that Snape hadn't said much when they first arrived the previous night. However, given how they had spoken at breakfast, she must have known more than she let on. She had talked quite a bit about Dumbledore when Harry had not been in the room. "Do you suppose you'll stay for long then?" Miss Eileen asked. She glanced quickly at Snape, and something warm sparkled in her dark eyes. Harry looked over at Snape. He wasn't sure how soon the conversation Snape had mentioned needed to happen, but he hadn't expected them to be this soon. He was uncertain how much of his eerie experiences he wanted to share with Miss Eileen, despite her eagerness to help. He didn't want many people to think he was crazy, even if Snape didn't believe that. "If you'll let us," Snape answered. "We'll need to sort something out before the next holidays, of course, but for now." "Christmas or summer, do you mean?" Harry asked. Everything feels unstable. He wasn't sure where he would be staying or who he would be living with. He hoped to stay with Snape and his mother until he returned to Hogwarts. He didn't think either of them would send him back to Aunt Petunia, but he wasn't certain they would enjoy living with him all the time. "Both," Snape said, giving him a short nod. "Oh," Harry breathed. "I don't have to go back ever?" he asked, shaking his head. "Dumbledore didn't promise not to send me back." Snape nodded, his eyes flickering upward as he thought. A deep crease formed on his forehead, as if he was reviewing everything that had happened and what could happen next. Harry had seen that look on Snape's face several times in the last week, and it usually meant he was formulating a plan. "Did he say he would send you back?" Miss Eileen asked, her eyebrows rising slowly. Harry blinked, recalling the awful conversation. Dumbledore had been apologetic, though it was hard to tell if he was being honest. As far as Harry was concerned, Dumbledore usually was. He was learning quickly that omissions could be more cruel than outright lies. Dumbledore hadn't said he would send him back, though. "Well, no. Not really," Harry said. "But he wouldn't swear not to. It sounded like he would send me back as soon as he could. He knows you'll leave, doesn't he?" "MS." Eileen said, her eyes focused on Harry as she tilted her head from side to side. "You'll leave right away if last night is any indication." But Harry started before pausing. Miss Eileen's logic made sense, but given what he had seen Dumbledore do, it wasn't out of the question to worry about him sending Harry back to Aunt Petunia as soon as their backs were turned. "Now, I don't know all the details of this, but I do know Dumbledore. It sounds as if he lost control and knows. He can't force you back because you have the ability to leave, and he's seen that now. Perhaps the only option he had to regain control was to refuse to give you the one bit of choice he had left," Miss Eileen said with a small shrug. Harry blinked as he replayed the conversation in his mind. He had never considered that Dumbledore had truly lost control over him. The more he thought about the past week, the more he realized that was exactly what had happened. He had run away, showing Dumbledore that he had no control at all. "I can't say he'll never try to send you back. I'd bet a good bit of money that he'll attempt to reach you through guilt and manipulation," Miss Eileen continued, nodding to herself. "But that will be difficult, considering that you've lived in that house and Dumbledore hasn't." Harry tried to imagine all the ways Dumbledore might try to guilt him back to the Dursleys. He figured Dumbledore would probably be so subtle that Harry would miss it entirely. It's easy for Dumbledore to brush aside your experiences. He assumes you want to do what's right, but he's never lived in a home like you have, Miss Eileen added softly. "Either he'll learn or he won't." "He'll learn," Snape said darkly. Miss Eileen shrugged. "We can hope." Harry looked at Snape, feeling an uncomfortable worry settle over him again. He wasn't sure how much Miss Eileen knew about Aunt Petunia, but he had already gone through Sirius and Lupin discovering his cupboard. He wasn't prepared for someone else to uncover it again. Snape reached into his pocket. "Speaking of learning, what do you make of this?" he asked as he pulled out the jar Hermione had given him. Miss Eileen stepped closer and hummed to herself as she inspected the potion. "Nasty business this," she said after a moment. She unscrewed the top for a closer look. "But not irreversible. You're the potion's master, though, my love. You know better than me." A giggle bubbled in Harry's throat when he heard MS. Eileen referred to Snape as "my love." He never thought anyone would use such terms except Aunt Petunia. He recalled Mrs. Weasley using "lovey" once when he was 12, and Ron had been mortified. "Might have a few spare things in the cupboards to help a cure along, though I might need to pick up a few more from town," she said, tilting the jar left and right as she watched it coat the inside. "There's something we'll need from the Wizard City in Hamburg too, but I can get them later tonight." As Miss Eileen and Snape continued to debate the potion, Harry found himself tracing the pendant on his mum's necklace. He replayed the conversations and comments everyone had made. The more he considered Ms. Eileen's thoughts, the more he was convinced she was right. Dumbledore had apologized, but he hadn't discussed any future options for Harry. He hadn't addressed how he would behave moving forward either. Maybe he felt Harry was more like Sirius than before. A bright feeling danced in Harry's chest as he thought about the similarities between himself and his godfather. There wasn't a lot they shared, but what did match felt infinitely more important. Dumbledore couldn't control Sirius, and now he couldn't control Harry. Harry had Snape. Snape would leave with him if he was uncomfortable and would argue for him if he was upset. Harry wondered how that would affect his understanding of the rest of the prophecy. He also considered the possibility of entering the Department of Mysteries to hear the full prophecy for himself. It was his fate, after all. He tried to remind himself of what they didn't know yet. He would have helped vanquishing Voldemort. He wasn't required to murder anyone, nor was he necessarily doomed. Voldemort had already set his sights on Harry, but he wasn't sure what the latter half of the prophecy spoke about. Harry wasn't sure either. "Well, Harry?" Snape asked. "Do you feel up to visiting the town? It's a small Muggle village. The likelihood that you'll be recognized is low, but we can cover your scar with a hat." Harry nodded quickly and twisted the lamp one last time. He reached up as Snape swung his long legs from the bed. Harry felt silently delighted as Snape lifted him onto his hip, and they stepped out the door. Chapter 25. Harry brushed through the fringe on his forehead. He was finally 15 again. His eyes were still almond-shaped, and his chin was far more defined. It felt amazing to stand on the floor and look into the mirror, instead of climbing onto the countertop and kneeling. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find any sign from the last few weeks that pointed to his potion mishap. His fingers were normal again. They were long and thin, and they seemed easily able to write well once more. It was odd to consider his time as a 6-year-old. He almost wouldn't have believed it had happened if it weren't for his new circumstances. He tugged at the soft t-shirt Ms. Eileen had found at a store the other day and turned side to side, trying to spot any signs of his 6-year-old self. There were some features he noticed that had stayed the same. He wondered if they had always been present and he hadn't realized, or if the sudden change was making them more prominent. He wondered if he still looked like his mum. "Harry?" A soft knock echoed through the bathroom door as Snape spoke. Harry took one last look at himself before he twisted and pulled the door open. It was exciting to stand up to Snape's chest now, not needing to crane his neck to look the man in the eye. A quiet voice whispered about the height yet to come as he grew older still. "No tingling or shrunken fingers or toes?" Snape asked, his eyes scanning Harry's face. "Everything feels all right?" Harry nodded and checked his fingers and hands one more time. Snape's long fingers brushed through Harry's hair, and he tilted his chin gently as he examined him closer. Soft sounds murmured from beneath Snape's breath as he considered the small changes that Harry couldn't be bothered to worry much about. "Had you started shaving before the incident?" Snape asked. Harry nodded and ran his fingers over his chin. Snape hummed and nodded. "You might need to start again soon. You're closer to 14 now, but we can fix that," Snape said as he pulled Harry into a hug. Harry smiled to himself, wrapping his arms around Snape. His fingers tightened around the fabric at Snape's back, reminding him of all the moments he had clutched Snape's collar instead. He had been so small, it almost felt odd to think about it. There were no rushing emotions or overwhelming thoughts to contend with. He hadn't been sure what to expect from Snape after the potion had worked, but it seemed Snape had no intention of changing or sending Harry back to the Dursleys. This thought made Harry feel remarkably calm, far calmer than he had felt in weeks, maybe even months. It was nice to breathe a sigh of relief. They still needed to address the prophecy and Dumbledore, but they were visiting with Sirius and Lupin soon to work on that. Did it work? Miss Eileen's voice rang from the stairwell. The last step on the staircase creaked, and it seemed she wanted to come closer but was unwilling to disturb Snape as he examined Harry. "I think so," Harry answered. "Nearly," Snape corrected as he pulled away. There are still issues to be fixed. He slowly waved his wand over the top of Harry's head. How do you feel? Emotionally, mentally, and physically? Good, Harry said. No pains or aches, and I feel calmer. He paused as he rocked back and forth on his heels. I don't think I'm thinking like a child, but I couldn't really recognize it when I was 6, so I might not notice it if I still do. He felt normal, so much so that he struggled to remember being 6, despite having woken up that morning at that size. I feel weirdly relaxed. Snape nodded. You haven't behaved like a 6-year-old yet. We'll keep an eye on it. It seems your emotions have stabilized as well, but let me know if you begin to feel differently. Angry or scared? Harry interrupted. Correct, Snape replied. We'll continue with occlumency tonight regardless. He brushed a finger down Harry's nose and started to guide him down the stairs, but Harry stopped him. Are you in pain? Snape asked quickly, narrowing his dark eyes. No. Harry shook his head. I was just wondering, he hesitated, debating whether to ask his next question. If I still look like my mum? A nervous feeling bubbled up in him as he awaited Snape's answer, but it felt different from when he was 6. Snape stepped back and examined him closely. Harry's fingers brushed over the hem of his shirt as he waited, and he recalled the old comments about how much he resembled his father. He loved looking like his dad, but he also wanted to look like his mum. Even if he didn't, he thought, he had her necklace. Yes, Snape finally said. You do look like your father, but I can see your mother as well. In your eyes, as you know, but also in your face as a whole. He added, your mother had softer features, and you still share that with her. Harry smiled and turned back to the bathroom mirror. Snape let out a quiet laugh as he pulled out the hand mirror he had transfigured for Harry back in Spinner's End and placed it on the countertop. Whenever you're finished, come find us downstairs. We'll make a plan for your visit to Diagon Alley with your friends, Snape said. I will mail the restorative to your aunt as well. Did you want to include anything in the note? Harry paused, looking over at Snape. He wasn't sure what to say, or if he should say anything at all. You don't need to add anything, Snape replied, almost as if he had read Harry's thoughts. Though if you want anything from that house, now would be a good time to ask. Harry hesitated. He couldn't think of anything he might still want from his aunt's house. He imagined his bedroom on Privet Drive and mentally ticked off the hand-me-downs and clutter he had collected while living there. There had never been real clutter. Aunt Petunia had never allowed him to truly live in the room, but he used to pretend he could put his books on a lopsided desk or use the bookshelf. Harry shook his head slowly as the pendant on the necklace hummed warmly. Snape hummed and gently guided Harry out of the bathroom. Why don't you write to your friends and ask what Mrs. Weasley's plan for gathering school books is? Harry nodded and stepped down the stairs. He knew he wouldn't return to that house. After Miss Eileen pointed out Dumbledore's only option left to gain control, Harry realized he could escape the house as often as he liked. But what would that mean for Voldemort? Would it change how Snape spied? It didn't seem to have changed anything, given that Snape had come and gone from several meetings unscathed and continued to help Harry throughout the last few weeks. Oh, Miss Eileen said as she looked up from where she had been waiting. Would you look at you, 15 again? She smiled and patted Harry's cheek. I'll miss seeing you and Sev cuddle, but I bet you're feeling better. Much better, Harry said, trying to suppress an awkward blush. He wondered if this was how Ron felt whenever Mrs. Weasley hugged or cuddled him around Harry. Despite the awkwardness, Harry was endlessly thankful for Snape's comfort. I'll probably be better at gobstones now at least, he added. Miss Eileen laughed. You wait. I've been going easy on you. She leaned in, her eyes glittering conspiratorially. Let's get Sev in on our next game. He doesn't need to work on your potion anymore. What excuse would he have? I will be preparing lessons, Snape said as he appeared behind Harry. And making ingredient lists for. Does that take all evening? Miss Eileen asked. Harry twisted and looked curiously at Snape. He and Miss Eileen had played the game more evenings than not, but Snape had usually found a reason to excuse himself. He always came to console Harry after he lost, which happened more often than Harry thought possible. However, it seemed Snape wouldn't go near the game on his own. It might, Snape muttered offhandedly. I have no interest in losing consistently. I won once. Harry said quickly. It wouldn't be consistent. That was an accident, Miss Eileen waved her hand. You moved the rug when you sat down and changed. Mother, you can't possibly blame the rug for your own miscalculation. Snape crossed his arms. Miss Eileen clicked her tongue and smiled. I wouldn't have to blame the rug if you'd play us. Then I could just blame you. She leaned closer to Harry and whispered, Sev's actually quite good at God's tones. He just can't stand to lose on the off chance he does. Harry snickered as Snape huffed and stepped around them. If Harry receives good grades on his summer work, I might be inclined to play once during the holidays, Snape said over his shoulder. What about at least once before the term starts? NS. Eileen asked as she followed after him. One fun night before Harry has to be on the train? Harry smiled and trailed after them, thinking about how strange his life had been in the last few weeks. He'd never imagined Avery's failed potion would change his life so drastically. He never could have guessed that Snape would help him so much or find him worth caring about as much as Snape had said. He never would have thought any of this could be possible. He found the pendant on his mum's necklace. He was thankful to be safe and to have people who wanted him around. Even though the future was uncertain and potentially dangerous, he was grateful to have Snape.